No, are all of you dinosaurs so abstract? It's okay to make cute noises, but why is it translated as a northeastern accent? What, you look down on us northeastern dragons? I told you you're fat and you're still panting. Without saying a word, Li Chengfeng swung a huge fan formed by green light of will onto the demon dinosaur's forehead. You are a dinosaur from the wilderness, how can you say you are a northeast dragon? No, buddy, are you sick? I see you are from the Republic. Don't you know that the wilderness has exchanged national treasures with the Republic? The wilderness brought me to the northeast, and then brought back 2 giant pandas. The exchange lasted for 10 years. The demon dinosaur was still roaring, and in Li Chengfeng's ears, it sounded like a thick northeastern accent. But his statement, it's really amazing. He really didn't know that the Republic had ever done such a big thing. When a dinosaur is swapped with a giant panda, is this considered exchanging space or shapeshifting? At least for giant pandas, it is definitely a shapeshifting phenomenon. If these pampered and fat national treasures go to the wilderness to train for 10 years, I'm afraid they will immediately become gangsters among pandas when they come back. Li Chengfeng complained in his heart. But it was just a complaint, and he immediately returned to the topic. The old friend you are talking about, the one who created this fairytale town, is the moon girl, right? You actually know my friend, that's great. Children are always interested in the fairy tale world. If that's the case, then help me. Impossible. Li Chengfeng's expression gradually became serious, and he directly rejected the demon dinosaur, the highly intelligent dinosaur nanny. The harm caused by reality distortion is definitely no less than that of any supervillain. It's not that it just makes reality change into another form. People who are assimilated by the distorted reality will be erased from the original real universe for a long time and completely disconnected from the real universe. To put it simply, if you stay in another universe for a long time, your cosmic household registration will really change, and reality distortion will have to be resolved one day, and those who have their household registration in this place where reality is distorted will disappear as the distortion disappears. In other words, there is no point in directly canceling the account. You have to understand that in the eyes of Moon Girl, this may just be a giant playhouse or some kind of Disneyland. But for those who are inexplicably assimilated by the distortion of reality, this is an unexpected disaster. If they stay in a distorted reality for too long, when the distortion is repaired, that will be the day these people die. Do you really want your little buddy to become a lunatic who slaughtered hundreds of people? Li Chengfeng stared at the demon dinosaur's shaken eyes without blinking. Yes, this sin must be blamed on her. Although Bruce Wayne didn't understand what the awoo of the demon dinosaur meant, Li Chengfeng was obviously able to communicate with it. And judging from Li Chengfeng's constantly changing expression, it wasn't particularly smooth. At the moment, Bruce Wayne has begun to subconsciously observe his surroundings. Although it was dark, it felt as familiar to him as if he were back home. That's exactly what the Batcave feels like. What should we do? Definitely, we need to find a way to get in without being assimilated and rewritten by this reality distortion area. Hela and Dr. Liang were standing on the outskirts of Fairy Tale Town at the moment and did not rush in directly. After Dr. Liang finished speaking, he looked behind him not far away, where were all the members of the star team except Wang Eda. As soon as Hela stepped into this reality-distorted space, the divinity's resistance to reality distortion was immediately revealed. Not only was she not assimilated, she even immediately remembered everything about Li Chengfeng. This can be seen as 2 unconnected real universes. The moment you walk in, the traces that were originally erased are connected again. Dr. Liang followed closely behind, but he seemed to have gotten used to this reality distortion thing. There's no way. I've experienced so much that it's inevitable that I feel the distorted, monotonous reality is a bit boring. Seeing that she could adapt completely and not be assimilated, Hela immediately waved to Thor and Loki again. Okay, come in. Hearing the order from his elder sister, Thor, who had been completely subdued recently, grabbed Loki's coat collar and strode into the fairy tale town without saying a word. Hiss. It turns out that the part that was distorted was Li Chengfeng. But there is always an inexplicably familiar feeling here. And there is another part. Thor was interrupted by Loki's crying before he could finish his words. Wow, why is it just a reality distortion? Why isn't it real? Our third princess even cried out woof. Damn it, it would be great if this guy Li Chengfeng really disappeared. He ran away immediately? The worst that could happen is he can run back to his father's palace. Can Mephisto really confront Odin head-on? Wanda and Harley Quinn, who received the order, looked at each other and followed. And Thor suddenly slapped his forehead. Yeah, I said I was familiar with it. Aren't these the TIE particles that my father always talks about, warning us about their power and danger? And the other part of the power? Thor stretched out his hand and pointed directly at Wanda, who had just walked into Storybrooke and was shocked by the distorted reality. It has the same origin as the magic in her body. Are you sure? Hela asked subconsciously. As an equally excellent magician, with her perception, she had already discovered the clues a long time ago, and she knows more inside information than Thor, who pointed out the source. She knew that in addition to the TIE particles, there was another familiar force. As a demon, as an evil god, as one of the oldest gods on Earth. Naturally, he had met Hela, the peak of the conquest of the 9 realms. But fortunately, just a small part. Okay, now that we're here, we must have recovered our memories of Li Chengfeng, right? Our rescue operation must be successful this time. After saying that, the team members nodded frequently. The only one left was Harley Quinn, who had been silent since she came in. At this time, she stretched out her finger and pointed into the distance, and huge amounts of red light suddenly rose in the clear sky. Hey guys, we have to move fast. I don't think Li Chengfeng has much patience. Old Li is always very patient. Li Chengfeng said to the demon dinosaur in front of him, hurry up and get the moon girl to surrender and resolve this reality distortion. I can let her go because she is still a little girl. But if you try to test my patience, you're in big trouble. Li Chengfeng was not threatening the demon dinosaur at all, he was just asking with a slightly impulsive tone. The demon dinosaur is truly one of the smartest creatures in this place called the wilderness. When he heard Li Chengfeng's words, he immediately understood that this person was threatening him, but he is so strong. The demon dinosaur thought of the big CT that had just spanked him. Although it was somewhat insulting, if it had been replaced with a sharp weapon, I would have been chopped to death by the man in front of me. Then, you must ensure my life is safe. Otherwise, even if I am not your opponent, I will fight you to the death. Don't worry about that. I don't want to hurt underage girls. Li Chengfeng nodded and finally reached a consensus with the demon dinosaur. In Li Chengfeng's opinion, this guy is already very loyal. Even though his strength was not that strong, he still dared to negotiate with Li Chengfeng. In other words, Li Chengfeng is a public servant. If Li Chengfeng was the so-called decisive and ruthless Long Aotian, the demon dinosaur at this moment would have become material in the male protagonist's pocket. Li Chengfeng landed on the ground again and nodded to Hal Jordan and Bruce Wayne. Okay, let's move on. Li Chengfeng said, I have almost got all the information from the demon dinosaur. The one who caused the reality distortion this time was his partner, Moon Girl. As Li Chengfeng spoke, the green light of his will wrapped around Bruce Wayne and Hal Jordan. Then he turned around, pointed at Hal Jordan and asked the devil dinosaur, have you seen this brown-haired guy? Definitely. He crashed his plane, and then my friend and I rescued him. The devil dinosaur made way and nodded hurriedly. When we were rescuing him, a ball of something like red sticky water droplets floated out from the explosion after the plane exploded. And the next moment, we were here. Bruce Wayne looked normal, only frowning slightly. But Hal Jordan laughed, haha, I must have woken up the wrong way today, I can understand dinosaurs talking. Alright, look at you, you're such a loser. Li Chengfeng snorted. Why use the green light of will to link the two of them? Isn't it just to let them share the translation software? Pada, pada, pada. At this time, a series of footsteps came from the end of the fairy tale town library. From far to near, each one is clearer than the last. Sure enough, a black girl appeared in front of him, with two thick, black, big pigtails. This child's aesthetic taste is really hard to describe. Hey kid, have you eaten yet? Li Chengfeng smiled and greeted him, but he found that the other person's expression, not like a teenager at all. Instead, he looks like an old guy whose exact age is unknown. Humans, you should bow down to your ancestors. The girl's voice seemed to be mixed with frosted noises, which was extremely strange. Li Chengfeng swallowed hard. Then he looked at the demon dinosaur beside him who also showed a look of shock. No, buddy, you don't even know that your buddy is possessed by a ghost, and you're still yelling at me. Li Chengfeng cursed at the demon dinosaur, then turned around. He revealed a face that Loki was extremely familiar with and hated. Great ancestor, may I know your name? Definitely. The moon girl nodded and said, I am the great demon Shadow, the son of the creator, and the elder brother of Jia, the earth goddess. I am the god of the underworld, Zithorn.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne's expressions suddenly changed. Li Chengfeng knew that this old man Sithorn was the source of Wanda origin magic power and one of the most powerful evil gods and demons on Earth. Although Bruce Wayne does not know Sithon's specific abilities, he has seen traces of Sithon in the classics of ancient forces such as the Assassin's League. The existence that could only be found in a few words in ancient books appeared before them at this moment. The most obvious one is the demon dinosaur. Beast's intuition tells him that the girl at the moment is not his best friend, but another existence. This time Li Chengfeng did not hear the translation. It was really just the sound made subconsciously by the demon dinosaur. As soon as a top boss like Sithorn showed up, he immediately dominated the whole place, and the demon dinosaur didn't even dare to breathe. But as we all know, in this emergency situation, there's always that idiot out there who'll break the rules. Hey, where did this kid come from? Hal Jordan, the fool, walked over and measured the girl's height. It's just reached my belly. Little kid, whose family are you from in this town? Snow White and the prince's family? Or the gardener and the eldest lady's family? No, Snow White's family shouldn't give birth to a black child, otherwise the prince will definitely cheat on her. While muttering, he patted Sithorn's head. Li Chengfeng's heart also rose and fell with Hal Jordan's hand, and he was very nervous. Normally, Hal Jordan would never be so stupid as to look like this. After all, he is the best pilot, so he must be smart and talented. It seems that after staying in this reality-distorting space for a long time, even if he has the utmost willpower to protect himself from being assimilated, the separation and stimulation of the two worldviews and reality have caused Hal Jordan to have some psychological problems. After I get out, I'm afraid I won't be able to fly a plane for a while, and I will definitely fail the psychological test. Li Chengfeng couldn't see Sithorn, who was blocked by Hal Jordan. After all, the person he possessed was indeed a short guy, but he knew that Sithorn would never let Hal Jordan go. So Li Chengfeng raised his hand, and the green light of his will instantly turned into a spherical barrier, pulling Hal Jordan back. From now on, this move will be called Master Ball. At the moment when Li Chengfeng took Hal Jordan away, the place where Hal Jordan had just stood was immediately attacked by several black auras. Old gods on earth like Sithin are the ones who act as soon as they say they will, which is completely different from that lazy otaku Cedar. If there is a grudge, it will be taken on the spot. Hal Jordan looked at the scene and felt his heart pounding. Why are you still using violence, kid? Hey, they're just saying you're short. Every kid in a family is short when they're young? Is that really necessary? Shut up. After removing the barrier, Li Chengfeng immediately gave Hal Jordan a refreshing big fight. Hurry up and shut your mouth to save your saliva. Li Chengfeng felt a little regretful. Hal Jordan's interruption meant that the best opportunity to trick Sithorn with his mouth was missed. Mortals, if you disrespect me, you will die, Sithorn said with a gloomy expression, but now he is using the body of the moon girl, and from a visual point of view, he really can't feel any sense of oppression. Moreover, this guy doesn't have the character of the ancient gods on earth at all. Without saying a word, he directly attacked Hal Jordan, an ordinary person who doesn't even have the ability. That's really insidious. Respected ancestor, Lord Sithorn, the god of the underworld, I wonder why you possessed this poor girl? And why did you open up this reality distortion space? Your power is very strange and powerful. I have never seen it before. Sithorn finally began to observe Li Chengfeng carefully and frowned. And you actually have complete divinity, but your body is indeed immortal. Sithorn did not answer Li Chengfeng's words, but instead avoided the question. But the amount of information is not small. It turns out that in the eyes of these ancient gods, I actually possess complete divinity? Li Chengfeng thought about it for a while and got some clues. Either he had once been incarnated as Ion Man. After all, Dr. Liang also said that a god for 1 minute is still a god, so it is normal for divinity to be born in him. And then there is the Dionysus factor. After all, the Dionysus factor is a famous plugin in the DC universe. It is obvious that the editor threw it in deliberately to make it easier to use it to edit the book or change the plot in the future. Once you possess the pure Dionysus factor, no matter how you are killed, you will be refreshed somewhere after the resurrection bar is read. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of ability is at least a god at the same level as Brother So. Mephisto doesn't care much about divinity in those dimensions, such as Sidorak. But as an old local god, Sithorn cannot be ignored. In the eyes of these old gods, divinity is like an ID card of a god. With this thing, no matter how weak you are, Sithorn will at least treat you as a weak fellow, instead of being like Hal Jordan, who was going to kill him directly. In Sithorn's eyes, mortals are nothing but ants. God does not care whether people live or die. Just like humans, they never care about the life or death of ants. Dear Sithorn, you haven't answered my question yet. My fellow, it's not that I don't want to answer you, but I don't know how to answer you. Sithorn's mouth actually revealed a trace of helplessness. When I woke up from my deep sleep, I was already in this girl's body, and this reality distortion space existed before I woke up. Li Chengfeng frowned. Sithorn probably didn't lie. Except for that big devil Mephisto, most of these gods are too lazy to lie. And Li Chengfeng now has a bold guess. That is the Sithorn in front of us. It is Sithorn, but not the real Sithorn, the god of the underworld. After all, Sithorn is the source of Wanda origin magic power. If it is really the real body that possessed him, Li Chengfeng will not be able to rescue Hal Jordan in time. Moreover, as the source of the so-called origin magic power, distorting and rewriting reality is also his forte. How could he show a helpless expression towards this reality distorting space? Li Chengfeng thought about this and everything related to Shisuoen. Then he smiled. You are not Shisuoen. Li Chengfeng's expression suddenly changed. His previous modesty was thrown away in an instant. What should I call you? Should I continue to call you Shisuoen, or the Dark God Book? Damn it! How did you know that? The moon girl looked at Li Chengfeng in disbelief. This strange god in front of him, how did he discover her? If you are really Sithorn, you would have already broken through this reality distortion space and left. Li Chengfeng said, spreading his hands. As for the Dark Book, I lied to you. FK. The Dark Book suddenly lost control of his emotions. Are you still a human being? You even lied about a book? Do you have any humanity at all? Shut up, you Lolita complex. You only possess Lolita. I will arrest you for juvenile molestation after I get out. Although Li Chengfeng threatened verbally, he was ready to take action at any time. Even if it is the original consciousness of the Dark Book, we cannot take it lightly. After all, it was written by Sithorn. Although it is called a book, it is actually a magical artifact with the same origin as Sithorn. We can borrow some strength from Sithorn. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng's expression became even more resolute. The hot blood is red with anger, taken from the remains of a corpse that has not yet cooled. Deep hatred and deep resentment boil the lungs. I will forge your path to the underworld. The red lantern ring also suddenly lit up, and the rage-red light mixed with the strange energy of the Crimson Universe shot up into the sky. It went straight through the roof of the Fairy Tale Town Library. In this reality-distorting space, the red light energy was clearly a bit agitated. Then the power of the red and green lights combined again, and the green light of will and the red light of rage shone on the face of the dark book not far away at the same time. What do you mean? Are you going to fight with this book? The dark book, whose identity was revealed, was too lazy to disguise itself. Looking at the two terrifying emotional spectrum energies around Li Chengfeng, she smiled with a bit of disdain. Then he spread his arms, jumped high, and rushed towards Li Chengfeng. Then he landed 10 steps away in the most standard earth-sitting posture, and used the inertia of the forward rush to slide all the way to his knees in front of Li Chengfeng. Brother, spare my life. I surrender. All the conscious people present were stunned by this. No, man. The fight hasn't even started yet. Why did he slide down to his knees? Are you worthy of the high B status you had when you debuted? Are you worthy of your identity as the Dark Book? The Dark Book lay on the ground and raised its head slightly. At first glance, Li Chengfeng looked a little confused, with a dangerous smile on his lips. The girl suddenly stood up, gathered the power of black magic, and attacked Li Chengfeng's abdomen. Li Chengfeng could only fight back subconsciously relying on muscle memory. Then the dark book was embedded in the ground. What kind of trick is this? The dark book struggled to raise its head. Li Chengfeng lowered his head and rolled up the power of black magic in his hands to play with it, with a smug expression on his face. Definitely only lasted for less than a second. Li Chengfeng immediately shook his head. He had Zhakang's black magic, but he couldn't learn Zhakang's way of dealing with people. After all, one can't be too bad a person. So he lowered his head and smiled. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Outside Storybrooke, Hela, Dr. Bright, Thor, Loki, Wanda and Harley Quinn have rushed over as fast as they can. Thor put down Dr. Liang, who was already suffering from motion sickness, from his hands. Brother, could you please slow down when you turn? Ugh. Dr. Liang lay in the grass and vomited for a long time before he was finally able to stand up. Have you finished vomiting? If you're done, let's go. Harley Quinn pointed in the direction where the red light energy just shot up into the sky. He is the only one who can use the rage red light here. He must have encountered a battle. You're right, we should indeed go there. Loki swallowed and pointed to the sky, but plans cannot keep up with changes. Look at that thing in the sky. Is it the TIE particles recorded in the ancient books of Asgard? After all, Loki is the smartest person in the current group, tied with Dr. Liang, and he was the first to notice that something was wrong. That group of so-called TIE particles seemed to be being split apart artificially. TIE particles, when intact, can rewrite reality, or distort the reality of a part of space, and then separate it from the outside world to form a non-existent secret place. And after splitting it, Hela frowned and continued, they can be used to create cursed warriors. The goal of those split ethers is all the residents of Fairy Tale Town. Cursed warrior? What the hell is that? Thor was a little unimpressed. This cursed warrior is obviously in mass production. As we all know, the mass-produced ones are all younger brothers. The fairy tale characters who were greeting each other the moment before, immediately stopped where they were after the ether fragments entered their bodies. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. It's like the kind of movie that can be performed by just a few people. It's just that kind of movie only makes people excited, and the scene in front of me is as weird as it can be. Crack. With a slight sound of bones moving, all the fairy tale characters in the town moved at the same time. They all turned in unison towards the members of Team Star. Their eyes were lifeless, like those of strange expressionless puppets. Afterwards, their bodies gradually moved and walked towards the members of the Star team. The movements were stiff, but surprisingly consistent. Humph, you are such a mystic? I am Thor, for the Northern God. No, that's not my word. For the glory of Asgard. Thor said nothing, and quickly turned Mjolnir around, rushing into the group of residents who had become cursed warriors. Ha, I am, Odinson. Bang. He was as fierce as a tiger in the operation, but his record was 0-5. Thor rushed in and swung Mjolnir twice with great force, but found that the feeling and the result were not right. Then he was caught up in a fight among the townspeople of Fairy Tale Town. After a circle of kicks, an acquaintance of Li Chengfeng kicked Thor and sent him flying in front of the team. It was Little Red Riding Hood. But now she has taken off her red hood. Wolf ears, canine teeth, and a pair of dark green wolf eyes. To be honest, I kind of miss these eyes. They remind me of Fenris. We haven't seen each other for 1,000 years. Hela picked up her stupid Udaudu. You are disorganized and undisciplined? On the battlefield, a warrior like you would be the first to die. If you can't even control yourself, how can you become the God King who controls the entire Asgard in the future? Thor blushed a little. He really has no interest in the throne of Asgard. But he always thought of himself as a great warrior. But he seems a little arrogant. He was not afraid of Hela, but he was completely impressed by the seemingly ruthless elder sister during their time together. Sister, I will learn from this. She is the real warrior, but she still has a lot to learn. Very good, now follow my orders. Wanda and Harley Quinn protect Dr. Shining. Thor, Loki and I will form a Trinity formation and clear the way. Team Star, attack. So, what you're saying is that you just woke up and found yourself transformed from a book into a person. Yes, brother is right. Li Chengfeng stood in front of the dark book with his arms folded. Hal Jordan and Bruce Wayne stood beside the dark hold, forming a triangle to surround the dark hold. There was also a demon dinosaur looking over from overhead, looking anxious and curious. Not enough? Since Bruce Wayne knew that the girl in front of him was not her real self, but a Lolita book, no typo, that temporarily occupied the girl's body, he was too lazy to give it a good look. The sinister aura of the Dark Knight when he was interrogating the prisoner rose up all of a sudden, and even a thick-skinned man like Hal Jordan couldn't help but shudder, and there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes when he looked at Bruce Wayne. Hal Jordan leaned over to Li Chengfeng and asked in a low voice, "Bruce Wayne doesn't have any unknown hobbies, right? It's just that, weird habits that rich people have. You found it." Li Chengfeng immediately perked up when he heard Hal Jordan's question. Bruce Wayne, on the surface, looks like a rich playboy, but in fact, he likes to go out at night to look for prey. Hunting, prey. Hal Jordan swallowed. Is it so exciting? Yeah, what do you think? Li Chengfeng began to tell Hal Jordan one by one, counting on his fingers. Bruce Wayne's favorite thing is to put on a black uniform of deep dark fantasy, fight violence with violence in the Dark Knight of Gotham, attack those lunatics and perverts, and when the emotions are deep, he will shout out lines like stand still, and do ya Lake Van game. FK, is this such a perverted thing to do? The look in Hal Jordan's eyes when he looked at Bruce Wayne changed from fear to dread, and then from fear to admiration. Although he didn't understand, he was deeply shocked. Bruce Wayne looked coldly at the man in front of him who was making up stories. The main point was that if one dared to make up a story, the other would believe it. Moreover, their so-called whispering sounded as clear in his ears as the sound of firecrackers when they came to the community to pick up the bride at 4 in the morning. Damn, these two lunatics. Sooner or later, I will explode with both of them. Bruce Wayne took 2 deep breaths and calmed down his fluctuating mood. As a divine artifact left by an ancient Mephisto, the Darkhold is well known in the magic world. Bruce Wayne stretched out his finger and tapped the Darkhold's head a few times. Now that it has fallen to this point, is it possible that it has no more power? Batman Bruce Wayne, don't ask me why I know your identity. What I know is far beyond the imagination of all of you. But you guessed it right. Now I have to rely on sneak attacks to kill even an ordinary person. The Dark Book may have known that its situation was not optimistic, so it simply gave up and revealed all its secrets to the Big Brothers. Although I am the Dark Book, the source of all black magic, and share divinity with my master, Sithon, but I am now just a consciousness stuffed into this body. The Dark Book spread out his hands. This reality distortion space is related to the power of the Dark Book, but it has nothing to do with me. Li Chengfeng nodded. There is no need for the Dark Book to lie. If it could control this reality distorting space, there would be no need for it to surrender so shamelessly. There is another question. You must answer it truthfully. Li Chengfeng looked at the face of the Dark Book. Where did the soul of the Moon Girl go? I don't know. The Dark Book thought for a long time, but ultimately could not give an accurate answer. Maybe it has dissipated, or maybe it is still wandering in this reality distorting space, but the most likely possibility is that her soul has been swapped with mine. Soul swap? Can magicians do that? If it's a soul swap between ordinary people, then a powerful black magician can basically do it. The Dark Book said, making a big circle, probably to express the strength, but swapping the soul of this book with that of an alien, no black magician can do it. After Dark God Book finished speaking, he thought for a moment and added, even Constantine, the Black Queen, and even the Sorcerer Supremes of all generations couldn't do it without the help of external objects. Li Chengfeng did not feel confused after hearing this, but instead confirmed the current situation. Although the last sentence of the Dark Book emphasized how difficult this matter was, to Li Chengfeng. This is simply explaining how a book and an alien exchanged souls. With the help of external objects. Li Chengfeng knew that this so-called foreign object was probably the top secret item that Hal Jordan was secretly ordered to transport to Washington. Something that can distort reality and exists on Earth. FK, how come TIE particles appeared so quickly? Li Chengfeng muttered bitterly. Although the infinite gems in the movie universe could not be compared with those in the comic universe in terms of strength, a single one of them was enough to cause major events. So, just for creating such a reality-distorting space, I should say thank you? Thank you for knowing that if the matter gets bigger, the FBI's workload will increase proportionally. The person behind is quite sensible. Since you are so sensible, I will just beat you half to death. Damn it. Wait, he didn't know if there were any powerful black magicians here, but wasn't there also a powerful witch named Agatha Harkness? Although this old man has the attributes of teaching and educating people, he is essentially a person who likes to have fun. Before this, people would have just questioned whether Agatha Harkness was just here to join in the fun. And now, after discovering that the Dark Book was part of someone's plot, the most suspicious person in the entire fairy tale town is this old witch. From all indications, this Agatha Harkness is obviously more like the Agatha in the TV series Wanda and Vision, the one who has lost her teaching attributes and doubled her degree of fun and evil. To be precise, he is no longer a fun person. He is a typical example of someone who is afraid that the world will not be in chaos, and will only cause chaos if the world is not in chaos. Bruce, remember when we first arrived in this fairytale town, the little dwarf who passed by mentioned a name, Agatha, when he was talking to your woman. And coincidentally, I know a witch whose name is also Agatha. As we all know, when Superman and Batman talk about the same name, something always goes wrong. Who understands the value of the name Martha? Bruce Wayne wanted to complain about the way Li Chengfeng addressed Selina Kyle, but swallowed it back after hearing the second half of the sentence. Batman is known for considering the overall situation. Without further delay, we should immediately go find that witch and ask her to cancel this space. Guys, I think we may not be able to leave for the time being. Hal Jordan's voice was obviously a little annoyed. He pointed at the door that Li Chengfeng had just kicked open and said, "Look at those things. They look like the residents of Fairy Tale Town, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng immediately turned around and looked outside the gate. As a result, several residents of Fairy Tale Town who had been transformed into cursed warriors were seen moving towards the door with stiff limbs. It was obvious that he was attracted by their conversation and the sound of the dark book sliding on its knees, especially the sliding kneeling of the dark book. He jumped up and landed on his knees, making a bang-bang sound on the floor. After the Moon Girl returned to her body, she had to go to the hospital for a thorough checkup. When Li Chengfeng saw the fairy tale characters transformed into cursed warriors, he became more convinced that Agatha had obtained TIE particles in addition to the dark book. Originally, he thought that the Moon Girl had accidentally come into contact with TIE particles, and the little girl's fantasy had used TIE particles to create a fairytale town that distorted reality but would not be harmful as long as it was removed in time. But now he couldn't understand what Agatha Harkness was going to do. After all, even in the all-encompassing original storyline, the TIE particles and the dark book have never been put together. Li Chengfeng, what's going on? The Cursed Warrior is a super warrior created from TIE particles. The word warrior is a little inaccurate, it should be a puppet. I didn't ask you that. Bruce Wayne's voice suddenly raised. Why is Selina among them? Why are you yelling so loudly? Li Chengfeng shrugged. It's not like I asked someone to have my sister-in-law steal He Lu Dan's car and drive it here. My sister-in-law still owes me a deposit for 2-wheel locks. He doesn't care about all that, he even lost his lock. Important? Bruce Wayne was definitely just a little emotional at that moment. He definitely knew that Selina Kyle got involved in this matter purely because his fiancée was itching to get involved. Selina didn't steal these valuable items for money over the years. She usually played with them for a few days and then returned them. FK, where did Bai Zhantang come from? Li Chengfeng complained. I don't care if that woman only played with it for a few days and then returned the things to the person. Anyway, you can go and explain this to Nick Fury with your fiancé after you get out. Wait, you mean Selina can recover? Did you think your fiancé couldn't recover? Li Chengfeng looked at Bruce Wayne, who was stunned for a moment, and gritted his teeth. Damn those stinky lovers. Even a guy like my grandpa can be given some symptoms of early love brain. Is this still Catwoman? Is this the reincarnation of Liu Bei? What succubus? No, do you still have time to sit here and whine about your girlfriends? Hal Jordan was so anxious that he wanted to do a split right there and then, and it would be best if he could trip these two people and make them fall flat on their faces. Although I don't know what a cursed warrior is, from what you just said, it must be a very powerful thing. Li Chengfeng then remembered that MD was the only one with sufficient fighting power right now. This guy Bat is an encounter brother, and Hal Jordan is just an ordinary person. At the moment, he is not the strongest Green Lantern in history. Yes? Li Chengfeng slapped his forehead suddenly. After quickly examining the two people and the dragon beside him, Li Chengfeng immediately summoned out the red and green light furnace. No, man, why did you bring out 2 lamps at this critical moment? Hal Jordan said this subconsciously, but was blocked by Bruce Wayne with a strong elbow. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Hal Jordan, that idiot, deserved to be elbowed. Nonsense. You know how powerful the Cursed Warrior is, but you still want me to fight alone. The 2 ancestral lamps will not emit lamp rings to those who are qualified unless Li Chengfeng summons them. After all, due to the differences in the universe, there have been some changes in the lamp furnace and lamp ring compared to the original. Even if Li Chengfeng holds the lantern in his hand all the time, the lantern will only search for qualified members within a few to tens of meters around him. As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, the traffic lights suddenly lit up. After a moment's brewing, several lamp rings popped out from the lamp furnace with a pop sound, circled around everyone, and stopped in front of them. Intelligent life has been targeted. A demonic dinosaur from the wilderness. There is a boiling rage in your heart. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps. The demon dinosaur looked at the ring in front of it and let out a puzzled awooah. This time it was no longer a meaningless whimper, but a question of how a dinosaur like me could wear a ring? He was still wondering when the red light ring was put on the tip of his tail. Instantly, red rage filled his entire body. The already red devil dinosaur spit out rage blood flames while howling towards the sky. Awoo. This time, the howl is the red light oath. Language system, isn't it amazing? Intelligent life has been targeted. Hal Jordan from Earth. You have a strong will to overcome fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. Hal Jordan blinked. What does this mean? Can I become like you? Same as me? No, you've never been like me, you deserve this. Li Chengfeng shook his head. Although his willpower is strong, it is obtained through the system. But Hal Jordan has his own ability. Whether in terms of ability or character, Hal Jordan deserves the title of the greatest Green Lantern in history. Hal Jordan didn't understand what Li Chengfeng wanted to express, but at this critical moment, he should stop thinking and follow his instinct. The day is bright, the night is dark. There is nowhere for evil spirits to hide. The evildoers and treacherous party are afraid of my divine light. The green light is always on, shining forever. Intelligent life has been targeted. Bruce Wayne from Earth. You have a strong will to overcome fear, there is a boiling rage in your heart. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps, you belong to the Red Lantern Corps, ... Bat looked at the two rings in front of him and couldn't help but frown. Will? Rage? But they are all external things. When facing the most vicious criminals in Gotham, the fear that the Bat inflicts on them is the best weapon. But right now, this kind of power is indeed needed to get out of this predicament. Bats has never been a stubborn guy, but he pushed the red light ring aside. He didn't like the feeling of being dominated by anger. Green willpower. Something is better than nothing. The day is bright, the night is dark. There is nowhere for evil spirits to hide. The evildoers and treacherous party are afraid of my divine light. The green light is always on, shining forever. When Li Chengfeng took out the green lantern, he was actually a little nervous. After all, he couldn't tell whether the hidden attribute of invincible in single combat, defeated after 3, and wiped out after 5 would take effect inexplicably. If we talk about it based on theoretical strength, it should not be able to overturn. Hal Jordan, plus Li Chengfeng who possesses the willpower of a bat, the three of them are probably the 3 strongest Green Lanterns in history. Even though Batman and Hal Jordan were only coming into contact with the Green Lantern ring for the first time, the thing that Li Chengfeng least doubted was the abilities of these two people. Needless to say, the Bat's equipment, which was manifested by the green light of his will, was endless, and he instantly entered the combat mode he was most familiar with. As a martial arts master who is proficient in a total of 127 fighting techniques in the world, he can use the ability of the Green Lantern ring to perfectly match his own fighting skills and make up for the panel values. Batman can be said to be basically invincible among people with the same level of physical fitness. Hal Jordan was a little embarrassed at first, but his adaptability as a test pilot allowed him to quickly adapt to the abilities granted by the Green Lantern ring. Even the green light of will under his control was stronger than when Li Chengfeng first obtained the Green Lantern ring. I can only say that it really deserves to be stamped by the official. Not to mention the demon dinosaur, it's just a standard non-human Red Lantern demon. Except for a few awoo sounds coming from time to time, the style of painting is quite stable. But even if they all attack in the form of lantern warriors, the cursed warriors created by the TIE particles are no pushovers. If we calculate based on the strongest cursed warrior in the movie, that is, the second in command of the Dark Elves in Thor 2, his overall combat power is probably more than 4 times that of Thor before awakening, and Thor can be beaten like a grandson. If Loki had not successfully backstabbed someone in the movie, a rare successful assassination case of the assassin Loki, there would be no such character as Thor in the MCU. These mass-produced cursed warriors in front of him certainly do not have such strength, but the physical fitness of each of them is actually at least 60% of Loki's physical fitness. Some powerful individuals have even reached a level almost similar to Thor. For example, Selina Kyle, who took the lead in rushing into the Storybrooke Library. He was actually able to fight Green Lantern Batman on equal terms during this period of time. Li Chengfeng ignored the passionate fight between the couple, and just quickly defeated the other cursed warriors with Hal Jordan and the demon dinosaur. After each cursed warrior is defeated and loses consciousness, the power of the ether fragment will leave the body and gather on the nearest cursed warrior who is still conscious. And the surviving cursed warriors will become more and more powerful. As Li Chengfeng and his men defeated all the other cursed warriors, Selina Kyle's power also reached its current peak. Even Green Lantern Batman changed from the initial offensive and defensive positions to passive defense. Apart from being able to directly extract TIE particles fragments, the only way to defeat the cursed warrior is to rely on brute force. Feeling Selina Kyle's attacks becoming heavier with each attack, Bruce Wayne gradually became overwhelmed and could not help but glance around, only to see the two men, Long and Shu, watching the fun nearby. Sister-in-law is a great boxer? Brother, I really underestimated sister-in-law's martial arts attainments. Oh my god, is this what family conflicts look like when two superheroes combine to form a family? Too scary. My Carol is still the best. She is independent, gentle, and considerate. Ahem, excuse me for being blunt. Hal, I think you shouldn't say this too early. You have to know that the last few years have been boomerang years, and many words can easily become boomerangs and hit you on the back of the head. Li Chengfeng casually pulled over an unconscious fairy tale character and looked at the thick calluses on his hands and the hunting clothes on his body. He should be the hunter who was sent by the evil queen to hunt down Snow White, but finally let her go because he couldn't bear it. There is definitely a darker version, where the hunter is attracted to Snow White and Snow White sleeps her way out. Li Chengfeng still remembers that the book was in. Oh, sorry, I remembered it wrong. That wasn't the dark version, it was the version that was a bit unplayable. In short, Li Chengfeng pulled this hunter who once aided the tyrant but finally repented and made the right decision. Sat on his back. The domestic violence drama is worth sitting down and watching for a while. The mission can wait, but watching the fun cannot. This is another major attribute of the people of the Republic, to watch the fun. You bunch of bastards. How long are you going to stand by and watch? Bruce Wayne finally couldn't bear it anymore. He formed his hands into a shield shape and used the green light of his will to form a barrier. He took Selina Kyle's heavy whip kick carrying the power of TIE particles and quickly retreated with the help of this force. He also took advantage of this opportunity to give Li Chengfeng, who was watching the fun, a fierce middle finger. Li Chengfeng could only say that he was extremely satisfied to see the bat break through its defense. Who else in the world can receive such treatment? Cool? But after having fun, you have to take responsibility and solve the problem, otherwise you would be a complete scumbag. Li Chengfeng is definitely not a scumbag, so he flew up, and the power of red and green entangled and combined into the purest energy, carrying destructive force and shooting towards Selena Kyle. Sister-in-law, I'm a little fierce, please bear with it. Although he is unreliable in words, he still knows how to handle things. She and Bruce Wayne are close friends, so she definitely cannot blow up Catwoman, who has transformed into a cursed warrior, like she did to Hulk, the pervert who was basically immortal. But some skin injuries are unavoidable. Just consider it a lesson for her. The director of the America General Administration's car is not something that can be stolen casually. Definitely the most important thing is deposit for 2 parking locks. This time, we have to get some compensation from Bruce Wayne and his wife. Bruce Wayne rushed into the smoke and carried out Selena Kyle, who had completely lost consciousness. After checking her breath, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, am I such a frivolous person? Who knows? Anyway, when I saw you take action, you didn't show any hesitation at all, you were even very happy. Nonsense. Your fiancé can earn 8 million in deposits by stealing a car. Isn't it okay for me to hate the rich? Li Chengfeng waved his hand, then led everyone out of the fairy tale town library. I remember, that little dwarf said that Agatha's hotel is at the northernmost part of Storybrooke. Following the deserted street, Li Chengfeng looked in the direction of the Agatha Hotel. There. It seems a bit too lively. Boom. Loki was blown by an ice blast and flew into a house on the street. The body of the god of trickery smashed through the ordinary brick and stone house. Ahem. Damn it, aren't these fairy tale characters too strong? Loki complained as he stood up from the collapsed house and spat out a cloud of dust that also filled the surroundings. By Odin, this just reminded me of my mother's strict teachings. Tisk, it's really chilling. Even though Loki complained, he did not delay the battle. Facing Princess Elsa with an ice storm lingering around her hands, his mission had just been completed. I saw a crimson magical energy climbing up from Elsa's ankle. It seemed as weak as daughter, but after quickly spreading throughout her body, Elsa completely lost control of her body. Harley Quinn, who had been waiting for a long time, swung the bat and hit a home run to Princess Elsa, who was controlled by Wanda. This is a real adamantium baseball bat. Not to mention Princess Elsa, even Li Chengfeng would be restrained for a few seconds if he was hit on the head by such a club. Loki, you still have the mind to make double entendres on the battlefield? I think you really should come to my psychological clinic after this mission. Even a madman like me thinks you are crazy. Ha ha ha, it's better to be a little crazy. Loki laughed out loud. I have given up on taking out my long-treasured magic dagger on such a grand battlefield. Can't I be a little crazy? After saying this, his hands lit up with emerald green magical energy. The 9 Realms #1 magician, self-proclaimed, returns to the battlefield? Actually, I've always felt that Loki's Chuyunibyo may have lasted for thousands of years. Wanda looked at Loki, who had transformed into a destroyer with magical energy and began to bombard him with saturation energy, and couldn't help but blush. Originally, the Chuyunibyo may have been temporarily suppressed by the god of the world in Metropolis, but it may have rebounded during this period. If we convert his age into human years, Loki is just a kid of 16 or 17 years old. Moreover, he is a royal and a deity. It would be abnormal if he didn't have some Chuyunibyo. Harley Quinn was not surprised by this. Then he rushed towards Loki with the bat in hand. Under the saturation bombardment, there are many enemies with low health waiting for her home run. Dr. Liang, please sit tight. I can only try my best to ensure your safety during the battle. These cursed warriors are a little too strong. Dr. Liang looked very annoyed, but he didn't say anything. Because I can't tell. If you were tied up like a mummy by a magical energy and your mouth was sealed, it would be a miracle if you could speak. He could only say a few times with all his strength, to indicate that you can do whatever you want. Then just close your eyes. When in doubt, sleep well. They have the ability to kill this body. Anyway, if you don't mind the trouble or the violation of human ethics, just find him another body. Dr. Liang knows very well that in terms of bottom line, even Li Chengfeng, the profiteer with the lowest bottom line in the universe, is much higher than the guys in the Foundation. However, there was actually no need for him to come here and step into this minefield. But he just wanted peace of mind. He was afraid that the reality distortion space that appeared here was created by reality benders that drifted from the Foundation universe. To be honest, this universe is more interesting and more vibrant than the Foundation's universe. Compared to here, the Foundation universe is like a grave that has not yet been completely filled with soil. Although in his understanding, no matter what universe it is, it will eventually end up like the Foundation universe. Before that, he hoped that this end would come later. He likes to sunbathe with Nick Fury and Professor X after finishing his experiments. He wanted to get more sun. Just as Dr. Liang closed his eyes and started to swing, an old man with golden eyes, yellow and white hair, and a smell of money all over his body, smashed down at Dr. Liang with a huge and heavy treasure chest as a weapon. By the time Wanda realized what was happening, it was already too late. Brush. 2 night sky swords flew out of the air, one nailed the old man to the wall, and the other split the treasure chest he was trying to use to kill someone in two. The yellow gold coins fell all over the floor. Mine, all mine. The old man ignored the damage caused by Night Sky Sword and forced Night Sky Sword to leave a hole in his heart that was visible from front to back. Although he was on the verge of losing consciousness, his greed was stronger than ever. Even Hela, who shot the 2 Night Sky Swords, couldn't help but frown and look at herself. The most greedy man she had ever seen, his blood spurting out from his heart stained her arm. But as the goddess of death who has killed countless lives, how could Hela care about blood being added to her body? The enemy's blood is the soldier's medal. Hela lowered her head, her eyes neither sad nor happy, and said to Wanda, "You're falling behind, hurry up and catch up." Clear. Wanda nodded and chased after Harley Quinn, who had already run quite a distance. But he couldn't help but look back at the old man again. Can extreme greed make people give up even their own lives? Dr. Liang opened his eyes and hummed several times, finally attracting Wanda's attention and signaling her to remove the energy protection and restraint on his mouth. Wanda moved her fingers and partially released the restraints. I can finally talk. Who wants to sleep when they can talk? Chatting is always good. Dr. Liang had been holding back for a long time, so he started talking right away. Granddad, a typical miser. He symbolizes the modern man's god, the god of wealth with boundless power and a ruthless face. Money is everything, and naturally it is more important than life. Why does such a person exist in Storybrooke? Wanda's brows were full of questions. Agent Wanda, the so-called fairy tale is never all about the rosy side. Although Dr. Liang has the body of a muscular man in his 30s, his tone of voice sometimes sounds like that of an old pervert who has seen all kinds of human life. Just listening to the voice, it seems like a wise man is guiding lost people. If he wasn't trapped as a mummy. Okay, Agent Wanda, my advice to you now is, just use your ultimate skill to jump into the enemy group in front of you and deal damage. If you don't grab some kills, you won't have enough DKP. Wanda thought about it. Although she didn't quite understand what Dr. Liang said, she listened to his advice. Then he mobilized all the chaos magic in his body, flew into the air, and then smashed into the front line like a meteor. That is in front of the Agatha Hotel. Boom. In an instant, sand and dust flew everywhere. This all-out outburst actually resulted in a small-scale clearing. Pa 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 pa. A round of applause representing admiration came from inside the hotel door. Bravo! As expected of a girl who was given the origin magic power by the ancient Mephisto himself. A curvy woman with purple hair, purple clothes, and purple lipstick walked out of the hotel clapping her hands. It's hard to tell her real age, but she's definitely not as young as she looks. The so-called origin magic power is a form of magic that is the oldest and has nothing to do with any other magic. It is independent of other magic systems. It is the earliest primordial light in the universe's cognition and accidental events. Those strange, impossible fires of life burning up our origin magic power. She was holding a thick gray-black book, not caring whether Wanda cared or not, she just kept chattering to herself. Ma'am, I am Wanda Maximov, a first-class agent from the FBI. Regardless of whether you are the instigator of this incident or not, please remain silent and put down all the objects in your hands, and put your hands where I can see them. Wanda paused and continued. We are not affiliated with the American government, and we will not abide by the federal constitution and Miranda warnings. Our law enforcement power is above all American agencies. So please do not resist unnecessarily. While she was warning the suspicious woman who suddenly appeared, her teammates had gathered around them. Thor steadily caught Mjolnir flying back from a distance, and touched his face where Little Red Riding Hood had kicked him, muttering, "Although they are all very strong, what I said at the beginning is still correct. After all, mass-produced goods cannot stop our progress. Come on, man, if I hadn't helped you just now, you would have been kicked in the same spot again." Loki patted his brother's chest muscles, seemingly comforting but actually mocking. Thor, you are not savoring the feeling of being kicked in the face, are you? Harley Quinn walked around to Thor and showed the same sly smile as Chengfeng. That Little Red Riding Hood is really cute. After all, she has animal ears. Maybe she hit your strike zone. Agatha Harkness's originally calm smiling face gradually began to twitch. Some lived in Bengbu. Can't these people just have a straightforward interaction with her before the final battle between good guys and villains? What kind of painting style is this? Where is the leader? Where is your leader? Let your leaders come out. I want to complain. Although I didn't hear it myself, I always felt that someone was secretly complaining about our team's painting style. A clear male voice came from the other side of the street. The next moment, a blend of red and green light illuminated the earth. Bang! A perfect superhero landing. The star team didn't even need to look closely. Even without the energy glow of the red and green rings, they could recognize Chengfeng from his deliberately showy posture. Look at what she's holding. This old witch pretending to be young is holding my true self. The dark book with the appearance of a moon girl jumped over and wanted to fight Agatha. As a result, halfway through the jump, the demon dinosaur bit the collar of his clothes. Well done, Xiaolong. I'll treat you to a pig-killing meal later. Chengfeng gave the demon dinosaur a thumbs up, and the demon dinosaur made an okay gesture with its short claws. Then Chengfeng turned around and looked at Agatha Harkness. You took great pains to lure the star team here. No, the star team is second. Chengfeng patted Wanda's shoulder. Actually, the only person you wanted was Wanda, right? Chengfeng's eyes were fixed on the witch in front of him. He did not come to this conclusion suddenly. But for a witch like Agatha Harkness, origin magic power is the most attractive ability. No doubt about it. Even though she didn't know how she got the Dark Book, the black magic and the power of Sithorn recorded in the Dark Book would sooner or later lead her to the owner of the origin magic power. Either it's Sithorn himself or Wanda Maximoff. But what she ultimately wants to achieve is unknown. The most important thing is that Agatha Harkness is too much of a fun-loving person, and it is difficult to understand her temper and character. It is not certain whether she is pursuing power and conquest. By now, she has successfully met Wanda in this reality-distorted space, and exchanged the soul of the Darkhold with the soul of the Moon Girl. It seems that she has completely controlled the Darkhold. The soul of an ignorant girl is easier to control than the shameless book of the Dark Lord. Wanda should have just read to you the law enforcement powers we have. By releasing the reality distortion space and freeing the ordinary people you trapped in it, we can end this before you cause great damage, Li Chengfeng said to Agatha Harkness. He really hoped that this matter would end here. Who the hell remembers that this whole thing started because Nick Fury's car was stolen and he came looking for it because he was in the wrong? What's the difference between this and going out for a walk and then encountering the end of the world? Agent Li Chengfeng, you are well known even in the wizarding world. Agatha Harkness did not answer, but began to flirt with Li Chengfeng. You captured this scum Constantine alive and imprisoned him in an unknown secret location. We in the wizarding world held celebrations for several days in a row for this. Constantine, how hateful are you? It seems that it is a good choice to let him join the legends. Besides the fact that he is prone to causing trouble, Constantine's black magic level is also one of the best. Most importantly, if he continues to stay in this timeline, he will probably be attacked by the magic world in a short while. But forget about trying to get close to me. This kind of behavior is just to delay time and has no real meaning. I didn't delay time. Agatha Harkness shook her head. I really want to express my gratitude to you. After all, the cursed warriors just now have successfully delayed time. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng frowned slightly. The purpose of the cursed warrior is to delay time? So what did she do with the time she had lost? Agatha Harkness simply opened the Dark Book, and the power belonging to Sithorn and the source of all black magic enveloped the entire reality distortion space. After the cursed warriors were defeated, the TIE particles that separated from their bodies and gathered on other cursed warriors to make them more powerful have now recondensed into one, and are drilling into the Dark Book bit by bit. Swish, swish, swish. Hela unhesitatingly activated the power of Level Godfather and launched the Night Sky Sword. Her instinct told her that if she didn't interrupt what was happening, things will get bad later. Li Chengfeng had the same idea, but it was useless. Although the strength of complete TIE particles is far less than the reality gem in the comics, it can still affect part of reality. Just as the three Night Sky Swords were about to pierce Agatha Harkness' body, the witch's body was suddenly covered with an untouchable film. The Night Sky Sword suddenly hovered in front of her and then turned into powder. Everyone in Team Star took a deep breath. They know Hela's strength best. Except for Li Chengfeng, anyone who meets Hela will be beaten. The Night Sky Sword is like a magical weapon. Even the real adamantium bat in Harley Quinn's hand cannot shake it in the slightest. Even when Li Chengfeng was practicing fighting with Hela, the green light of will and the red light of rage attacked together, but they could only knock away the Night Sky Sword. Turning it into powder like this is simply unheard of and unseen. Agatha Harkness. Even Li Chengfeng's expression gradually became serious at this moment. What on earth did you do? Didn't you want to control the origin magic power by attracting Wanda? Controlling the origin magic power through Wanda, I have to say this idea was indeed one of the options at the beginning. But Agatha Harkness shook her head, with a strange look in her eyes. Too boring. This whole world is really too boring. I hope to make this world interesting. Just a girl who has just mastered the origin magic power can't do it all. Just boring. Definitely not. Agatha Harkness's expression suddenly changed, angry and vicious. All branches of magic are so profound. Why must the magic world stay in a corner? Why can science and technology become the mainstream? Stupid telephones can replace the magician's remote communication magic at the cost of only a few dollars? And the disgusting internet, which shares all knowledge and makes everyone equal and boring. After technology became the mainstream, it even began to persecute the magicians who were once high and mighty. As Agatha Harkness spoke, black magic began to emerge from her body, and even her eyes were completely dyed pure black. Dark God Book rubbed his eyes in disbelief and cursed. That damned BD, how did she control my original power? Isn't it that the little devil called Moon Girl, her soul took control of my body so quickly? Where the hell did this genius child come from? Li Chengfeng curled his lips and said, isn't he a child prodigy? Although it has a bit of ZZZQ touch, it is officially approved after all, and its ability is beyond doubt. It's just that its reputation is much better than that of another ZZZQ product, Heart of Steel. After all, who doesn't like northeastern dinosaurs? Rather than whether the girl was a genius, Li Chengfeng was more concerned about what Agatha Harkness had just said. He went from being a super fun person to an extremist in an instant. I didn't expect this woman to have such a side. But it is understandable. In the era when Agatha Harkness was born, she was a real aristocrat, high above everyone else, and in control of the fate of others. It's understandable that she can't adapt to this era. Bullshit. TM, Hela, the former crown prince of Asgard, can adapt to the world, so why can't she, a mere noble, adapt to the world? Ugh, disgusting. What this extremist pursues is nothing more than the elimination of technology and returning the world to the era ruled by magic and supernatural forces. For this purpose, she also possessed the Dark Book and TIE particles. FK, this old BCH. Li Chengfeng slapped the Dark God Book's head hard. She really intends to create a dimensional channel by hand and bring back the real Sithon who is exiled in another dimension. Rub the dimensional channel with your hands. This is really easy to do. But this easy solution is only for the Mephistas in that dimension. For example, those crimson gems rubbed out by Cedarak can be regarded as small dimensional channels, which can usually only be used to transmit crimson energy from the crimson universe. But under special circumstances, Cedarak can also use the crimson ruby to temporarily project anyone who touches the crimson ruby into the crimson universe. If the projection cannot be severed immediately, Cedarak can transform it into his true form, leaving the person in the crimson universe. Last time, Li Chengfeng almost fell into the trap of that red otaku. If he hadn't been in ion form for that 1 minute, he would have become the star rage of Cedarak by now. And now Agatha Harkness wants to create a reverse dimensional channel so that Sithon, who was beaten to a pulp by his nephew Adam the God Eater and eventually fled to other dimensions, can return completely. As the only owner of the origin magic power, Wanda is definitely the best candidate for host. Li Chengfeng looked at Agatha's current state and couldn't help but give the Dark Book another big fight. FK, Li, why are you hitting me? Don't think you can touch me just because I'm originally a book. I now have the body of a black underage girl. Be careful or I'll make you pay for it. Even if you say but there's no basement in my house it won't help. You've read a lot of books and watched a lot of movies. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. You deserve it if I hit you. Have you forgotten what abilities you have? What ability? I have a hard time killing someone now. I'm talking about your ability as the Dark Divine Book. Li Chengfeng grabbed the two black and hard hairs that were sticking up like two spikes. You won't forget that your book, in addition to being the source of black magic and forbidden knowledge, also has the side effect of tempting people to depravity and making them extreme, right? Is that a side effect? If it's not extreme, who would have the heart to mess around with those inexplicable black magic and forbidden knowledge? Those things make my hair stand on end after I read a book. You are quite sober. Nonsense, I'm just a carrier. What's evil is always the magic and knowledge recorded in the books, not the books themselves. Can the soul in the Dark Book stop this summoning that belongs exclusively to Sithon? Li Chengfeng finally revealed his purpose at the end. As expected, the soul of the Dark Book had no loyalty to Zithorn. In other words, he didn't think it was a good thing for Sithon to return to Earth. So who is this soul? It seems that interesting things are happening one after another. However, the most urgent task now is to interrupt Agatha Harkness's hand-rubbing dimensional channel and the subsequent summoning ceremony. And Hela has just proved that even the attack of Level Godfather cannot affect Agatha Harkness now with the combined effect of the Dark Book and TIE particles. At the moment, Wanda, who had been silent since being called, seemed to sense something. Captain, I seem to understand what Agatha Harkness is planning to do. Wanda's entire body was surrounded by the light of origin magic power. She is not planning to create a dimensional channel large enough for Sithorn to pass through. Instead, she is planning to use Sithorn's divinity contained in the Dark Book as a coordinate to assimilate the reality distortion space where the entire storybook is located with the dimension where Sithorn is located. After completion, Sithorn can come here directly as a dimensional Mephista. Li Chengfeng felt his scalp tingling when he heard this. Fairy Tale Town? It should be the Assimilation Town? And it's Mephista from another dimension? I'm the one who's been arguing with him every day, right? But to be honest, descending in the real body is actually much better than descending in Wanda's body. The reason is simple. Although it was Sithon who bestowed the power of origin magic power on Wanda who was kidnapped by the Supreme Evolutionary. But after Wanda's origin magic power reached its peak, it was far stronger than that of Sithon, the god of the underworld. This is not a case of the disciple surpasses the master, but an exponential improvement caused by the combination of Wanda's mutant ability and origin magic power. Manipulation of probability plus origin magic power equals omnipotence. Although after many tests by Professor X and the X-Men team, it was found that Wanda's mutant ability had never awakened and the X gene was always in an inactivated state, Li Chengfeng could not take the risk. It is hard to say whether Sithon, an old god who has existed since ancient times, has the ability to directly activate Wanda's X gene. Once activated and reaching the peak of ability, you will be a god at almighty universe level, and you can manipulate the entire universe as if it were a happy bean. Such power is not a good thing whether it appears on Sithon or Wanda. Let's not talk about Zithorn. Most of the old gods on Earth are not good people and don't treat humans as human beings. But Wanda, the first major event Li Chengfeng saw in his previous life was the M royal family. After all, not everyone has the character and mentality of a big Kansas guy. Except for the real god, those who possess the power of God will bring disaster after disaster. But now the attack is basically ineffective. Even if the three people with the highest level of willpower present emitted a green light of will, they might not be able to break through. Although TIE particles cannot directly change the entire reality like Reality Gem, it is easy to dissolve all their attacks in this reality distortion space. Etc. Maybe there's no need to attack. Beneath the opponent's seemingly unstoppable defense, there is the soul of a genius girl. Devil Dinosaur. Li Chengfeng immediately flew to the big head of the demon dinosaur. What are you calling me for at this time? Can you get in touch with the Moon Girl? Definitely not this occupied body, I mean, the Moon Girl's soul. Whether it is Marvel or DC, abilities such as telepathy and telepathy, even if they are super abilities obtained through genetic mutation, will be more or less related to the soul due to the type of ability. If we can get the Devil Dinosaur to contact the Moon Girl and let her know what's happening in the outside world. As the current soul of the Dark Book, it can directly interrupt Agatha Harkness's ritual from the root. The function of TIE particles is to defend and assimilate the environment, but the core of summoning Zithorn is still the power and divinity of the Dark Book that originates from Zithorn. So it's you, Devil Dinosaur? Use soul long distance call now. Devil Dinosaur, you better be more careful. This time I leave everything to you. Snacks. What snacks? Meow. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat? You've never been full after hanging out with the Moon Girl, right? Li Chengfeng directly gave a big fight to the demon dinosaur whose mind was only on food. Those who know it think it is a dinosaur, while those who don't think it is a giant red-skinned wild boar from somewhere. However, although the demon dinosaur was greedy, its original IQ was definitely not low. After being beaten, it immediately understood what was going on. Then he immediately lowered his head and started making a sound in Li Chengfeng's ear. If I just contact my little buddy, there shouldn't be any problem. But now I can only sense the body signals of my little friend. Although I can vaguely feel her soul, it's just a feeling. Even if telepathy is deeply rooted in the soul, if there are too many obstacles in the way, there will still be no way to connect. Li Chengfeng nodded. This matter was very clear. It's blocking the signal. He just needs to learn from Yugong who moved the mountain. Once the mountain is moved, the Wi-Fi signal will naturally be good. Agatha Harkness, who was acting as a barrier, now had TIE particles for all-round defense. Li Chengfeng was uncertain. If their attacks were not effective, wouldn't it be a joke to say that they could move mountains? Li Chengfeng glanced at the team members behind him and suddenly remembered. Yes, there is a bat standing behind me. Although my IQ has basically reached its limit, the bat is still there. Team Star, gather together. Li Chengfeng nodded to Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne, I need your help. Bruce Wayne was a little surprised. Why was he involved? Isn't the current situation very clear? Either wait for the opponent to finish reading the bar and then face the big boss directly, or find a way to interrupt the opponent's summons. Li Chengfeng, you obviously have already thought of a solution. Why do you still need my help? Do I need someone to make decisions with me and take the blame together? Then why did you choose me? Don't you have any teammates? Bruce Wayne pointed at the goddess of death standing next to Li Chengfeng. Or do you think your teammates are not trustworthy? No, Bruce. Li Chengfeng held Bruce Wayne's hands. In my heart, you are the person I trust the most, just like my teammates. Li Chengfeng's words stunned the bat, who usually kept to himself. Is this what it feels like to be trusted? This was completely different from the relationship he had with Commissioner Gordon. Gordon trusts Batman rather than him. And Li Chengfeng. Although this guy is obviously a habitual swindler and in a sense is the same type of person as Nick Fury, he always has a kind of affinity that makes people subconsciously approach and trust him. And he said, Bruce Wayne, I need your help, not Batman, I need your help. This definitely has a special meaning to Bruce Wayne. Time is running out, hurry up and tell us your purpose. There was still no expression on Bruce Wayne's face. As Gotham's most cold-faced boss, he had become accustomed to this setting, which could help him block more than 80% of useless social interactions. However, this method of self-defense and avoidance of social interaction is completely useless for Li Chengfeng, a social terrorist. Li Chengfeng put his hand on Bruce Wayne's shoulder, and his serval look didn't show that he was facing a powerful enemy at the moment. It's like this. Then Li Chengfeng informed everyone of a series of problems. The demon dinosaur could contact the Moon Girl's soul in the Dark Book and interrupt the spell from the inside, but now the barrier of TIE particles was too strong to locate the Moon Girl's soul. Bruce Wayne frowned when he heard this, then just glanced at Agatha Harkness a few more times, and he already had a rough idea in his mind. Li Chengfeng, I need you to answer a few questions for me. You said, as long as you don't ask me for my bank card password, I can even tell you all my XP. I don't understand the so-called TIE particles, but are their energy and power infinite? Definitely not. If TIE particles were what you just said, we would have turned into yellow soil on the ground long ago. Look, when this witch casts a spell, although TIE particles are used for defense, at the same time, TIE particles are also pouring into the Dark Book bit by bit. This shows that TIE particles are also a necessary medium for casting spells. To assimilate this distorted real space into another dimension, it is naturally necessary for TIE particles to distort part of reality. Bruce Wayne even used the green light of will to simulate a simple model of Agatha Harkness' current spell casting. In other words, as the casting progresses, the defense of TIE particles is getting weaker and weaker, and what we have to do is to continue to attack the TIE particles and accelerate the energy consumption of the TIE particles. I originally thought you would suggest that when the energy of the TIE particles is about to run out, that is, when the spell is about to succeed, you should use all your strength to interrupt it. Li Chengfeng shrugged. If you really do this, the risk is too great. If I were alone, I would definitely choose to do this, because I have no choice. Bruce Wayne said as if it was a matter of course, but now we have 3 gods and 3 Green Lanterns, so we don't need such extreme methods. The demon dinosaur also nodded repeatedly after listening. He's right. I can locate the coordinates of the little guy's soul by simply making the TIE particles produce a relatively large fluctuation. After hearing what Bruce Wayne and the devil dinosaur said, Li Chengfeng breathed a sigh of relief. From this perspective, what needs to be done is much simpler. After all, the difficulty of penetrating the real protective layer of TIE particles and causing them to produce large fluctuations is too different. Very good. In that case, everyone listen up. Focus your fire on one spot. The demon dinosaurs should not participate in the battle for the time being, and always pay attention to the soul coordinates of the Moon Girl. Li Chengfeng gave an order, and the next moment, everyone began to attack Agatha Harkness. Haha, stop wasting time. The reality protection layer of TIE particles is simply not something that human power can penetrate. All attacks, whether thunder or spells, whether night sky sword or green light of will, turned into ashes and nothingness before they could touch Agatha Harkness. However, compared to the night sky swords that Hela fired at the beginning, the ash fell closer to Agatha Harkness. So, you're saying that this fairy tale town is now a space where reality has been distorted. Maria Hill, the 9th-level agent of the FBI and the commander-in-chief, was standing on the outskirts of fairy tale town at this moment, her face full of disbelief. Although I have also been affected by reality distortion, so I don't know what part has been affected, but according to the descriptions of those members of the STAR team who have divinity and reality distortion resistance, it is because the captain of the STAR team entered this reality distortion space, and then his existence was temporarily erased from our reality. Captain Carter stood beside Maria Hill and talked. Although she has no divinity and no resistance to reality distortion, she has experienced too many things in various timelines over the years. Although reality distortion events are not commonplace, she has experienced them quite a few times. So she can still fully understand the basic concepts. The captain of the STAR team? Does the STAR team have a captain? Hasn't it always been led by the goddess of death Hela? Although she has always refused to become the real captain of the team. This should be the part of reality that has been distorted. We have forgotten the true captain of the STAR squad that was supposed to exist. Wait, so we in the FBI have someone who can command those 3 Asgard gods. Maria Hill grasped the point. This is a little too unreal. Indeed, but according to the information from insiders, this person really exists. Captain Carter pointed in the direction of Fairy Tale Town. Once the events there are completely resolved, we should be able to regain the distorted part of reality. Well, hopefully it'll be worth it. Maria Hill nodded, turned on the communicator and continued to command. Everyone, keep an eye on it. If there is any unusual movement in any direction of Fairy Tale Town, report directly to me immediately. This is a serious and important mission, please take it seriously. Captain Carter did not continue to disturb Maria Hill, but walked a few steps away. After the reality-bending resistant members of Team Stellar went in, she, Pietro, and Dr. Bruce Banner contacted America Central. Although this reality distortion space called Fairy Tale Town is not big, this not big is only for a small town. It was obvious that the 3 of them were still unable to fully monitor such a large space. So they simply called for reinforcements. Nick Fury and Professor X immediately sent Maria Hill to lead hundreds of agents and a large number of energy detection equipment to provide support. Professor X also sent White Queen Emma Frost, who was relatively free today, to come over to support the team. To be honest, modifying memories is a common thing for me, but distorting reality? With all due respect, I find it a little incomprehensible. White Queen muttered as she looked at Captain Carter who was walking towards her. You can use telepathy ability to detect whether your own memory has been modified. As one of the leaders of Mutant, you must have known the so-called captain of the STAR team before the reality was distorted. Captain Carter shrugged. To be honest, I still can't understand the principle of reality distortion, but unfortunately, it does exist. Does this mean there may be a larger reality distortion event in the future, not just covering a small town, but covering the entire country, or even the entire world? Emma, I don't know. Captain Carter shook his head. All we can do is to do everything we can to protect our reality. What are you working hard for? Is it for your sad reality? Or are you just unwilling to die in this town? Agatha watched as wave after wave of attacks came at her, then turned into ash and nothingness. There was an unmistakable hint of sarcasm in his tone. Team Stars seemed to not hear her at all and launched powerful but fruitless attacks over and over again. At this moment, because of the corrupting and blackened nature of the dark hold, Agatha Harkness's brain was completely unable to think normally, and she completely turned to darkness and extremes. She used black magic to transform into a sharp blade and cut her skin. The blood gushed out but was gathered into a river, flowing towards the dark book hanging in front of her. As we all know, this kind of dark items will increase their power after drinking blood. The dark book is no exception. The speed of constructing dimensional channels and assimilating reality-distorted space suddenly increased by 30%. But it is this act of increasing power, coupled with the next wave of attack that follows. The reality protection layer that was originally almost perfect finally experienced a fluctuation of huge amounts. Woo! I succeeded in locating. After the demon dinosaur roared loudly, it immediately closed its eyes and began to struggle to cram the information to the other side of the reality protection layer. The reality protection layer is indeed almost invincible, but it cannot block the connection that is rooted deep in the soul. The bond of the soul cannot be affected by TIE particles. After hearing the roar of the demon dinosaur, Li Chengfeng immediately stopped attacking and came to the side of the demon dinosaur. Moon girl, did you answer? Don't worry, I've already connected with my friend, but without the support of alien blood, the transmission speed is not fast. You have to wait a while. When Li Chengfeng heard it, he understood instantly. Originally, the two were connected by a data cable. Now it's just Bluetooth. Li Chengfeng? Is it still not enough? Bruce Wayne turned around and shouted to Li Chengfeng while emitting green light of will. Just now, the witch sacrificed her blood to the dark book. The progress is obviously much faster. Now it is very close to completion. Damn it, Bat, why are you so anxious? The signal is bad, we too have to read the bar. Li Chengfeng responded to Bruce Wayne. Thank you so much, now everyone here knows my identity. Bruce Wayne gritted his teeth and shot out another green ray of will with amazing explosive power. Just when the two of them found time to have a quarrel, Agatha Harkness on the opposite side suddenly changed her expression. The dark book suddenly slipped out of her control. Damn it! I clearly exchanged the soul of an ordinary person with the soul of the dark book in order to better control the dark book. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom, and the green light ray of will that Bruce Wayne had just shot out actually broke through Agatha Harkness's reality protection layer. Bruce Wayne was stunned, and immediately shouted, "The devil dinosaur succeeded?" And it succeeded at the right time, just before the other party was about to finish the spell. But before Bruce could finish his words, he swallowed the second half of the sentence. Because he saw Agatha Harkness looking like a madman. In an instant, she sacrificed all of her organs and flesh, temporarily bursting out with an extremely powerful black magic force, forcefully invading and seizing control of the dark book. But the ceremony that has been interrupted cannot be continued. This is not file section compression. Great Sithorn. Use my flesh and blood as a container. Come. Li Chengfeng's brows were still furrowed. Although it failed to successfully assimilate the reality distortion space, allowing Sithorn to descend directly through Wanda's body, the most horrific ending was avoided. But right now, Agatha Harkness was clearly using her own life as a sacrifice to light the spark of return for Sithorn through the dark book. My dear God Queen, the reality distortion is fading. The reality distortion dimension exists due to Agatha Harkness' use of TIE particles. At this moment, with the passing of her life, the reality distortion space naturally began to collapse. In just 3 seconds, everyone returned to real reality. But the witch in front of him, named Agatha Harkness, was holding the dark book in her hand and was covered in blood. His expression changed completely. She took 2 deep breaths and then frowned. The air on Earth is much worse now than it was before. But it doesn't matter. As a god born from the natural vitality of the Earth, I will never despise the poverty of my hometown. After saying that, her eyes were immediately drawn to Wanda. Then he showed a look of surprise. It's definitely not because of Wanda's beauty and thunder, but because Wanda has mastered the origin magic power and the unawakened X gene. Wanda Maximov, a witch from the Gypsy people, the daughter of Natalia Maximov. Your mutant father never imagined that his former wife was actually the previous Scarlet Witch, the one who was given the origin magic power by me. Agatha Harkness, no, it should be the real god of Hades Sithorn, who was walking towards them with a smile. As he walked, he told Wanda how much he missed her. Your mother is the most capable Scarlet Witch of all generations. She is capable enough to block my sight. I was not able to find you until you and your gift brother were captured by that tasteless guy, the Supreme Evolution. So I did a good thing and gave you the origin magic power while sending you back to Earth. Li Chengfeng looked at Sithorn, who was completely possessing others' body Agatha, without any hesitation, and walked forward to block Wanda. Sithine, these are just traps for you to truly return to Earth and master higher level power. Don't be hypocritical, as if you are a good person. Li Chengfeng raised his middle finger, not loving anyone. When your eldest nephew chased you like a dog and killed you, could you still be so sanctimonious? Li Chengfeng, I have seen you in another dimension. You are very capable and possess a power that even I have never understood. But you are not worthy to stand in front of me. After saying that, the terrifying force formed by the interweaving of origin magic power and black magic, mixed with the power of Sithorn's ancient Mephisto, swept towards Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand to stop Hela, who was about to stand in front of him. Mount Tai collapses in front of you, but you remain calm. The crimson translucent lamp had appeared in his hand. Little Niu, are you feeling pent up? As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, the voice of a proud little loli came out from the lamp along with the fluctuation of the red light of rage. Li Chengfeng from Earth. There is a boiling rage in your heart. And I'm hungry. The lamp beasts of the 7 Lantern Corps have different abilities. Ion Shark possessed Ion Man, a green lantern who gained the ability to manipulate time and space. After the blood-slaughtering bull possessed Li Chengfeng, this form was called Blood Butcher. What special abilities does the Blood Butcher have? Not really. There are numbers, ruthless numbers. Possess an ordinary man who is a father, and then beat up Ghost. Ghost, God's spirit of vengeance, is theoretically one of the most powerful beings in the DC universe. Although it's hard to describe this guy, he is a fellow sufferer of the Planet Devourer in the Marvel Universe. He is invincible according to the setting, but his battle record makes him look like he's invincible. The Planet Eater is in a state of being hungry, while the Ghost is in a state of being affected by all kinds of troubles caused by the host. Ghost has many abilities, which can be summed up in one sentence. Ghost can do almost anything he wants to do. You can even cross the wall of origin at will. But, even such a god was stunned by the Blood Butcher's sudden attack. Although he finally cooperated with Atrocitus to capture the Blood Bull and stuff it into the Red Lantern furnace, from then on Ghost could no longer get the title of the biggest victim of the Lamp Beast possession. As Li Chengfeng felt the Blood Slaughter Bull combining with himself, his strength and anger surged. But thanks to the fact that the red light of this world was created by him, even under the rage that could burn the entire world, Li Chengfeng was still like Wu Zetian taking off his clothes and was very rational. But, the appearance has indeed changed. After all, the name Bloody Butcher doesn't sound like a good person. Li Chengfeng's height suddenly increased, and then the angry red light condensed into a solid armor that was put on his body, and a huge bright red axe condensed out of thin air in his hand. Even someone like Harley Quinn who has no supernatural powers can clearly perceive the terrifying power of anger and hatred. Not to mention Sithorn who was standing opposite. Rage? Hatred? What kind of power is this? I was born billions of years ago, why have I never seen this strange power? Sithorn's somewhat broken voice sounded particularly distorted and even more weird coming from Agatha Harkness's already tattered body. It's not like he hasn't faced more powerful beings before, such as Adam the God Eater, who almost wiped out all the old gods and demons on the entire earth, and the true god of the universe named Death and Eternity whom he encountered when he was exiled between dimensions. But that is the god who controls laws and concepts? Why does this man named Li Chengfeng have the power to materialize emotions? Why was he so weak just now, but after merging with some energy creature in an instant, his strength increased exponentially? Sithorn didn't understand. As the god of the underworld, the source of black magic, and the most knowledgeable among the old gods, he still didn't understand. Have you really never seen this kind of power? Do you really not understand it? Li Chengfeng shook his head. Oh, this is the bad nature of the old gods. They will always regard humans as insignificant ants. It seems that your so-called god of Hades is not that great after all. Li Chengfeng said one more sentence, then bent his knees slightly. The terrifying force held Rage's blood flame and chopped him down with one axe. The skin that originally belonged to Agatha Harkness was completely torn and burned. Ultimately it returns to nothingness. However, Li Chengfeng's perception of everything in the world in the Blood Butcher state is much stronger than before. He can clearly perceive that Agatha Harkness's final black magic sacrifice was really at the cost of herself, and she pulled Sithorn back through TIE particles. It's just pulling it back in the state of soul. This does no harm to Sithon, it just amounts to a permanent astral projection. Anyway, his powers can be used perfectly with or without a body. Even for him now, his body is a burden. If he returns in his complete form, perhaps the aura that originally belonged to the ancient gods will allow his great-nephew Adam to reappear on Earth, and maybe he will once again perform the drama of devouring the gods. So he contaminated Agatha Harkness with the Darkhold book and let her set up the whole plan, which was actually to make Sithon return as a soul and then occupy Wanda Maximoff's body. This was a plan that had already started 20 years ago when Sithon gave Wanda the origin magic power. There was nothing wrong with the original plan, but someone like Li Chengfeng happened to appear. A person who theoretically shouldn't exist in this universe, carrying a power that theoretically shouldn't appeared in a place that theoretically shouldn't be there. Everything seemed to be huge amounts of coincidences, and each coincidence happened to make Sithorn's plan go off track a little. He could obviously occupy Wanda's body, forcibly catalyze the X-gene awakening, and then gain the power of the almighty universe level. By then, not to mention his nephew Adam, even the Death and Eternity he had encountered before would be nothing more than toys that could be easily flattened and rounded in front of the power of the almighty universe level. But ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Given Li Chengfeng's current condition, Sithorn had almost no chance of occupying Wanda's body under his protection. After all, it was just one axe and he was injured. That's right, the power of rage and revenge can actually directly hurt the soul. If Li Chengfeng could hear what Sithorn was thinking at this moment, he would probably laugh his pants off. Nonsense. The power of the emotional spectrum is originally related to the soul. After all, your emotions are born from your soul, not from some hormones produced from your body. It can definitely hurt the soul, and even killing the soul is the area where the emotional spectrum is best at. Otherwise, why would the all-powerful ghost always get beaten by the 7 lanterns? Sithorn, I'll give you a choice. Enter the dark book and replace the soul inside to set it free. I can consider letting you live in the book. Li Chengfeng, you are greedy. I am one of the ancestors of mankind and an ancient god. How can I become a book created by myself? How can a broken book be worthy of being my carrier? Sithorn's soul turned into a ball of red light that was no different from Wanda's origin magic power. After being hit by 2 axes from Li Chengfeng, the light of his soul dimmed a lot. But they also created some distance and found a direction to escape. But the words that were just said broke one person's defense. Sithorn, I'm FGU? Are you still a human being? FK? You are not a human being in the first place. You are a god who was eliminated from the earth and put under double supervision? So what if I am a book? Did I eat your rice? You just ran away. But I, on the other hand, not only stayed on earth, but also had to find a way for you to return. I have to endure different people touching my body all over? Do you know how greasy the fingers of those big-bellied nouveau riche are? Moreover, they also use all kinds of internal organs and blood, and some are even crazy enough to sacrifice babies. This book is bloody. When the dark book heard the evaluation of a broken book, its defense was immediately broken. It beat its chest and stamped its feet, while spewing out all the dirty words it could think of. And at the moment he is still in the moon girl's body? So the scene where a dark-skinned little girl cries about being groped by a big-bellied upstart. It's such a cruel punishment. However, Zithorn obviously only used the dark book as a tool, and he did not expect that the tool actually had a soul. What happened to this dark divine book that ended up on Earth? Even if this soul continued to scold him, he would remain indifferent. Because he doesn't even know her? But none of this mattered. The doubts did not slow down the escape of his soul. And he must find a body immediately, otherwise his power will gradually flow to the Book of Darkness. Because the dark book shared his own divinity, this was a key step in allowing him to remain connected to the earth. And power can be deceived. So he not only needs to escape, but also needs to get a body on the way. Fortunately, the soul escaped much faster than Li Chengfeng, who transformed into the blood butcher. So after identifying the direction, Zithorn immediately rushed in the direction where there were the most people outside. More people means more bodies to choose from. He can hide his own breath for a short period of time after possessing someone, which he can use to escape. Li Chengfeng's condition seemed to be time-limited. As long as he could delay it a little, he would be completely safe. In this way, Wanda's body will be in his pocket sooner or later. As Zithorn fled, he exuded waves of pride from the depths of his soul. Soon, he found 2 targets. And one of them was actually an acquaintance. That is the gift brother he mentioned before, Pietro Maximov. Zithorn was shocked and did not choose to occupy Pietro's body. Because I can't do it. The soul of a mutant is more difficult to destroy than that of an ordinary person. The reason why he believed he could occupy Wanda's body was because he was the source of origin magic power and would not be rejected by it. That is a special case. In the original book, the reason why Sithine was able to occupy Quicksilver's body once was because the other party died, allowing Sithine to take advantage of the opportunity. Under normal circumstances, a young mutant with powerful abilities would also have an extremely strong soul. And the person next to him, he is of a certain age, looks dull and tired, his eyes are a little blurry, and he doesn't look very energetic at first glance. Occupying his body is not only easier, but also more inconspicuous. As Zithorn thought this, a crimson ball of energy pierced directly into the man's head. Bruce Banner paused and pressed his head with his hands. Just now, it was as if something had forced its way into his body. Pietro's keen senses immediately detected Bruce Banner's abnormality. Hey, Dr. Banner, are you okay? You seem a little tired since we just started. Why don't you go back first? Anyway, our memories have just returned, which means that the incident is basically over. Pietro, I'm fine. Bruce Banner shook his head. It's just that I seem to have low blood sugar. I really should go eat something. Okay, then I'll go to the nearest town and bring you some food. I'm fast. Quicksilver said, put on his goggles, and disappeared in a flash of silver light. But he didn't notice that Bruce Banner lowered his head. His eyes had turned into a ferocious scarlet. Same color as Chaos Force. Possessing others' body succeeded. Bullshit. Get out. Hulk doesn't like you. The next moment, the scarlet color quickly faded, and the emerald green belonging to the Gamma power took over. Bruce Banner Super Evolution. Savage Hulk? Moreover, at the moment of transformation, Hulk also awakened his red lantern ring, and then the big green hand was wrapped in the crimson light of rage, and grabbed the soul of Sithine that came out of his mouth in a panic. Damn it! What kind of monster are you? Why are there swarms of giant monsters in your soul? Zithorn was restrained, filled with fear and embarrassment. Others have no idea what I went through at that moment. There are countless monster personalities in this person's soul. And even though they were clearly in the spirit world, the punches they hit him hurt more and more each time, and his counterattack using black magic and origin magic power had no effect on these green monsters. As an ancient god, the god of the underworld, and the great demon Shadow, shed a tear of grievance. Broken Ball? What are you? Hulk hates you. Hulk couldn't understand what this thing was that he and other Hulks had just beaten up in the soul world, but he instinctively hated this kind of bad guy who broke into other people's homes without even knocking on the door. Even Hulk knows this. You have to knock on the door when you visit someone's house? But Hulk held Sithin's soul in his hand and found that there was nothing strange about it and it was not fun at all, so he threw Sithin out without interest. Zithorn was overjoyed. After being beaten by dozens of big fools in the soul world, his soul had already reached an extremely weak state. With this throw, he was free. A big silly guy is a big silly guy. He doesn't even understand the logic of killing everyone. But this is Hulk after all. Even though he threw it casually, he still threw it a distance away. Even in his current weak state, Sithon couldn't control the inertia of his soul. It didn't stop until it bumped into a burly chest. Hey, Zithorn, you ran pretty fast just now. It was Li Chengfeng who turned into the bloody butcher. Li Chengfeng. You were about to run away. Why did you have to provoke this stupid big guy? Want to possess others' body him? Is your brain filled with shit? Li Chengfeng now only needs 2 fingers to easily capture the soul of this ancient god. You are really weak now. So, who is the ant now? Without waiting for Zithorn to speak, Li Chengfeng opened his bloody mouth and threw Zithorn's soul in. After chewing for a while, accompanied by a few fragmented swear words, the soul of the underworld god Zithorn completely dissipated in the little calf's stomach. The mission Welcome to Fairy Tale Town has been completed. Li Chengfeng let out a long breath. As the system prompt sounded, he also cancelled the bloody butcher transformation. When the little calf crawled out of his heart, apart from being a little tired, it did not lie there like the ion shark and has not woken up yet. Definitely, this is the difference between the blood butcher state and the ion man state. After all, blood butcher only has an infinitely high panel, and there is still a big gap between him and ion's ability to manipulate time and rewrite reality. The energy consumption is not on the same level. From this point of view, the yellow and green lamp beasts are worthy of being the strongest lamp beasts in the 7 lamp core. Quest-related characters: Hal Jordan, Catwoman, Agatha Harkness, Wanda Maximoff, Seathorn, Moon Girl. Gain Hal Jordan's willpower. Get Catwoman's top charm bonus. Get Agatha Harkness's demon Cataboni. Get Wanda Maximoff's origin magic power. Obtain the old god status of Zisong. Get the spiritual link of the Moon Girl. Li Chengfeng, why are you stunned? Xiao Niu's usual lowly voice reached Li Chengfeng's ears. I just thought of happy things. The shocked Li Chengfeng came back to his senses immediately, stroked her bull head as usual, then took out the red lantern and let her go back to rest. Then he checked the mission reward he had just received. Hal Jordan's willpower? Turtle? Good news, Hal Jordan's willpower plus Batman's willpower makes his Green Lantern invincible. Bad news, TM is living with the green light? However, after learning more about it from the system description, Li Chengfeng realized that willpower is not a simple addition, but the addition must be multiplied by a coefficient and then the average is taken. All in all, the system finally concluded that his willpower was now about 1.5 times stronger than before. The reason why it is approximately and around is because willpower cannot be completely quantified and there are fluctuations. But Li Chengfeng was still very satisfied. He originally thought that there was nothing to gain from Hal Jordan. After all his abilities came from the Green Lantern ring, and the rest were skills such as flight technology. But the next reward instantly made his head buzz. He knew every word, but he couldn't understand them when they were put together into a sentence. What is top charm bonus? Could it be that what was said about her and Bruce Wayne came true? There really is metaphysics? Li Chengfeng knew that his sister-in-law was no ordinary person. She was so obsessed with bats that she was in love with them. But if this thing is used on a man, will it work? And after all, this thing was taken from Catwoman, so it wouldn't work on men too, right? Li Chengfeng suddenly felt his anus tremble and subconsciously tightened his buttocks. Just as he was feeling sad, a rustling sound came from the grass beside him. Li Chengfeng subconsciously looked over, and saw a black shadow suddenly jumped out and rushed straight towards Li Chengfeng. Then his eyes went dark and he heard a cat's meow beside his ear. Meow. FK, whose little clamp is this? Li Chengfeng grabbed the kitten off his face. Its fur was pure black without a trace of other colors, its limbs and paws were curled up pitifully, and it stared at Li Chengfeng with its golden eyes, full of flattery. Is this Agatha Harkness's demon cat? Li Chengfeng was very curious and checked the whole cat over and over, including the bell. Shouldn't the system reward be various abilities? Why did it give a living creature directly this time? Then Li Chengfeng clearly felt that since he and the cat had physical contact, the two of them had entered into a symbiotic relationship. So that's how it is. The demon cat is a creature similar to a familiar, no wonder it is counted as an ability. After the symbiosis is successful, the demon cat shares all his magical abilities and recovery capabilities. And he can also project his consciousness into the demon cat. But the name Ebony doesn't sound nice at all. How about I give you a new name? Meow. The demon cat nodded very humanely. I also raised a lot of small animals in my previous life. I'll give you the name my cat used to have. Li Chengfeng said happily. From now on, you'll be called Dog. Demon cat? Are you crazy or is my cat crazy? You call a cat a dog? Why don't you like it? Li Chengfeng was puzzled. My cat is called Dog, the dog is called Rabbit, the rabbit is called Parrot, the parrot is called Sun, and my son is called Kaingxinxbingcha. Li Chengfeng took the meow sounds of the demon cat's resistance and crying as happy approval. However, the Huxia word for dog might make this foreign cat suspicious, and it would also make the people around it suspicious, so Li Chengfeng tried a localized American style. From now on, the demon cat's name will officially be Dog. Devil cat, isn't this still a dog? Putting the demon cat Dog on his shoulder and letting him be emo, Li Chengfeng once again turned his attention back to the system rewards. Next up is the real heavyweights. Scarlet Witch Origin Magic Power. What does cruel mean? Origin Magic Power is an extremely powerful magic even without Wanda's mutant ability. This is Zithorn's most powerful ability besides his divine power. Even though Zithorn was chased and chopped into pieces by Li Chengfeng, and even eaten as a snack by Li Chengfeng in the end, this was not the heyday of Zithorn. If he were to face Zithorn in his prime in Fairy Tale Town this time, he would still be able to win, but Li Chengfeng would probably have to use all of his abilities. And he cannot guarantee the safety of his team members. But winning is winning, and the winner does not need to reflect because the loser has completely disappeared. But Zithorn disappeared, but Li Chengfeng obtained Lixithorn's old god status from the system. Old godhood? What does that mean? Does it mean that I have become a god now? Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and took a look. There was nothing special about it. It can be said that this is the only reward that Li Chengfeng does not quite understand, but somehow, Li Chengfeng always feels that he will use this thing one day. With doubts, Li Chengfeng looked at the final reward. Moon Girl's Spirit Link. There's not much to say about this, it's the Moon Girl's inhuman ability. However, unlike the Moon Girl who was passively bound to the demon dinosaur from the beginning, Li Chengfeng can choose one person to bind to. Definitely, once bound, it can never be changed. Li Chengfeng was very disdainful. The pokeball of Spear of Vengeance can be rebound? Li Chengfeng initially thought about whether he should just tie it to Doug, but after thinking about it, he realized that Doug and he had a symbiotic relationship, so wouldn't it be a complete waste to use it? If it's not useful for now, just wait until later. Who knows, maybe it will work miraculously someday. After counting the rewards for completing his mission, Li Chengfeng immediately flew towards the fairy tale town. There are still some things that need to be resolved there. When passing by the sign that originally read Welcome to Fairy Tale Town, Li Chengfeng discovered that it had become a scenic spot billboard. Beer, amusement parks, hotels, camping. Various advertisements are pasted on it in a disorderly manner. It seems that the effects of reality distortion have indeed completely dissipated. But when he returned to the fairy tale town, Li Chengfeng felt a little upset when he saw that the unconscious fairy tale characters all over the place had not disappeared. Goodness, it didn't disappear after the reality distortion ended. This means that they were not created out of thin air by the distortion of reality, but were really coolies pulled over from some fairy tale universe? We brothers are so unlucky. We are princesses and princes, but we are dragged to such a small town to suffer. Li Chengfeng felt so sad when he thought about how the princesses and princes in the fairy tale town were always thinking about work. However, the only one who was assimilated, Selena Kyle, was now lying in Bruce Wayne's arms, with a calm expression, but she had not woken up for a long time. Li Chengfeng wanted to laugh when he saw Bruce Wayne's anxious expression. Not only him, but everyone around him, including Hal Jordan, had an expression on their faces where they were trying to hold back their laughter. What is a bat that is extremely sensitive when facing others, but how come it is not even as good as Hal Jordan, a husky, when facing his fiancée? Even he could see that Catwoman was obviously pretending to be faint. However, Li Chengfeng was too lazy to disturb this inexplicable interaction between the young couple. The Book of Darkness, bring the Book of Darkness here. What Li Chengfeng said may sound wrong at first glance, but it is really correct in the current situation. The dark book that occupied the Moon Girl's body walked forward and picked up the dark book that carried the Moon Girl's soul. The dark book even shook off the few drops of blood remaining on the book in disgust. He was numb all over. Here, hurry up and get our souls back. Li Chengfeng nodded and reached out to take the dark book. The moment his hand touched the book, Li Chengfeng felt a warm current flowing from the book into his body. It felt like there was something extra in my body, but it also seemed like nothing had happened. But the dark book knew something and whispered in Li Chengfeng's ear. Zithorn has completely disappeared, right? I found that you have obtained Zithorn's status as an old god, and Zithorn's divinity in the book has also entered your body because of the change of status. In a sense, you have completely replaced Zithorn's position among the old gods. So, I have become a god now. Whether you become a god or not is just an identity verification. With your combat power after the transformation, even if you go to the ancient earth and give yourself a godhood, the creator and the goddess Jia will have to accept it. Come on, hurry up. I have already perceived the powerful black magic power from your body. With the blessing of TIE particles, it will be easy to exchange our two souls. Wait, where are the TIE particles? Brother? It's in the dark book? Didn't you see that old woman Agatha casting a spell just now? Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng opened the dark book. Unexpectedly, the originally empty title page now had a lifelike picture of TIE particles. But although it is called a picture, Li Chengfeng feels that this still picture is moving. Being in a superposition state between 2 and 3 dimensions at the same time, it is also called TIE particles. Although Li Chengfeng found it miraculous, he thought it would be better to let the souls return to their respective places first. The main thing is that the demon dinosaur next to him keeps making a woo sounds just like a zombie, which is really annoying. Li Chengfeng tried to activate the origin magic power, letting the power of the origin magic power flow through the title page, and then grabbed the dark book and the soul of the moon girl at the same time, and then stuffed them back into their original shells. This was definitely Li Chengfeng's feeling. To outsiders, it looked like a burst of crimson magical energy was pouring out from the dark book. Then the moon girl's eyes lit up and she ran towards the demon dinosaur happily. Yeah, that's right, this is what a 13-year-old kid should look like. Li Chengfeng, I feel like you are secretly reading this book. You think too much. Li Chengfeng put the book down and was too lazy to pay attention to the Dark God book. Seeing that Li Chengfeng had finished his work, Harley Quinn and Hella came over. Hella stretched out her hand and pulled Li Chengfeng into her arms. A word suddenly popped up in Li Chengfeng's mind. Like a little bird. Who wouldn't look like a little bird when standing next to a 2.13-meter tall goddess? Harley Quinn took the opportunity to put a communicator into Li Chengfeng's ear. Then he took the real adamantium baseball bat and poked Li Chengfeng's waist from time to time. Agent Li Chengfeng, I remembered your existence. It seems that the reality distortion incident has been resolved. Commander Hill, I'm glad I'm back. Now we need the FBI to help with the aftermath. Just call me Maria. The relief team has already entered the area where the incident occurred. You will be able to meet them and other members of Team Star soon. Okay, Maria, I'll see you later. See you later. By the way, after you finish this call, please switch to the top secret frequency 114,514. He's waiting for you. After the call ended, Li Chengfeng switched to the designated top-secret frequency band. Please proceed with the voiceprint password test, agent. What is your internal code name? AFK, black sauce egg has to be so awkward. Code name, Immortal. Voiceprint detection in progress. The detection passed, Agent Li Chengfeng has been connected to the frequency band. After a short busy tone, the familiar voice of the black braised egg guy rang out again. AFK, why did you suddenly give me such a big task? Nick Fury, please have some shame. Li Chengfeng was so angry that his teeth itched after hearing Nick Fury's voice. If it wasn't for your car being lost, would I have run so far to find your car? Then who was driving my car before it was lost? It's me. What's the matter? Putting aside the facts, even if I am 99% wrong, you are not 1% wrong? Seeing you shirking responsibility makes me tremble with anger. You are sweating all over and your hands and feet are cold in the hot summer. Hell is empty and the devil is on earth. Can this society still be good? No, you suddenly gave me this set of old punches, and I'm a little overwhelmed. No? Then think more, read more, and learn more, and don't forget to reimburse me for the deposit for the wheel lock. After saying that, Li Chengfeng hung up the phone. On the other side, in Nick Fury's office, Aida Wong and Hannigan heard the conversation between the two, looked at each other, and then left a subtitle on the file. A murder caused by two wheel locks. As the large army set out and poured into the fairy tale town from all directions, Li Chengfeng also arranged a place for the Moon Girl. As a high school student at Midtown Middle School, she actually hid the demon dinosaur in a lake in the suburbs of Midtown. That's right, high school student, 13-year-old high school student. She and Peter Parker are classmates in the same grade but different classes. I can only say that as a genius, it's really amazing for him to skip a few levels. No, how could the devil dinosaur be so large and hidden in such a public area without being discovered? No, it has been discovered many times. But even if those witnesses said there were dinosaurs in the lake, most people would not believe it. However, there are quite a few UMA fans who go on a pilgrimage, and the devil dinosaur deliberately leaves some clues for them to make them more fanatical. But for ordinary people, the more fanatical the fans are, the more nonsense they think it is. The Moon Girl smiled slyly and spread her hands pretending to be helpless. Man, what can I say? Isn't it a bit too hellish for a 13-year-old kid to play this joke? Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched slightly. This Moon Girl herself is less troublesome than that sinister guy in the Dark God book. Since you have awakened the inhuman ability, why didn't you join the reorganized F.B.I. Academy? What F.B.I. Academy? The Moon Girl looked even more innocent than Li Chengfeng. I'm just an ordinary person. Why would the F.B.I. Academy recruit me? Li Chengfeng understood instantly that this meant rejection. However, Li Chengfeng was just asking casually. Although the new F.B.I. Academy has absorbed many future superheroes and even supervillains, there are still many people who are not interested in joining the official organization. Especially those geniuses who claim to have extremely high intelligence. Moon Girl is apparently one of them. Moreover, the Moon Girl deliberately ignored the fact that Li Chengfeng said the word Inhumans. It is obvious that she may have already contacted the afterlife headed by Jiaying or the Inhuman royal family and even become a member of it. If it was the Inhuman royal family, it would be fine. After all, they have developed a complete and independent technology tree and social system. Although it is a quasi-feudal country, it is not dominated by the royal family alone. Except for that crazy guy Maximus, everyone else has close relations with major countries and superhero groups on Earth. Black Bolt has been a member of the Avengers and the Illuminati. Queen Medusa once temporarily joined the Fantastic Four and created conditions for the Inhumans and humans to coexist peacefully. Even Marvel's famous scumbag Crystal is considered a pretty good hero except for her messy private life. But the crappy place called Afterlife is different. Compared with the Inhuman country Atalan, Afterlife is simply a refugee camp. They don't know why their race exists, nor do they know the history of their race. All I know is that they are all outliers different from ordinary people. Although they may behave like good people who stick together to save themselves in the early stages, they will quickly become radicalized with just a little external stimulation. In S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent, the Inhumans in the afterlife even plan to use inferior Turigen crystals to cleanse all of humanity. Although Jiaying was once a human experiment of Daniel Whitehall, he was also a survivor of the Nazi Hydra massacre. But Jiaying after Blacken has even less bottom line than Hydra. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but look a few more times at this Moon Girl who was so smart that she didn't look like a 13-year-old child. As a high-level agent of the FBI, is there anything wrong with Li Chengfeng sending people to monitor those with super abilities who are not within the system? Okay, just ignore what I said. Li Chengfeng imitated the Moon Girl's posture and spread his hands, but you have to keep an eye on the devil dinosaur and don't let his wildness shock Asia. Don't worry, those UMA enthusiasts don't have the ability to search out the devil dinosaur. Moon Girl is quite confident. Although the devil dinosaur's cry is purely for cuteness, its IQ is actually very high. Li Chengfeng nodded to her, but told her that she could not leave until the FBI completed its finishing work. So he could only sit on the head of the devil dinosaur and fiddle with his mobile phone. Children are really hard to deal with. Maria Hill was wearing a neat FBI combat uniform, and her tall figure was clearly revealed. No matter how high her IQ is, she is just a child. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and shook hands with Maria Hill. Maria, thank you for leading the team to reinforce us. To be honest, before the reality distortion effect just disappeared, I had reservations about bringing hundreds of people and countless equipment to support. Maria Hill looked around, but now, I think we should bring more people. These people are quite troublesome. They are all poor people who were dragged here from another universe by the instigator. I can understand every word, but why am I confused when they are put together? Maria Hill suddenly felt a headache. In other words, all these people lying on the ground are illegal residents with no information about them. You can't say they are illegal. If you look through fairy tale books, you should be able to find all their information. It's just that most of them are just ordinary people in fairy tales, but some of them can be considered to have special skills. Then do you have any way to send all these troublesome guys back to their own homes? I can send them, but I don't have their coordinates in the universe, so who knows where I'll send them to? Li Chengfeng had no choice. To pull someone in, you just need to pick one from the vast dimensions and universe. It's like a scumbag flirting with a girl, checking into a hotel, sleeping with her, and then breaking up. But the difficulty of sending it to someone has increased exponentially. Not only do we need the detailed coordinates of that universe, but we also have to align the timeline. 10 times the energy consumption is an understatement. If you give it away, an honest person will take it. If the house, car, or money is small, there is no room for negotiation. So instead of wasting time and energy sending people back, it is better to think about the best way to resettle them. Li Chengfeng looked at the ruins around him. This was not caused by the battle between the Star Squad and the Cursed Warriors and Agatha Harkness, but the fact that this place was originally the ruins of a small town, a well-known ghost town nearby, and there were several high-quality camping sites next to it. With the FBI's whitewashing methods, all the ruins here will definitely be razed to the ground. Even the ground has to be dug clean. If this place was not too far from other cities, they would probably choose to launch a missile directly after evacuating all personnel. Then they claimed to the outside world that it was a test explosion. It is a traditional art form of America. But instead of forcing these residents from the fairy tale universe to adapt to modern American society, how about simply turning the place where this reality distortion incident occurred into a so-called fairy tale town? Li Chengfeng didn't do this on a whim. Rather than letting these fairy tale characters from another universe scatter all over the world, it is better to gather them together for easier management and monitoring. However, Li Chengfeng had a hunch that these fairy tale characters would probably be too happy to leave. After all, the backgrounds of fairy tales are mostly medieval, ignorant, and backward. If you put it that way, it's not impossible. Maria Hill's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. It costs money to whitewash and cover up information. Compared with this, the cost of building such a small town is really not high. After all, the small town in America is essentially no different from the village in the Republic. Moreover, the labor cost of subsequent management can be greatly reduced. Although she is the commander-in-chief, she also serves as the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. After Sidwell's true identity was exposed, she also served as the head of the personnel department for a period of time. Half of the American Bureau of Investigation is on her shoulders, and she can be called the weightlifting champion of the FBI. It was not until Martian Manhunter joined the FBI as a member of the STAR team and took over the leadership of the personnel department that she was able to escape from the high-intensity work. Uncle, it can be used on the battlefield or in the office, and is a must-have item for home and travel. After the FBI agents came in, the processing speed increased. For now, bring all the fairy tale characters back to the FBI, their identities are still needed. After all, they are not going to isolate these fairy tale characters from the world in a brand new fairy tale town. After the reality distortion space disappears, they can enter and exit freely. Li Chengfeng also took this opportunity to bring back other members of the STAR team. Bruce Banner, who was possessed by Seedhorn but failed. Quicksilver relied on his fast legs to go to the next city to buy food for Bruce Banner but got lost. It was too boring to just hang out on the periphery, so Captain Carter started to remove the 18X advertisement on the scenic spots billboard. Hela touched the head of the wolf-eared girl Little Red Riding Hood because she thought of her dog Fenris, whom she hadn't seen for 1,000 years. Thor and Loki, these two young men, are relatively honest, but Loki has been secretly trying to tempt Thor to challenge Hulk. God have mercy, Dr. Banner finally managed to eat a hot dog with 2 sausages in it. He was already beginning to regret recruiting these idiots into the team. One is more out of tune than the other, especially Captain Carter. I originally thought I had picked up a very experienced Dingashenson. It turns out that he is a super health-conscious expert in slacking off. Instead, the crazy little Harley Quinn with abnormal brain circuits was taking Wanda and cooperating with other FBI agents to check the injuries of the fairy tale characters. Some fairy tale characters with stronger physical fitness and willpower have woken up from their coma, and Harley Quinn also confirmed whether their mental state was normal as soon as possible. Several agents who also majored in psychology followed Harley Quinn and took notes. Shit, this guy doesn't look like a lunatic at all. If you don't know him, you might think he is a doctoral supervisor in some psychology school. Well, in a sense, Quinzel behaves too normally, which is actually abnormal. Bruce Wayne came to Li Chengfeng at some point without knowing it. Gan, can you teach me your skill of appearing and disappearing without a sound? It's good to scare people for fun whenever you want. I'll take that as a compliment. Bruce Wayne said as he took off the Green Lantern ring and handed it to Li Chengfeng. Now that the crisis is over, I should return this Green Lantern ring to you. Li Chengfeng turned his head and looked at Bruce Wayne's face that was overly full of justice. Li Chengfeng was not surprised at all that he did this. When it comes to this kind of supernatural power, Bruce Wayne always pushes it away if he can, and hides it away if he can't, and only uses it in emergencies. That's too much trouble. You can keep this lantern ring. I have no intention of taking back the Green Lantern ring for you and Hal Jordan, or the Red Lantern ring for the Devil Dinosaur. Nonsense. These are just stepping stones to get you into my camp. In this increasingly insane universe, Li Chengfeng had a feeling that sooner or later, a major event that would endanger the entire universe would occur. With a bat with full favor ability by his side, Li Chengfeng's success rate can be increased by 30% no matter what event he faces. If we can find a way to get Barry to develop the Speed Force, then we can use the SL method. I trust you. You will be the greatest Green Lantern. Bruce Wayne originally wanted to firmly refuse, but when he saw Li Chengfeng saying trust while showing him a firm and relieved smile, he was shaken. Then he put away the Green Lantern ring. Catwoman, who was bandaging her wound after pretending to faint, suddenly shuddered. Looking back at Bruce Wayne and Li Chengfeng, his bright and cunning eyes revealed an expression like a cat protecting its food. Meow, I don't know what happened. But why do I feel so upset and want to pull the FBI agent's hair? With Li Chengfeng's keen perception of emotions, he immediately felt the look in Catwoman's eyes. In his eyes, Catwoman's body was now surrounded by a layer of purple light. In the emotional spectrum, purple represents love. As the purple light of lust, which is at the opposite end of the emotional spectrum like the red light of rage, although it is not evil, it is usually accompanied by attributes such as jealousy and paranoia. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry? Li Chengfeng secretly apologized to Catwoman in his heart. Just blame that damn system. But he was not originally Nantong, and Bruce Wayne's sexual orientation was quite firm. He wouldn't be turned gay just because of his charm. And instead of guarding against him, it's better to guard against that big guy from Kansas. The big guy has some succubus attributes. What's more, they have been friends for many years. Li Chengfeng thought so, gave Catwoman a thumbs up, then patted Bat's shoulder, and walked slowly towards the original location of the tavern in Fairy Tale Town. Nick Fury's grandson's car is still parked there. When Hulk, who was holding Loki's feet after he knocked Thor away, passed by, he gave him a warm reminder. This kid said you were a big fool. When the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. Listening to Loki's body making rhythmic and intimate contact with Mother Earth, Li Chengfeng suddenly felt relaxed. The reason why famous scenes are famous scenes is that no matter what kind of world collapses into, it should be staged. It will happen eventually. Thief son, you have to taste the pain I've suffered. Here, your car keys. Li Chengfeng sat down on Nick Fury's expensive leather sofa, stretched and collapsed on it. Don't you have anything to say to me? Nick Fury put the keys aside casually. Just going to find a car, you encounter reality distortion, which I have never heard of. Should I say you are lucky? Or unlucky? I don't know whether it's good luck or bad luck, but I do have a bit of a troublesome temperament. Li Chengfeng secretly complained in his heart. Apart from anything else, the possession of this so-called system destined him to be a huge troublemaker. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. After the incident in Fairy Tale Town, it seems that we should incorporate this kind of reality distortion incident into the routine prevention system. Nick Fury stood up and sat down next to Li Chengfeng. When I was sunbathing with Dr. Liang Liang, he once talked to me about similar incidents, but I always treated them as anecdotes. After all, if you don't really experience it once, you will never know the harm. This time, the reality distortion incident in Fairy Tale Town really scared Black Sauce Egg into breaking out in a cold sweat. Especially when he lifted the reality distortion space and recovered his memories about Li Chengfeng, Bruce Wayne, and others, he realized the horror of the reality distortion event. The existence of a person or even a group of people can be wiped out without a trace. Especially Li Chengfeng. He is the big daddy of the entire American General Administration. Even though Nick Fury quarrels with Li Chengfeng every day, when he wanted to borrow Nick Fury's car, didn't Nick Fury give it to him just like that? If one day Li Chengfeng proposed to ride Nick Fury to work, Nick Fury would probably agree with a smile. There is no bottom line? It's just FG pampering? Li Chengfeng could actually feel this atmosphere, but he was not Long Aotian, and secondly, he was not a passerby who had seen Long Aotian too many times, so he felt a little embarrassed. As a result, after a period of adjustment, he and Nick Fury formed their current relationship. To be honest, apart from being a little paranoid at the beginning, Hai Woden is a nice person. Be able to take it and let it go, be reasonable and give face. He is just vague about the origin of his one-eyedness. Maria has already reported to me that there is nothing wrong with your method of local containment. Besides, none of the fairy tale characters in Fairy Tale Town have very powerful abilities, so there is no need to worry about them causing any trouble. But this is a whole town after all. We need to send a few managers to assist them in the early stage, and then we can let them take care of themselves completely. Li Chengfeng shrugged. After all, no matter how fairy tale it is, there are princes or princesses who have managed kingdoms. Their basic management abilities are beyond doubt. As long as they don't fall in love. By the way, how should the American government explain the creation of such a town? I have already informed the American government about this matter in advance. Nick Fury half lay on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling. They have experience in dealing with such requests. Although you are a republic, you should have heard of Indian reservations, right? I've heard that you Americans are quite evil. I don't deny that. Nick Fury didn't want to waste time on historical issues. This fairytale town can use measures similar to those of a reserve, but only allow them to come and go freely and govern themselves. After all, they are still occupying state land, so we have to give them some face. Although Nick Fury is a Native American, as the director of the FBI for so many years, he has long been able to judge national issues from a third-party perspective. After all, the FBI is an agency of the World Federation. It is precisely because of this characteristic of the FBI that it has always had some conflicts with the American government, military, FBI, CIA and other agencies. The American military sent Hal Jordan to deliver the TIE particles to the FBI. It was obvious that they had run out of options and had no choice but to ask the FBI for help. Whatever you say, as long as we can deal with the government, I believe a new fairytale town will be built soon. Li Chengfeng stood up and walked to the desk next to him. Ada Wong and Ingrid Hannigan's hands were so busy that they were smoking, constantly receiving and recording information. The amount of information in this reality distortion event is a bit terrifying, especially the hundreds of fairy tale characters from another universe that need to be recorded. The hands-off attitude of Li Chengfeng and Nick Fury just now had already caused Ada Wong and Ingrid Hannigan to frequently cast razor-sharp glances at them. Li Chengfeng glanced at the two ladies who were obviously a little irritable and chuckled. Ingrid Hannigan does have a bit of a bad temper, and Ada Wong is a beautiful witch with a kind face but a dark heart. Li Chengfeng felt that if he took out the Red Lantern furnace at that moment, there would probably be 2 more Red Lantern demons. Hey Ada, long time no see. We just met the day before yesterday. One day without seeing you feels like 3 years. While Li Chengfeng was talking nonsense, he definitely closed the FBI terminal in front of Ada Wong. Then, in the shocked eyes of Ada Wong and Ingrid Hannigan, Li Chengfeng opened a portal behind Ada Wong and pushed her office chair back. After doing all this, Li Chengfeng waved at Nick Fury and Ingrid Hannigan. If I can't see you again, I wish you good morning, good afternoon, and good night. After saying that, he walked into the portal, and the portal closed. Ingrid Hannigan froze in place, even stopping the work in her hands. After a long while, Ingrid Hannigan turned her head stiffly and looked at Nick Fury with his one eye wide open. Chief, they are pushing all the work onto me, right? Probably, perhaps, it seems, yes. Nick Fury wiped the cold sweat from his bald head. Calm down. Agent Hannigan, you have to stay calm. I will immediately transfer someone from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to assist you in completing the paperwork. As a director, Nick Fury is quite insightful. Ingrid Hannigan closed her eyes and took several deep breaths, but she couldn't hold it in anymore and she slammed the table in anger. You crazy husband and wife? Be careful when walking at night next time. I'll put you in a sack sooner or later. Nick Fury tried his best to blend in with the sofa with his skin color. The resentment of office workers when they explode is very terrifying. Li Chengfeng and Ada Wong definitely could not feel Ingrid Hannigan's resentment. At the moment they were thousands of miles away in Finland. Lake Inari, one of the best places to observe the aurora. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he wrapped Aida in his coat. Although it is not winter yet, it is located in northern Europe after all, so the temperature at night is not too high. After a brief shock, Ada simply put her work behind her, tightened her coat with both hands, and sank into her office chair. I should be thankful that I didn't wear a skirt or cheongsam today, otherwise the romance would have turned into a sneeze. Li Chengfeng did not answer, but just stood beside Ada, feeling the slight warmth coming from his side. The two men were silent for a long time by the Lake Inari, and then Li Chengfeng finally spoke. Actually, I've always had some doubts. Questions. Ada looked at the peaceful night sky. As the leader of the most important team of the American General Administration and an outstanding agent of the Republic General Administration, dearly, what questions could stump you, such an outstanding person? That's just asking a question you already know the answer to, Ada. Li Chengfeng shook his head. In fact, that strange feeling had been lingering in his mind since the very beginning. King Ada seemed a little too familiar with him. If this is her original personality, then it's fine. But when facing other people, even facing several gods in Asgard, Ada is always warm on the outside but cold on the inside. In her eyes, Li Chengfeng could clearly feel that he was a special existence. Ada is never reluctant to send such signals. Li Chengfeng had doubts because he couldn't understand. He had no doubts about his closeness to the crazy little Harley Quinn. Because he led the treatment of Harley Quinn's breakdown and the reconstruction of her worldview, although it was unexpected that her empathy was transferred to him, at least he could understand it. And Li Chengfeng can also understand his dear goddess of death Hela. He broke into Odin's seal, freed her, and stayed by Hela's side. Although it was not a deliberate influence, in fact, he did make Hela more and more like a mortal on Earth rather than a goddess of Asgard. Although the so-called God King and God Queen were a misunderstanding at first, Li Chengfeng did not deny it later and even seemed to enjoy it. But King Ada, Li Chengfeng really didn't understand. He knew that he had a handsome appearance, but he was not Long Aotian, and he did not have the ability to make a beautiful woman fall in love with him with just one move of his body. But every time he thought about the first time they met, when Ada Wong deliberately stroked the back of his hand with her little finger when handing him the information, a tingling sensation would arise from deep in his heart. And when I deliberately called her sister Wong, she would always secretly reveal a slightly resentful look. Li, I understand all the questions that are bothering you. Ada looked at Li Chengfeng's slightly distressed expression and was actually a little happy. But I just want to be a riddler this time. After saying that, Ada ran to the side with a charming but not greasy smile. Hey, being a riddle teller is not a good habit. Li Chengfeng caught up with Ada in 2 or 3 steps, grabbed her hand, and brought her back to his arms. You bad woman? Did you know something from the beginning? Or have you seen me before? Li Chengfeng did not deliberately confine Aida in his arms, but Aida did not struggle. Instead, she found a more comfortable position to lean against. The entire weight of the person was on Li Chengfeng. You said that we would meet in the future. Ada showed a nostalgic look, and you didn't break your promise. When you showed up at the FBI building, you had no idea how excited I was. Ida, I'm very sure I didn't say such a thing. You definitely haven't said it yet. This sentence is the promise you made to me. After Ada said this, Li Chengfeng hadn't reacted yet when he heard Ada's exclamation. Aurora? It's Aurora. Ada rushed to the lake excitedly like a little girl. Li Chengfeng subconsciously looked up into the air. The green aurora, which originally required the help of equipment to be observed, is now hanging high in the sky, flowing like a river into the unknown distance. Before Li Chengfeng asked again, a long-lost sound of soda appeared in his mind, but the original smell of kidney deficiency was much less, which seemed to indicate that he had almost recovered. How about this gift? Do you like it? Ion Shark, I didn't expect you to be so nosy. Li Chengfeng understood. No wonder those auroras in the sky exude a breath of will. Hey, love is a color on the emotional spectrum. Even though I am a will lanternman, I can also feel other emotions. Ion Shark's voice was full of pride. The strong purple light on King Ada's body, as long as you are not blind, you can see it, right? Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. That little brat Ion Shark said some bullshit. He definitely can see it? But because I can see it, I become more and more confused. Because the rich purple color on Ada's body is enough to make her the queen of Star Sapphire. Even if he was possessed by Purple Lantern's lamp beast, the plunder beast, and became a plunderer, he wouldn't be surprised. Ada, what did you just say? What exactly do you mean? Li Chengfeng calmed down. He had used the database of the General Administration of the Republic to complete the part of his memory that he had not inherited in great detail. He was very sure that he had never had any intersection with King Ada in the past. The only possible connection between the two of them in the database is that Ada is suspected to have Republican ancestry. Ada swore that it was the promise she made to her. But she wasn't surprised at all that she didn't know about it. Li Chengfeng's expression suddenly changed. Combining all the known information, Li Chengfeng seemed to be able to come to only one conclusion. Ada, when was the first time you saw me? Don't you know it yourself? Ada turned around and tilted her head, her poor acting as if she was questioning actually seemed a little cute. Ada, listen to my question carefully. Li Chengfeng held Ada's shoulders with both hands, lowered his head and said again, I asked when was the first time you saw me, not the first time I saw you. Li Chengfeng was not being pedantic when he asked this question. In the first chapter of The Sign of Four, Sherlock Holmes said to Watson, when you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how implausible, must be the truth. Li Chengfeng was sure that Aida did not lie and that there was nothing wrong with his investigation experience. That leaves only that one explanation. My future self, at some point in the past, has met Ada. Ada looked at Li Chengfeng's face for a long time. Finally, under the illumination of the aurora dyed by the Ion Shark, Ada tiptoed gently and placed a kiss on Li Chengfeng's lips. I've been looking forward to this kiss for 10 years. The next day, Nick Fury's office. Li Chengfeng had been sitting on the sofa waiting for a while before Nick Fury walked in humming a West Coast tune. Oh, you're here pretty early, Agent Li Chengfeng. I heard you went on a date yesterday. Nick Fury saw the somewhat lazy Li Chengfeng at a glance. You're really dedicated. You were watching the Northern Lights in Finland last night, and you came here early this morning to work the morning shift. Li Chengfeng really wanted to stuff the black salted eggs blindfold into his anus. If Nick Fury hadn't asked him to come, he wouldn't have bothered to go to the morning office. Now you are still making sarcastic remarks here. When Nick Fury saw that Li Chengfeng looked ready to kill him, a few beads of sweat immediately ran down his big black head and he quickly changed the subject. So you spent last night by Lake Inari in Finland. You changed the subject? You have to find out something, right? I can only say that Nick Fury is truly worthy of being the king of agents. He has to collect all the intelligence, right? Nonsense, definitely not. Li Chengfeng looked at the black marinated egg in front of him, and the gossipy look in the other's one eye was about to burst out. I haven't said anything yet? Are you getting too much, old dang? I just solved the reality distortion incident, and you can't wait to call me back to work overtime. Ahem, I don't look like the kind of person who exploits his own agents. Nick Fury coughed a few times and finally began to speak seriously. This time it's not about any mission, but about the official collective charity event of our FBI Academy. I know every word you said. Why can't I understand you when you put them together? Li Chengfeng straightened his hair, which was made a little messy by Aida, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Nick Fury began to change subtly. Is this the overly paranoid and slightly inhuman Nick Fury? And the FBI Academy also has charity activities? Is he crazy, or is this world crazy? It just so happened that Gus, the elemental beast in the cat's nest in the corner, woke up and crawled out shaking his fat body. After seeing Nick Fury and Li Chengfeng, He thought for a moment and walked towards Li Chengfeng decisively. Meow. The UN devouring beast Gus jumped onto the sofa, held his throat, and called out to Li Chengfeng in the most flattering voice. Li Chengfeng picked up the UN devouring beast. Good morning, Stinky Gus. Why are you unhappy? The energy and spirit must be radiant early in the morning. After a brutal cat-sucking session, Gus began to doubt his life as a cat while sitting in Li Chengfeng's arms. Suddenly, Gus felt something approaching his drum. Turning around quickly, he saw a little black cat with half of its body sticking out from Li Chengfeng's waist. He was stretching his neck to smell the scent of the UN devouring beast skin drum. Seeing this, Li Chengfeng pulled the demon cat dog out from his waist, and then put Gus and dog together at the other end of the sofa. Let them do whatever they want. After seeing the two cats start to communicate with each other by meowing, Nick Fury saw that Li Chengfeng had finally calmed down, and then said, well, it's like this. As you know, when Professor X and I rebuilt the F.B.I. Academy, we recruited a lot of new students through social recruitment. Together with the young students from Xavier's Ability School, we formed the new F.B.I. Academy. I definitely know this, but what does it have to do with the official charity event you mentioned? This is a huge deal. Nick Fury said seriously, as a school, our admissions are open and transparent, and we have formal student status. And tomorrow happens to be the new F.B.I. Academy's Charity Day and Parents' Day, and all parents of students are invited to participate. When Li Chengfeng heard this, he felt numb. No, what about the mystery of our organization as an agent? How can we recruit a few future superheroes and tell our parents about it? Nonsense. Even though we are all agents, a school is a school, and we must provide everything we need, and you also know that we are an agency of agents. Why don't we tell the parents clearly before we kidnap the children to the F.B.I.? If they really go to the World Federation to file a complaint, they will definitely win. Nick Fury definitely understood what Li Chengfeng meant, but the reality is this reality and the situation is this situation. This Charity Parents' Day has been prepared under the leadership of Professor X, and all the manpower of the entire F.B.I. Academy has been invested in it. When Nick Fury was checking the work with Professor X, Black and White Eggs, two people who were always planning everything, actually made a rare mistake. Li Chengfeng's star team and Phil Coulson's special emergency team were not informed of this matter. I thought you would notify me. Black Boiled Egg suddenly felt some pain in his little black boiled egg. I have always been in charge of the F.B.I. Academy. I thought you had told Phil Coulson and Li Chengfeng a long time ago. Bai Yadan was also a little confused, and his brain became even whiter. As the closest thing to a superhero in the America General Administration, the two teams, especially the All-Stars team, are definitely the most suitable role models to be put in front of parents. At the same time, the Star team also gave parents reassurance. Under the protection of such a powerful team, their children will surely be able to grow up smoothly. Hence the current scene. That means Team All-Star and Team Phil Coulson will both be there tomorrow, right? Yes, but you don't need to feel too stressed. Just treat this as an ordinary school celebration. Nick Fury took out a diagram of the Charity Parents' Day. Look, we organized students to design stores on their own and set up a temporary celebration commercial street. Nick Fury handed the diagram to Li Chengfeng. Seeing that the other party did not speak, he continued. After the Hydra invasion, the entire F.B.I., especially the F.B.I. Academy, was a little depressed. Especially the students in the academy. The friends who used to be together day and night suddenly turned into Hydra. Betrayal and deception made them grow up quickly, but they grew up too fast. Nick Fury smiled bitterly and shook his head. What I want to cultivate is a hero who upholds and promotes justice, not a ruthless killer who puts on a dead man face every day. Well, I need the latter, but I don't need these kids to do it yet. So, we need a celebration-like event to suit their young hearts, right? Li Chengfeng looked at the diagram of the Charity Parents' Day, then looked up and said, that's no problem, I agree. I definitely know you will agree, but since you've agreed to this, there's one more thing. Why don't you also? Damn it, Black Salted Egg, is it so hard to say everything at once? Ahem, this is actually quite embarrassing. Nick Fury rubbed his hands and smiled apologetically, not looking like the director of the American agency at all. You know, young people are always interested in love affairs, and you are the hottest star in the American agency, so, Li Chengfeng didn't quite understand why the topic suddenly slipped from inspiration to teenage mental health. Nick Fury observed Li Chengfeng's expression, swallowed his saliva, and continued. So, these naughty kids are keen on pairing you with other people. I'll give you 10 guts, will you say it again? Naughty kids, support your couple. Nick Fury closed his one eye, made up his mind, and blurted out everything, and they support not just one couple, but many couples, and even developed different fan clubs. That can really be called constant party fighting. After thinking about it, Nick Fury added another sentence. It's more complicated than the American election. After finishing speaking, Nick Fury opened his one eye and saw that Li Chengfeng had no sadness or joy on his face. The system is down. AFK it, bro, please don't die on my couch. Nick Fury ran over quickly, but he didn't expect that as soon as he got in front of Li Chengfeng, he was grabbed by the collar by Zero Frame. No? Is your America General Bureau still capable? I can understand being infiltrated by Hydra. Everyone has missteps. And you were caught off guard by decades of planning. It was even me who proposed the establishment of a new FBI academy, so that you can train your own super ability agents or even superheroes. Li Chengfeng's face was filled with regret. But how did you guys go astray and end up collectively supporting each other? Are you still capable? Li Chengfeng scolded Nick Fury as soon as he caught him, while the internal affairs agents who came to deliver information to Nick Fury looked calm, as if they didn't see that Li Chengfeng was teaching their director a lesson at the moment. Although Li Chengfeng's hearing is not as good as that of the big guy from Kansas, he can still hear 1,000 meters away like a piece of cake. He clearly heard that the two female clerical agents who had just delivered the information, although their expressions did not change after they walked out of the office door, were talking nonsense. Look. I told you that Agent Lee was having an affair with Director Nick Fury. That's right. Agent Lee's hesitant look is really annoying. Director Nick Fury must have let him down. That's why he was grabbed by the collar and lifted up. Humph. Scumbag. That's right, one-eyed scumbag. Come quickly, the elevator is here. Agent Phil Coulson. Li Chengfeng turned his head subconsciously and saw Zhong Deng, a bald-faced but still handsome man, walking into the office with a steady but somewhat showy step. The two female agents were indeed even more excited, and they even pretended to tidy up their clothes and did not take the elevator down. Wow, Agent Phil Coulson is here too? This is really going to be a three-way battle. There's a new trend you want to hear about recently. Huh? What? Is there something I missed? Agent Lee is in love with Director Nick Fury. Director Nick Fury is madly in love with Agent Phil Coulson, and Agent Phil Coulson only has eyes for Agent Lee. He loves him. It's so sad. All the conversations between the two female agents were heard by Li Chengfeng without missing a word. He regretted why his hearing was so good. I would pay a lot for a pair of ears that have never heard these words. Li Chengfeng really didn't expect that Nick Fury would downplay the situation. It's more than just the FBI Academy. The entire FBI is now a den of huge amounts of corruption. And Li Chengfeng and his people are the biggest melons. Phil Coulson didn't know anything at the moment. He seemed to be in a good mood. He walked briskly, with a smile on his face, and hummed an unknown melody, like a cello piece. Li Chengfeng sneered. You are in a very beautiful mood, Zhong Deng? You won't be laughing anymore in a while. Good morning, Director Nick Fury. Li, what are you doing? Phil Coulson walked into the office and looked up to find Li Chengfeng grabbing Nick Fury's collar. Wait a minute, don't move. After saying that, Phil Coulson immediately took out his mobile phone, turned on the camera, and framed Li Chengfeng, Nick Fury, and himself. Then a clicking sound came from the high volume unique to the mobile phones of middle-aged and elderly people. Okay, so what are you doing? Exchanging feelings or skills? Emotions? You're still exchanging emotions. Li Chengfeng looked at Zhong Deng and Lao Deng in front of him with a look of disappointment. Now the FBI is collectively supporting the three of us, do you understand? CP. Phil Coulson was stunned for a moment. What is CP? Li Chengfeng and Nick Fury rolled their eyes at the same time. Where the hell did this middle-aged naivete come from? Don't worry about what the CP is. You just need to know that in the eyes of some female comrades, the three of us are now in a messy and inappropriate love triangle between the old, the middle-aged, and the young. Li Chengfeng gritted his teeth and told the conversation between the two female agents outside the door. Phil Coulson's originally refreshed expression suddenly fell. Me? You? Nick Fury. Phil Coulson sat on the sofa, covering his head. Let me calm down. My mind is a little confused. No, are they sick? Li Chengfeng ignored Phil Coulson, but turned and looked at the two female agents who were outside pretending to enjoy the scenery. You two, stop pretending and get in here. After hearing Li Chengfeng's voice, the two female agents outside the door were shocked and immediately ran to the elevator and pressed the elevator button frantically. But unfortunately, the elevator happened to stop on the first floor at the moment and could not come up for a while. I've memorized your faces. I suggest you come in right now, or you won't get your bonus this month. Upon hearing this, the two female agents could only turn around resigned to their fate and return to Director Nick Fury's office with their heads down, which was in stark contrast to their high-spirited appearance just now. Li Chengfeng took a look and found that the two female agents also had outstanding appearances. One is tall and slender with blonde hair, while the other is curvy with black hair. They are obviously two beauties, but he just doesn't do anything. In fact, Li Chengfeng thinks that it's okay to ship him as a couple. After all, he's a BCH. But wouldn't it be good to ship him off to Ada Wong, Harley Quinn, and Hella? At worst, you could also try out the brother-sister relationship between him and Sky, and the father-daughter relationship between him and White Canary, right? What the FK is this love triangle with Nick Fury and Phil Coulson? Could you please introduce yourselves? I don't know two such excellent agents yet. At this moment, Li Chengfeng made a magical expression of gritting his teeth and smiling at the same time. The two female detectives looked at each other, and seeing that they were caught, they had no choice but to accept their fate. Stand with hands behind your back. Internal Affairs Agent 2 Carolyn Channing reports to you. Max Black, Agent 2 of Internal Affairs, reporting to you. Hiss. No wonder Li Chengfeng felt that these two looked so familiar. Aren't these the two poorest people in the American TV industry? Li Chengfeng tightened his grip and let Nick Fury go. Nick Fury, tell me the truth, is the American agency going bankrupt? Li Chengfeng pressed Black Sauce Egg's shoulder, his expression more serious than ever before. If they really can't even pay salaries, I will take the Star team and the Phil Coulson team back to the Republic. I believe that Mr. Tao will be happy to accept such a large number of elite agents. What the hell are you talking about? Nick Fury was a little confused by Li Chengfeng's arrest and release, and asked such a strange question. The American General Administration is so poor that it is bankrupt? Don't be ridiculous, even if the American government goes bankrupt, it won't be our turn. When Li Chengfeng heard this, he was still skeptical, but he could barely accept it. That's right, the FBI relies on the World Federation. As long as there are no problems with the World Federation, there will be no problems with the 5 headquarters located in the 5 rogue countries. We at the FBI are certainly not facing bankruptcy risk, but recently many of our outsourcing partners have run into problems. Max is carefree and bold, and with the unique die if you want to die temperament of a funny character, he smoothly fits into this high-level FBI conversation. Some of the companies under the Wayne Group have not been doing well recently. The Wayne Group has begun preparing to launch a round of industrial integration. Stark Industries is in a similar situation, but instead of consolidating its industry, it tried to sell it off. Quinn Group is relatively better, and its industries have not encountered any problems. However, the overall economic downturn in Star City has led to an unclear outlook. Other smaller companies are still being counted, but the situation is expected to be even worse. Phew, too weak. Li Chengfeng listened to Max's words and saw Caroline nodding in agreement from time to time. The more he listened, the more frightened he became. Wait, what are you two responsible for in the Ministry of Internal Affairs? Aren't you responsible for communicating with the major outsourcing partners? Yes, we are in the External Liaison Department of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. My God, Agent Lee actually cares so much about us internal affairs agents. Caroline suddenly took out a tissue and wiped her eyes. Max, I feel like I'm going to cry. Oh white girl, you don't have that problem. Max looked at Caroline sympathetically, and Agent Lee has obviously heard about your bad luck. It's not like everyone is immune to your bad luck like me. Wait, I lost 36 knives last month, isn't it because of you? Li Chengfeng rubbed his swollen head and let the 2 unlucky sisters leave. He really didn't expect that the small FBI Internal Affairs Department actually had 2 such geniuses hidden inside. As the saying goes, don't compare your fighting ability with that of a funny character. If you really count them, each of them is like a conceptual god. But this time, it's not like a problem of 2 broke girls, it's more like, someone is tampering with this. In the absence of turmoil and crisis in the overall economy, are there only problems in the industries of the FBI's partners? What nonsense? Ha ha ha, that agent named Max was so funny. His mouth is almost as good as Li Chengfeng's. That Caroline next to her, I don't know why, but when I see her I can't help but want to hold my wallet. It's as if my wallet could grow legs and run away. Unlike the worried Li Chengfeng, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson just thought this episode was very interesting. Nick Fury, Phil Coulson. Can you two stop laughing? Li Chengfeng looked at Qian Tu Zhongdang and Lu Dan Liadeng with a look of disappointment. Didn't you notice anything wrong? Nick Fury and Phil Coulson looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Didn't they just think those 2 young agents were interesting? Why are you pouting? Li Chengfeng looked at the 3 confused eyes and sighed. That's right, I just took advantage of a time traveler. One of these 2 is the king of agents who is in control of the overall situation, and the other is a high-level agent who is responsible for special tasks. Neither of them has ever been in charge of economic affairs, so it is understandable that they are insensitive to this aspect. It's okay, go play. Li Chengfeng said perfunctorily and fell into deep thought. Who is secretly targeting the FBI? Hydra was dealt with. Although there are still a few leaders who have not been arrested, they can no longer pose a big threat. The person most likely to cause a big trouble was Lady Hydra, who had signed a contract with Sithon, but after the Storybrooke incident, she could no longer cause any trouble. Apart from this, the only one in Hydra who can cause economic damage to the FBI is Gideon Malik. But this guy is now thinking about welcoming the Hive back through the Carey Monument and has no interest in targeting the FBI. Even when Hydra was collectively mobilized to prepare for a change of situation, Gideon Malik's faction was probably just perfunctory and did not put in enough effort. It seems that this Hydra that originated in ancient times is indeed not the same as the Nazi Hydra that emerged during World War II. But this also put Li Chengfeng's judgment of the current situation into a deadlock. Enemies with motivations have no abilities, and enemies with abilities have no motivations. Fury, don't you think what Max just reported is a little strange? It's obvious that someone is deliberately targeting the FBI, but they don't dare to be too blatant, so they start with the FBI's outsourcing partners. Li Chengfeng looked at He Ludan, Wayne Group, Stark Industries, and even Quinn Group. The overall trend of these large groups has always been upward. How come they suddenly collectively encountered a small-scale turmoil? Nick Fury and Phil Coulson also gradually stopped joking. You mean, there was an external invasion? It's hard for me to say, but this situation is still too strange. Li Chengfeng shook his head. Let the Ministry of Internal Affairs investigate carefully to find out who is behind this. Li Chengfeng wasn't really afraid of the FBI going bankrupt. But I was afraid that something big was about to happen and I ignored this clue. It will be too late to regret then. This universe is becoming more and more crazy, even funny characters are starting to appear. The so-called plot has long been unpredictable. Just like the Storybrooke incident, who the hell could have imagined that an ancient god was behind all this? That makes sense. I'll let Maria know shortly, but don't forget, there's the Parents' Day at the F.B.I. Academy tomorrow. I wouldn't have scolded you if you hadn't mentioned it. Li Chengfeng angrily pulled Doug, who was shaking his waist, off Gus, the devouring beast. If I hear about any outrageous CP combination again, I will demolish your office. After saying that, he put Doug, who looked resentful, on his shoulder and said, okay, what are you looking at me for? You are essentially a magical energy creature. How can you have a baby with a cat with a physical body? Then he opened the portal, waved to Nick Fury, and dragged Phil Coulson back to the team base. Phil Coulson, no, are you sick? I just drove here from the squad base. Li Chengfeng shrugged at him. Hey, just leave the car at the headquarters and drive it back next time you go. The focus right now is the Charity Parents' Day at the F.B.I. Academy tomorrow. I was just about to ask, what is this Charity Parents' Day? Oh, to make a long story short, Nick Fury is planning a big party to deal with the students' parents and boost the morale of the FBI. He called us over today just to let us know that both teams must attend. I see. Now I understand. Phil Coulson is worthy of being the new S.H.I.E.L.D. director favored by Nick Fury in the original drama. After hearing Li Chengfeng's general description, I knew what Nick Fury meant. All I can say is that people who are suitable to be leaders have basically very similar thought processes. Li Chengfeng then turned on his personal terminal and connected to the exclusive frequency bands of the two teams. Send an all-channel broadcast. All members of Team Phil Coulson and Team Swarm must gather in the base's operations conference room immediately. Let me emphasize, everyone. Especially a psychologist and mental patient who likes to stay in bed, and that lazy old captain. Li Chengfeng said, and suddenly looked at Phil Coulson. Do you have any troublemakers who can't make it to the morning class? Not really. I just need to urge Barry Allen. This kid is good in everything, but his pace is just too slow. Okay, and Barry Allen? Get out of here right now. Run, Barry, run. After Li Chengfeng finished sending out the full band broadcast like a vicious military training instructor, he and Phil Coulson came to the combat meeting room, waiting for the resentful team members who were forced to work early on their day off. The first to arrive was Hulk. Hulk, why doesn't Bruce Banner come out? Banner, you stayed up all night in the lab and said you would never go to the morning office, so here comes Hulk. Ever since Hulk was defeated by Li Chengfeng with the red and green rings, he has been obedient to Li Chengfeng. But boss, what does it mean to go to the morning office? Hulk's eyes were so clear and stupid. How should he explain these sinful words? Finally, thousands of words turned into one sentence. It's okay, go and have your fun. After Hulk arrived, other members walked into the door of the combat meeting room one after another. First up are the three Asgard siblings. Given their physical fitness, sleeping or not sleeping doesn't matter. But what was unexpected was that Hela, who usually didn't care about anything, actually walked over to Li Chengfeng and sat down today. Her golden retriever brother and husky brother were following her like little dogs, but were driven away by Hela's eyes. At the same time, Phil Coulson swallowed and moved to a seat far away. He clearly felt that the aura emanating from the goddess of death Hela, something was wrong. It's better to stay away from both of them. Next came the members of Phil Coulson's team, led by Captain America. They arrived as a group. Even Barry Allen, who Phil Coulson had highlighted, was present. Li Chengfeng looked at the coordination of Phil Coulson's team with envy and almost cried. Damn, look at them. This is what it feels like to be in an elite squad. Look at our own team again. The first person to arrive was Bruce Banner, who had stayed up late to do experiments and couldn't bear the early morning rush hour, so he asked Hulk to do it for him. And three gods who can basically say goodbye to sleep. Woo woo. He also wants such good subordinates who obey orders. But this thought only lasted for a moment. A son does not dislike his mother's ugliness, a dog does not dislike his family's poverty, and Li Chengfeng does not dislike his teammates' absurdity. Because when he gets outrageous, these teammates don't worry about it. However, today, surprisingly, no one in the star team had an attack. In just 5 minutes, all members were present. Even Uncle Jiang, who just took over the HR department, came here after clocking in from the headquarters. The only minor problem was that Ada Wong and Harley Quinn played a game for several minutes over who would sit on the other side of Li Chengfeng. In the end, it was Ada Wong who whispered a few words in Harley Quinn's ear, and finally the little lunatic sat next to Ada Wong with an expression that said FK, I lost on her face. For some reason, when Li Chengfeng saw this scene, he subconsciously looked at Hela. And Hela at the moment actually frowned slightly. Would Hela, who has been domineering and kingly ever since she left the sealed dimension, have such an expression? The gray-green eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a look that was hard to describe. Suddenly, Li Chengfeng seemed to see a very faint light in her eyes. It flashed by and was almost invisible. Okay, agents, I didn't intend to gather you all on this rest day morning. Everything is to blame Nick Fury, the black salted egg, and Professor X, the white duck egg. Revenge is needed, and grievances are needed. Li Chengfeng clapped his hands and continued, but we still have to make things clear today. Tomorrow is the FBI Academy's Charity Parents' Day. The two eggs told me that our two teams must be there. Boss, what is Public Welfare Parents' Day? Oh, Hulk, go have fun if you have nothing to do. Just don't forget to go out with us tomorrow. Well, Hulk is going to play the video game. After saying that, Hulk left the combat meeting room with murderous intent. Oliver Queen poked Wade Wilson with a frown on his face. Why is the big green guy so murderous just playing a game? Nonsense, you've died 300 or 400 times at the hands of Marinia, and you're still full of murderous intent. So it seems that Green has a pretty good temper. He didn't even throw the controller. Well, the controller didn't fall, but I've already replaced the 10th game console. Forget it. Including the Whispering Green Arrow and Deadpool, everyone had no objection to Hulk's departure. Everyone is asking what the Public Welfare Parents' Day is. What else can they say? All we can do is obey the mentality of a 3 or 5-year-old child. In short, we will be here tomorrow as the ultimate force of the FBI, which is both a stabilizer and a reassurance. So tomorrow there will probably be a lot of ordinary people from all walks of life participating, so we must ensure the smooth progress of the entire Charity Parents' Day. Li Chengfeng initially wondered what could happen on the Charity Parents' Day, but when he discovered that someone was secretly targeting the FBI, Li Chengfeng became unsure. Tomorrow, there won't be any real trouble, right? The next day, FBI Academy. Today is definitely a big day for these young students. Although it is called the Charity Parents' Day, in reality, the students value the fact that not only do they not have to train today, but they can also have fun. And while you're having fun, you can also see your idol. For example, the X-Men. For example, the Phil Coulson team. For example, the Star Squad. Especially the Star team. He didn't have much contact with the students recruited later, but the first batch of students from the new FBI Academy were a big obstacle in Li Chengfeng's short teaching career. In the end, they all suffered a severe beating from Li Chengfeng. But the outrageous thing is that they are actually very proud of it. There were even many students who had doubts about whether to stay in the FBI at the time, but after this incident, they became more determined. The Star Squad is their target? It's not really a collective explosion of M attributes, but the most simple gene of admiring the strong that has come into play. But after that, the students at the FBI Academy rarely saw Li Chengfeng. Only occasionally would I run into teacher Harley and Li Chengfeng alone in the psychological clinic. There is no other way. Even during Hydra's massive attack, Li Chengfeng was on the main battlefield. After all, the new Joint Commissioning Academy is the one that can resolve the attack the fastest and easiest among the institutions that are targeted by Hydra. In the end, it even became a temporary assessment site for teachers, and the scores were directly added to the final exam scores. Thousands of words finally come down to one sentence. These naughty kids miss Li Chengfeng. I really don't understand why you all like that BD teacher so much. Jessica Jones folded her arms as she walked along the designated patrol route in the new FBI Academy with Peter Parker and Daniel Rand. The entire arrangement of the Charity Parents' Day was decided by the students through voting, and the leaders of the FBI only made guiding suggestions and grants. The students are also responsible for maintaining order and safety throughout the Charity Parents' Day. They patrol according to the assigned routes and times, and there are dozens of guard posts at fixed locations. It's definitely a shift system. And now it is the turn of Jessica Jones and the other 3 to go on patrol. Jessica, we don't like Agent Li Chengfeng. The word like is too frivolous. We admire him? That's right. Adoration? After entering the FBI Academy, we spent every day listening to the legendary stories of Agent Li Chengfeng. He dug up Captain America in the Arctic and fought against alien starfish, subdued the gods of Asgard to join the Star Squad, and even solved a reality distortion incident. Although I don't know what reality distortion feels like, it sounds like a very dangerous and exciting adventure. Jessica Jones and Daniel Rand rolled their eyes. Peter Parker is a good guy in every way. He is kind to others and would go to great lengths to help his friends. He can even become friends with a loner, weird and stubborn Jessica Jones. But there are only 2 points that are extremely annoying. First, he's such a chatterbox. Second, when it comes to Li Chengfeng, his gossip level increases tenfold. Now, under Peter Parker's chatter, the 2 of them suddenly felt their brains starting to bubble. Stop, stop, stop. I know you admire Agent Li very much, but could you please restrain yourself and stop acting like a crazy fan? Daniel Rand said as he pointed at Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, who were socializing together at a lawn buffet not far away. Look, Tony Stark is pretty good too. Mr. Stark is now only 3rd among my favorite superheroes. I know the first one must be Li Chengfeng. Jessica Jones was a little confused. Then who is the second one? Definitely is the goddess of Asgard, a member of the Star team, and Agent Hela, codenamed Death. She and Agent Li Chengfeng are definitely a perfect match. Jessica Jones's eyes suddenly fixed. That is to say, Peter, you are actually sent by Hela x Li Chengfeng. Don't run away. You heretic. Teacher Harley is obviously the most suitable one. Peter Parker's spider telepathy vibrated wildly at this moment, and he instantly realized that he had talked too much and blurted out things that he shouldn't have said. So when Jessica Jones just roared, Peter Parker shot the cobweb directly at the building next to him, and it swung away into the distance in a few hits and disappeared. Damn it! If I could really master the flight ability, I would definitely catch this guy Peter and give him a good electric shock. He actually helped the goddess of death. Jessica Jones waved her fist in her place, showing a sense of impotent rage. Some time ago, when she was developing an ability, she accidentally took a short flight for a few minutes. Not gliding or hovering, but real flying. But it has never been successfully reproduced since then. She had always felt sorry for it, but after seeing Peter Parker escape easily from her hands today, she made up her mind. She will never skip Mr. Beast's ability development class again. Daniel Rand wiped a cold sweat. Those who develop abilities to become stronger at least have a serious goal, either to become an excellent agent, or to have a target that they must defeat. How come it comes to you, becoming stronger is for beating up friends who have different weaknesses? Peter Parker hid behind a store for a while, and when he found that Jessica Jones did not explode in anger and chase him directly, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Call. Huh. Including his own breathing, there were actually 2 exhalation sounds. Peter Parker turned his head sharply and saw a man with a similar expression to him, who was hiding after escaping. Agent Li Chengfeng. Hey, Peter Parker, good afternoon. Why are you here? Are you hiding here from women? Li Chengfeng looked around vigilantly, then teased Peter Parker. You look so embarrassed that I have to doubt it. Agent Li Chengfeng, aren't you hiding here like me? According to what you said, you are hiding here to avoid women as well. Hehe, how can I say I'm hiding from a woman? Li Chengfeng wiped the sweat off his forehead. I'm hiding from a humanoid female Tyrannosaurus Rex, the kind that would conquer the 9 realms if she disagreed with me. Conquer the 9 realms? Are you talking about Agent Hela, codenamed Death? SHHHHH. Don't mention her name. Li Chengfeng suddenly felt like he was dying. He relied on black magic to conceal all his aura and was able to dodge it. But if Peter Parker suddenly recites Hela's real name here, her divinity will react. And today Hela is a little not normal. Li, my queen of gods. You're hiding here. You are mine. Everything about you is mine. Mine. Hela suddenly appeared in midair, looking down at Li Chengfeng. Her eyes. Greed is evident. Li Chengfeng didn't notice anything strange about Hela at first. I just think that Hela just needs me as the Queen of God out of habit. Ugh, Executive Deputy King of God. That's why he chose to sit next to me in the operations meeting room. Li Chengfeng did not doubt the strange light in her eyes. But the next day, when he actually arrived at the Charity Parents' Day, Li Chengfeng discovered Hela's problem. TM is a bit big. Whatever it was, she had to get it. Balloons on the roadside, food on the stalls, Phil Coulson's sunglasses, Nick Fury's eye mask. God have mercy? Nick Fury didn't even have time to say mahjong before he covered his eyes and ran away in embarrassment. But Hela didn't really like these things, she just wanted to satisfy herself. Greedy. And the most important thing is that she held Li Chengfeng tightly to her side and did not allow Li Chengfeng to move even a step. If Li Chengfeng makes any abnormal movements, he will be warned directly with Night Sky Sword. If Li Chengfeng couldn't see anything weird at this moment, then he should just stop hanging around in the emotional spectrum circle and just PS and drown himself. Originally it was just an imperceptible light, but now Li Chengfeng could already see the thick orange mist in Hela's eyes. That is the unique color of greedy orange light. However, unlike King Ada whose body was condensed into a ball of rich purple light, although the orange light had already appeared in Hela's body, as a level godfather, she was still subconsciously fighting against this somewhat ominous emotional spectrum energy and suppressing it in her body. So her current behavior is just wanting instead of grabbing everything. However, this also has disadvantages for Hela original. If greed is suppressed in the body, then greed must be transformed into other emotions to vent. And Li Chengfeng is this outlet. In other words, at the moment Hela, as the God King, self-proclaimed, has an unprecedented desire to possess the God Queen. So when Li Chengfeng used black magic to become invisible and erase his own breath, Hela was extremely angry. The person who was most important to her and whom she wanted to possess most disappeared. If Peter Parker hadn't recited her real name and let her know her location, Li Chengfeng would probably have been able to hide for a while longer. Peter Parker, please leave first. What's going to happen next is not something a high school student can face. Agent Li, I can't leave you behind. Peter Parker instantly got into the role, as if he was about to part with Li Chengfeng on the battlefield. Get out of here. Li Chengfeng pulled Peter Parker's collar and threw him out. You left just because I told you to. How come you're more evil than Barry Allen? Throwing Peter Parker out, Hela just glanced at him and paid no more attention. All her attention was on Li Chengfeng. Possess, claim, take as one's own, tear apart and eat. Countless greedy thoughts came to my mind. But she is a true goddess with divinity after all. How can greed completely influence her? Hela fell from the air. Her 2.13-meter height and excellent body proportions made Li Chengfeng swallow his saliva. See, Li Chengfeng didn't even get to say Hela's name before Hela, who lowered her head, blocked his words. He was trapped against the wall? The heartless thief god. It smells really good. As lips and teeth collided, the greed in Hela's eyes became even more intense. Hiss. Li Chengfeng frowned, and his lips were cut open by Hela's aggressive attack. The smell of blood strengthened the intensity and eroticism of this kiss. Only Hela can strengthen her physical fitness to this level. But Li Chengfeng was also a little angry. You bite me? I have to bite it back? It's not that I like this feeling, I just simply don't want to admit defeat. Well, I won't admit defeat. So, have you calmed down for now? Li Chengfeng took a deep breath and wiped his bloody lips. Don't see the blood. The wound will be basically healed before even a few drops of blood can flow out. The Asgard goddess who was sitting on the ground with him seemed to be still savoring the fierce and bloody kiss just now. The greedy orange light in his eyes also temporarily dissipated. Today, I don't know why, but my possessiveness towards everything is skyrocketing, especially towards you, my queen of gods. Hela leaned closer, it makes me unable to stop. Did you use some black magic? Believe me, Hela. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. If I knew this kind of black magic, I would definitely use it in a private setting where only the two of us are. As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, Hela and he immediately looked in the same direction. Strolling towards them was a spirit. There were not many people who could directly observe spirits with their naked eyes at the scene, but in this corner of the venue where the Charity Parents' Day was held, only the two of them could see it. And this spirit is an acquaintance. Agatha Harkness, you can still exist as a spirit. It seems that even you who have been bewitched by the dark book know how to leave a way out. You're too kind, Agent Li Chengfeng. Agatha Harkness, who was in spirit form, smiled. Except for that beastly scum Constantine, no magician would joke about his own soul, even after Blacken. The soul is immortal, Agatha Harkness's trump card. In the comics, she also taught Wanda in this form. You have caused a big incident after Blacken. You should have run away. After all, as long as you don't show up, even I can't find your trace. I definitely fled from Storybrooke the first time, but I later discovered something. I felt I had to talk to you about it. Agatha Harkness walked up to the two of them, thought for a moment, and then stood next to Hela. Even though she was an experienced woman, she couldn't stand calmly beside the person who almost killed her. When I, Blacken, was planning the Storybrooke incident, I had an anonymous sponsor who helped me make all the arrangements, including having Hal Jordan transport TIE particles through the sky above Storybrooke. And didn't you notice one thing? Agatha Harkness said solemnly, the so-called Granddad was the only dead person in Storybrooke, but no body was found in the end. Li Chengfeng was stunned. Umaria Hill was fully responsible for the aftermath of Fairy Tale Town, and he did not continue to intervene. So, what do you mean? If the purpose of having Catwoman steal Nick Fury's car is to lure out the Star Squad, then the existence of this Granddad is for the goddess of death Hela. Agatha paused to observe the expressions of Hela and Li Chengfeng, and found that there was nothing unusual, so she continued, Granddad is not a person pulled from the fairy tale universe, but a cyborg cloned with Mammon's blood as the core. Mammon is the demon in hell that controls the original sin of greed. And his maker is called. Agatha suddenly lowered her voice and uttered a string of notes. At the same time, at the lawn buffet, Clark Kent was holding up a camera, preparing to take a group photo of several famous presidents. Bruce Wayne, Tony Stark, and Oliver Queen are all outsourced partners of the FBI, and are very suitable for use as covers. Oh, you guys are here. It was easy for me to find you. Suddenly, a bald man emerged from the crowd. He politely shook hands with everyone present, including Clark Kent. My name is Lex Luthor, nice to meet you all. Lex Luthor. Tony Stark, the most sociable of the three bosses, took the lead and shook Lex Luthor's hand. Is it the Lex Luthor from Lex Group? I can't say my name is unique, but, yes, it's me. Although Lex Luthor has a bald head, he is very confident. Nice to meet you, Mr. Tony Stark. Although I have heard of your name for a long time. Tony Stark's eyes revealed a little scrutiny, but I remember that Lex Group doesn't seem to be an outsourcing partner of the FBI, right? As soon as Tony Stark finished speaking, Bruce Wayne and Oliver Queen looked at Lex Luthor. As the FBI's largest outsourcing partners, the three of them are natural allies. But Lex Luthor is not. To be precise, Lex Luthor can even be considered their rival. Because Lex Luthor has in-depth cooperation with the American government and military. For example, when Li Chengfeng asked Grant Ward to assassinate the FBI traitor Sitwell, he also asked him to clean up a group of American politicians. I guess all those politicians have received money from Lex Luthor. With this kind of relationship, and the natural conflicts between the FBI and the American government and military, Lex Luthor probably often puts obstacles in their way. The three of them had all suffered a bit of damage recently, and they hadn't been able to find any clues to the culprit, but then Lex Luthor suddenly appeared before them. The three bosses exchanged glances. No way, this guy is the one who did this. An outsourcing partner of the FBI? I'm definitely not. I'm just an ordinary businessman. I came here mainly to see the world. After all, the FBI just went through a big event like the Battle of Washington. Lex Luthor picked up a glass of champagne from the cold table next to him, but the three of you don't look very friendly. I don't understand why you are so hostile to me. When Lex Luthor said this, the three tyrants present were all stunned, and even the fan-shaped diagram did not appear in time. The reporter-type Kansas guy who had been observing the situation silently was now full of complaints about Lex Luthor in his heart. The three of them have little contact with you, so it's normal that they don't understand you. But Clark Kent is a reporter from Metropolis. How many times has he reported news and events about Lex Group? How many events suspected to be related to Lex Group has he investigated? But the technique was indeed superb and the follow-up work was perfect. Lex Group and Lex Luthor have always been pure and innocent. He is so pure and innocent that even Clark Kent can't switch to deal with Lex Luthor. Just like this time, the foundations of the three tyrants were targeted in a not serious but quite disgusting way. The only one who has such financial resources and ability, and can act secretly without being discovered, is Lex Luthor. But the three presidents were just guessing and couldn't do anything openly to Lex Luthor. The most they could do was to retaliate in the same way. While Bruce Wayne, Oliver Queen, and Tony Stark were still staring at Lex Luthor, they heard a somewhat sloppy young voice coming from behind them. You guys, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll treat you to a meal after this is over. Definitely not the bald guy next to you. I don't like that bald guy. He looks like a profiteer with no moral standards. The three of them turned around and saw that it was Li Chengfeng who came with Hela, whose expression had basically returned to normal. Li Chengfeng gave them a look that said don't worry, then walked straight towards Lex Luthor. When he heard the name Lex Luthor from Agatha Harkness, he actually had the thought him. That makes sense. I've heard of you. You're the Li Chengfeng agent seconded from the Republic Bureau to the America Bureau. Lex Luthor didn't feel embarrassed at all when he heard Li Chengfeng's blunt sarcasm. Instead, he extended his hand to Li Chengfeng. I've heard of you for a long time. In today's America, your name is widely known among the upper class, but most people have only heard of you but never seen you. Oh, so you mean, you are very honored to meet me. Li Chengfeng lowered his eyes, looked at the hand extended to him, and finally shook it. But I don't have a very good impression of you. Haha, I think this must be a misunderstanding. No, I just hate bald heads. Li Chengfeng held Lex's hand and slightly forced him to prevent him from breaking free. With his other hand, he gently tapped Lex's forehead. There are only 2 bald heads I recognize, and you are obviously not one of them. So I hope you can grow some hair, otherwise I will bring people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to visit your Lex group 14 times a week. The corners of Lex Luthor's eyes twitched continuously, and his perfect businessman face was barely intact, but the sinister look in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Is this Lex Luthor so tolerant? I have provoked him to this extent, but he still hasn't broken through the red temperature? Could it be that my skills have declined? The 4 people who were watching the fun, especially Clark Kent, had no expression on their faces, but in their hearts they were almost laughing so hard that their righteous buttocks were about to split. Li Chengfeng is really something? He really is worthy of being the man favored by that crazy senior of mine? All I can say is there is no craziest, only crazier. Li Chengfeng definitely couldn't hear Clark Kent's thoughts, and even if he did, he couldn't beat him up. TMD, this is really impossible to beat. MJGZNDKWMZCYNTI3NJG2MDG4OJ equals. Agent Li Chengfeng, I think the Lex group and I haven't done anything to displease you, right? Lex Luthor quickly showed a hurt expression. I know I'm not an outsourced partner of the FBI, and because of my relationship with the American government and the military, the FBI even considers me to be in the opposing camp, but I personally absolutely respect all the efforts the FBI has made for world peace. Listen. Bruce Wayne, stop whispering with Oliver Queen and Tony Stark, and learn from Mr. Lex Luthor. Li Chengfeng turned around and said to the 3 overlords on the side, he is a real big businessman, he can say such high-sounding words. His face, tisk 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 tisk, I feel that even a batarang can't penetrate it. After Li Chengfeng finished complaining to the 3 bosses, he looked at Lex Luthor again. Oh, finally I can't keep smiling and being polite anymore. Agent Li Chengfeng, although I cannot control your words and actions, I will report every word you just said to Director Nick Fury. Although I am just an ordinary businessman, I also have dignity. You are going too far. Lex Luthor raised his voice quite a bit when he said this, and many sharp-eyed and sharp-eared agents around also heard it. Among them were Maria Hill and Martian Manhunter, who were having an impromptu meeting at the buffet table. After hearing what Lex Luthor said, the 2 of them tacitly stopped discussing the FBI's recruitment work for the new quarter, and then smiled at each other. What the hell? Lex Luthor is going to complain to Nick Fury? Who are you suing? Li Chengfeng? Okay, go ahead and sue. I guarantee that if you sue him, he will remain silent. But while watching the fun, Maria Hill and Uncle John were worthy of being the pillars of the American General Administration's civil service work. They immediately associated something with Li Chengfeng's obviously targeted attitude. You know Li Chengfeng well. He is not arrogant or unreasonable. Although he always acts in a fanciful and illogical way, he always has his reasons for doing things, and what he does is usually right. Although you tend to have blind faith in Li Chengfeng, he does. Uncle John nodded to Maria Hill. I remember the Ministry of Internal Affairs reported that the outsourcing companies had suffered varying degrees of blows, suspected to be external targets. Now it seems that this Lex Luthor was behind it. And regarding the FBI recruitment work, it is also this Lex group that has been deliberately targeting the FBI. Maria Hill frowned and glanced at the bald man who was grabbed by Li Chengfeng. The more she looked at him, the more she disliked him. They both have white bald heads, but Professor X is so kind and amiable, while Lex Luthor looks so hideous, interfering with the FBI's recruitment efforts. Yes, several large security companies under the Lex Group are competing with the FBI for people, but I can't say much. They are just offering double or even triple the salary to snatch them away. We can't stop others from making more money, right? Uncle Jiang was also a little helpless. So Lex Luthor's voice not only failed to attract sympathy, but instead made the 2 big Buddhas of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Human Resources completely focus on the Lex Group. Go back and immediately formulate a plan against them? After making up their minds, the 2 did not continue the meeting and discussion, but instead looked at Li Chengfeng and Lex Luthor intently. Although they couldn't guess what Li Chengfeng was planning, they knew that Lex Luthor would definitely fall into Li Chengfeng's hands today. As expected, Li Chengfeng listened to Lex Luthor's accusation without saying a word. After Lex Luthor finished speaking, Li Chengfeng raised his head, and all those expressions of disgust and targeting disappeared, leaving only a refreshing and kind smile. Lex Luthor, you. Well, I thought that as a genius, you must have some profound ideas. but I don't want to say such vulgar words. Well, you should resign from Lex Group and give your shares to your sister Lena Luthor. I heard that she is also a rare genius. I guess you are not as good as her. Lex Luthor's hand suddenly exerted force, but it was of no avail. What the hell are you talking about? Me? Not as good as Lena Luthor? Not as good as a woman who doesn't even have Luthor blood. Oh yes, my, you probably don't know yet. Lena Luthor is the child of your father and his mistress. Li Chengfeng had a blame me expression on his face, and spread the gossip about the Luthor family. So, she must have the blood of the Luthor family. Even if she is better than you, it makes sense. Lex Luthor used all his strength to break free from Li Chengfeng's hand, but Li Chengfeng deliberately loosened his grip, allowing him to break free easily. But in the eyes of the onlookers, it was particularly Joker. You're talking nonsense? Lena Luthor will never be as good as me. Lex Luthor didn't care about that anymore. He threw all the external image he had just created behind his mind. He didn't have time to think about how he could suddenly break free. He directly grabbed Li Chengfeng's collar and said, "You, an agent who only knows how to fight and kill, do you understand what a genius is?" Li Chengfeng looked at the other person's eyes coldly. Sure enough, he also saw the faint orange mist in the other person's eyes. Funny, is the demon blood in the dimension that controls the original sin of greed so fun? If you dare to play with the devil's blood, you will inevitably suffer the devil's backlash. Lex Luthor was also contaminated by the so-called blood of Grandat, that is, the blood of Mammon. But he is not an Asgard like Hela. He does not possess either physical fitness or divinity. Although the impact on Hela was only superficial, for Lex Luthor, it was already deep in his bones. Otherwise, with the brain of a genius businessman like Lex Luthor, how could he do something against the three major groups alone? Li Chengfeng looked at Lex Luthor, who was clearly on the verge of losing control, lowered his head, whispered softly in his ear, and placed the last straw that broke the camel's back on his shoulder. What a useless guy. Superman is 100 times stronger than you. No, 1,000 times stronger. You, a scumbag, can only chase after that red cape in your life, and the gap will get bigger, and eventually. Li Chengfeng deliberately waved his hand towards Clark Kent. You won't even be able to catch up with his back. Lena Luthor was just a bait to lure the enemy. Superman was the real damage that broke Lex Luthor's defense. As expected, upon hearing the word Superman, Lex Luthor became completely manic. It seems like I have that super male syndrome. I am the most talented human being? Superman? And the so-called goddess beside you and her brothers? They are just a group of aliens. The orange in Lex Luthor's eyes instantly solidified. Mine. All mine? Lex Group is mine? The glory of the Luthor family is also mine. Everything that Superman has is also mine, Lois? It's also mine. Under the dual effects of Mammon's blood and the greedy orange light, Lex Luthor revealed all the greedy desires in his heart without any hesitation. Especially the last sentence. Although Li Chengfeng knew that Lex Luthor had always had an inexplicable love for Lois, but the big guy from Kansas is standing right next to us? Don't you know Superman's true identity yet? Li Chengfeng looked at Lex Luthor, who was pretending to be crazy, and then looked at the big guy from Kansas who was about to take off his glasses. Clark, don't listen to this lunatic's nonsense. Louise is here today, too, right? Take me with you to say hello. Bruce Wayne put his arm around the big guy from Kansas's shoulders, then gave Li Chengfeng a look that said don't worry, and then pulled the big guy from Kansas away. Li Chengfeng burst into tears immediately. Brothers are the best to use at critical moments. Hela, who was standing aside, looked at Bruce Wayne, then at Li Chengfeng. It seems she should ask Catwoman for contact information. There's something wrong with these two men. Both families need to be on guard. The noise made by Li Chengfeng and Lex Luthor was quite loud, and even alarmed most of the students' secret sentries. However, after reporting the situation, I received a unified response from Professor X. Li Chengfeng? Whatever he said, just ignore it and pretend you didn't see it. Others may not know Li Chengfeng very well, but Bai Yadan knows him very well. Li Chengfeng is actually a very easygoing person. As long as you don't put your hands on the people around him. The ultimate shield. And he had heard a little about Lex Luthor. The reputation is so good that there is no stain at all. It's not normal to be single originally. There would be no problem if this happened to an ordinary person, but Lex Luthor was the owner of a large group and the first heir of the Lex family. Is there no spot on him? Are you kidding me? So Professor X simply left the power of independent processing in Li Chengfeng's hands. It seems that Li Chengfeng took the initiative to approach Lex and deliberately anger him because he must have found some leverage or other evidence against him. Thinking of this, Professor X sent a video call request to Nick Fury. After opening it, Professor X said to Nick Fury, "Fury, Li Chengfeng is causing trouble again. If you're talking about Li Chengfeng and Lex Luthor, I already know that. You really are very powerful, Fury. I don't have any magical powers." Nick Fury gritted his teeth and said, "My car is near the buffet, and the goddess of death from Li Chengfeng's family just took my eye mask away by force, so I just hid in the car. You want your eye patch? What kind of fetish is this? Who knows?" Nick Fury muttered while sitting in the car, "But if a serious goddess needs my stuff, then it must be very useful, right? It can't be that she came here on purpose to torment me, right?" After saying that, Nick Fury hung up the call and turned on another frequency band. Nick Fury calling Phil Coulson, Nick Fury calling Phil Coulson, Please reply. Phil Coulson copy, Director Nick Fury. What can I do for you? Don't let Li Chengfeng do anything extreme to Lex Luthor in public. Let him take Lex Luthor to the interrogation room on your team's Airbus. Yes. After listening to Nick Fury's words, Phil Coulson nodded in agreement. Then he raised his head and just saw Li Chengfeng once again controlling the shouting Lex Luthor. Li Chengfeng? Take him back to Airbus, there are too many people here. Phil Coulson shouted Li Chengfeng's name and waved his hands so that Li Chengfeng could find him immediately. Seeing Li Chengfeng put down Lex Luthor who had been lifted high, Phil Coulson winked at the agents around him. What are you doing here? Evacuate? The charity Parents' Day has just begun, so just do what you should do. Li Chengfeng pushed open the door of the interrogation room with his foot, and then he and Hella pushed Lex Luthor onto the chair. Li Chengfeng still misses the environment here very much. After all, the last time I entered here, I was cooperating with Phil Coulson and acting for Sky. It really brings back a lot of memories. Sky is such a gullible kid. Everything should be mine. Mine. Lex Luthor looked at Li Chengfeng, the orange in his eyes becoming more intense. Superman, and you, sooner or later, will be mine. Thanks for the invitation. I just got off the plane. This is really not Nantong. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Seeing that the other party wanted to continue to attack, he simply slapped Lex Luthor's bald head with a big fan. Calm down immediately, or I will blow your bald head directly, and then all desires will be dissipated with the wind. I have to say, slaps are really useful. Lex Luthor's eyes became much clearer after being slapped. When Li Chengfeng threatened Lex Luthor with his life, even Lex Luthor, who was completely dominated by greed, tried to calm down in an instant. Even the orange light dimmed, which was quite human. Look, I knew it. Greed makes you jealous of anyone who is better than you, and it also makes you cherish your life more than ever. Li Chengfeng looked at Lex Luthor, who dared not speak, in the interrogation chair with a mocking look, and then began to ask. The commercial targeting of Stark Industries, Wayne Group, and Quinn Group was the work of Lex Group, right? That's right. Lex Luthor looked at Li Chengfeng with a little surprise. As an FBI agent on the front line, you are much smarter than those idiots. Are you trying to flatter me? Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. I just noticed a little action of yours, and I received such a positive evaluation from you, an arrogant person. What should I say? Am I flattered? I sincerely praise you. This time, I did not initiate the economic war directly through Lex Group. Instead, I commissioned the 3 largest outsourcing partners of the FBI, the biggest rivals, to invest in them and let them do it. Lex Luthor shook his head. Although in the eyes of businessmen, this is just a simple trick, but it is extremely effective. Moreover, it is actually difficult for you non-business agents to see through it. Li Chengfeng looked at Lex Luthor and couldn't help but think of those simple business wars. What about snatching the official seal? What about watering the other party's fortune tree? It doesn't seem so outrageous after all. Well, even if you don't like the 3 of them and want to target them. Li Chengfeng crossed his legs, his expression gradually becoming indifferent. Then why did you secretly support Agatha Harkness? Li Chengfeng waved his hand as he spoke. Agatha Harkness's immortal soul passed through the metal wall of the interrogation room and came in front of Lex Luthor. If it was the original Lex Luthor, he would definitely not be able to observe Agatha Harkness's spirit. But now he has been contaminated and eroded by Mammon's blood and the greedy orange light born from it. The power of the devil and the power of the emotional spectrum have made him different from ordinary people. So he could see the spirit coming through the wall. Even though Lex Luthor was knowledgeable, he couldn't help rubbing his eyes, his face full of shock. After all, Lex Luthor is still a scientist, and a top scientist at that. It doesn't seem particularly easy to get them to accept these supernatural things. Lex Luthor, you probably didn't expect that we would meet again, right? Agatha Harkness's spirit just sat in midair, staring straight at Lex Luthor. No, it's impossible. Since the plan to summon Zithorn in the distorted reality failed, you shouldn't be able to survive, right? To be precise, my body is indeed dead now. It was chopped into powder by Agent Li Chengfeng's axe, but my immortal soul is preserved. Agatha Harkness nodded in agreement. So in your original plan, after being corrupted by the Dark Book, I would definitely fight the FBI for Zithorn, right? Agatha Harkness smiled. In Lex Luthor's original plan, summoning Zithorn was just one of the parts. Allowing Grandet cloned with Mammon's blood to pollute the gods of Asgard is another link. To be precise, polluting the 3 Asgard siblings was a backup plan in case the original plan failed. If the plan to summon Zithorn had been carried out perfectly, the 3 Asgard siblings would probably not have survived. Li Chengfeng looked at Lex Luthor, whose expression kept changing, and asked, I won't pursue the matter of you funding Agatha Harkness. It must be a boring and evil plan of the villains anyway. I'm more interested in, you are willing to pay such a high price just to target our 3 Asgard siblings. Whether it's obtaining Mammon's blood or getting information about TIE particles from the military, it must have cost a lot, right? But, what is this all about? No one in the entire Star team even knows you. Why are you targeting them so much? Li Chengfeng was also wondering, was Lex Luthor possessed by evil spirits or was he in trouble? Why did he have to fight with them? Even the big guy from Kansas whom he loved and hated was abandoned? However, Lex's emotions that had been suppressed by the big fight began to surge up again. The orange light in his eyes disappeared and returned. You definitely don't know me. If possible, I don't want to know you. Lex Luthor raised his head, his expression sinister and terrifying, but Hydra came out in full force and fought a decisive battle with the FBI in Washington. Then the whole of America, no, the whole world witnessed the ability of the FBI's star team. The most dazzling among them are the god siblings from the so-called Asgard. Although Lex Luthor is now a prisoner of Chengfeng, it has to be admitted that after the Battle of Washington, Hela, Thor and Loki have become famous at least in America. In addition to its powerful abilities, its appearance as a god is also almost perfect. In a short period of time, his popularity surpassed that of Iron Man Tony Stark, who revealed his identity, and Gotham City's eternal urban legend Batman. It was quite normal for Lex to notice them. You're right, but they won't interfere with you, whether it's your business or your life. They have nothing to do with you. Why target them? Oh, not even remotely related. Lex Luthor sneered. These so-called gods from Asgard are just nice words? They are essentially 3 extremely powerful aliens? And how can aliens live in peace with the people of Earth? This is just their disguise. Just like that Metropolitan Scout who looks omnipotent and has a noble character? In the long run, humans will sooner or later be replaced by alien species, so I am protecting my own home. When Chengfeng heard this, he couldn't help but clap his hands. No wonder he always felt like he had forgotten something. Yes, Lex Luthor's grandson is an extreme racist, but in his eyes, the Earthlings are one race, and he does not hesitate to speculate on the actions of all races other than the Earthlings with the darkest thoughts. Chengfeng smacked his lips. This kind of people just don't learn their lessons. The deaths of Red Skull and Nazi Hydra are still fresh in our memory, and now Lex Luthor is doing it again? I don't quite understand. You mean, as a native of the Earth, you firmly resist the existence of aliens and are even willing to kill them. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Unexpectedly, Lex Luthor actually said 8 words in fairly standard Huxia. According to Lex Luthor's wisdom, learning a few words of Huxia is really no different from playing. Looking at Lex Luthor's determined eyes, Chengfeng wanted to laugh for a moment. As a time traveler, his vision is no longer limited to the Earth. Why do the people on Earth firmly resist aliens? If we don't unite all the forces in the universe, what if a world of all things pops up? What if a Perpetua pops up? What if some weird supreme deities even pop out from the Foundation universe? When the vision is broadened to include the entire universe and countless timelines, the Earth is, at best, just a village. The so-called global village means that the entire Earth is like a small village in the vast universe. This is the theory proposed by McLuhan in his 1964 book Understanding Media, The Extensions of Man. People in the 1960s could figure it out, but Lex Luthor, a genius who can be called a level universe scientist, is still stuck in a rut. As expected, even a super genius can't escape the common problem of white men, right? Then why don't Tony Stark and Bruce Wayne have this idea? It seems that there is indeed a big problem with the Luthor family's education. The population decline is what they deserve. Apart from Lena Luthor, there is no good person in the family in the usual sense. Hela understood, too. All the abnormalities in my body were the work of the bald BD in front of me. Thinking of this, a night sky sword appeared out of thin air. When the sword was about to pierce Lex Luthor's head, Chengfeng grabbed the hilt of the sword. Although Lex Luthor did not die, his forehead was pierced and blood was flowing all over his face. Chengfeng put down the night sky sword and walked in front of Lex Luthor. Don't forget to flatter yourself. Chengfeng curled his lips. Why don't you Americans return America to the Indians first? To the Indians, what's the difference between your Luthor family's ancestors and those aliens you imagine wanting to take over the Earth? After Chengfeng finished speaking, he took Hela and Agatha out of the interrogation room. Seeing Phil Coulson waiting outside, Chengfeng gave some instructions. Disable all communications with Lex Luthor, and then inform Lex Group that their boss is in the hands of the FBI. Let them find a new boss. Seeing Phil Coulson nodded, Chengfeng left Airbus. The moment she got off the Airbus, Hela was stunned for a moment, and then she held Chengfeng tightly to her side. Chengfeng knew that the greed that had just been temporarily suppressed had become active again. Eldest sister, what happened? An urgent voice came from midair. It was Thor who was flying over with Loki in his hand. After landing, Thor and Loki looked at Hela with great concern. During this period of time, after temporarily ignoring Odin and Asgard, the relationship between the 3 siblings can be said to be growing stronger day by day. Both Thor and Loki highly admire this powerful and kingly elder sister. So when they sensed that something was wrong with Hela's aura, they rushed over immediately. It's just the devil's blood and the greedy orange light. It can't have much impact on me. Still holding on. Chengfeng patted Hela's hand gently, and then the green light transformed. When the thread composed of the green light of will wrapped around the 2 people's clasped hands, Hela was obviously a lot more relaxed. Faced with this situation, the best way is to create an orange lantern ring to transform suppression into control. But there is no suitable material now, so Chengfeng could only temporarily use the green light of his will to help suppress Hela. Compared to the anxious Asgard Golden Retriever, the Asgard Husky glanced among the crowd and put forward his suggestion. Well, if I remember correctly, we should have a home, right? And in that family, there was a father called the King of God. What we're saying is, a proper level godfather at the peak of his powers should be able to solve the problem facing the eldest sister, right? Loki said as he faced Hela and spread his hands. Father and daughter, king and crown prince, will meet again eventually. Let's go back to Asgard. So, do you really want to go to that alien planet called Asgard? Agatha Harkness stood behind Li Chengfeng. Although she was an immortal spirit, she had only seen the legendary Asgard in some records. What else? Li Chengfeng is quite a bachelor, isn't it just to meet his father-in-law? Could Odin really kill his daughter and son-in-law? Then Li Chengfeng is really going to help Hela and Loki to seize power and usurp the throne. I thought you would try other methods first, and if none of them worked, you would choose to go to the unknown divine realm. To you, it is an unknown divine realm, but to these three siblings, it is called returning home. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. It was obvious that these mysterious magicians had a filter when it came to Asgard. Logically speaking, since they travel back and forth between various dimensions, they should have touched Asgard at least once, right? Agatha Harkness saw Li Chengfeng's expression. As a rare wise man, after getting rid of the blacken and corruption of the dark book, his wisdom had long since regained the high ground. You can tell what Li Chengfeng is thinking at a glance. They were really wronged. There is a big difference between dimensional travel and interstellar travel, okay? Without looking at the conflicted Agatha, Li Chengfeng walked towards where Nick Fury was. Fury, are you busy? No, sir, if you have something to say, just say it. You suddenly asked me if I was busy, and I was a little flustered. Nick Fury had a new eye mask on at the moment, and was bragging to each other with Professor X and several parent representatives. As the director of the American General Bureau, he was acting with both dignity and friendliness. But Li Chengfeng suddenly came up to him stealthily. I also asked myself for no apparent reason whether I was busy or not. He was almost scared to death. What's going on? What's going on? It sounds like since you're not busy, you're planning to find something to keep yourself busy? Nick Fury smiled apologetically at several parent representatives, then followed Li Chengfeng to the side, smiling but lowering his voice. What's wrong? I heard a lot of big things happened today, right? Nick Fury asked as he brought the champagne glass to his lips and took a sip. It's okay, not a big deal. Li Chengfeng nodded, just detained that guy Lex Luthor. Puff. The champagne that had just entered his mouth sprayed out as Li Chengfeng's calm words entered his ears. Ahem, what the hell? Did you take down Lex Luthor directly? Nick Fury was not surprised at all that Lex Luthor was arrested, and he even looked forward to it. But he didn't expect it to be so easy. So, is there any evidence? Evidence? What is that? Is it edible? Li Chengfeng looked at the black marinated egg with contempt. Have you been living a wealthy life for too long? Have you hidden the ruthless Nick Fury? If it were a few months ago, you would only ask me how I plan to deal with Lex Luthor. Evidence? The FBI is the biggest evidence of TND. No, just get to the point. Why are you always scolding me in a roundabout way? Nick Fury said awkwardly. Since the X-Men were merged into the FBI, I have been working with Xavier and have picked up some of his habits. Li Chengfeng looked at the black old man in his 60s in front of him with a look of disappointment. It seems that the days of comfort cannot last too long. Even people like Nick Fury have lost some of their edge. Anyway, let me make it short. He was the one who funded the Storybrooke incident and provided all the conveniences for Agatha Harkness. This shows that he has deep interests and even power for money transactions with the American government and military. Li Chengfeng pointed at Tony Stark and others beside him, and the economic incident against the FBI's outsourced partners was also his handiwork. I guess there were many similar unsolved old cases in the past that were also more or less the work of the Lex Group. Li Chengfeng's words were actually not ambiguous. Nick Fury has also been in the political arena for decades, so he naturally understood Li Chengfeng's subtext. Just do it with all your might. Nick Fury thought about this and reflected deeply on himself. He used to be a ruthless and calculating person, so why has he become more kind-hearted recently? Can't I forget the method of making a living just because I have Li Chengfeng? So he decided to start with Lex Luthor. He wanted to make those people with bad intentions remember the reputation of the FK man. Wait, I can handle this, so what are you going to do? You've seen Hela's condition today. She fell for Lex Luthor's trick. Li Chengfeng shrugged. Mammon's blood contaminated her and caused her to be possessed by the greedy orange light. I don't have any good solution for now, so I plan to take her back to Asgard to see if her father has any good solution. The father of the goddess of death Hela? Isn't that? Nick Fury's one eye widened, and he looked around before lowering his voice again and saying, isn't that the king of God Odin? Yes, a son-in-law has to meet his father-in-law, right? Li Chengfeng nodded. I'm going to take the star team away. I'm telling you, you don't need to say that. Nick Fury laughed. Even if you want to go to Asgard alone with Hela, I won't agree. Joke? Now you are the #1 dad in the America General Administration. Can I let you go to another planet to meet your father-in-law by yourself? He had learned all about Hela and his father's family affairs from Li Chengfeng, and realized that Odin, who was called the King of God, was also a black-hearted person. Otherwise, he would not do such a thing as to abandon his own daughter. She was once promised the position of crown prince, but because Hela was too obsessed with war and could not bring peace to the 9 realms, she simply sealed her own daughter on Earth. You didn't say it during the war, but instead did this after the war? Li Chengfeng is the darling of their American General Administration and also the darling of the Republic General Administration. Even for the sake of the Republic, Nick Fury would never let Li Chengfeng face his cruel and sinister father-in-law alone. No problem. but Uncle John doesn't need to do that, since he still has the responsibility of the Human Resources Department. Good. Seeing that Li Chengfeng had made all the arrangements, Nick Fury nodded in agreement. As the director of the American General Bureau, he has no awareness at all that others are taking over his duties, but is used to it. Sorrow? Nick Fury, pamper to death. Li Chengfeng reported this to Nick Fury mainly to let him make preparations in advance. After all, the team with the strongest combat power will accompany the captain on a long journey. It's time for these old-timers like the X-Men to take some action. It just so happens that there are many excellent students in the FBI Academy who can already start trying to participate in missions, just to increase their internship experience. I just don't know how much trouble these naughty kids with outstanding abilities can cause for the FBI. But this is not what Li Chengfeng can think of now. All he could think about now was getting to Asgard. After greeting Bruce Wayne and others, Li Chengfeng immediately turned on his personal terminal, entered the special team's exclusive frequency band, and summoned all the members of the Star Team except Uncle John. When they heard that they were going to the legendary Asgard, most people were extremely excited and showed great interest. But there are also very calm players. One was Uncle Jiang, who was busy working in the Human Resources Department. He was even relieved to hear that he had avoided a business trip. Another one is Captain Carter. This old sister has always been so calm. After all, Asgard is a place she has visited many times in various timelines. She can definitely be considered a frequent visitor. After informing the team members of the gathering place, Li Chengfeng returned to Hela again. How's the situation? To be honest, I don't know whether I should say yes or no. Hela shook her head and spoke calmly, but the moment Li Chengfeng appeared, she tightly held him by her side again with her hands. In fact, since the end of the fairy tale town incident, I have always felt that my power is breaking through the limitations of the goddess of death. That greedy power seems to have made me stronger. Li Chengfeng frowned slightly. After all, the real universe he lives in has integrated too many works. How could he possibly know what chemical reaction will occur between the greedy orange light on the emotional spectrum and the divine power of Asgard? But from Hela's own description, no other negative effects have been found except greed and his possessiveness. On the contrary, as the greedy orange light grew stronger, it gradually broke the restriction that Hela must stand on the land of Asgard to truly return to her peak. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that in the 7-lamp core that he gradually built up, the side effects of various colors of light have been tending to decrease. This trend has existed since the beginning of the red light. Not only does the ring not directly replace the function of the heart, it also does not turn the wearer of the red light ring into a killing machine dominated by anger and hatred. And the orange light seems to be no exception. If it really goes as he wants, Hela will not only have the fighting power of an extra orange lantern ring, but also break the restriction that she must step on the land of Asgard to return to the peak. Hiss. If the normal Dacheo doesn't get more sun, it might not look good enough. You should know that in terms of individual combat power, Orange Lantern can even be said to be the top 3. In other words, the host, Lafflitz, is a bit lame. As an old monster who has lived for who knows how long, he holds a powerful lamp ring that ranks high, but he ends up in such a mess. Becoming stronger, it's good to become stronger. This is what a warrior dreams of. The big golden retriever from Asgard looked like he didn't understand the situation and even looked a little envious. When you go out in the future, can you please not say you are my brother? The Asgard husky's eyes revealed his disdain without disguising it. Sometimes I really wonder if your mother abandoned you and raised the placenta. Nonsense, retorted the big golden retriever Thor. No one has a placenta as powerful as mine. You're pretty damn proud. Loki suddenly felt a pain in his head. From childhood to adulthood? My brother has been like this since he was a child. He is only growing in height but not in brains. Unless there are major setbacks in the future, I'm afraid he will be a big golden retriever who does nothing but fighting and laughing foolishly all his life. While the big golden retriever and the husky were bickering, the team members came over one after another to gather. Almost everyone could not hide their excitement. Little lunatic, are you sure you want to go to Asgard instead of to rescue the Martian? Is there anything wrong with my outfit? Harley Quinn patted her clothes, looking confused. Nonsense. Asgard is a planet with advanced civilization and life. Li Chengfeng pointed at Harley Quinn. Why the hell are you wearing a spacesuit, and when did you paint the spacesuit? I don't remember there being pink spacesuits. Harley Quinn fell into deep thought as she was targeted by Li Chengfeng's great desolation prisoner's finger. Asgard, no need to wear a spacesuit. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I stole this spacesuit for nothing. Steal? Where did you steal it from? The FBI's equipment department has been researching and developing spacesuits recently. I don't know what's going on. Harley Quinn complained as she took off the new spacesuit, which was already extremely light compared to traditional spacesuits. I was so anxious just now, but it was all in vain. After Li Chengfeng informed Maria Hill of this matter, he put the spacesuit, whose paint had not yet completely dried, aside, for the Ministry of Internal Affairs to come and recycle it. Although this is the first time that Earthlings have visited the Asgard Divine Domain, I won't say much since I'm not as talkative as Professor X. Now that everyone has gathered, let's set off. After saying that, Li Chengfeng definitely extended his hand to Loki. The Asgard husky didn't expect that he would have his own business to attend to. He was stunned for a moment and started staring at Li Chengfeng. Coordinates? If you don't give me the space-time and dimension coordinates of Asgard, how can I open the portal to pull people in? Do you really think of me as a tool for eating, drinking, and handing out candy? No, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? If you just give me the coordinates of the Republic border and I walk there, do you think I will be arrested for illegal entry? The same goes for Asgard. You opened a portal into Asgard without permission, and with the identity of Team Star. Are you asking for help? This is a pure declaration of war. A trace of wisdom but helplessness flashed across the eyes of the Asgard husky. You better be more careful. Hulk immediately raised his head and moved in front of Loki. Snacks? Where are the snacks? Hulk, eat. Eat, eat, eat. I'll let you eat as much as you want when we get to Asgard. Loki rolled his eyes. Who would have thought that although Hulk gave Loki a Super 8-section throw at the instigation of Li Chengfeng, the two of them became good friends instead. As long as Hulk is in control of the body, he will inevitably be hanging out with Loki, the old naughty boy. Oh yeah, I'll call Heimdall and ask him to start Bifrost to take us back. After that, Thor muttered a few words, then raised his head and pointed to the distance and said, "Wait a minute. Here it comes. Bifrost is coming." Everyone looked in the direction of Thor's finger, and saw a rainbow appearing from the sky, heading straight towards them. Damn it, Peter, I will never let you go today. Jessica, I've already apologized. Let me go. Don't even think about it. How dare you matchmake for Lord Hela? I'll beat the shit out of you today and it will be a clean one. Dirty words? Jessica, watch out for the dirty words. Be careful that the dean will drag you to a small ideological education meeting again. Jessica Jones shuddered, the horrific memories flooding back to her mind again. TM, the ideological and moral education starts at 8 hours. Professor X obviously doesn't nag at other times, so why does he nag like that when it comes to occasions like when leaders are giving speeches? Stop meddling in the affairs of beautiful girls. Just grit your teeth and take this punch from me. Because of the different twists and turns, Jessica Jones's relentless pursuit of Peter Parker finally paid off. While Tony Stark was chatting with Peter Parker, he took advantage of Peter's politeness and successfully captured him. Then, in Tony Stark's shocked and ambiguous eyes, he watched Jessica Jones carrying Peter Parker away. Ah, it's great to be young. Tony Stark, who has been a playboy since his youth, sighed. The other two notorious presidents also agreed deeply. Then there was the scene where Jessica Jones tortured Peter Parker. And Jessica Jones was absolutely right in making him grit his teeth. That punch was absolutely free of any personal emotions or water. Just like the punch he gave Li Chengfeng. But Peter Parker suddenly had an idea and used the reaction force of the punch to instantly increase the distance between the two of them. Jessica Jones gritted her teeth and immediately exerted force on her feet, trying to find the feeling of successfully flying. Success? This time she finally succeeded again. So she changed direction in midair, accelerated and caught up with Peter Parker who was escaping. Ha ha ha, Peter? Don't even think about escaping from my grasp. Jessica, you're flying again. Peter Parker's slightly trembling voice came, feeling both happy and annoyed. I'm glad that my friend's ability development is on the right track. The sad thing is that he can't escape this severe beating today. Jessica Jones showed a sly smile on her face. She pressed Peter Parker's shoulders with both hands and used her own forward inertia to push him directly from midair to the ground. Ahem, it hurts. Why are you pretending? The intensity just now was not even 1/3 of the actual combat class. Although Jessica Jones chased Peter Parker and beat him up when they had a disagreement, she would never do anything to really hurt her friend. These actions would at most be considered a warm-up activity in a practical class. Considering the physical fitness of the two people, they would not be hurt if they fell from a height of 10 meters. If the place where they landed was not exactly in the center of the Star Squad's gathering point. The current actions of the two people are very indecent. Peter Parker is lying on the ground, and Jessica Jones is sitting on his waist at this moment. Everyone in Team Star, what the hell? Jessica Jones, what the F***ck? Peter Parker, pointing at Bifrost falling from the sky, what the hell? So, Mr. Parker, Ms. Jones, what the hell are you doing? Lee, what are you talking about? I promise that Jessica Jones and I are just pure friends. Who the hell asked about your private lives? The FBI Academy doesn't care about that, and you're not kids anymore. Li Chengfeng turned around and looked at Peter Parker and Jessica Jones. I'm asking why you two suddenly showed up here. Ahem, if I say I'm just being beaten, would you believe me? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. These two naughty kids were more troublesome than the other. But just bring them along. The two of them will have no problem protecting themselves with their abilities. In the FBI Academy, their combat power is among the best. What's more, this trip to Asgard is not to carry out a mission or engage in military operations, so it is estimated that there is no danger. After all, the 3 Asgard siblings are under his control. But this turn gave Li Chengfeng a fright. How come even the Airbus was teleported up here? Because they were currently traveling in the Bifrost hyperspace tunnel. The huge Airbus was also included in the Bifrost's transmission range. This hyperspace teleportation technology is truly astonishing. It can put everyone in Bifrost in a superluminal environment, but it will not have any impact on various physical indicators. The most exaggerated thing is that Bifrost has a wide range of applicability and can be used regardless of the level of physical fitness. And this thing is not just a teleportation device, it can also be used as a dimensional railgun. So how did they get Bifrost to switch modes between weapons and channels at will? Lee, when you arrive in Asgard, you must meet my brother Heimdall. Heimdall is the bridgekeeper of Asgard. He has eyes that can see through the boundaries of space and can observe the flapping of the wings of the tiniest insects in the most hidden corners of the 9 realms. Thor has great respect for Heimdall. As for Heimdall, it is completely possible to understand him as Captain America of Asgard. In addition to possessing extremely powerful strength among all the gods of Asgard, he also possesses the morals and conduct of a saint, and the latter is the fundamental reason why the Asgardians respect and love him. Even if his last name isn't Odinson. Thor, how do you request teleportation from Heimdall? Well, I just asked Heimdall to teleport all the people around me up there, but I didn't expect Heimdall to bring Airbus up there as well. It seems that this Heimdall can manipulate the coverage of Bifrost at will. He better cover it accurately. If there are parts missing from the Airbus, I will make him compensate for it. Well, if you can find a lawyer to sue across the planet. Stop talking nonsense. Li Chengfeng looked at the Asgard Golden Retriever. When you are being naughty, you are quite smart. I learned it from him anyway. Thor also waved his hand in a very bachelor-like manner, pointing at Loki standing beside him. No, I have tried my best to minimize my presence, and you can still blame me? Is that right, Laoli? To be honest, you do seem to have some of the qualities of the root of all evil, just like a guy named Sun Xiaochuan. Li Chengfeng patted Loki's shoulder earnestly. You still haven't grasped the essence. As long as you are justified enough and shameless enough, your brother can't really kill you now anyway, right? Loki opened his mouth, but in the end no words came out. He did not agree. He believed that Thor had really wanted to kill him at some point. And we're about to return to Asgard. He has not forgotten that he is still a defector in Asgard. Although Odin, as his adoptive father, will not kill him, he will still have to go to jail to some extent. But none of this really matters to Loki. Jail? There's really nothing wrong with Asgard prison, except that there's no freedom. Could it be worse than when he was imprisoned by Dr. Doom? What he feared was disappointing his father. What he feared more was his mother's worry and blame, and the contempt of Sif and others. Loki Odin's green eyes, which were like the most beautiful gems, also dimmed, as if they had lost all their luster. This has actually been Loki's obsession all along. No matter how hard he tried, he had to admit that he had been quite inferior from birth to now. Compared with his brother Thor and his childhood playmates, Loki's physical fitness is actually not outstanding. This not outstanding is relative. Although he has a physical fitness level that is above the average, compared with Thor, Sif, and the 3 warriors of Asgard, the best warriors in Asgard, he is indeed not outstanding. Especially Volstagg, the Lion of Asgard, who has the experience of picking up the ultimate universe Mjolnir and becoming the War Thor. So, although Loki is better at the witchcraft magic taught by Frigga and the control of ice in his blood, he is obsessed with fighting the enemy in close combat with 2 daggers. In his subconscious, he wanted to be more like his brother and childhood friends. He wanted his father to pay more attention to him. He wanted Sif to pay more attention to him. The Asgard prince from Jotunheim was confused and felt inferior for 1,000 years, and finally he went astray. Family education? Family education, everyone? This is the necessity of excellent family education. What a lesson for you? Although Loki had not yet taken the first step on the wrong path, he was beaten up by the big guy from Kansas and a bald Asgardian from another dimension, and was finally deceived by the profiteer Li Chengfeng into signing a 250-year labor contract. Although it looks miserable, it made Loki Odin's life go in another direction. A direction where one does not have to sit on the throne of time forever. Li Chengfeng keenly noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with Loki's mood. As his leader, Li Chengfeng actually knew roughly what Loki was afraid of. Don't be afraid. Have you forgotten that you signed a 250-year labor contract? Li Chengfeng smiled. During the period of time when the contract is in effect, you are a member of the FBI and my subordinate. Even Odin can't touch the people I protect. Are you really that domineering? It's okay, generally domineering. I've read more long Aotian novels recently, and I think I've completely mastered the skill of tiger body shock. Li Chengfeng talked a lot of nonsense and successfully diverted Loki's thoughts, and all the worries he had just felt disappeared. At this time, Thor, who was at the front, pointed and shouted excitedly. Everyone, we're almost there. The time spent in Bifrost's hyperspace tunnel was actually not long. Li Chengfeng just talked a few more words with his team members and then they arrived at their destination. Asgard Divine Domain. A planet at an unknown distance from Earth. The moment they left Bifrost, another space appeared before everyone. The huge amounts of gates, the towering starry dome, and the rapidly rotating light wheel reflecting the magnificent hall. It's shocking, but not much different from the Asgard I imagined. The only difference is that it's bigger. In the movie, Asgard's Bifrost can only transport a file the size of a Quinjet. But the Bifrost entrance and exit in front of us looks like it would be easy for 2 more Airbuses to come in. Right, this is what a dimensional railgun feels like. The caliber in the movie is not even close to the power of a starburst. And this is not Asgard, but a bridgehead. It is also Heimdall's residence and office. The tall Asgard god, with his hands on the giant sword, stood right in front of everyone. Oh my god, we finally meet again, my dear brother. Thor was very excited to set foot on the land of Asgard again. He walked up and hugged Heimdall tightly. Heimdall calmly accepted the Asgard princes call him brother, but under his golden helmet, his face was heavy and his brows were furrowed. Because he looked in Loki's direction. Hey, Heimdall, although I made some mistakes that were neither big nor small. Loki pointed at himself nervously, but I am still the Prince of Asgard, so give me some face, right? My brother, don't be so conceited. He is not looking at you now. Hela stretched out her hand and pushed Loki aside, then walked forward and looked Heimdall in the eye. The last time we met was when I was exiled and sealed in Midgard, right? God of the Dawn Heimdall. No, now I should call you Bridgekeeper Heimdall. You have returned from the Seal of Eternal Damnation, Princess Hela. Princess? Heimdall, have you forgotten my identity as the Crown Prince? When I was crowned as the Crown Prince, you were at the front of the gods watching the ceremony. Those are some fond memories, but now the rightful heir to Asgard is Thor Odinson. Tisk, then you might as well call me Commander-in-Chief, it sounds much better than being called a princess. The fighting spirit between Hela and Heimdall quickly rose, as if they were about to fight at the next moment. Heimdall was even more nervous. Thor had never seen the usually calm gatekeeper show such an attitude. Loki stepped aside pitifully. Just now he was so self-righteous as to think that Heimdall was going to bring him to justice. After all this fuss, is it true that Loki Odin is not even qualified to be considered a major enemy? Damn man. Li Chengfeng and other members of the Star team extended their sincere greetings and condolences to Loki. Loki is about to break, go hug him. Li Chengfeng poked Hulk's thigh with his elbow. Oh, good. Hulk, hug. Puff. Loki almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Hulk, can you be gentler? Loki hurriedly got out of Hulk's arms, but he felt relieved by Hulk's interruption. Who made her sister the goddess of death Hela who killed people across all 9 realms? Just get used to it, just get used to it. As the two powerful Asgard gods confronted each other, everyone present gradually felt the oppression in the air. For the gatekeeper Heimdall, Hela's identity as the crown princess was already in name only after she was exiled and sealed in Midgard by Odin. But her greatest identity now is enemy of Asgard, and arguably the greatest enemy Asgard has ever seen. Even if he tried his best, he could only hold out for a period of time at most. After all, Hela was Odin's eldest daughter, the former executioner, commander-in-chief of Asgard, and goddess of death. And Hela was eager to try, because the moment she set foot on Asgard, her strength quickly rose to an extremely high level. Although it has not yet reached the true peak, she will gradually recover as long as she stays in Asgard for a period of time. If Li Chengfeng had not appeared and interrupted the confrontation, Hela might have really had to fight a divine war with Heimdall. Remember what we are here for? We are not here to declare war on your father. Li Chengfeng walked forward and gently held Hela's hand. Heimdall's eyes, which could see through all illusions and observe any corner of the 9 realms, suddenly widened. In his eyes, Hela's greedy fighting spirit that was enough to fill the entire gold gallon abyss disappeared completely the moment they held hands, as calm as a windless lake. The sharpness in her eyes also disappeared, replaced by calmness and endless possessiveness for the man in front of her. Heimdall couldn't believe it. Was this the goddess of death Hela that he knew? Is this the Hela who is either killing someone or on her way to killing someone? Now, joining hands with a Midgard man, not only is there no discomfort, but it is even very enjoyable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Heimdall would have thought he was dreaming. Although he never slept. Yes, we are returning to Asgard this time to meet our father. The big golden retriever Thor immediately took over the conversation. Heimdall, we are going there now. I had already informed the king of God Odin of this matter when you contacted me. Heimdall nodded to Thor, signaling them to hurry up. Please don't let Hela, the evil star, block the door, okay? So they moved the Airbus to the side to avoid blocking the gate of Asgard. Then everyone followed Thor's instructions, passed the partial physical bridge extending from Bifrost into Asgard, and walked into the extremely tall golden arches. Finally arrived in the luxurious yet elegant Asgard. Although the guards remained motionless, the shock in their eyes was obvious. They had never seen a Midgardian set foot on Asgard alive. In ancient times, there were brave warriors in Midgard who fought alongside the Asgard army, but they did not come to Asgard. My son, you never take my words to heart. The king of God Odin on the throne looked at his son deeply with his one eye, not paying attention to anyone else. Mortals are not qualified to enter the Asgard domain. And you, my dear father, are still the same. What is there to defend about the so-called majesty of God? Hela let go of Li Chengfeng, walked to the front of the crowd, and blocked all the pressure from the king of God with her own strength. Come to think of it, we haven't seen each other for nearly 2,000 years, right, father? Odin stared at Hela for a long time and then sighed. Long time no see, daughter. After Li Chengfeng decided to go to the Asgard divine realm, he had already imagined several scenes of Hela and Odin meeting. For example, right after Bifrost comes out, he rushes into Odin's temple with 2 machetes in his hands. For example, Odin directly led the army to surround the entrance of Bifrost. Anyway, the severity varies, but they all have one thing in common. It was inevitable that the father and daughter would have a fight. But the actual situation was a little unexpected for Li Chengfeng. Whether it was Odin or Hela, although there was some sharp words in their conversations, the overall atmosphere was based on peace and indifference. Li Chengfeng poked Loki, who had just recovered from being hugged by Hulk, and whispered, as the father of the king of God, are you usually so kind and amiable? What the hell? Affable? Are you full of it? Then take a look for yourself. When your father faced your sister, he appeared calm on the surface, but his eyes revealed his entanglement and guilt. It was obvious that old Deng knew that he was wrong to force his daughter to rebel, but now he couldn't let go of his pride, so he froze. Li Chengfeng analyzed it seriously, but considering the current peaceful and somewhat weird situation, Loki couldn't help but believe it a little. However, Li Chengfeng was not talking nonsense. After all, Odin was able to raise a killer embryo like Hela in his early years, which showed that he was not a good person either. In this situation, he did not kill his daughter who was plotting to usurp the throne, but only sealed her in Midgard, and the seal was linked to his life. Isn't it obvious that I can't bear to kill my daughter, but I have to deal with her, so I just send her far away and never have any contact with her again. Anyway, once I die, the seal will be broken and I won't have to face such an embarrassing situation. Li Chengfeng looked at the unnatural look on Odin's face and became more certain. Not only are the rough lines inherited from generation to generation, but the TM thunderness is also inherited, right? As for Hela's current appearance, it can only be said to be unexpected but reasonable. After all, the current Hela is no longer the eldest princess of Asgard who only has the throne in her mind, because Li Chengfeng accidentally brought her out of the seal early. She experienced completely unfamiliar emotions in a completely unfamiliar environment. Her interactions with the other members of the Star Squad, with Thor and Loki's siblings, and with many ordinary humans on Earth, have given this goddess, who was originally born for conquest and death, a mortal touch. How much does she desire the throne of Asgard now? Not necessarily. Now it's just that he and his father Odin are refusing to give in to each other and are fighting for their dignity. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng walked forward, stood side by side with Hela, and held her hand. Just like he said at the beginning, he would accompany Hela, and he would always be the first on the right-hand side of the goddess of death. Let him break this weird and embarrassing situation? Hey, Laodang, I parked my Airbus outside your Bifrost. Did you Asgard check for illegal parking? Puff. When Li Chengfeng opened his mouth, the entire star team couldn't help but burst out laughing. Especially Thor and Loki, two Asgardians who were rapidly assimilating to Earth, were filled with surprise. No buddy, are you really that serious? Are you really going to do this just because Odin doesn't understand the jokes about the Earth's internet? Mortal, although I don't know what you just said means. Odin at the moment finally focused his attention on Li Chengfeng. He definitely saw Li Chengfeng and Hela's hands clasped together, and his eyes twitched. But as the king of God, I can forgive your verbal offense. Let go of your hand first. Oh, sorry, I'm used to holding it. Li Chengfeng laughed and let go of his hand, then winked at Hela. You see, this breaks the deadlock. It's just a matter of words. Odin became more and more angry as he watched Li Chengfeng flirting with his daughter. Hela, my eldest daughter, although I don't know how you escaped the seal, if you had stayed in Midgard honestly, I could have pretended to be ignorant of it. But you brought a group of warriors and returned to the land of Asgard through the Bifrost with great fanfare. Odin, the old warmonger, has a very vicious vision. Although he said mortals, he only needed to take a quick glance with his one eye to find that none of the people around his children were good people, especially the green monster and the man who just held his daughter's hand. They are even more powerful than the Midgard warriors who fought alongside the Asgard armies in ancient times. Plus, both of his sons seemed to have a good relationship with their sister whom he had never met before. But Asgard is also my land. My power is still rising. This is the recognition of my homeland and the power I inherited from my mother. Hela's expression was very calm, and when she said this she glanced at Frigga who was sitting on the throne of the Queen of Gods. Although Frigga is Odin's legal wife and Thor's mother, she is not Odin's original wife. Odin's original wife was named Jodi, which symbolizes the original Earth. This is why Hela will gain power when she sets foot on the land of Asgard. By the way, don't you know that the ether has already appeared in Midgard? Hela sneered. Back then, the ether caused us a lot of trouble. Wait, what did you say? The ether showed up. Odin's face fell instantly, and worry appeared in his one eye. Seeing Odin's expression, Hela shook her head. My father, are you afraid? It seems that as time goes by, your strength has been weakened to an unprecedented level. Even so, what do you want? A war of gods to kill your father and seize power? Odin, what nonsense are you talking about? Frigga on the side immediately interrupted Odin, then sighed softly and looked at Hela. Daughter. Dear Queen Frigga, believe me, I have almost no interest in the so-called divine power of Asgard. After all, if I really wanted to usurp the throne, I would be the one sitting on the throne of the God King now. Hela shook her head, always respectful to Frigga. Although she was not her biological mother, Frigga had always been kind to her. Hela looked so calm that even Li Chengfeng felt something was wrong. For the first time, I couldn't even see what was in Hela's mind. After all, he really thought that Hela would take this opportunity to seize the throne. Li Chengfeng is ready to take action at any time. Hela's next words made Li Chengfeng stunned. I, the eldest princess of Asgard, the former crown prince, the commander-in-chief of Asgard, and the goddess of death Hela, hereby announce that I will give up the inheritance rights of Asgard, because I will open up Midgard as my new domain and rule it together with my queen of gods. God Queen. Never stop until your words shock people. Not to mention Frigga, even Odin couldn't help but exclaim. Even for God, family love is an emotion that cannot be separated. And those conflicts between father and daughter will eventually disappear with the passage of time. Even the king of God Odin, even though he was getting weaker and weaker, he was still the top player among the level God Father players. But after hearing the second half of his eldest daughter's words, he had already forgotten about things like seals and thrones. Now he had only one thought in his mind. Find the pig that has been eating the cabbage for more than 2,000 years, and then make it into a pig-killing dish. After all, Hela is Odin's first child and the one who is most like him. Even though it was sealed at the beginning, I hoped that my daughter would admit her mistake. As long as she admitted her mistake, he would definitely release her without hesitation. He would still be the God King, and his daughter would still be the Crown Prince. But this father and daughter are so similar, even their shortcomings are exactly the same, so they will never give in to each other. But now it's different. What's the point of being submissive or not? My daughter is about to be kidnapped by a strange man. Why should I care about my face? Who is the queen of gods you chose? Is she a native god of Midgard? Or a prince of some country? It's him? Hela pointed her finger at Li Chengfeng without hesitation. Li Chengfeng was stunned for a moment, took 2 steps to the left, then 2 steps to the right. Hela's finger was still pointing at him firmly. Odin immediately showed his great power. You mortal? How dare you kidnap my eldest daughter? Li Chengfeng, no, buddy, your conflict shifted very quickly? Although Li Chengfeng definitely accepted this identity, he still felt that Hela was a bit fierce. Can't we discuss this in detail when we meet with your father and mother alone? He had to say it in public, and at the moment when Odin had the worst impression of him. What kind of creature is the so-called father? Everyone has a different personality, but when they first meet their son-in-law, no matter if he appears to be cold or enthusiastic on the surface, what they are thinking in their minds is definitely to kill this BD who has seduced their daughter with a spiral explosion. It would be fine if he was just an ordinary father. But the father-in-law in front of him is the powerful level god father, the lord of the Asgard divine domain. If I were young, I would have been squeezed to the point of shitting if I met the purple sweet potato spirit. But ask Li Chengfeng if he is willing. That's bullshit? A 2.13 meter tall gorgeous lady, reject? Li Chengfeng's mind has never been to the Pacific Ocean. Well, Hela, although I know about our relationship, I didn't expect you to want me so badly. Are you going to regret it? Are you going to break your oath to me? Hela's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the greed in her eyes suddenly surged uncontrollably. No, I must have you. You must become my queen of gods. A forced melon is not sweet, but it can quench your thirst. Hela, calm down. I didn't say I was going to regret it. Li Chengfeng saw that the greedy orange light had lost control again, and immediately turned on the green light to transform. He once again used the green light of his will to materialize the silk thread that was wrapped around Hela's arm. Besides, you have to consider the atmosphere before you speak. If your father wasn't the God King and had to maintain his dignity and face, he would probably have jumped off the throne by now, ready to have a real-life PK with me. It's okay, I can protect you. I didn't say I was a coward, but don't forget why we came to Asgard this time. Li Chengfeng smiled and shook his head, then looked at Odin. You should have noticed that Hela was possessed by a power called Greedy Orange Light, and the source of the power was that she touched Mammon's demon blood. Mammon's blood. Odin calmed down instantly, his brows slightly furrowed. Then he stood up and walked into the temple. Thor, Loki, entertain your friends. Daughter, and that mortal, follow me. Li Chengfeng and Hela followed Odin into the inner hall of Asgard. Although just as luxurious as the main hall, the decoration of the inner hall is obviously much more restrained. Odin was in front, and Li Chengfeng and Hela followed behind. They walked like this for a while and finally arrived at the King of God's usual residence. At this time, Odin turned around and looked at Li Chengfeng. Not to mention the green energy that even he, the King of God, had never seen before. Even if one only looked at his physical fitness, this mortal was able to rival the strongest warriors of Asgard. But that doesn't matter. Odin first looked at Li Chengfeng's hand, which was holding Hela's hand in order to help her suppress Mammon's blood and the greedy orange light. This is too blatant, sir? Odin subconsciously covered his chest. Even the King of God couldn't suppress the surge in blood pressure at this time. In order to gain knowledge and power, he only had one eye left, and he looked at Li Chengfeng sharply. In fact, after sealing his daughter for nearly 2,000 years, his sanity had long since returned, and the so-called anger at the beginning had long been extinguished by the tide of time. The current situation is simply that this father and daughter, who were born as gods, are unable to let go of their pride. That's just pure stubbornness. Seeing his daughter holding hands so naturally with this mortal, Odin felt that he could hardly keep his mouth shut. This insidious and cunning mortal? He must have taken advantage of his daughter's weakness and helplessness when she just broke free from the seal and deceived her. Odin thought so, selectively ignoring the fact that his daughter Hela was the goddess of death, the commander of the army that conquered the 9 realms with him, and almost became the next king of gods. The absolute super queen, the ultimate queen. Not to mention strength, the IQ cannot be low, otherwise how can they fight wars and rule the country? May I have your name? Odin forced himself to put on a friendly expression and asked with a forced smile. Li Chengfeng, as for your profession, just think of it as a high-level sheriff of Midgard. Sheriff Li Chengfeng. Odin nodded, then his face changed drastically and he shouted angrily, Li Chengfeng, your current behavior is tarnishing the dignity of the entire Asgard. You actually dare to get your hands on Asgard's sharpest sword of conquest, the most beautiful flower on the mountain. When Li Chengfeng heard Odin's roar, he almost rushed up and gave his future father-in-law a good fight. But I can't. Hela just announced their relationship. Even if Li Chengfeng is a scoundrel, He can't just beat up his father-in-law? Li Chengfeng was so angry that he sucked his teeth. This old man is such a jerk? Such a jerk? Just this one conversation gave old Deng the opportunity to seize the opportunity and desperately praise his daughter, trying to use this to open the door to restore the relationship and at the same time strike a blow against his prospective son-in-law. We must not let this old BCH succeed so easily. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng curled his lips and gave Odin a sinister smile. Then he turned around, held Hela's hands with both of his own, and was about to cry. My beloved, Hela, the goddess of death of Asgard, since your father opposes my union with you, I can only accept it painfully and helplessly. After all, this is the order of the King of God. In his eyes, the glory and majesty of the Asgard realm is above everything else, even above your happiness. But even if the mountains are gone and the sky and the earth are united, I will never part with you. Li Chengfeng, it seems like everyone is a green tea. He didn't curse Odin at all, but Odin's old face became less pale and more white with every word he said. Odin is so hateful. Anyone who can add and subtract within 10 can tell that this Midgardian, whose appearance is even more handsome than Loki's, is acting. The acting is not just poor, it's deliberately poor and exaggerated. Hela definitely saw it clearly, but she was willing to cooperate and didn't point it out. Although she no longer hates her father Odin, the resentment she felt as a daughter for being sealed away by her father has not completely dissipated. You. Odin kept saying you for a long time, but couldn't finish the sentence. Finally, he sighed leisurely and sat down on the soft seat tremblingly like an old man. Oh, forget it, Li Chengfeng, right? You and Hela can sit down. Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. This Odin looked more and more like the Odin who was secretly sent to Earth by Loki in Thor 3. Or rather, this is what the aging king of God really looks like in private. Not much different from an ordinary old man. Li Chengfeng winked at Hela, and then they sat down together. Can't you let go of this hand for a while? Dear the king of God, I am not just trying to show you my intimacy with Hela. My green light of will can suppress the greedy orange light in Hela to a certain extent. Green light of will? Orange light of greed? What an interesting thing. Odin's eyes revealed a little curiosity. Although I don't know what the green light and orange light you are talking about are, I still know something about the blood of the original sin demon. Among the 7 deadly sins, Mammon controls the sin of greed and is also a dimensional lord in hell. And I can faintly sense a trace of Sidorak's aura from you. I guess you've already come into contact with those dimensional lords. Odin nodded and continued, then you should know that in order to make these guys' power ineffective, either they die or Hela dies. After getting this answer from Odin, Li Chengfeng was not surprised. After all, these guys are already the strongest existence under those abstract concept gods. I'm not trying to eliminate these things fundamentally. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he retracted the green light of will, allowing the orange light of greed to gain the upper hand in Hela's body again. Odin looked at his daughters originally indifferent eyes, and suddenly endless greed surged out, as if even the gold gallon abyss could be filled up. At the same time, he could also feel that his daughter's strength, with the addition of the power of greed, had surpassed his current self. This was when Hela had just returned to Asgard and her strength had recovered to at most 80%. Will, greed. Can emotions also become power? Odin muttered to himself, and then looked at Li Chengfeng again. I don't plan to eliminate it, which means you have figured out how to deal with it. As you can see, although greed is a negative emotion, it also has extraordinary power. So instead of trying every possible way to get rid of it, it is better to control it, Li Chengfeng said, and once again connected with Hela with the green light of his will. Just like the 2 rings on my hands, the red light ring represents rage, and the green light ring represents will. I plan to make an orange light ring for Hela to represent greed, so that I can control this power and make it my own. So, you already have a solution? Then is there any need for you to ask me for help? Although I have a way, I lack the right raw materials. Li Chengfeng moved closer to Odin and whispered, besides, am I not giving you a chance to repair the father-daughter relationship with your daughter? Li Chengfeng's words are straightforward, but effective. It touched Odin's heart. As for materials, there is actually a suitable one. Odin thought for a moment and immediately gave an answer. Since you are so, intimate with my daughter, then you should know that the Mjolnir used by Thor was originally Hela's weapon. I've heard a little bit about it. Mjolnir's material is URU alloy, which is highly adaptable to Hela. I still have some of it in my treasure house. Li Chengfeng saw Odin bleeding profusely but not showing any pain at all, and knew that the old man sincerely wanted to repair the relationship with his daughter. So I didn't bother to be polite with him. What do you mean by reaching out your hand to me? Talking is useless. Give me the key to your treasure house, Lao Dang. Li Chengfeng is very skilled in his movements and is shameless. Even though Odin had been the king of God for thousands of years, he had never seen such a shameless guy. You may have encountered shameless enemies before, but no matter how shameless they are, just kill them. But if his own people become shameless, he really has no way to deal with it. Most importantly, Odin couldn't refuse. Because it was he himself who said that there was URU alloy in the treasury. Is this in some sense a case of bringing disaster upon oneself? But all these regrets and annoyances were forgotten after seeing the orange light in his daughter's eyes. Unimportant. It's just a treasure trove, nothing important compared to my daughter. And strictly speaking, more than half of the things in his treasure trove were actually captured by Hela during the battle and presented to him. Thinking of this, Odin actually took out a key that was so simple and somewhat worn out. Since you want the key to my treasure house, take it. Li Chengfeng was just joking, who knew Odin would really take out the key to the treasure house. Taking this ancient key, Li Chengfeng instantly felt its mystery. The power contained in this key is probably not much less than that of Mjolnir, or even stronger. Is Odin so extravagant as to use an artifact of this level as the key to the treasure house? Li Chengfeng weighed the key. Although it was not big, it was quite heavy. Old dang, this key is pretty powerful, why don't you just give it to me? After Li Chengfeng said this shameless remark, Hela was completely stunned. Pfft, cough cough, my queen, it is true that this is a treasure key, but it is also a powerful artifact. I definitely know, otherwise why would I come here? Then you know, this artifact that looks like a key is the legendary Kungunir. Pfft, what the hell? Kungunir, also known as Gungnir. It's called the Eternal Spear. It was created by the dwarfs as a gift to Odin. The material used to make Kungunir is the branches of the World Tree. In mythology, it has the property of being sure to hit the target once thrown. In the Marvel Universe, in addition to being used by Odin as a treasure trove key, Kungunir is also a remote control device for remotely controlling the destroyer. But not much is written about the specific combat performances. After all, Odin himself does not appear many times. However, as the life weapon of Odin, a powerful level godfather, possibly even the strongest level godfather, its power cannot be weak. This also shows that Li Chengfeng has no chance of taking this thing away from Odin. But Li Chengfeng still looked at the key in his hand with some excitement. No, it was Kungunir. He felt a little stressed subconsciously when he thought of the name. As for why, but for your sake. It's TNND, but for your sake. After Odin handed the key to Li Chengfeng, he was probably deeply irritated by Li Chengfeng's expression. He quickly sent Li Chengfeng and his daughter out, and sat in the room feeling sad. Definitely, the final secret sadness was Li Chengfeng's own imagination. In fact, Odin was only annoyed for a few minutes, and then he couldn't help laughing out loud. Hela returned, but not only did she not turn against him, she also had no interest in the throne of Asgard and even asked to continue her exile. That's right, in Odin's eyes, voluntarily staying in Midgard is nothing but asking for continued exile. But after smiling for a short while, he began to look sad again. Damn, of his two sons, one adopted son is not suitable for synthesis to be the king of Asgard, and the other has never had any interest in the throne. After all this, it seems that my daughter is still the most suitable to inherit the throne. Oh, forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Although he knows that he doesn't have much time left, at least he can still hold on for 1,000 years. By then, maybe we will have grandsons or granddaughters. If that doesn't work, then we can pass the throne to the next generation. Isn't there a saying in Midgard? A good grandson can bring prosperity to 3 generations. This is Odin. Although he is the majestic and powerful king of God in front of others, when he is alone, he is just an old man who likes to worry about other people's things. However, Li Chengfeng and Hela naturally could not see this scene. The two of them walked in Asgard, led by Hela, to the location of Odin's treasure house. On the way, Li Chengfeng looked at the key in his hand and asked Hela, "Tell me, what would your fate be like if I had never appeared? What if you hadn't appeared?" Hela was stunned. She had never thought about this possibility before. After thinking for a long time, she finally sighed, "If you hadn't appeared, the day I was freed from the seal would probably be the day Odin died. I think Loki will still come to Midgard to cause trouble, and Thor will chase him to Midgard to capture Loki back to Asgard. Then I will definitely find a way to find Thor and ask him to find a way to open the Bifrost, so that I can take a ride back to Asgard and then, be crowned king." Hela's description was concise, but it seemed to be no different from the Thor, Ragnarok that Li Chengfeng had watched. Sure enough, if the characters in this universe were allowed to develop independently, they would most likely follow the same path as the original work. Li Chengfeng was very glad that he came. His God King would not have to perish together with Surti in Asgard. But then again, if what you said is true, you definitely won't get Kungunir if Odin dies, then how are you going to get into the treasury? Break through the wall. Hela said as if it was a matter of fact. The treasury is not indestructible. Although Kungunir is used as the key to the treasury, it is only to demonstrate the authority of the King of God. It has no great practical significance. Li Chengfeng opened his mouth and said, "It seems so." As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived outside the treasure house. To be honest, just looking at the frame of the gate, there is no sign that this is the treasure house of the King of God. There wasn't even an Asgard guard at the door. But when Hela took the key transformed by Kungunir and inserted it into the door of the treasury, as the door opened, Li Chengfeng realized what another world meant. Wow, the main point is the contrast, right? The interior is so huge that it is obviously not matched with the door. Come on, my queen, let's go and see what other good things are in Odin's treasure house. Well, dear Lord God King, I still have to remind you that you are now possessed by the blood of Mammon and the orange light of greed. When facing the treasure house of the King of God, it is inevitable that you will have an attack. Don't worry about that. I'm not that interested in these things. You say you're not interested, but your hands are very honest. Li Chengfeng looked at Hela speechlessly as she held his hand with her right hand and held Kungunir tightly with her left hand, refusing to let go. You just keep talking tough? No matter how hard the lips are, they will feel soft when kissed. Li Chengfeng was too lazy to care about these trivial matters. Anyway, the artifact and the treasure house belonged to her father, so she could take them if she wanted. Anyway, it will all be hers from now on. So the two of them walked into Odin's treasure house hand in hand. After entering the treasury, Li Chengfeng had to admit that the portrayal of Odin's treasury in the movie was too one-sided and too purposeful. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The first thing that catches your eye is the Infinity Gauntlet, which Hela called a fake in the movie. The so-called fake is definitely not accurate. After all, the Infinity Gauntlet was originally just a carrier and did not have any magical powers. Compared with Thanos' gloves full of gems, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a fake. Odin asked the Dwarf King to build another Infinity Gauntlet, simply to see if there was a chance to truly collect all the infinite gems and build a big one. Odin must still be having some trouble getting over the experience of being beaten by the Celestials. For level God-Father powerhouses like Hela and Odin, a single infinite gems cannot have much impact on them, not to mention the more powerful celestial gods. For example, after Ronan the Accuser obtained the Power Stone, if you said that he could use the Power Stone to kill Odin or Hela, wouldn't that be a complete joke? But Li Chengfeng is not interested in this kind of power. Not only does it take a lot of time to collect all 6 infinite gems, but the price of snapping your fingers to fulfill a wish is also ridiculously high. Rather than collecting all infinite gems, Li Chengfeng hopes that no one can collect all infinite gems. If no one has them, it means that everyone has them. The main theme is fairness, and damn fairness. And now the TIE particles are lying safely in his dark book. Even if Thanos collects the other 5 infinite gems, he probably won't be a match for Li Chengfeng and Hela. Moreover, the brothers on Earth are not vegetarians. Not to mention the mid and low-end fighters, Li Chengfeng just shook a Kansas big guy, then a Martian manhunter, and then added a red light Hulk, and asked Thanos what kind of death he wanted to choose. So Li Chengfeng is actually not worried about Thanos, the purple potato spirit. To be honest, Thanos without gloves and gems is just a sub-father. Sure enough, when Hela passed by the fake Infinity Gauntlet, although she didn't express any disdain, it was clear from her completely indifferent look that she really looked down on this thing. But the things behind made Hela and Li Chengfeng stop for a while. Destroyer Mecha. I really miss you, father. Odin used to wear the destroyer armor and kill people everywhere in the 9 realms. Together with me, he drowned the whole world in blood and tears. But one day, he took off the destroyer armor forever and decided to become a benevolent emperor, embracing virtue and peace, benefiting all people. This old friend who accompanied him in battles for many years was thrown into the treasury to gather dust. Hela still felt a little resentful when she mentioned Odin back then. Humph, the toasts at the garden party, the peace agreement, but I was imprisoned in the darkness with no hope of escape, just like Beast. Li Chengfeng's expression was somewhat complicated. After meeting Odin, I know that this old man clearly loves this daughter who is most like him, but because of his anger and stubbornness, they almost become estranged from each other forever, laying the foundation for the future Ragnarok. But Li Chengfeng will not just see the surface. After all, he is a time traveler. Although the timeline of this universe has no meaning, many things will still happen as usual in a certain period of time. For example, Odin challenges the gods. Although they only lasted a few seconds before being defeated, the Celestials did not kill Odin. But in fact, it also killed Odin. Odin, who once attempted to conquer the entire universe, died completely, and the one who survived became the Emperor of Benevolence in Hela's words. Judging from the timing, it is probably because Odin realized that there are countless stronger people in the universe, so he chose to give up war and rule in the name of benevolence. This was also the beginning of the conflict between Odin and Hela. If we think about it more deeply, Odin's act of sealing Hela was not only a punishment for his daughter's rebellion against him, but it was probably also a form of protective confinement. After all, with Hela's murderous nature at the time, I'm afraid she would reach the Celestials in a few years. By then, Odin couldn't be sure whether his daughter could escape alive from the hands of the Celestials. But can this be said openly? I'm afraid Hela won't believe it even if I tell her. Li Chengfeng shook his head. Let the father and daughter resolve the conflict themselves. At least they are on the road to reconciliation now, aren't they? But after 2,000 years of being sealed, do you still firmly believe that your original idea of continuing to conquer the universe through war and force was correct? If there was no you, no Thor and Loki, no Harley and Aida, no Star Squad, I might still think this way. Hela sighed and said nothing more. Instead, she took Li Chengfeng and continued to walk deeper into the treasure house. Looking at the treasures displayed along the way, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but secretly sigh at the wealth of Odin's family. Casket of Ancient Winters, from Jotunheim, an artifact of the giants of Jotunheim, is said to be able to freeze an entire planet under extreme circumstances. The Ball of Agamotto, also known as the Eye of Eternity, can detect dangers from throughout the universe and uncover the source of all magic. Odin can even use this artifact to make predictions. The prophecy of Ragnarok was obtained through the Ball of Agamotto. Just as Li Chengfeng was observing whether the Ball of Agamotto was related to Doctor Strange's Sigh of Agamotto, he heard Hela's voice beside him. Found it. Li Chengfeng turned his head and looked in the direction Hela was looking. Several items were displayed on one side. First up is Tesseract. Li Chengfeng was surprised when he captured Loki. Why didn't he have the Tesseract? After all the fuss, Loki in this universe didn't succeed at all. It is estimated that he opened a wormhole through other means for the Chitauri to invade the Earth. Then there is the silver medal placed aside. Although it is an irregular piece of metal, runes are naturally engraved on its surface. Finally, there is a brazier with huge amounts of the eternal fire that Odin looted from Surti when he defeated him. After seeing the last two things, Li Chengfeng suddenly became energetic. Combined with Hela's other power, the power to drive the undead, Li Chengfeng suddenly discovered that the orange lantern was not a last resort for Hela at the beginning, but rather the most suitable lantern ring. No doubt about it. This time, our own God King really got a great bargain. I'm afraid that in the future if I really want to beat her father, I can do so. My dear father-in-law, thank you for your hard work. Li Chengfeng walked forward and extended his hand towards URU metal. A large piece of URU metal was held in his hand. It looked easy, but in fact he was exerting force secretly and it took a lot of strength to lift up the URU metal. It's worthy of being the raw material of Mjolnir. It's just such a small piece, but its weight is so amazing. Li Chengfeng's eyes flashed with surprise, but as your Asgard's special mineral, this thing should be more than this, right? What's going on? Not only do you want to take away all the URU metal in Odin's treasure house, you also want to figure out the source of the URU metal, right? Hela was speechless after hearing what Li Chengfeng said. I think this greedy orange light shouldn't be attached to me. You became the host of the greedy orange light. What are you saying? I'm not greedy. I just want to help my sister make an orange lantern ring, but I'm afraid that I don't have enough materials, so I asked this question. Hela's eyes twitched as she looked at the waist-high hill of mud in front of her. Others don't know, but doesn't she know? How could you possibly use up so many materials just to make a lamp? Li Chengfeng pretended to be stupid, then used dark magic to open a pocket space and stuffed all the URU metal into it. Not even a grain of metal was left for Odin. URU metal may not be the most precious thing in Odin's treasure trove, but for Hela, it is the most practical thing. Now that we have the main body of the ring, we need to find the necessary things to strengthen the ring. Li Chengfeng then turned his gaze to the pot of the eternal fire. In the movie, Hela used the eternal fire to bring her Asgard army to life directly, rather than using necromancy. After all, the former truly grants eternity, allowing the bodies of those warriors whose souls return to the soul castle to have the strength to stand up again. But they still need the goddess of death to give them orders. Although they are all ordinary undead warriors, they were Asgard warriors when they were alive. If the power of the eternal fire could be integrated with the orange lantern ring, the remains of the Asgard army that have returned home could become Hela's orange lantern ghost army. Hiss. Please explain what it means that one person can form an army? Li Chengfeng's action was also very simple. He directly picked up the huge amounts of braziers and stuffed them into the temporary pocket space. Then he turned and smiled brightly at Hela. Dear God King, next we should find a place where we can make lamps and rings. Li Chengfeng initially thought about transforming into Ion Man again, and using Ion Man's power to directly create the orange lantern furnace and ring. But this is still a bit too luxurious. When Ion Man's power was used to create the original red lantern ring, the situation was quite urgent and there were no good forging conditions at the time. But now it's different. They have come to Asgard, and Asgard is seriously protecting the planet above the world tree. One of the planets belongs to dwarf Nidavi, the Forge Star. This is the place where Thanos came and forced them to build the Infinity Gauntlet. After the incident, the dwarfs on the planet Nidavi were almost wiped out with a single click. However, those things happened after the Bifrost broke in the movie and Asgard was cut off from other planets. Today, Nidavi is still that lively and bustling planet. Who did you research? Choo choo choo, the eternal fire, choo choo choo. Li Chengfeng sat on the deck of the spaceship known as the Realm of Asgard, holding a handful of lamb skewers in his hand and eating them with such delicious taste. After Li Chengfeng got the eternal fire, the first thing he did was to grill skewers. Thor and Loki were sitting not far from him, also chewing on a handful of lamb skewers in their hands. But they are not as leisurely as Li Chengfeng. Even for them, it was their first time riding in the Asgard realm. This legendary superluminal spaceship had been lying in Odin's treasure house, but now it was dug out by Li Chengfeng. Even started a barbecue right on the deck with the eternal fire. Well, no one is as wasteful as you are, right? What do you mean by wasting natural resources? As long as these items can be used by us, it is not wasting natural resources. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Really, 2 dead light bulbs have the nerve to accuse him of wasting resources? If Li Chengfeng had not met 2 idle Asgard princes after coming out of Odin's treasure house, he would never have gone with them. Unfortunately, I was relied upon. Thor and Loki didn't know that they had been disliked by the captain and brother-in-law. They were just curious about the birth of the lantern ring. Neither the green lantern ring nor the red lantern ring were born in front of them. This time, Li Chengfeng used URU alloy and the eternal fire to create the orange lantern ring, which they absolutely could not miss. So he shamelessly followed Li Chengfeng and Hela and reached the realm of Asgard. Looking at the rapidly receding cosmic scenery on both sides, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. FTL spacecraft is a nice thing, but it doesn't make any sense. Because the energy source of this thing is none other than Bifrost. Is it possible for Asgard to share access to Bifrost? Funny? So Li Chengfeng finally gave up the idea of tricking Asgard into giving him their superluminal spacecraft technology. Thor, you should have heard that Loki and I signed a labor contract to work in the FBI for 250 years. Li Chengfeng looked at Thor, who finished a handful of skewers in 3 bites, and continued, "How about it? Are you interested in joining the FBI and becoming a teammate with us?" Although Thor's identity has been taken for granted during this period, in fact, Thor has always been a free man. "I can't even start paying salaries, so I can only spend Loki's salary." Loki couldn't win the fight and finally had to accept his fate. "Am I not an official FBI agent yet? Sign this, and you're it." As Li Chengfeng spoke, he took out something from his pocket that had been prepared long ago, and a labor contract printed on A4 paper appeared in his hand. The content and term are exactly the same as the one Loki signed originally, but the only difference is, "Li Chengfeng, UBD? Why did I have to use the parchment scroll cursed by Mephisto when I signed the labor contract? And Thor only has A4 paper." Seeing this, Loki finished his kebab in 2 bites, threw away the skewer, and went straight to Li Chengfeng. "This is too much discrimination? Aren't you bullying an honest man? You are talking nonsense. Can you be like him?" Li Chengfeng glanced at the indignant Loki. "Judging from your cunning and shamelessness, if there was no parchment scroll for you to sign the labor contract, you would have definitely run away. Though Thor is a bit stupid, he always keeps his word," Li Chengfeng said as he handed the labor contract to Thor. "Don't you agree, Thor?" Thor took the contract in a daze, and then at Li Chengfeng's urging, he signed his own name as a god in a daze. "Okay, welcome Thor Odin to join the harmonious and friendly family of the FBI." Li Chengfeng even shook hands with Thor in a serious manner. Even Hela couldn't bear to watch this scene. Does she really think her 2 younger brothers are fools? I promised myself 250 years. This episode was just Li Chengfeng taking advantage of the opportunity to complete his KPI. Before Thor could fully realize that he was tricked by Li Chengfeng, the domain of Asgard had already reached the forging star Nidav. Li Chengfeng and others didn't even need to say hello, they were directly allowed to pass by Nidavi's outer guard forces. Li Chengfeng originally planned to let Thor, the big golden retriever, go and show off his face. As a result, I went in directly. There's nothing strange about this. Asgard was originally a spaceship built by the dwarfs of Nidav as a tribute to Odin. They would naturally recognize it. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 spaceships even came out as escort ships, serving as guides. It finally stopped on a huge amount of steel star rings, and in the center of the star ring was a burning fixed star. The dwarfs, led by King Atri, headed to Asgard to welcome the coming of God. After Li Chengfeng and the 3 Asgard siblings got off the spaceship, they looked at the dwarfs in front of them and fell into deep thought. Family members? He had wanted to complain ever since he watched the movie, wondering why the dwarfs were several times taller than Thor. Later I checked and found out that the dwarf in the comics is really a dwarf, much shorter than ordinary people. The dwarfs in the movie are actually called dwarfs because they are shorter than the giants of Jotunheim. In fact, dwarfs are not short at all, and are even taller than most humanoid creatures. But the proportions do look like a combination of a dwarf, and everyone has a big head. You say this is so unlucky. How did they come up with this race? Respected Prince Thor of Asgard, respected Prince Loki of Asgard, welcome to the Forged Star Nidav. Eitri first greeted Thor and Loki, who were walking in front, and then looked back. It didn't matter that he saw this. Ai Kui wished that his eyes were born blind. Because he saw a face he hadn't seen for 2,000 years, and this face left an indelible horror in his heart. Hela. At first, Eitri, who was standing and saluting Thor and Loki, knelt down with his huge body like a golden mountain and a jade pillar. Crown Prince of Asgard, commander of the Asgard army, goddess of death Hela, you are back. Eitri, I am no longer the Crown Prince of Asgard. I am no longer interested in the throne of Asgard. Hela was not embarrassed by Eitri's prostration. After all, she was the one who turned Nidav, the forged star ruled by the dwarfs, into the humble and polite one it is today. The dwarfs back then were not like this. Relying on the fact that they were the forging star and had sophisticated weapons and equipment, they often launched invasions on nearby small planets. It can even be said that forging is a sideline and robbery is the main job. As a result, they were slaughtered indiscriminately by the Asgard army led by Hela, leaving only the relatively docile and intelligent dwarfs. Because Asgard has been at war for years and Odin deliberately erased Hela's existence from history, most people don't know Hela, or even who she is. But the memory of Nidavi being killed by Hela is still vivid in his mind. To put it bluntly, even Odin, in Eitri's eyes, is not as scary as Hela. I'm really afraid of being killed. Even if you give up all your identities, Nidav will still respect you as the goddess of death. Eitri was upright when he faced Thor Loki just now, but now his face is extremely flattering. I wonder when the goddess of death broke the seal? What is the purpose of coming to Nidav, the forged star this time? Okay, Ai Kui, my purpose for coming here this time is the same as last time. I came here to build something. Ai Kui looked up in surprise. Same purpose as last time? The last time, he created a magical artifact like Mjolnir? Are you here to forge a divine weapon again this time? Hela waved her hand, signaling Eitri and the other old dwarfs to stand up. Then he took Li Chengfeng's hand and walked forward. My queen will explain the details to you. The queen of gods? And she's from Midgard? Even the knowledgeable dwarf King Ikui was a little confused at this moment. But Hela had accumulated a lot of power over the years, so even though Ai Kui was confused, he subconsciously gave the order. Activate the star ring and ignite the fixed star forge. At the command, the scene before his eyes immediately began to change dramatically. The originally dark star ring suddenly lit up with countless light sources, and began to absorb the energy of the fixed star in the center, then transmitted to the huge amounts of forges in the distance. What are the forging materials and requirements this time? AI Kui turned to Li Chengfeng and asked. The forge will be fully charged in a few minutes, and I can make it for you as soon as possible. Well, this is a bit troublesome to explain, so I won't bother you. Li Chengfeng shook his head to refuse AI Kui's help, and then came to the fixed star forge hand in hand with Hela. Feeling the energy in the forge gradually condensing, Li Chengfeng did not hesitate and directly turned on the double light transformation of red and green lights. Asgardian, I feel the breath of greedy orange light. That's right, it's not just the kidney deficiency shark, I feel it too. The voices of the ionic shark and the blood slaughter bull rang in Li Chengfeng's mind. Asgardian, although I support everything you do, I still want to remind you that the greed represented by the orange light is different from other emotions. After successfully creating it, you must be very careful in finding the wearer. That's right, orange is the most annoying. It wants everything. Even if I poop, it wants it. The blood slaughter bull's voice was a little indignant. FK, little Niu, what you said is disgusting. What's so disgusting? Niu, I am a lamp beast born from the energy of the emotional spectrum, and the light I excrete is also the red light of rage. Don't you excrete the green light of will? You stinky shark. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes as he listened to the bickering between little shark and little Niu. That's what little kids are like. They have a low sense of shame and can talk about shit, PS, and fart without any hesitation. After ignoring the two of them, Li Chengfeng took Hela to the forge. Then he took out the URU metal from his pocket space and placed it on the forge. In the fixed star energy, the temperature of the URU metal rose sharply, but its shape remained unchanged. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand, and the red and green light intersected into a huge amounts of forging hammer, which struck the URU metal hard. The furnace is lit with an orange light, and forging begins. In Li Chengfeng's hand, the forging hammer formed by the red light of rage and the green light of will fell one after another, and those URU metals of different shapes gradually merged into one. Then it is constantly compressed and shaped. As the fixed star's energy was continuously injected, the temperature of the URU metal increased and the energy contained within it gradually reached saturation. At this stage, Li Chengfeng immediately stopped beating. Today's URU metal has reached its peak in terms of plasticity. So Li Chengfeng stopped hesitating and directly materialized a mold of a lamp furnace, and then completely shaped the URU alloy. This is actually the simplest step to building an orange light furnace. But what comes next is the real difficulty. The prototype of the lamp furnace is already in place, so the next step is to solve the problem of the lamp beast. Li Chengfeng turned around and said this to Hela. Hela was stunned by this question. Where had she ever seen an orange light beast? But she knew that since Li Chengfeng said this to her, it meant that she needed to do something. How do I solve this? What do you need me to do? It's very simple. After such a long time, you should be able to lock onto the thing called Mammon's blood in your body, right? The greedy orange light in your body was born because of the extreme greed induced by Mammon's blood. Li Chengfeng said as he held Hela's hand. Then he lifted it up. There was a faint orange mark on the arm, shaped like blood sprayed on it. This was the blood of Mammon that splashed onto Hela's arm when Grandet died during the battle in Storybrook. Use your divine power to wrap the greedy orange light and Mammon's blood in your body, and then, expel them from your body through the blood. It's that simple. Why don't we do this in Midgard? My dear God King, this is the orange light that represents greed. It is almost impossible to expel these tarsal maggots for no reason, Li Chengfeng said, holding up the lamp furnace that had basically taken shape. But now, there is an inexhaustible supply of fixed star energy and URU metal that can accommodate huge energy outside. As long as you use your divine power to isolate the blood of Mammon and the greedy orange light from the energy in your body, they will naturally leave your body and enter the lamp furnace because of their profit-seeking nature. Profit-seeking. When you say that, it's as if the so-called blood of Mammon is no different from a living thing. Hela, you are right. Li Chengfeng nodded. Originally, the blood of Mammon is a part of the dimension Mephisto. Coupled with your strong desires and the divinity of the goddess of death, it can be regarded as an unfinished lamp beast. However, it has not yet truly developed self-awareness and can only rely on the most basic instinctive activities of emotional spectrum creatures. That is to attach itself to the host and influence her with greedy power. In fact, this was also what he thought of after he came into contact with Lex Luthor. Although Lex Luthor was also affected by greed after touching the blood of Mammon, as an ordinary person, he did not have the power to power the blood of Mammon in his body, so there was no environment for the birth of the lamp beast. But Hela is different. In addition to the endless desires accumulated over thousands of years, powerful divinity and divine power are also a major nutrient for the birth of the lamp beast. Although Li Chengfeng was not sure whether the lamp beast born in this way was still a pure spectral energy creature, it didn't matter anymore. Ever since he came into contact with the original Green Lantern, the style of the universe's emotional spectrum has gone completely awry. The green light of will that is too strong, and the red light of rage that will not deprive you of your rationality in anger. It doesn't seem to be a new thing to have another orange light that is very different from the original. After listening to Li Chengfeng's explanation, Hela started to act without any hesitation. She used her terrifying divine power, which had recovered nearly 90% after returning to Asgard, to forcibly wrap up the greedy orange light that constantly stirred up trouble in her desires, moved them all to the position of her arms, and merged them with the blood of Mammon again. Then, with his other hand, he pulled out a night sky sword out of thin air and cut the flesh on his arm. Looking at the wound, Li Chengfeng felt a little distressed, but Hela herself did not react at all, as if the sword did not hit her. After seeing the trace of heartache in Li Chengfeng's eyes, Hela felt a sense of joy rising in her heart. To be honest, this kind of injury is nothing to her. When she was fighting on the battlefield of the Nine Realms, she had suffered injuries more serious than this countless times. Okay, let's get started. Bring the lamp closer. Li Chengfeng nodded, removed the concrete mold, and then held it in front of the wound on Hela's arm. As soon as the distance was shortened, a stream of orange blood, as if alive, immediately appeared in the wound. After poking its head out for a while, the orange blood wanted to jump into the lamp like a newborn animal smelling its mother's milk. But he was still attached to Hela's desire, which had accumulated for thousands of years, and was unwilling to give it up. Seeing this, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. It really is worthy of being the semi-finished lamp beast of Orange Lantern. It doesn't want to give up on either side and wants to eat more and take more. Isn't this the most basic expression of greed? It seems, this little guy is still greedy for me. It's okay, give it some strong medicine. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he immediately materialized a syringe. Then he manipulated the syringe to poke into his arm, drew a whole syringe of blood, and then poured it onto the lamp made of URU metal. The scarlet blood spread over the natural runes on the URU metal, immediately igniting it and emitting a faint divine light. Hela stared at Li Chengfeng's blood closely. My queen, I really did not choose the wrong person. How many secrets do you have? Li Chengfeng chuckled. He is no longer the person who just met Hela. In addition to obtaining the pure Dionysus factor, one of the 5 metals, at the beginning, he later transformed into ion and came into contact with the power to manipulate space and time. Finally, after the end of Storybrooke, he obtained the old god status that originally belonged to Sithon. Although there are many types, the divine power contained in them is even greater than that of Hela. Especially Zithorn's status as an old god, although it did not provide him with any help in terms of power, it allowed him to gain sublimation in terms of rule. Although Li Chengfeng himself is still a human being and has not changed, from the perspective of spectral energy creatures, he is an old god of the earth with a human file size. This is the approval and seal from the entire universe. Sure enough, after Li Chengfeng's blood ignited the runes on the lamp furnace, the semi-finished lamp beast, which was originally hesitating about wanting to have its cake and eat it too, made a choice instantly, completely left Hela's body, and dived into the lamp furnace. Watching it constantly trying to touch his blood in the center of the lamp, Li Chengfeng smiled slightly. The time has come. It's time for the eternal fire to appear. Li Chengfeng opened the pocket space with a smile, but the next moment, his smile froze. Damn it! It seemed like he just took out the eternal fire to grill skewers, and he didn't put it away after using it. But it was just a little embarrassing. Li Chengfeng was thick-skinned enough. So he raised his head without any burden and shouted loudly. Thor, the eternal fire is still above Asgard. Throw it over to me. Thor, who had been watching outside the furnace, heard Li Chengfeng's shout and immediately realized that it was a critical moment. He immediately flew back to Asgard and picked up the eternal fire and the basin from the deck. Then it flew into the furnace and handed it to Li Chengfeng and Hela. He didn't dare to throw it directly. What if the eternal fire breaks? Then he immediately backed out. The forging process of Li Chengfeng and Hela was actually very clear when he watched it from outside the furnace. He didn't need to stare at the surging fixed star energy in the furnace. Brother, do you want to eat melon? After retreating to Loki's side, Loki held up a piece of watermelon and held it in front of him. Huh? Where did the watermelon come from? When working with Li Chengfeng, I always have to prepare some watermelons. Loki took a bite of his watermelon, looking experienced. Who knows when he will do something weird. It would be a waste if I don't eat the watermelon now. That's right. Yeah, this melon is really sweet. They did not hold back on their voices at all, especially Thor's big voice, which sounded like thunder even to Li Chengfeng, who was standing on the furnace. After taking a glance at the 2 idol Mao gods, Li Chengfeng didn't bother to care about them. Just take out all the eternal fire in the brazier. The flames that originally filled the huge brazier turned into a flame not much bigger than an egg after it was taken out. This flame is the essence of the eternal fire, and those flames are just some of the energy that escapes. Although it is small in size, its purity is incomparable to any other brazier. So, the eternal fire was something you had planned long ago. Hela teased Li Chengfeng, which was rare. I thought you were just doing it for the barbecue. The eternal fire, also known as the eternal torch, is the source of power for the legendary flame giant Surti. It symbolizes destruction and rebirth. My queen, you know more about the 9 realms than I thought. It stands to reason that a human who has only lived for 25 years and has never left Midgard before should not have seen so much. Oh, my dear lord of Midgard, I know much more than you think. Li Chengfeng joked with Hela and then sent the eternal fire into the lamp furnace. With the arrival of this energy, it immediately attracted the attention of the semi-finished lamp beast. After hesitating for less than a second, it followed its greedy instinct and pounced on the eternal fire. The next moment, it made a neighing sound that it had never made before. Hiss. Sharp and piercing. but it only lasted a few seconds and then stopped. Li Chengfeng and Hela at the moment, they looked into the lamp furnace again. The eternal fire had completely penetrated into the interior of the semi-finished lamp beast, and under the effect of the eternal fire, its body, which was originally like sticky orange blood, underwent drastic changes. The blood sublimated bit by bit and gradually turned into the purest greedy orange light. From a creature originally made up of a mixture of blood and spectral energy, it completely evolved into a pure spectral energy creature and became a true orange light beast. The shape of the body also began to change. Although it was made up of greedy orange light, every detail was as delicate as that of the ionic shark and the blood slaughter bull. Is this a snake? Hela looked at the completely reborn orange lantern beast and asked uncertainly. Yes, it's a snake. Li Chengfeng nodded. He didn't expect that even the orange lantern beast created by artificial means would be a snake like the lustful python in the original work. But this snake is much more beautiful than the python. The delicate scales reveal a hint of dominance in its beautiful appearance. If the lustful python in the original novel is just a street urchin, then this little orange snake is definitely a fair, rich, and beautiful lady. After all, both Li Chengfeng and Hela could clearly feel that in addition to the power of Mammon and the eternal fire, the body of this little orange light snake also contained Hela's divinity and part of Li Chengfeng's old god status. Although it is an artificially created lamp beast, it is probably not weaker than natural lamp beasts such as the ionic shark and the blood bull. The newly born orange lantern beast, just by stretching, can release a large amount of greedy orange light, which fills the entire lamp furnace made of URU metal in an instant. The natural runes on the URU metal gradually turned into a greedy orange color. After the last rune was completely transformed, a childish voice appeared in Li Chengfeng's ears. Father, mother. Li Chengfeng was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at Hela, and found that Hela was also looking at him with the same eyes. Same shock. As the two looked at each other in shock, the orange lamp furnace was completely filled with greedy orange light. The original orange lamp furnace is completed. Then, the orange light in the lamp furnace surged, and then spit out an orange lamp ring, but the pattern on it was exactly the same as the rune on the URU metal. Li Chengfeng originally thought that the orange lantern ring would fly directly to Hela. But what was unexpected was that this ancestral orange lantern ring actually hesitated for a long time between the two of them, and finally differentiated into two orange lantern rings, and then came to Li Chengfeng and Hela respectively. Intelligent life has been targeted. Li Chengfeng from Earth. You have insatiable desires. You belong to the orange lantern core. Intelligent life has been targeted. Hela from Asgard. You have insatiable desires. You belong to the orange lantern core. Li Chengfeng and Hela put on the orange light ring that represented desire without hesitation. The two of them held each other's faces at the same time, their greed and possessiveness rising infinitely under the blessing of the orange light. Between the lips and teeth, the two uttered the oath of the orange light. What's mine is mine, it's mine. It's mine, it's mine, it's mine. It's not yours. After the two of them uttered the orange lantern oath, which made people want to complain, no orange uniforms appeared. Instead, orange runes slowly covered their original attire. As the two turned into orange lights, the little snake in the lamp furnace began to get excited. Under the mutual attraction of the two orange lantern rings and the orange lantern furnace, the little snake began to absorb the remaining energy in the fixed star furnace. The little snake opened its mouth and the fixed star energy was sucked into its mouth like a siphon. Beiji, father, mother, I'm still hungry. Li Chengfeng held the lamp in front of him, and the little snake swam around excitedly in the lamp. The cute little baby voice kept ringing in my ears. This name. It's really exciting. Li Chengfeng smiled and looked at Hela, only to see Hela observing the little snake carefully. She calls me mother, and I also feel that I have a blood connection with her, or even a divine connection. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. I thought to myself, what you said is just nonsense. This is not some fledgling complex. Because this little snake swimming in the orange lamp furnace is composed mainly of Mammon's blood and greedy orange light, and then it absorbed the blood, divinity, and desires of both of us, truly transforming itself from a flesh and blood creature to a spectral energy creature. If that's the case, this little snake can really be considered their child. After all, when it comes to divinity, there doesn't seem to be much difference between it and genes. Then as a mother, you should give her a name. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he stuffed the orange lamp stove into Hela's hands. After Hela stared at the little snake for a while, she reached out and rubbed the little snake's head with her soft fingertips. Since I have told Odin that I want to be the Lord of Midgard, my child will be a great help in guarding Midgard. After saying that, he looked at Li Chengfeng and continued, I remember that in the Norse mythology of Midgard, there is a giant python that circles Midgard and holds its tail in its mouth. It is called Jemengard. From today on, she is Hela's eldest daughter, the earthly serpent Jemengard. Hela's voice was loud and clear, with a final and unquestionable voice. Li Chengfeng was a little surprised. These were words sworn under divinity, just like signing Mephisto's parchment. It's just that you violated the contract with Mephisto. As long as you can kill this demon, you don't have to comply with the so-called contract. If one breaks the oath sworn by divinity, not only will divinity originally backfire against him, but he will also be rejected and despised by the entire universe. In other words, the so-called God in this universe will really take action to discipline you. But what did the little snake know? She knew her mother was pleased with her and her powers, and gave her a name. From today on, the orange lantern beast is Yemengard, the giant python. Although it doesn't live up to its name, it does sound pretty good. Then Li Chengfeng and Hela walked down the fixed star furnace hand in hand. At this moment, the star ring had stopped running. It was Ai Kui who forced it to stop with a bitter face. TM, just now when they were forging this weird lamp and ring, these two guys almost sucked the shit out of their fixed star forge. Looking at the dimmed fixed star, Ai Kui felt like his heart was bleeding. It is not easy to capture such a vibrant fixed star. First of all, you have to be lucky enough, and secondly, we need a level godfather to help. For example, the fixed star forge in front of us was actually built with the help of Odin after the forging star Nidav was conquered. Do they have to trouble the King of God to make a trip for them and find a way to capture another fixed star to provide energy for the forge? Even if Odin is willing, they, the dwarfs, can't bring themselves to do it now. Anyway, the 9 realms have been at peace recently, and except for the arrival of Hela and Li Chengfeng this time, the fixed star forge is really not needed. This time, Thor and Loki witnessed the entire process of making the orange lantern furnace. They could not be said to be stunned, but they were shocked. Starting from shaping the orange lantern stove, every step seemed almost like a fantasy in the eyes of the two, especially the flesh and blood creature in its semi-finished state, which was sublimated into another life form at the moment when the eternal fire ignited the lamp furnace, and also gave birth to true independent consciousness. This was really beyond their understanding. But at the end of the day, they are both Asgard gods, so they are strong enough to accept the ability. So when Li Chengfeng and Hela walked towards them, they both lay down beside the orange lamp to see the child of their eldest sister and Li Chengfeng. Hiss, this little snake is pretty cute. This was the thought of the Asgard golden retriever. It's indeed beautiful, but why is it named Yemengard? Why do I have a feeling that a creature with this name must be very close to me? Well, it must be an illusion. This is the voice of the Asgard husky. Okay, you two, stop standing around here and watching. There will be plenty of time to watch it later, but right now your sister and I have something to do back in Asgard. Li Chengfeng pushed Asgard's big golden retriever and husky forward, urging them to quickly board the Asgard territory. Now that the orange lantern furnace has been built, it would be inappropriate to stay on the forge star Nidav. After all, they didn't have a very good personal relationship with the dwarfs, so there was no need to continue with the awkward small talk, and most importantly, Yemengard has swallowed so much fixed star energy. If we don't run away now, will we have to wait for others to react and then demand compensation? So Li Chengfeng just nodded to the dwarf king Ai Kui, and took the 3 Asgard siblings to the Asgard domain. Start the spaceship, connect to Bifrost, and go. The domain of Asgard flashed on the spot, then disappeared and entered the superluminal space of Bifrost. Ai Kui looked in the direction where the Asgard domain disappeared with a face full of grief and anger. Damn it! If he wasn't afraid of being killed by Hela, he would have to talk to these Asgard gods today. But as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he immediately shuddered and slapped himself hard. Crazy? Crazy? After living in peace for too long, I almost dared to bargain with those killers in Asgard. Atri had witnessed how Hela and Odin drowned world after world in blood and tears. Okay, follow my orders. All dwarf members with extra time should go find a way to replenish the energy for the fixed star forge. After giving the order, Ai Kui suddenly thought of something. The Midgard god named Li Chengfeng also possessed red and green rings and energies before creating this orange lamp. In addition to the orange this time, there will be yellow, cyan, blue and purple in the future, right? Doesn't that mean that their fixed star forge will have to continue to be destroyed? Originally, the speed in Asgard was a bit outrageous, and it used the Bifrost hyperspace highway, so it only took a short time to get there. At the moment the return journey was naturally fast enough. Even Heimdall, who was in charge of controlling Bifrost, was a little confused. Back then, the king of God Odin went to the forge star Nidav and commissioned the dwarfs to forge Mjolnir with Uru metal. It took 3 days and 3 nights to complete. But for a divine artifact, 3 days and 3 nights is already very fast. Heimdall looked at Li Chengfeng who had docked the Asgard domain next to the Airbus and said, but I didn't expect that you would come back so soon. After all, in terms of difficulty of crafting, the orange lantern furnace is far inferior to Mjolnir. Li Chengfeng still has a very good impression of Heimdall, the god of dawn and gatekeeper who controls Bifrost. It's really so upright. But although Hela's attitude towards this person would not be as confrontational as when she first arrived in Asgard, it was definitely not very good either. Huh, Li Chengfeng, have you forgotten that we have something else to do? How can we have time to chat with the gatekeeper here? Hela turned around somewhat indifferently and shouted to Li Chengfeng. The Yemengard wrapped around her shoulders also looked over curiously. Li Chengfeng immediately nodded to Heimdall and quickly caught up with the 3 Asgard siblings. Hela didn't even call him the Queen of Gods just now, but called him by his full name. I didn't make any mistakes. With this question in mind, Hela took her 2 younger brothers and Li Chengfeng into Asgard again. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the treasure house of Asgard. The guard was very observant. Seeing that Hela had the key and was with 2 princes, he immediately let her in respectfully. The group, led by Hela, did not stop in front of some treasure. Instead, he walked to the deepest part, a corner that did not display any treasures but appeared inexplicably. Hela stretched out her hand, used the night sky sword as a handle, and then materialized huge amounts of maces on it with greedy orange light. With a clang, the mace hit the floor of Odin's treasure house. It fell apart in an instant. Then after several consecutive hits, a huge amount of holes appeared on the floor. It was deep and dark, and a desolate atmosphere emanated from the bottom to the top. Hela turned around, smiled at her two younger brothers, and asked, "Do you want to see the real power?" After saying that, he grabbed Li Chengfeng's hand, leaned back, and jumped into the hole in a backwards posture. Thor and Loki don't know if their eldest sister has been infected by Li Chengfeng. Why is it that no one can understand her when she speaks? The Riddler's illness can be contagious through the exchange of body fluids and communication with the divine, right? Will you jump? Nonsense, definitely jump. Oh, all right. Loki nodded and suddenly pushed Thor further into the hole. Looking at Thor giving him the middle finger when he fell, Loki fiddled with his hair nonchalantly and jumped down coolly. Huh? Perfect superhero landing. When Loki fell to the bottom of the cave, he saw that Thor had adjusted his body balance in midair and landed steadily on one knee with his fist against the ground. Even though Thor didn't stay on Earth for a long time, he did learn the superhero's signature moves. Loki, if you sneak attack me again next time, I will definitely pin you to the ground and beat you. Thor stared at his brother, and although he said threatening words, there was no anger in his eyes. After all, if it were in the past, Loki would not have pushed Thor down, but would have stabbed Thor in the back with a dagger. In Thor's eyes, Loki treats him much kinder than before. SHH. Shut up, you big fool. Loki ignored Thor's little threat. Instead, after looking around, he frowned and told Thor to shut up. Seeing that his cynical brother had such a serious expression, Thor calmed down and looked around. This is a mausoleum. A circular mass mausoleum with huge amounts of runes in the center, symbolizing death. The remains of countless soldiers wearing Asgard armor are displayed here. In the middle of the remains of the Asgard soldiers were the remains of a giant beast. It looked like a huge canine. Even though it was already a corpse, its sharp fangs still looked terrifying. Li Chengfeng and Hela were standing beside the giant beast at this moment. Hela reached out and gently stroked the beast's head. My dear Fenris, how long have you been here? It must have been very lonely. Li Chengfeng stood beside her without saying a word. Hela's eyes were filled with nostalgia for the past. Once upon a time, she was a high-spirited goddess of death. She worshipped her powerful father and led the army to expand the territory of Asgard. But now, after 2,000 years of being sealed, except for a handful of people in the entire Asgard, no one even recognizes herself, the eldest daughter of Odin, the former commander and crown prince. As for those who knew him, they either died on the battlefield like these Asgard soldiers, or died at his hands like the Valkyrie who were ordered to attack him. When she killed Valkyrie, she was actually devastated inside. He was once the most loyal soldier under her command, and the sister with whom she would die together, but now they were fighting to the death. Was I really wrong at the beginning? Hela turned her head and looked at Li Chengfeng. My dear, there is no inherent right or wrong in everything in this world. You are not wrong, Odin is not wrong, Fenris and Valkyrie are not wrong either. They just have different standpoints. Li Chengfeng held Hela's hand. What happened in Asgard back then was a huge amounts of mess. Odin is indeed in a dilemma. If he continues to fight, the entire Asgard might be wiped out by the gods in one click, ushering in Ragnarok ahead of schedule. But to stop the war and conquest, one can only sacrifice the eldest daughter, the biggest advocate of war. Between Asgard and his daughter, Odin chose Asgard. After all, he is the king of God first and a father second. Definitely, I'm not asking you to forgive your father. Li Chengfeng shrugged and continued, but let's solve these family matters later. You are right. Hela nodded, and walked hand in hand with Li Chengfeng to the rune. Then he rubbed Yamengard's head, opened his little mouth, and the eternal fire flew out. Hela raised her hand to catch it, and pressed the eternal fire down on the rune at her feet. Then, driven by the power of the goddess of death and the greedy orange light, the eternal fire shattered and spread into huge amounts of fire rings, sweeping up all the remains. With the eternal flame, you are reborn at this moment. The fire ring formed by the eternal flame did not cause any damage, but the remains within the range of the fire ring immediately lit up with orange light. Under the influence of the greedy orange light and the eternal fire, the remains of the Asgard army gathered again and sat up in unison. FK, how come they're all alive? Thor exclaimed. He had never seen such a scene before. Over the years, before he met Li Chengfeng, he was the type who only cared about rushing forward on the battlefield. He didn't pay much attention to the corpses everywhere, let alone seeing so many ghosts who came back to life. And why is it orange? I clearly remember that the necromancy that allowed the decedent to temporarily crawl out of the grave should be green after being activated. Loki was more rational. After a brief pause, he began to analyze. But before either of them could get an answer, they heard a long wolf howl coming from behind them. The two turned around and found that like all the Asgard soldiers, the huge amounts of canine had also stood up. With the help of the greedy orange light, Fenris, who was originally only a tall skeleton, filled the missing body tissues due to decay. At this moment, he turned into the giant wolf that was capable of devouring everything in the impression. However, unlike the rest of the Asgard army, the souls of the soldiers in this Asgard army had long since dissipated, and they were now completely controlled by the energy bestowed by the eternal fire and the greedy orange light. After all, Fenris is a god of Asgard, so his soul did not dissipate, but was preserved in his body. In endless loneliness, he waits for his master, the goddess of death Hela. And there are always people who ruin the atmosphere at times like this. All right, all Asgard troops, follow my command and line up in columns. Li Chengfeng shouted at the top of his voice, and then all the Asgard soldiers in front of him quickly gathered together. Then he looked at Hela and asked her to hold up the lantern. Raise them. That's right. Now these Asgard armies, pulled up by the eternal fire and the greedy orange light, have truly become your power again. Although she was wearing the original orange lantern ring, Hela's understanding of the ring was still too superficial. She thought it was no different from the green and red lights, and that it was nothing more than relying on the power of the orange spectrum to attack and kill. But after Li Chengfeng gave orders to the remains that stood up, Hela began to accept the knowledge brought by the greedy orange light in the orange lantern ring. In the original work, the power of the orange lantern is to transform the enemies killed by the orange lantern into one orange lantern ghost after another for the wearer to control. Orange lantern ghosts often retain all the powers they had in life. The orange lantern, the ancestor of this universe, was created by Li Chengfeng. The nature of its power had long been changed under the combined effects of Uru metal, fixed star power, Mammon's blood, and the eternal fire. It turns out that these subordinates who originally followed her to conquer the 9 realms are now her orange lantern ghost army. Now they can exist in physical form or in the orange lantern furnace in the form of orange lantern ghosts. But Fenris doesn't seem to be able to do that. As the Asgard army formed a column, they walked towards Hela with their heads held high. Then, as he walked, his body gradually turned into pure greedy orange light and entered the orange light furnace in front of him. Soon, only Li Chengfeng and the 3 Asgard siblings were left in the mausoleum that had just been resurrected by the eternal fire. And the giant wolf Fenris, who was squatting on the ground and rolling around begging for petting. He can't transform into an orange light ghost. No matter how he guided it, the dog in front of him could not transform into a pure energy creature like the Asgard army and station in the orange lamp furnace. Li Chengfeng studied for a long time and finally came to the conclusion. Since Fenris's soul had not yet left, when the eternal fire and the greedy orange light worked together to repair his body, the soul returned to his long-lost body. So for the big dog in front of him, in a sense, he has actually been resurrected. A true resurrection. Li Chengfeng originally felt it was a pity that this big dog that could fight with Hulk could not transform into Orange Lantern Ghost, which was a big loss to Orange Lantern's combat power. But when Li Chengfeng saw the love and admiration in Fenris's eyes when he looked at Hela as if he were a child looking at his parents, he suddenly felt that the Orange Lantern Ghost would not make much difference if he was not there. And under the influence of the eternal fire, Fenris the Great's body even regained vitality. Fenris, sit down. Ouch. Fenris, turn around. Awoo. Fenris, backflip. Damn, you're really good at it. Li Chengfeng was standing in the Garden of Asgard at this moment, directing Fenris to perform various actions. After he and the 3 Asgard siblings came out of Odin's treasure house, the 3 siblings were summoned by Odin. It just so happened that Hela also had to tell Odin that she had raised all the deceased warriors of Asgard and turned them into energy creatures. Since they only invited their 3 children, Li Chengfeng, an idle man, naturally would not join in the fun. So under the guidance of the Asgard gods, Li Chengfeng came to the Garden of Asgard. When he went to the Forge Star Nidavi to build the Orange Lantern Furnace, the Star Squad and 2 high school students, Peter Parker and Jessica Jones, stayed here and served him delicious food and drinks. Li Chengfeng brought Fenris to join them. That's right, Fenris not only followed Li Chengfeng, but also performed all kinds of actions perfectly under Li Chengfeng's command. Logically, Fenris should only obey Hela. But after he was resurrected by the eternal fire and the greedy orange light, Fenris naturally felt a sense of closeness to Li Chengfeng, a complete stranger to him, except for Hela. Li Chengfeng thought about it and thought it was probably because of the Orange Lantern Ring. Although Hela and his Orange Lantern Ring appear to be 2, they are actually one ancestral ring split into 2 and are essentially the same ring. The power and authority of the Orange Lantern Rings that both of them can mobilize are the same. So in Fenris's eyes, Li Chengfeng is simply another Hela. So he learned to sit down, spin around, and do backflips. He was good at everything. Fenris's performance successfully drew the attention of the Star Squad and the 2 naughty kids to him. What a big dog. The first person to live in Bengbyo was Harley Quinn, who was dissecting flowers to observe the differences between alien plants and Earth plants. Although she didn't know anything about botany, she just wanted to take a look. The appearance of Fenris immediately diverted her attention away from the alien plants. Well, Mr. Harley, although I am a high school student, I'm afraid this is a huge amount of wolf, right? When Jessica Jones spoke to Harley Quinn, she didn't have the same aggressive attitude as when she spoke to Li Chengfeng. Instead, she was a little cautious. Even this troublemaker treated Harley Quinn like this, which showed that Harley had indeed established some kind of authority while serving in the new F.B.I. academy. A wolf. Harley Quinn's interest immediately dropped after hearing this. After all the fuss, it's not a dog. I was thinking of giving him the little flowery pink dress. Oh, I guess he can't wear it. The child is a little too big. Little Flower refers to the hyena she kept in the ward of Arkham Asylum. It was originally sent in by Bruce Wayne, and after she was discharged from the hospital, she forgot about the hound. Now it is estimated that Bruce Wayne has released it back to its original habitat. Li Chengfeng was already accustomed to Harley Quinn's enthusiasm, which was not even 3 minutes long, so he made a gesture and Fenris lay down on the ground obediently, looking at these Midgard people from behind Li Chengfeng. The moment he saw Hulk, the whole wolf froze. This is Beast's susceptive perception of danger. Hulk also stared at Fenris, with a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. A wolf this big must be very good at fighting, right? However, Li Chengfeng saw through Hulk's thoughts at a glance, and just a look from him made Hulk stop. Hulk, we are in Hela's house now, remember what I told you? No, Hulk can't cause damage in a friend's house. Very good, you must remember this. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Fenris will return to Earth with us when the time comes. By then, I won't bother to care about you even if you fight Fenris 800 times a day. Hulk nodded hastily. Hulk always trusts Li Chengfeng 100%. First of all, Li Chengfeng is better at fighting than Hulk. Secondly, Li Chengfeng fed Hulk. And Hulk isn't the only one who thinks so. All the Hulk personalities in his mind, including the main personality Bruce Banner, have extremely high trust in Li Chengfeng. To be honest, there are very few people who can understand Hulk and Bruce Banner. Even among the teammates of the Star Team and the Phil Coulson team stationed in the same base, only Li Chengfeng can do this. Hela's problem has been solved. After the three of them talk with their father, we can probably prepare to return to Earth. Ah, so fast. Li Chengfeng looked at the guy who said this, and it turned out to be the naughty kid Peter Parker. What else? Do you think we came to Asgard for tourism? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Although for you, this period of time is no different from traveling, but Hela and I have been really busy. Ahem, that's true. Even Peter Parker couldn't say much. After all, they did spend half a day in this gorgeous and comfortable garden. Although there are not many entertainment activities, this rare peace and comfort cannot be bought with any amount of money. Especially for them, the FBI agents. But since Li Chengfeng has already told them to prepare to return, then they just need to be prepared. But they didn't expect that they were brought here originally to prevent a conflict with Asgard, and that Li Chengfeng and Hela alone would not be able to escape safely. Unexpectedly, their trip turned from preparation for a tough battle into a funded tour. Even as an FBI agent, no one longs for fighting and war. But a flash of alert suddenly crossed my mind. Li Chengfeng frowned. It was Wolverine's beast instinct that took effect. There is danger. And when he looked in that direction with the help of his beast intuition, another person also looked in the same direction. It's Peter Parker. Peter, you felt it too, didn't you? Agent Lee, how did you know that? Nonsense. As students of the FBI Academy, if we don't even know your abilities, how can we teach you? That's right. My spider telepathy tells me that there's a dangerous aura coming from that direction. Peter Parker pointed in the direction of Odin's residence. After Odin sent his servants to invite them, Hela and her two brothers went to Odin's residence. Halfway through the journey, Thor asked Hela a question. Eldest sister, are we going to return to Earth immediately? I don't think it's necessary for me to stay in Asgard for long. After all, I am the Lord of Midgard now. Hela didn't look back, but just walked forward. As for you two, you have to fulfill the contract you signed, right? That's true. The Asgard Golden Retriever nodded in agreement. Hey, doesn't anyone care about my feelings? Loki pointed at himself, although I also think it's better to go back to Earth as soon as possible, but you should at least ask me, right? Snort. Hearing the cold snorts from his elder sister and brother in unison, Loki's heart sank. As expected, as an adopted son, he will be ostracized by his biological children. As Loki thought this, he chose to ignore the pit he had dug for Thor over the years. Soon, they walked through the luxurious and long corridor and arrived at Odin's residence. Seeing that Thor had no intention of coming forward, Loki hurried over. Father, we're here. After saying that, he glanced at Thor. This Asgard Golden Retriever is so tactless? Are you still waiting for your eldest sister and father to speak first? Although Hela and Odin have basically reconciled on the surface, Hela still holds a grudge in her heart, especially because Odin deliberately erased all traces of her existence and because of Fenris' death. No matter how slow Thor was, he finally reacted and looked at Hela apologetically. Soon, the door of the residence opened. The three siblings walked in, but found that the house was unusually dark. Father, are you there? We are here. Thor didn't think anything of it and walked forward calmly. I walked all the way to Odin's bed, but I didn't see Odin, but it seemed like there was someone lying on the bed. Thor also felt something was wrong at this time and walked forward quickly. Father, what's wrong with you? As he said this, he reached out for the luxurious blanket. The next moment, a sharp dagger pierced through the blanket and came towards Thor's face. In a flash, Thor's monstrous combat ability allowed him to dodge the dagger attack like a conditioned reflex in an instant. And at the moment he dodged, a night sky sword nailed the assassin and the blanket to the bed. Loki walked quickly forward and pulled back the blanket. Wearing black armor, with pale skin, a dark elf from Wetalheim. Dark elves, a race that has existed for an extremely long time, even earlier than the Asgard people who conquered the 9 realms. When there was little life left in the entire universe, dark elves had already appeared in the depths of the Golden Galleon Abyss. According to legend, the dark elves were born in the initial darkness of the universe. Wetalheim is the planet ruled by the dark elves. Its appearance is yellow and dull, and the surface is the same color as the planet, desolate and withered, with dark clouds and rocks everywhere. It doesn't look like it can allow any living thing to survive. In fact, it is impossible to survive. So the Dark Elves lived underground in Wetalheim, which resulted in their pale appearance, deep eye sockets and blue eyes. The Dark Elves of Wetalheim once built an advanced and powerful civilization underground, but as resources became depleted, the social order of the Dark Elves gradually collapsed, and they gradually became a bandit civilization that made a living by plundering other civilizations. As a bandit civilization, the Dark Elves were once very powerful, and were ready to use the Dark Elves' most precious treasure, ether, to seize all resources and destroy the entire 9 realms. However, they were completely defeated by the Asgard at that time, and even the ether was seized. It was then sealed in a secret corner of the 9 realms by Bor, the then ruler of Asgard. This place is Midgard, which was discovered by the American military thousands of years later, eventually triggering the fairy tale town incident. And now, the Dark Elves have made a comeback, and their main goal is to take revenge on Asgard. The branches of the World Tree will undergo an integrate phenomenon every 5,000 years. Over a period of time, the dimensional boundaries of the entire 9 realms will become thinner, causing various extra-dimensional anomalies to occur randomly in the 9 realms. These include things like gravity changes, space compression, and the tearing of the real world. The Dark Elves use these extra-dimensional anomalies to invade the 9 realms. It has been exactly 5,000 years since the last 9 realms integration phenomenon. So at the first moment, the Dark Elves divided their troops into several groups. The 2 groups with the largest forces, one group sneaked into Asgard to invade and destroy, while the other group went to Earth to find the long-lost ether of the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves who invaded Asgard successfully sneaked into every corner of Asgard with their innate dark magic ability and advanced stealth technology. This is how the Dark Elves hiding in Odin's residence sneaked in. Definitely, they are not so arrogant as to be a Dark Elf and dare to assassinate Odin. So at the moment when Hela nailed the Dark Elf assassin to the bed, a dozen Dark Elf assassins immediately appeared in the surrounding space and attacked the 3 Asgard siblings. Weren't the Dark Elves defeated? Why are they making a comeback again? Loki cast a spell with each of his hands, imprisoning the 2 Dark Elf assassins, then held the 2 beloved little daggers in his hands and stabbed them into the body of the Dark Elf that attacked him from behind. Even with the technology of the Dark Elves, they normally can't sneak into Asgard silently, but Hela turned on the orange light to transform again, and several orange light ghosts instantly blocked the way of the Dark Elves. Calculating the time, it should be the beginning of a new integration phenomenon of the 9 realms. At this time, the dimensional and spatial barriers are extremely weak and unstable. The Dark Elves are able to invade Asgard through these weak points. At the same time, several night sky swords engraved with orange runes materialized around him, flew out, and easily beheaded the enemy. The point is, where is Father? Thor held Mjolnir in his hand and knocked a Dark Elf assassin out of Odin's residence. Father has been falling into the Odin sleep from time to time in the past few hundred years. If he happened to be encountered by the Dark Elves at this moment, damn it. Hela frowned slightly when she heard what Thor said. The power of Odin will increase with age, but the body will become weaker and weaker as it enters old age. The body gradually cannot bear its own divine power, so it will use Odin's sleep to stabilize and restore the power of Odin and prolong life. This is a relatively fragile time. If he were discovered by the Dark Elf assassin after entering Odin's sleep, he would be in great danger. When Hela thought of this, a flash of enlightenment flashed through her mind. It turns out that deep down in her heart, she doesn't want Odin to die. At least he shouldn't die at the hands of the Dark Elves and other such insignificant creatures. The battle in Odin's abode began suddenly and ended just as quickly. After all, if the 3 siblings were placed among the gods of Asgard, they could be called the ultimate force. There were only a dozen Dark Elf assassins. Even if they were attacked by surprise, they would be instantly refined. When the 3 siblings walked out the door, a dozen orange light ghosts in the shape of Dark Elves appeared behind Hela. The moment the door opened, they saw the star team, led by Chengfeng, surrounding the Asgard priest who had just led the way for them. Hey, did you guys resolve the fight? Chengfeng put his hand on the god's shoulder, pretending to be a good brother. Peter Parker and I both sensed the danger, and when we rushed over, the god stopped us outside, saying that Odin wanted to talk to you alone. After saying that, Chengfeng glanced at the orange lantern ghost behind Hela that was gradually dissipating and returning to the orange lantern ring, and smiled at this divine servant. Is this what you meant by Odin wanting to talk alone? No, the god servant's face, which was originally filled with fear, suddenly changed. His eyes turned bloodshot and he shouted heartbreakingly, all this is for Lorelei. Then he took out a dagger from his arms, the same one as the Dark Elf assassins, and stabbed it towards Chengfeng's heart. Go to hell. Chengfeng looked at the crazy Asgard god servant speechlessly and couldn't help laughing out loud. It can be seen that this guy's mind is completely confused. He sighed, then reached out and grasped the blade with just 2 fingers. With a little force, the blade was broken off. Come and knock anyone out. Chengfeng pushed away the confused divine servant. Although he had tens of thousands of ways to kill this divine servant, it was after all his first meeting with his father-in-law, and it could be regarded as the honeymoon period between Earth and Asgard. What's more, this divine servant was obviously controlled by someone. After seeing Jessica Jones kick the divine servant against the wall and make him faint, Li Chengfeng turned to look at Hela. What happened? The situation is quite complicated, and I can't explain it in just a few words. Hela shook her head. To put it simply, the integration of the 9 realms has reappeared, the Dark Elves have invaded Asgard, and my father, Odin, has disappeared. Isn't this quite clear? Li Chengfeng shrugged, but then fell into a brief thought. 9 realms integration? Isn't that the plot of Thor 2? Li Chengfeng knew this. It happens once every 5,000 years. Could it be such a coincidence that it has been exactly 5,000 years since the last time? However, invading Asgard and other planets in the 9 realms as soon as possible is indeed in line with Nicki Minaj, Malekith's character. How could a man who could be called the most despicable and evil among the Dark Elves, with a heart smaller than a needle tip, not seek revenge? If the 9 realms integrate again, then the Dark Elves may not only invade Asgard, but there is a great possibility that they will invade the Earth. Earth? You mean? That's right. The Dark Elves regard the ether as a treasure. 5,000 years ago, it was seized by your Asgard god and hidden in Midgard. Now they will definitely take the opportunity to get it back. Li Chengfeng smiled. Definitely they don't know that the ether has been contained by me. But I still have to notify Nick Fury and let him lead people to prepare for defense. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he opened a portal. When he turned it on, he felt much more relaxed than before. Is it so obvious that the 9 realms integration phenomenon thins the dimensional barriers? Walking out of the portal, he came directly in front of Nick Fury. Fury, let me make it short. There are some strange phenomena happening in the universe right now. Every corner of the Earth may experience gravity anomalies and abnormalities in real space. Immediately notify the FBI in all countries to take preventive measures and evacuate and comfort the people. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he sat down next to Nick Fury's bathtub, picked up a glass of iced martini from the small table above the bathtub, and drank it all in one gulp. Also, there may be a group of space bandits called Dark Elves who may come to Earth to look for the whereabouts of the ether. Pay attention to deploying key defenses in Fairy Tale Town and the place where the ether was temporarily stored. The Dark Elves must have a way to detect the aura of the ether. Nick Fury didn't even wear a blindfold at the moment. He was half lying in the bathtub with his naked butt, staring blankly at Li Chengfeng, who drank up the good wine he was going to enjoy later. Note that the enemy this time is from a cosmic civilization. Ordinary field agents are no match for them. Send out the X-Men and the guys from the FBI Academy. You actually bought a music massage bathtub? You really know how to enjoy yourself, don't you? Don't forget to send a few to our base after this is over. One of them must be specially made and enlarged, otherwise the Hulk won't be able to sit in it. After saying that, he raised his thumbs up to Nick Fury and showed a sunny smile. Then a portal suddenly appeared and enveloped Li Chengfeng. The whole process took a maximum of 1 minute. Nick Fury looked at the place where Li Chengfeng disappeared, then looked at the wine glass with only ice cubes left. Suddenly, a tear flashed in his one eye. "FK, I just got off work." After Li Chengfeng gave instructions to Nick Fury, he returned to Asgard again. There will definitely be no problem on Earth. After all, Nick Fury is not a fool. When he has enough powerful people at his disposal, he can easily deal with the attack of an alien force. The focus of the Star Team can be placed on Asgard. After all, Asgard will be one of Earth's strongest allies in the future, so the problem definitely needs to be properly resolved. The Lorelei that the priest just mentioned should be from your Asgard, right? Li Chengfeng looked at Thor on the side. Lorelei, the sea siren, and her sister, the enchantress, I have heard of their names for a long time. You know it very well. Thor nodded. Lorelei and Enchantress are both serious criminals imprisoned by Odin himself. Both sisters can use voice and body contact to make men submit to them and fall madly in love with them. In addition to this ability, Sister Lorelei is a powerful warrior, and Sister Enchantress, as the name suggests, is one of the best witches in Asgard. Thor's frown deepened. But over the years, the detention of these two sisters has been very careful, and there has never been any mistakes. Needless to say, the Dark Elves must have gone to the dungeon to release the prisoners after the invasion to disrupt Asgard's security so that they could fish in troubled waters. Loki snorted coldly. I stopped playing this kind of trick more than 700 years ago. After Loki finished speaking, he waved his hands repeatedly, and a magic with a wide range covered everyone present. I have cast a mental spell on you to isolate the Lorelei sisters' enchanting power. It will take effect within 3 hours. How do you know this works? Li Chengfeng did not question Loki's ability. After all, he was known as the #1 magician in the 9 realms. He was really just curious, because from what he knew about the comics and movie plots, Loki didn't seem to have much interaction with these two sisters. Finally, there is something you don't know. Loki's handsome face showed a genuine smile. Why do I know this works? Because practice makes perfect. It was because I brought the two sisters to justice that my father gave me the name God of Trickery. Li Chengfeng looked at Loki with a proud face, and tried to hold back, but finally couldn't hold back. He walked up to Loki and stroked his head, just like he would stroke a husky's head, and then said, "That's really awesome. Our Loki is worthy of being the god of trickery of Asgard and the backbone of the FBI. You will definitely be promoted faster than Thor." "Brother, Thor, follow me. The Lorelei sisters are left to the two of us." After hearing what Li Chengfeng said, Loki snorted coldly, then dragged the somewhat confused Thor to look for the traces of the Lorelei sisters. When Li Chengfeng was still looking at Loki's back with the look of an old father who thought the child has finally grown up, Hela walked to his side. My queen, please don't always tease Loki with your words. This is just a little hobby of mine, and it also shows you Asgard what a truly effective family education looks like. Li Chengfeng held Hela's hand. He is my brother-in-law after all. Snort. Hela hummed, but her voice was more of satisfaction and pleasure. But for some reason, 2 identical cold snorts seemed to be heard faintly from behind Li Chengfeng. This must be my illusion? Li Chengfeng comforted himself in this way. At this time, he raised his head and looked into the air. The phenomenon of spatial disorder became more and more obvious in the air above Asgard. The 9-realm integration phenomenon has officially begun. After watching Loki and Thor complete their side quests, Li Chengfeng led the rest of Team Star to conduct a detailed investigation of Asgard. The most important thing now is to find Odin. Otherwise, if Odin really capsizes in the gutter, he will become a joke. Along the way, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but sigh that although the Dark Elves were a deformed and a bit abnormal race, their powerful technology was really tempting. Especially the stealth technology. Even if Li Chengfeng maintains the transformation into a lantern man, he must be within 1 meter of the other party before he can feel the other party's presence through the power of the emotional spectrum. They can even hide some of the energy of the emotional spectrum. I can only say that they are worthy of being a veteran powerful race in the universe. Apart from anything else, at least in terms of technology and combat level, the Kree Empire and the Skrulls can hardly catch up. After clearing out a large number of Dark Elves along the way, Li Chengfeng soon led the others from Odin's residence to Frigga's bedroom. But when they got closer, they found that the entire bedroom was completely frozen. Li Chengfeng walked forward and gently tapped the huge and thick ice with his hand. It is definitely not a natural product, but a magical product. But the question is, apart from Loki, are there any other magicians in Asgard who are good at ice magic? The answer is no. Since it was not left by an ally, it means it was the work of the enemy. Could it be that? Li Chengfeng frowned and thought of a possibility. Then he turned around and pointed at the tall and magnificent gate behind the ice. Come on, Hulk, clear the way. Hulk nodded excitedly. The battle with the Dark Elves along the way had completely ignited the angry Gamma Giant. He raised his palm and then thrust it hard into the ice. The seemingly solid magic ice was like butter meeting a hot knife. Hulk, dig. Hulk excitedly moved his hands and soon dug a passage large enough for everyone to pass through. This scene made Fenris, who had been following Li Chengfeng and Hela, look a little envious. He wants to dig a hole too? Li Chengfeng patted Fenris on the head to comfort him. Then everyone followed the passage into the bedroom of the Queen of Asgard. If I still choose to overthrow Odin's rule, then this palace should belong to you now. FK, please don't do that. Li Chengfeng looked at the magnificent gate in front of him, his face twitching. Asgard has no internet or Wi-Fi, do you want me to die of boredom here? When Hela saw Li Chengfeng's refusal without hesitation and the obvious displeasure on his face, she knew that Li Chengfeng really didn't want to stay in Asgard. In fact, isn't she the same? If she didn't want to put the past to rest, she actually had no interest in returning to Asgard. More importantly, it is the power inherited from her biological mother, and she must return to Asgard to gain full power. But ever since she told Odin that she wanted to become the king of Midgard and Odin agreed, she felt that the power representing the primordial earth not only existed in Asgard, but began to spread to Midgard. This is the power of the Father of God. Although after obtaining the Orange Lantern Ring, Hela's peak power should have surpassed Odin. But divinity and authority have nothing to do with power. This involves the level of cosmic rules. Just a promise containing the power of Odin can gain the recognition of the universe. So now Hela is still the goddess of death, but she is no longer just the goddess of death of Asgard, but also the new god king of Midgard. That's true. Without the internet and social media, I would be very bored too. Hela expressed the same view as Li Chengfeng. At the same time, dozens of night sky swords appeared around her, flew out, and nailed around the gate of the bedroom. Then Hela manipulated the night sky sword and tore down the entire gate along with the surrounding walls. Suddenly everything became clear. The moment the gate fell, Li Chengfeng immediately saw several blue-skinned giants who looked confused about the current situation. If he hadn't admitted his mistake. Is this giants of Jotunheim? It turned out to be just as he had guessed. The giants of Jotunheim are mixing with the Dark Elves. Are you planning to break the peace treaty with Asgard? As he spoke, Li Chengfeng stepped forward, looked at the burly giants of Jotunheim, and said, No, since you have already appeared here, it is equivalent to tearing up the peace treaty. People of Midgard, do not interfere in the affairs of the giants of Jotunheim. After a brief moment of surprise, several giants of Jotunheim immediately took a fighting stance. Asgard's defeat is a foregone conclusion. After Odin fell into the Odin sleep, Asgard will never be able to resist the attack of the giants of Jotunheim and the Dark Elves. These giants of Jotunheim are clearly young, energetic, and strong. But they have a fatal flaw. That means he doesn't recognize Hela in front of him, nor does he recognize Hela's father. Based on the information they revealed, Li Chengfeng could be sure that Odin was probably in Frigga's bedroom at this moment. So, let's get started. Buzz. There was a slight vibration in the air, and two red heat rays burst out and pierced directly through the head of the giants of Jotunheim who was speaking. In an instant, the entire space was filled with the aroma of roasted brain. Bang! The fall of a giants of Jotunheim did not make them retreat, but instead they rushed towards Li Chengfeng. Acting together were a dozen or so dark elves that appeared nearby. Go ahead, there's no need to leave anyone alive. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he and Hela swept the enemies in front of them to the walls on both sides and went straight into the depths of Frigga's bedroom. The reason why Li Chengfeng brought the star team here was originally just to let them see the world, but he didn't expect that they would actually come in handy. It can not only help them clear up the clutter, but also allow them to continue to gain practical experience. Why not do it? We also encountered several giants of Jotunheim and dark elves along the way, who were either killed instantly by their heat vision or nailed to the wall by their night sky sword. For Li Chengfeng and Hela's current level, these ordinary soldiers are not enough. Pushing open the deepest door to the bedroom, Li Chengfeng and Hela finally saw Odin sleeping peacefully on the bed, as well as an exceptionally tall giants of Jotunheim and Frigga who was struggling under him. If nothing unexpected happens, this giants of Jotunheim should be Lauf, king of the giants of Jotunheim, lord of Jotunheim, and Loki's biological father. Hey, you two, are you fighting? Li Chengfeng walked between the two with a smile. Dear Queen of Asgard, I am your future son-in-law after all. Why didn't you inform me when you had a visitor? You treated me as an outsider, didn't you? The appearance of Li Chengfeng and Hela made Frigga, whose magic power and physical strength were almost exhausted, feel relieved. Frigga is no weakling. As for the title of the greatest magician in the 9 realms that Loki has, Frigga is more qualified than Loki. The reason why she is in such a desperate situation now is that she has to fight against a large number of giants of Jotunheim and dark elves while protecting her husband who has fallen into Odin's sleep. They were able to cope with it at first, but the appearance of Lauf, the king of giants of Jotunheim, immediately disrupted the balance. Lauf's fighting ability is definitely above Frigga's. Although not as good as Odin's, if they are in the ice and snow of Jotunheim, they can be on par with Odin. Lauf didn't look at Li Chengfeng, but cast a surprised look at Hela. Hela, goddess of death, haven't you betrayed Asgard long ago? Betrayal? Maybe, but even if I betrayed Odin, the blood connection cannot be erased. Hela didn't really care about the past anymore. She just looked at Lauf with calm eyes. Although I don't want to admit it, Odin is my father after all. He was the person I respected and admired the most. How could he die at the hands of a scumbag like you? Lauf was shocked. Beneath the other person's eyes, which were as calm as the windless sea, a raging undercurrent of murderous intent was surging. He is a bit cowardly. When Odin conquered the 9 realms, he defeated Jotunheim and seized the casket of ancient winters belonging to the giants of Jotunheim. The Asgard commander in that battle is the goddess of death before us. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, she would still be the one standing in front of me. Anyone who has experienced that war knows that the goddess of death standing on the land of Asgard is invincible. So we can't blame Lauf for being cowardly. He couldn't exert his peak strength after leaving Jotunheim. The gap between them was too big. Moreover, he was originally planning to use a sneak attack to eliminate Odin who had fallen into Odin's sleep. God knows how the goddess of death Hela suddenly appeared. Hela, I have no intention of being your enemy. This is all Malekith's fault. If it weren't for his instigation, how could I have torn up the peace treaty? I can apologize. I can pay compensation. I can also tell you all of Malekith's plans. Alright, we are all 1,000-year-old foxes. What are you trying to do with me? Li Chengfeng curled his lips and helped Frigga to Odin's side. It's nothing more than handing you a large number of dark elf assassins, and then releasing the criminals in Asgard prison. While disrupting Asgard, you can directly deal with the sleeping Odin. Lauf opened his mouth but said nothing. This is indeed the case. You, the king of the giants of Jotunheim, are really stupid. You haven't even realized that you've been used as cannon fodder. Let me ask you, Malekith didn't come to Asgard, but went to Midgard, right? They didn't think you could successfully deal with Odin. Instead, they used you to tie down the main force of Asgard so that they could search for the whereabouts of the ether in Midgard. Although Malekith probably couldn't withstand the power of Midgard original. My queen, there is no need to waste time talking to the giants of Jotunheim. Hela walked forward, and countless night sky swords appeared at her sides. Looking at the orange runes on the night sky sword, Lauf actually felt a terrifying unknown power. This power alone is enough to fight against my current self. And this does not include the original terrifying power of the goddess of death. Giants of Jotunheim. Lauf, for the first time in his life, knew what it meant to despair. Well, judging by the time, that idiot Lauf should have already started a fight with the people from Asgard, right? A dark elf took off his mask, and half of the skin on his face, which should have been pale, was actually pure black. This is none other than Malekith, ruler of the dark elves. The black on his face was the mark left when he betrayed his mentor. At this moment, he was leading the dark elf army through a jungle on Earth. After a comprehensive scan with detection equipment, he found 2 locations on Midgard with the most residual ether. Now they were approaching the first location. According to the intelligence they obtained, this place was called Fairy Tale Town. Captain, we have entered the outskirts of Fairy Tale Town. After investigation, we found that there are a total of 400 humanoid life forms in this town. A dark elf captain came to Malekith's side, bent his back and lowered his head respectfully. Should we just eliminate them all? Don't be in a hurry. Explore it carefully first. Although Midgard may not have powerful gods, it is still one of the 9 realms after all. It is better to be careful. Although Malekith is a treacherous and shameless BD, backstabbing his allies is as common as drinking water. But you have to admit, he's an excellent BD. He will never act rashly before he has a complete and huge advantage. He is not a fool like Lauf who will shine with a little sunshine. After finding the long-lost ether of the Dark Elves, the first place he will invade is the leaderless Jotunheim. He didn't think Lauf could escape alive. Even without Odin, Asgard is still not a place that Lauf can conquer. This was also a big question that Malekith had back then. Obviously, there were huge amounts of advantages. Why did Odin, the warmongerer, suddenly change his mind in a short period of time and sign peace treaties with other planets in the 9 realms? He didn't believe that Odin suddenly wanted to be a benevolent emperor. He understands Odin, or more precisely, he understands the Father of God throughout the ages. They are just like me, guys who will do anything to achieve their goals. It's just that I am more insidious. Definitely, in the mind of this guy Malekith, insidious and cunning are all words of praise. The Dark Elves, in invisible form, quickly approached Fairy Tale Town. At the moment, the Fairy Tale Town had just been rebuilt not long ago, and no outsiders had entered yet. The fairy tale characters are still adapting to their new lives. And Little Red Riding Hood at the moment was skipping and running towards the forest. Everyone in the town was resting today, so she ran out alone to get some fresh air. All fairy tale characters quickly accepted the fact that they had come to another universe. After all, the new life is a little too good. But suddenly, Little Red Riding Hood stopped and her little nose kept twitching. She caught a hint of a strange smell in the air. The next moment, she did a backflip as if by reflex and dodged a slash that appeared out of nowhere. Then, a group of pale humanoid creatures she had never seen before appeared in front of her, holding daggers, and attacked her again. Little Red Riding Hood suddenly lifted her hood, revealing her wolf ears and wolf pupils. The werewolf power that was originally suppressed by the Red Hood instantly gained the upper hand. After a fierce whip kick hit a dark elf, a long wolf howl came out from its throat. This is the code she and her companions developed, representing enemy attack. Although Little Red Riding Hood is young and likes to act cute, as one of the best hunters in the fairy tale universe, she is always accurate and quick when she takes action. This is also due to her ability as a wolf walker. Since being possessed by the wolf spirit, she has gained extremely strong physical fitness and the power of the wolf spirit, but there are also many side effects. For example, growing wolf ears and wolf pupils, and the desire for killing and bloodthirstiness expanding without limit. Only this blessed Red Hood can suppress the side effects, and definitely the power of the wolf walker will also be suppressed. But her wild intuition from the wolf spirit told her that these pale-skinned creatures in front of her were not so easy to deal with. So after taking off her hood, she howled like a warning without any hesitation. Wolves are social animals, so it's always a good idea to shake hands with people before meeting them. Where did you come from? Don't tell me you are human. I have never smelled anything as damp and dark as you. When facing Little Red Riding Hood, ordinary dark elf soldiers can only parry a few moves before Little Red Riding Hood's claws tear off some body parts. But when 3 captain-level dark elves began to besiege her from 3 directions, she finally felt the huge amounts of threat. Swish. At the critical moment, a path of frost on the ground spread over at an extremely fast speed. After touching the 3 captain-level dark elves, it instantly froze them into crystal ice sculptures. Ruby, are you okay? Sister Elsa? Do I look okay? Little Red Riding Hood Ruby breathed a sigh of relief and put her hood back on. If you had come a step later, I would have had to fight to the death. Okay, I'm here now. Princess Elsa was wearing a white suit and looked like she was from Legally Blonde. Who are these people? Why is it so difficult for us to live a peaceful life? Elsa sighed in dissatisfaction, and then a large number of dark elves appeared in front of her again. The person leading the group was none other than Malekith with a two-toned face. His expression was not good at the moment. When did such a powerful ability user appear in Midgard? Not only did it instantly freeze the captain-level dark elves into ice sculptures, but the ice was also cooler and stronger than that created by the giants of Jotunheim. And this matter seems to this woman easier than breathing. When Malekith saw this scene in invisible state, he wanted to retreat immediately, but he felt a trace of ether from the 2 women in front of him. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to find a way to tackle this tough problem. We don't mean to offend, we're just here for the ether. Ether, you mean the thing that once altered reality and manipulated us? Elsa frowned. As the first mayor elected by everyone in the fairy tale universe, Elsa has been in contact and communication with the FBI these days. At the same time, we also obtain a lot of information that ordinary people cannot obtain at all. That's right. Ether is the most precious treasure of our clan. It has drifted to Earth. As long as we can find ether, we will leave Earth immediately. In other words, you are aliens. Elsa tilted her head and looked Malekith up and down, but shook her head decisively. First of all, I don't know where the ether is, but it's not in Storybrooke. Secondly, even if the ether is in my hands, I won't give it to you. You killed a stranger with whom you had no grudges, but now that you realize I'm not strong enough to deal with you, you think about reason. Elsa sneered at the character of Malekith and his group of dark elves. Most importantly, how can anyone who is associated with that evil thing called ether be a good person? Little Red Riding Hood Ruby sniffed again at the moment, then looked around vigilantly. Her face changed drastically. Sister Elsa? This yin-yang face is trying to attract your attention? I smell the same scent as them. They are sneaking around us from both wings and heading towards Fairy Tale Town. Upon hearing this, Elsa immediately stretched out her hands, and in an instant, a siege surrounding the entire Fairy Tale Town rose from the ground. And the Dark Elves who were preparing to attack Fairy Tale Town were frozen in place. Retreat! Retreat immediately. If it was just the performance at the beginning, Malekith would still be willing to take on this tough task, but now he knows. This town was definitely not a place he could invade. He never imagined that the weak earth in his eyes was just an insignificant town, but was actually protected by a real goddess. Want to escape? Elsa just stretched out her hand and pointed, and ice appeared out of thin air and quickly approached Malekith. No matter how fast Malekith ran, he could not distance himself from ice. Instead, he was getting closer and closer. In the end, he had no choice but to activate the teleportation magic circle constructed with dark magic and disappeared from the spot at the moment before being frozen. But the Dark Elves he brought with him, completely annihilated. Malekith went to Earth to look for the ether, so he certainly couldn't find a needle in a haystack. This means they at least have a way to detect traces of the ether. Li Chengfeng sat on Lauf's head and closed his eyes. Then there are two places he is most likely to go. That's Fairy Tale Town, and a top-secret military base in America. It's probably affiliated with the Air Force. These two locations are where the ether has been stored for the longest time. It is definitely possible that Malekith will go to other places to look for it, but these two locations are where he must go. After listening to Li Chengfeng's analysis, Hela nodded in agreement. Moreover, there are a large number of fairy tale characters in Fairy Tale Town who have been controlled by the ether, which can easily attract the Dark Elves. Didn't you ask Nick Fury to lead people to focus on these two locations? With the combat effectiveness of the X-Men, Malekith will not be able to succeed. If nothing unexpected happens, Nick Fury should have deployed all of his key forces to the American military base where the ether was stored for a long time. Wait, the main forces have been deployed to the military base. What about Fairy Tale Town? Fairy Tale Town. Li Chengfeng was stunned for a moment. With Elsa, Nick Fury only needs to send most of the ordinary field agents to Fairy Tale Town to clean up the mess. Elsa. Hela frowned and recalled, remembering the ice magician who almost killed Loki in Storybrooke. But, can she take on Malekith and his army of dark elves alone? Li Chengfeng raised his hand and smoothed out Hela's slightly frowned brows. That's right, Elsa. What we saw on the battlefield in Storybrooke was Elsa being controlled by the ether fragments. Without her self-awareness, Elsa could not exert her true strength at all. If it was Elsa in her complete form at that time, I'm afraid we really wouldn't be able to leave Storybrooke. Although Aisha only has the physical fitness of an ordinary person, but it's entirely possible to think of her as another god on Earth. Li Chengfeng was not talking nonsense. Although Princess Elsa is just a fairy tale character in Disney animation, judging from her performance alone, Elsa definitely deserves the title of God on Earth. Even if the person she shared the title with was the big guy from Kansas, that would be no problem at all. She looks like an ice princess, but in fact, in the late second part, she has already mastered all the attributes of earth, water, wind, and fire, but ice is her main attribute. Then Elsa can cast all attribute spells instantly, with no CD, and even no blue bar, and the range of the AoE is ridiculously huge. You know, in the first part, the entire country was frozen when leaving Arendelle. If you only see this, then Elsa can only be seen as a super elemental magician with unlimited firepower. Even if she can transform energy into matter out of thin air, she is not qualified to be called a god. But another thing she did directly elevated vigor to the level of god. Creation. Even Hela can't do it, but Elsa created an intelligent life in just one breath. Or is it intelligent life based on inorganic matter? If that doesn't make any sense. Created by Nuwashoto, they are both inorganic matter, and they are both endowed with intelligent life. This is FG terrifying, okay. And most importantly, there is no godhood, divinity, or divine power in Elsa's body, but she can do it. This is already the level of rule god and concept god. You can even go back in history in the glacier, which is equivalent to rubbing Ant-Man's quantum channel with your hands. As an elemental spirit that connects humans and nature, Elsa possesses both the fragile body of a human and the immense power of a god. Compared to the gods, Elsa's only difference is that she is not old enough. There is absolutely nothing wrong with calling her a god on Earth. Her shortcoming is that she is not very aggressive. As long as she does not threaten the things around her, she is just an ordinary queen. Li Chengfeng didn't think that Malekith in his normal state could last only 3 moves against Elsa. He is not the Malekith who destroyed Asgard in War of the Realms and imitated Gorg the God Butcher to create a copycat version of the Black Death Sword using venom. To put it bluntly, even if it was Malekith in the War of Realms, if he fought with Elsa to the end, he would be doomed to die. Li Chengfeng looked at Hela's questioning expression and suddenly remembered something. He mentioned this to Nick Fury. No wonder Hela had that expression. If I suddenly tell you that your neighbor area is a fairy, can you accept it? Although I didn't know that Aisha was so strong, but I believe in you. Hela held Li Chengfeng's hand again, with unreserved trust in her eyes. Frigga looked on in a daze. Is this still my stepdaughter who is decisive, ruthless, and murderous? And most importantly, ahem, if you want to show off your affection, can you do it behind your parents' backs? Frigga's face was filled with embarrassment. This scene was somewhat similar to when she saw her parents being naughty during the night. I'm here with your father. There must be unrest in other parts of Asgard. Hela, Asgard needs you? I am now the Lord of Midgard. She is also Odin's eldest daughter. Okay, let's go. Team Swarm is still fighting outside, and Thor and Loki are on their way to quell the rebellion. After hearing what Li Chengfeng said, Hela turned around to look at Frigga, who was smiling like an ant, and then looked at Odin, who was lying on the bed, so peaceful that he really looked like an old man. Don't let Odin die. After saying this, Hela and Li Chengfeng left Frigga's bedroom. Li Chengfeng looked at Hela, who was walking quickly forward, and laughed secretly in his heart. As the saying goes, people from the same family stick together. This arrogant person is exactly like Odin and Loki, etc. In this family, no matter in terms of inner character or appearance, how do you think Odin, Hela, and Loki are the real family? Could it be that Thor is the one who was taken away by mistake? If this were to be a wild history of Asgard, especially one that highlighted both wildness and history, it would probably become the #1 bestseller in the 9 realms. The scene outside the door was not surprising. Countless bodies of dark elves and giants of Jotunheim were lying around the members of Team Star. The FBI agents are not good guys, and even little Spider-Man will not show mercy at this time. Ha, these big blue guys aren't as strong as I thought. Harley Quinn picked up her adamantium bat from the ground and saw Li Chengfeng and Hela coming out. How will it end? Will the family be happy or broken? It's okay, it should be considered a happy family, but we dare not say too much. Li Chengfeng shrugged. It has been confirmed that Odin is alive, Frigga is alive, so next we can go find Thor and Loki. What's wrong? Are they in trouble too? Isn't this supporting teammates? Li Chengfeng said with a smile, although I think they probably don't need support. We can't be so unlucky as to run into an opponent at the level of a god on Earth. That would be a miserable situation. Damn it, damn it, damn it, why is there such a powerful true god on Earth? And it just so happens that there is an extremely strong etheric aura in her territory. Malekith pounded the ground hysterically. Although he managed to escape with the teleportation magic at the last moment, what use was there for him to use a hammer to escape? Completely annihilated? Just by raising his hand, the elite troops of the Dark Elves were wiped out. This team is enough to invade and capture those planets with low civilization progress. Okay, at least at this moment, Malekith rarely felt the same feeling as when he was sold to a funeral home by his mother as a child and became a corpse mover. It was endless numbness and despair. But there is always an end to depression. Although Malekith is not a good person, this born bad guy who killed his teacher and mother and destroyed his entire family can always cheer up, just like a superhero with noble character and beliefs. It's just that the latter is for hope. And Malekith, to bring destruction to everything. The coordinates of the teleportation magic circle that allowed him to escape from Elsa were set from the beginning, and it was only 3 kilometers away from another area with a strong etheric atmosphere. The ethereal atmosphere here is even stronger than that of Fairy Tale Town. Malekith is gambling. As long as he can find the ether here, he still has the ability to take revenge on Asgard and bring destruction to the 9 realms. Definitely accept the Earth. The next time he comes to Earth, he will be a dog? Malekith made up his mind. But he didn't realize that not far behind him, there was a red gamma monster that gave him a dangerous smile. Nick Fury sat in a conference room at the Air Force Base, waiting for the person in charge to arrive. This is the place where TIE particles were once preserved for a long time, apart from the Fairy Tale Town. This place also has a well-known name both at home and abroad, Area 51. But this is only the most external disguise. And Nick Fury happens to be one of the people who knows all this. Studying unidentified flying objects? Studying aliens? The people in charge of this base have created huge amounts of conspiracy theories to cover up their true identity. It's very clever, so clever that it makes people uncomfortable. Bite. With a slight sound, the automatic sliding door of the conference room opened. A fat middle-aged black woman walked in. Oh, isn't this the famous Nick Fury? How come you have time to visit my small Air Force base? Stop talking nonsense, Amanda. I came to your Sky Eye Society's territory this time because of an emergency. That's right, the one in front of you is the infamous Amanda Waller. Compared with her, Nick Fury can be considered a conscientious leader. Your high-ranking FBI, when has it not been for an emergency that cannot be handled that it will only cooperate with us, the Sky Eye? Can you clarify the cause and effect? Nick Fury stood up and walked in front of Amanda Waller. If you hadn't been researching TIE particles in this base for a long time, how could you have asked the FBI for help and eventually triggered the Storybrooke incident? Nick Fury knows his old colleague Amanda Waller all too well. When he was still working for the American government, Amanda Waller showed extraordinary potential. She was born to be a cold-blooded spy master. He even felt that Amanda Waller's Eye Society had failed to understand the ether and had asked him for help, simply trying to divert trouble. After all, TIE particles are reality gem, and during the research process, many phenomena that they cannot understand are bound to appear. Now that the Dark Elves are attacking, I have to clean up their mess. It's absolutely amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, the automatic sliding door opened again, and 2 people who were not wearing the uniform of the Sky Eye Society walked in. Commander Waller, the external defenses of the Sky Eye have all been taken over by the FBI. The person who was speaking was wearing an orange and black combat uniform, and a full covering mask that was half orange and half black. Although the person following him didn't say anything, he kept his eyes on Nick Fury, as if he wanted to stare flowers out of Nick Fury's face. Nick Fury glared back with his one eye without any hesitation. What are you looking at? Am I afraid of you just because you're wearing a shirt with a skull painted on it? After spending a long time with Li Chengfeng, Nick Fury himself didn't realize that he always had some similarities with Li Chengfeng when speaking. Just as hateful. Amanda Waller glared at the two men, then said to Nick Fury in a friendly manner, "Let me introduce them. These two are high-level agents of the AOM, Slade Wilson and Frank Castle." Nick Fury raised an eyebrow, pretending to be surprised. "Oh, Deathstroke Slade Wilson, I know you. Your cousin is doing well in our FBI. As for this Frank Castle, who are you?" After rolling his eyes with his one eye, Nick Fury pushed Amanda Waller aside, bumped Frank Castle aside, and walked towards the door. "My FBI has taken over this extraterrestrial invasion. After it's over, I will issue you a written file and ask you to report to the American government. Next time, don't overestimate your abilities and touch this unknown force. Do you really think you are our FBI? What does Nick Fury like most about Li Chengfeng? If there is a grudge, it must be taken on the spot, without any delay." Li Chengfeng shuddered violently. Because the action was too obvious, Hela even looked at him sideways. "What's wrong with you? Are you physically ill after seeing the corpses of the Dark Elves and Giants of Jotunheim?" "No, I just felt that someone had installed B for me." Hela just raised her eyebrows. Li Chengfeng said a lot of strange things, and she couldn't understand every word. In short, as long as there are no physical or mental problems, it's fine. As the commander of the Asgard army, he understood too well the horror of the battlefield. Even Asgard's warriors would show various abnormalities after leaving the battlefield. She had learned a word in Midgard, post-traumatic stress disorder. This is the warrior's greatest enemy. Before Hela could continue speaking, a silver shadow flashed by, and Quicksilver, who had been leading the way in front, ran back. "Captain, there's a little problem ahead." "Small problem? What small problem is worthy of you coming back to report?" Li Chengfeng asked with some curiosity. Although Asgard does not have a large population, its area is extremely large. Li Chengfeng had no choice but to let Quicksilver Pietro, who had the fastest legs, go ahead to explore the way and come back to report when he found anything. But unexpectedly, he turned back not long after running out. "It's a minor problem indeed, because I just found a dead body. Asgard is now a battlefield, and the last thing on a battlefield is corpses." Hela said calmly, "The most effective way is to solve this war from the source. The problem is definitely not the body, but this body is something I have never seen before. It is not an Asgardian, a dark elf, or a giant of Jotunheim. It looks like the legendary Angel. Everyone was shocked. After all, most of the people present live in Western countries. Even if they do not believe in Christianity, they have been exposed to it to some extent. The degree of shock is probably about the same as when a person in the Republic says, 'I saw Monkey King's dead body.'" Only Hela's eyes showed a thoughtful look. "Come on, Pietro, lead the way, let's go take a look ahead." So everyone followed Pietro to a place more than 200 meters ahead. It looked like a multi-party melee here. In addition to the corpses of the Dark Elves and Giants of Jotunheim scattered on the ground, there were also two female corpses that had never been seen before. It has a human form, all four limbs intact and no trace of animal transformation, and has a pair of huge amounts of wings on its back. The pure white feathers did not fade even after death. Li Chengfeng walked forward and carefully observed the two so-called angels. It seems that they are indeed the birdmen in the heaven dimension. Damn, to put it bluntly, these guys are really not good people. It seems we miscalculated. There are not only dark elves and giants of Jotunheim ahead, but also these winged guys. And Hela got a thorough look at the two bodies belonging to Angel. She had seen it before. The first and only meeting with Angel dates back thousands of years. At that time, Hela and Odin were on the verge of a breakdown, so she remembers it particularly clearly. "What's wrong?" Li Chengfeng noticed Hela's expression and asked with some concern, "Could it be that these angels are your acquaintances?" "Back then, when I was the crown prince of Asgard, I met Angel." Hela did not answer Li Chengfeng, but instead explained to everyone, at that time, this universe had more than 9 realms, there was also a 10th realm called Heavenly Kingdom. What Hela said made all the members of the star team except Li Chengfeng PK up their ears. They sat next to the tall pile of bones and listened to Hela talk about the past. "The 10th dimension?" King Ada asked, "But I've read a lot of Asgard history books in the past few days, and there's no record of such a dimension. Because the Kingdom of Heaven was originally Asgard's greatest ally. Not only did it have many angel warriors in the Asgard army, it also provided a Pegasus with wings on its ribs, which was once the exclusive mount for the Valkyries." Hearing Hela herself mention the Valkyries of Asgard, Li Chengfeng looked at Hela's expression. Although he had a clear conscience, he felt a little regretful. After all, she almost killed all the Valkyrie. But the Queen of Heaven at that time, Haven, was a greedy person. Asgard was clearly conducting an equal and mutually beneficial exchange with Heaven, but she demanded too much and even set her sights on Odin's treasure house. Odin has always been very tolerant of this ally, but one day, Hela gestured with her hands, Odin directly severed the connection between Asgard and Heaven, and eventually even separated Heaven from the world tree. This was a severance of ties and an exile. But I don't know why Odin did this, because not long after the incident, I was also sealed in Midgard by Odin. Hela told the whole story of what happened back then. She had never had a good impression of the kingdom of heaven, so she had never made a close friendship with them, nor had she ever had any direct conflicts with them. But now that Angel appears at this time, something is not right. Taking advantage of the emergence of the Nine Realms integration phenomenon, is it planning to return to the Nine Realms through Asgard? Wait, Hela, look here. Li Chengfeng pointed at one of the dead angels and said, do the scars on her body look like those left by Mjolnir? Yes, it is Mjolnir. As the former owner of Mjolnir, Hela knows all too well the damage this URU alloy hammer can inflict. Angel has scars from Mjolnir on his body, which means the Angel Kingdom is already at odds with Thor and Loki. Thinking further, the Angel Kingdom is probably wearing the same pants as the Dark Elves and the Giants of Jotunheim. Although Thor and Loki have made great progress in strength after being specially trained by Hela for so long, they are now facing the combined forces of 3 planets, plus the vicious prisoners in Asgard, so they are probably in great danger. Li Chengfeng naturally thought of it as well. This time it was his command error. I originally thought that even if Thor and Loki couldn't walk sideways, basically no one could kill them. But now it seems, under the siege of the 4 forces, the 2 men will be badly injured if they don't die. Boom. Thor wielded Mjolnir and sent down another divine thunder, completely knocking down the giants of Jotunheim who was blocking his way. Then he turned around, his brows full of worry. Loki, how are you? Ahem, not good, but I'm still alive for now. Loki leaned against a flower bed and coughed, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood again. The originally handsome face was now extremely pale. Looking down, I saw that Loki's abdomen was already stained with blood. The wound had been sealed by himself with black magic. Although there was no heavy bleeding, the pain had affected his brain's normal thinking. The pain of having his abdomen pierced by a sword was hard to bear even though he was a descendant of the king of the giants of Jotunheim. After all, the wound was not caused by an ordinary weapon, but a sharp sword wrapped with angel runes. This sword seemed to destroy his self-healing ability. At this time, the people who had been chasing Thor and Loki also showed up one after another. The first was a dark elf wearing gold and red armor and a horned helmet. This man's name is Agrum, and he is the dark elf with the strongest melee ability. His physical strength is not inferior to that of the big fool Thor. He is the one who leads the Dark Elves who invade Asgard this time. Then there are 2 sisters with graceful figures. The one wearing green from the crown to the tights to the cape and boots is the elder sister, the Enchantress, one of the most powerful witches in Asgard, who is good at manipulating others with her beauty. The one wearing a blue tight dress and holding a ramhorn warhammer is her younger sister, the siren Lorelei, who can make men fall in love with her with just her voice. Originally, she is a powerful warrior. The last one to show up was even more heavyweight. He was wearing extremely revealing golden armor that looked very defensive, holding a sharp sword of heaven, and a golden belt made of heaven symbols wrapped around his body. The most deadly warrior in Heavenly Kingdom. Angela. Stop struggling, Thor and Loki of Asgard. Angela slowly approaches Thor and Loki with sword in hand. This time, they joined forces with the Dark Elves and the Giants of Jotunheim to invade Asgard. They didn't expect that they would be able to find important figures like Thor and Loki so easily. But unexpectedly, these 2 people were so stupid as to run out on their own to hunt down the Enchantress and Lorelei. So after sacrificing the life of a Giants of Jotunheim royal family, Thor and Loki were forced into a desperate situation. Loki, although you used black magic to seal the wound in time, you must be able to feel that the wrath of the Rune Angel is burning your soul. Angel? If you have the guts, hit me with the sword again. Even though Loki acted timidly in front of Li Chengfeng and Hela, that was just his unique way of acting like a spoiled child. Facing such a mortal enemy, he was very tough. You can lose as a person, but you can't lose your mouth. A guy without even wings actually calls himself an angel? No matter how you look at it, you look more like a Vanir or an Aesir, okay? Not to mention, you look a lot like your mother. Loki's precise complaint hit Angela's biggest pain point. She is clearly the most deadly warrior in the Angel Kingdom, but she doesn't even have the form of an angel. So she stopped talking, just raised her sword and rushed towards Loki and Thor again. Thor at the moment was exhausted, but he still tried his best to block Angela's sword. But, still a step slow. Just as the sword was about to pierce Loki's head, a portal suddenly opened. A night sky sword flew out and repelled Angela's attack. Loki, you are such a clever little fellow. How do you know that this Miss Angela is the daughter of your Odin family? Loki, black question mark face. Odin's family situation is hard to describe. Even a time traveler like Li Chengfeng, who was used to seeing outrageous relationships, had the urge to give the old man a thumbs up. It's really awesome. After careful calculations, Li Chengfeng finally figured out the relationships of the Odin family. First, Odin married his first wife, Jodi, who represented the primordial earth, and gave birth to Hela. Then after Jodi died, the Aesir gods formed an alliance with the Vanir gods, and Frigga of the Vanir gods married Odin as his second wife, who is now the queen of gods. In the eyes of everyone, including Hela, Odin and Frigga's first child is Thor. But what they didn't know was that Thor had a biological sister with the same father and mother, and this sister was kidnapped by the angel Queen Haven of the Angel Kingdom as soon as she was born. Her original intention was to extort more benefits from Odin in exchange for his daughter. But at that time, Odin had not yet decided to challenge the gods, and he was still the aggressive and hot-tempered king. Odin did not accept the threat at all, so he directly separated the entire angel kingdom from the world tree. From then on, only the 9 realms remained. What happened next was the same old story, imprisoning the eldest daughter, giving birth to Thor, and adopting Loki. Odin's original plan was probably to sacrifice the daughter he had with Frigga. But unexpectedly, Queen Angel, who had no bottom line, did not kill Angela. She even raised Angela and trained her to be the most deadly warrior in the Angel Kingdom, and then instilled in her hatred for Asgard and other planets in the 9 realms. Bad news, Angela was indeed brainwashed by the ideas instilled by Haven. The good news is that the brainwashing was not thorough, and Angela always had doubts about her identity and Haven's purpose. Originally, Angela was about to ask a question after hearing what Li Chengfeng said to Loki, but the moment she came into close contact with the Night Sky Sword, she felt the terrifying power. She didn't dare to be distracted at all and tried her best to barely hold on. But on the other side of the portal, the woman who swung out the Night Sky Sword looked like it was just a casual attack. Is the gap so big? Angela suddenly lost confidence in Queen Angel's agreement to cooperate with Malekith to seize Asgard. She originally thought that Odin's 2 sons were the top fighting force in Asgard besides Odin and Frigga. But I didn't expect that there would be such a thing. The information previously provided by Malekith and Lauf was totally inaccurate. But before she could curse these 2 unreliable allies in her heart, she saw many people walking out of the portal one after another. Angela's expression changed instantly. So many people outside of intelligence? Although the body of the Midgard man who spoke just now was not deified, he possessed the status of a god. Although he is still a human being, how can he be a simple person if he can be associated with the word god? There is also the big green guy with an innocent look on his face. As long as you have a healthy brain, you will think that he is definitely a powerful warrior. Even the burly dark elf Agrim looked small in front of this green giant. Who are you? Angela's eyes were fixed on Hela in the front. It was her. She launched the sword just now. The overwhelming force made her hand holding the sword tremble continuously. This woman is definitely the most powerful enemy Angela has ever encountered. You ask me. Hela did not ask Thor and Loki, but stood in front of her 2 brothers without hesitation. I am Hela, the goddess of death of Asgard, the king of Midgard, the lord of greed. Angela swallowed. The Angel Kingdom was not like Asgard, where Odin did not erase all information about Hela. On the contrary, the record of this possible powerful enemy is extremely detailed. When the Angel Kingdom received the news that Odin had sealed Hela in Midgard, the mood went from personal gloating to collective celebration. There really are fools in this world who cut off their own arms? This is also the premise that Angel Queen Haven would agree to cooperate with Malekith without hesitation. But how come Hela, the goddess of death, who should still be sealed by Odin, suddenly appeared in front of her? And most importantly, this goddess, who had made great contributions to Asgard but was sealed, actually stood in front of her younger brother. Could it be that the goddess of death Hela is the type of person who puts family ties above everything else? No, she wanted to enjoy the delicious revenge herself. This attitude towards Thor and Loki clearly shows that only I can bully you, no one else can. The appearance of Hela also caused the other 2 people present to exclaim in surprise. Hela? Lorelei, am I seeing things? The one standing before us is actually the legendary goddess of death. Sister, you are not mistaken. The unique clothing and colors, and the night sky sword. That's right. It's the goddess of death Hela. Lorelei answered her sister's questions while swinging the Ramhorn war hammer expressionlessly. Then, the dark elves and giants of Jotunheim controlled by Lorelei rushed towards Hela, waving their weapons. The 2 prisoners, Lorelei and the Enchantress, are just a temporary team with them. They just want to destroy Asgard. The Enchantress and Lorelei. Hela suddenly grinned, which made Li Chengfeng stunned. I remember that thousands of years ago, you 2 were warriors under my command. There was a hint of nostalgia in Hela's words. Don't treat the sisters Enchantress and Lorelei as mere vases just because they are beautiful and charming. Seeing how ruthless they were on the battlefield, even the goddess of death couldn't help but look at them a few more times. And now, her former subordinates are standing against her. Goddess of death. Even if you return, what can you do? Asgard's destruction is imminent. The Enchantress does not have the intelligence network of Angela or the Dark Elves. She and her sister simply yearn for freedom outside the prison and are against Chaos, who is eager to see the world in chaos. 2 deserters from the battlefield. I'm not interested in wasting my time talking to you. Hela curled her lips. Although the 2 sisters had outstanding abilities and were the strongest among the strong in a place like Asgard. But he cannot be trusted at all, not to mention that he has a history of turning against his own side on the battlefield. We are simply dissatisfied with your Odin family's actions of conquering the 9 realms and establishing a new order. Lorelei said, a sickly blush gradually appearing on her face. There is no need for us to follow a commander who goes against us. After saying that, he jumped onto the back of an enchanted giants of Jotunheim with a ramhorn hammer in his hand and charged towards Hela. It seems that fighting first is the best way to make you listen to me. So Hela raised her hand, and the entire star team, including Li Chengfeng, all tensed up. Although Li Chengfeng is the leader of the star team, all daily training has been changed by Hela into warrior training courses. Sometimes he speaks much better than Li Chengfeng. After all, the devilish training of the goddess of death is engraved deep in the hearts of every member. including the big guys from Phil Coulson's squad. Hela often has nothing to do in the base, so she helps Phil Coulson train the team members. Teaching a group is teaching a large group is still teaching. So after Hela gave the order, the team members rushed towards the enemy like wild dogs. Hulk didn't hesitate at all and went straight to the Dark Elf Agram. It was obvious that there was an extremely strong giant under the armor. Hulk loved fighting with people like this the most. Boom. The fist carrying the power of Gamma collided with the fist of the Dark Elf Agram. Judging from this one round alone, Gamma power has a slight advantage. And Agram's eyes widened due to the reaction of the collision of the two fists. This big green one. How strong is it? If we only look at strength, he has surpassed Thor. Thinking of this, Agram immediately adjusted his posture and attacked Hulk again. But Hulk looked at his opponent, and the red light ring on his hand lit up. The hot blood is red with anger, taken from the remains of a corpse that has not yet cooled. Deep hatred and deep resentment boil the lungs. I will forge your path to the underworld. As Hulk recited the red light oath, his anger and strength continued to rise. Not only did he instantly catch Agram's attack, he also easily knocked him to the ground. Then he jumped high and hit Agram with a falling meteor. I saw a green fat man wearing a red combat uniform, riding on Agram, and punching him crazily. When the enchantress saw the miserable state of the unfortunate man Agram, she shuddered all over. But he couldn't help but look at Hulk. If she could charm this big green guy, why would she worry about failing to achieve her goal? Definitely, this is just her one-sided fantasy. Not to mention the green fat man's weirdly strong mental resistance, the opponents she and her sister faced would never give them the chance to get close to Hulk. The crimson magical force flashed through the air, and the enchanted witch was immediately hit, and her body began to become uncontrollable. The force forced her head to face forward. A magician in dark red attire walked towards her. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wanda Maximov. I'm a magician. After experiencing the events of Storybrooke, Wanda's control over the origin magic power has reached a new level. And with the passing of Sithorn, the shackles in her heart had long been untied. This young magician has only been awakening for a few months, but he can already be included in the discussion of the strongest magicians. Let my sister go? Let her go. Seeing that the enchantress was directly controlled by Wanda, Lorelei jumped off the back of the giants of Jotunheim without saying a word and changed her target of attack to Wanda. But a silver shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes. The sheephorn war hammer that was supposed to be in his hand was now in the hands of the silver shadow. You are a very cruel woman, to wield such a dangerous weapon. Pietro complained calmly on the surface, but he was actually filled with relief in his heart. Fortunately, Loki cast resistance magic on everyone, otherwise they would be in real danger. As a single guy who had never been in a relationship, when I heard Lorelei's unromantic roar, I had the urge to make her my own. Although the impulse was extremely weak and could not influence his will at all, it still appeared. But Lorelei's plump and charming figure always makes people imagine, if he manipulates her to do some strange things. Quicksilver shuddered at the thought. Being controlled is not a good thing. Hey, Pietro, you're not going to show mercy because you're attracted by her beauty, are you? Harley Quinn, who was working with Wong Ada to harvest the Dark Elves, happened to pass by Quicksilver and asked quietly. No, absolutely not. Quicksilver's sanity returned instantly. He didn't want to be dragged by Harley Quinn to attend that devilish psychological counseling class after the mission was over. Then he transformed into a silver shadow again and swung the ramhorn hammer towards Lorelei. Crack. The sound of the patella being crushed and the screams reached Angela's ears at the same time. But she no longer had the energy to figure out who made the sound. Because at the moment, there were two gods standing in front of her. One is the goddess of death Hela, and the other is a Midgard man who is extremely close to the goddess of death. Sweat beads ran down her temples, and she maintained a fighting stance, but neither of the two men took action, but instead kept whispering to each other. Then, while saying this, he looked at her with a strange and playful look. Just when she could no longer bear this strange atmosphere and was about to launch a suicidal charge, the man spoke. Dear Angela, I just came in a hurry and didn't have time to introduce myself. My name is Chengfeng, and I'm from Earth, which you call Midgard. My other identity is the future husband of Hela, the Lord of Midgard. As Chengfeng spoke, he took a few steps forward. But it was these few steps that made Angela immediately take an offensive stance. What do you think this has to do with me? Let's fight. Warriors from the Angel Kingdom are never afraid of death. What are you talking about, Angela? How come it has nothing to do with you? Chengfeng frowned when he heard Angela say that. You are my dear sister-in-law, you have to call me brother-in-law? As the saying goes, the sister-in-law is half of the brother-in-law's buttocks. I was just joking. Hela, your eyes are a little too scary. As soon as this explosive information came out, Angela's already tense nerves instantly broke down. After being stunned for a long time, he gradually calmed down. What do you mean? I want to call you brother-in-law? That means. That's right. You are Odin's child. Hela, the goddess of death, is your elder sister. Thor, the god of thunder, and Loki, the god of trickery, are your younger brothers. Especially Thor, who just wanted to block the sword with his body, is your biological brother from the same father and mother. Chengfeng was too lazy to beat around the bush with Angela. This sister-in-law had long doubted his identity, and the best way was to directly break through this unfounded window paper. And Angela obviously. Some believed it. Queen Angel, didn't tell me. Nonsense, she snatched you away from your parents, blackmailed your parents, and turned you into a sharp blade to swing towards Asgard. I have long felt that Queen Angel cannot be trusted, but how can you guarantee that everything you say is true? Hearing Angela's doubts, Li Chengfeng smiled and shook his head. Then, the red, orange and green lights all lit up. In an instant, the terrifying three-color energy swept across most of Asgard. Li Chengfeng said to Angela, who had a dull expression, "If you weren't my sister-in-law, you would have been dead for almost 5 minutes." Call. When Odin woke up from his annual Odin sleep, but before he opened his eyes, he vaguely felt that there were many people in front of him. Is he not sleeping in his own abode? Why are there so many people? Are the guards just there to eat for free? Odin was a bit grumpy when he woke up, and the surging power of Odin covered the entire Asgard in an instant. Odin, you finally woke up. Frigga sat on the edge of the bed, her heart finally at ease. So much has happened during this period of time. Hela's return, the 9 realms integration phenomenon suddenly began, Odin's sleep, and the dark elves and giants of Jotunheim invaded Asgard. It can be said that there are more major events than those encountered in the past 1,000 years. Odin knew nothing about what happened next except that Hela had returned. After all, Odin's sleep will completely internalize Odin's power and completely close off his perception of the outside world. So, when Odin opened his one eye to see who wanted to disturb his sleep, he was very surprised when he saw his entire family. When I fell into Odin's sleep, what happened? His wife, eldest daughter, 2 sons, and the ghost who abducted his daughter were all present, and he was not lying in his own residence, but in Frigga's bedroom. And why do Thor and Loki still have so many scars on their bodies? But it was obvious that these 2 tough-skinned guys were fine. As for Hela, the fact that she was able to stand aside with a calm expression meant that the problem of her daughter being infected by Mammon's blood had been resolved, and that he could no longer directly feel the presence of the power of greed in his daughter's body. Then he looked at the extra orange ring on his daughter's hand. It seemed that this thing was used to suppress the greedy power from the dimensional demon, and even control it. But when his eyes moved to Li Chengfeng's hand, he found that he also had an identical orange ring, and the evil fire in Lao Dang's heart suddenly hit his forehead. 2 orange lantern rings were worn on the ring fingers of each person. Although as the king of God, I was mentally prepared. Because she promised her daughter that she would become the king of Midgard and rule Midgard together with her husband. But as a father, TNND, I really want to use the power of Odin to kill this BD from Midgard? Definitely, there was no sign of it on the surface. Odin's mouth just twitched twice, revealing a kind and gentle expression. The hot-tempered self of that year was killed by the kicking of the gods. The king of God Odin who survived is a god known for his kindness and justice. After forcing himself to calm down, Odin finally had time to truly see the man named Li Chengfeng. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Although he is essentially a mortal, he possesses the status of an old god of Midgard, so there is no problem in insisting that he is a god. The red, orange, and green energies that had not yet dissipated from his body were even more turbulent and terrifying. No wonder he dared to go back to Asgard directly with Hela. A bitter taste rose in Odin's mouth. Although his Odin power becomes stronger as he grows older, he still seems to be no match for Hela and Li Chengfeng now. If his daughter really wanted to overthrow him, she would have already sat on the Asgard throne that originally belonged to her. What happened? Frigga was about to speak, but after thinking for a while, she gave Li Chengfeng a look. She was mainly responsible for protecting Odin's safety in the bedroom. Although she knew roughly what happened, she didn't know the details after all, she had not experienced it personally. Moreover, Frigga also wanted Li Chengfeng to get closer to Odin. After all, he is the husband chosen by the eldest daughter. After careful observation, she found that Li Chengfeng is a genius who possesses black magic, necromancy, and origin magic power. Compared with this person, the little fool in his family who is known as the #1 magician in the 9 realms is as shallow as a beginner. The scariest thing is, she's only 25 years old. Are the powers of all short-lived species so terrifying? Li Chengfeng received the eye hint from his future mother-in-law and nodded slightly in response, indicating that he understood. Then Li Chengfeng stepped forward. Considering that Odin had just woken up, he smiled what he thought was the kindest smile and said, "More than 80% of Asgard has been destroyed." The first sentence almost made Odin spit out blood. What? Asgard has fallen? Hey, Lao Dang, why are you so anxious? Calm down and listen to me slowly, okay? Li Chengfeng gave Odin a reproachful look. Odin was so rude that he interrupted others casually. Odin immediately clenched his fists. Calm down? How can you let me calm down? But this only happened in a moment, and Odin was no fool. At this moment, Asgard's strongest fighters were in Frigga's bedroom instead of fighting outside, which meant that the incident had basically been resolved. Okay, go on. That's right, don't be so stubborn when you get old. Li Chengfeng nodded with satisfaction and continued, although Asgard was almost completely occupied at the beginning, with the joint efforts of the Asgard army and the star team from Earth, we successfully recovered the lost territory and wiped out the foreign enemies and internal thieves. External enemy? Internal thief. Odin repeated the 2 words, then raised his head in confusion. Internal thief, I can understand, there are many vicious criminals in the prison. But how did the external enemy enter Asgard? Without Bifrost's transportation, it is almost impossible to enter and leave Asgard. This is the value of the 9 realms integration phenomenon that occurs once every 5,000 years. Li Chengfeng patted Odin on the shoulder. This dimensional barrier is now so weak that if I stand on the border of Asgard now, I can even go back to Midgard without entering the dimensional coordinates. Odin didn't quite understand the specific principles of teleportation magic, but Frigga's face changed. As one of the strongest witches on the magic side, Frigga definitely understood what Li Chengfeng was talking about. The 9 realms integration event is, in a sense, a dimensional integration event. The 9 realms that originally existed on different branches of the world tree were originally 9 different dimensions, but they have a tendency to integrate into one. That's scary. Originally, communication between the 9 realms was only possible under special circumstances. Now, as long as we can find the weak point of the dimension caused by the 9 realms integration phenomenon, we can directly cross to a certain dimension on the world tree. No wonder the giants of Jotunheim and the Dark Elves took this opportunity to jointly attack Asgard. The usual iron wall has now turned into an electric sliding door that automatically opens when it senses people. Who can resist the temptation of looting and fighting across dimensions at almost no cost? Among the 9 realms, except for Asgard, Vanaheim, and Midgard, the other 6 realms are relatively primitive and barbaric, and nomadic civilization is prevalent. To put it nicely, the people here are simple and honest. To put it bluntly, it's barbaric and bloodthirsty. In short, the Dark Elves, giants of Jotunheim, and angels joined forces to invade Asgard, and destroyed the prison in Asgard and released all the criminals. Li Chengfeng shrugged. Although the lost territory has been basically recovered now, according to the report of Sif and the 3 Asgard warriors, at least 30% of the people in the prison took the opportunity to escape to other dimensions. Odin was a little stunned. What is going on? Dark Elves? Giants of Jotunheim? And angels? Join forces to attack Asgard? Are they so bold as to do this? Hey, you look quite dissatisfied, right? If Hela is still sealed in Midgard, the Star Squad will not come to Asgard, and your 2 sons will still be imprisoned in 2 places in Midgard. Do you think Asgard can be spared in this situation? Li Chengfeng's words were like a hammer, hitting Odin's heart hard. If it weren't for them, with only Sif and the 3 Asgard warriors, even if they lead the Asgard army, they can only hide in Asgard and resist. Recovering lost territory? Forget it. So, thank goodness Hela is back. You should thank me first for this. Li Chengfeng shamelessly patted his chest. By the way, Lao Dang, do you want your daughter? What do you mean? Odin was shocked by Li Chengfeng's unconventional thoughts. Wasn't he just talking about the invasion? That's exactly what it says. Li Chengfeng shrugged. While you were in Odin's sleep, we fought a great battle with the invaders and successfully killed Lauf, the king of the giants of Jotunheim. The enchantress, Lorelei, and the dark elf Agrum were also seriously injured and thrown into prison. No, after all that, what does it have to do with me wanting a daughter? Li Chengfeng looked at Odin in a daze, then sighed. He had clearly reminded Odin that Angel was involved in this invasion, and then deliberately asked him if he wanted his daughter. But he could not remember at all that he once had a daughter, the first child with Frigga, and Frigga fell into the same confusion. Angel Queen Hai Wen? Let's see how many times you have this bad luck. The parents of the abducted child simply didn't believe that the man would let their daughter survive. Definitely, in fact, Queen Angel didn't really intend to let Angela survive at the beginning. However, Angel, who was the executor, was soft-hearted and hid Angela. After Queen Angel found out, she thought that letting the father and daughter kill each other would be the best way to relieve her hatred, so she trained Angela to be the sharpest sword in the Angel Kingdom. From a third-party perspective, Li Chengfeng thought that this Angel Queen was definitely interested in Odin. Otherwise, as the one who took the initiative to cause trouble, what reason would she have to hate Odin? But if we add some blackened plot about unrequited love, wouldn't it make more sense? The unofficial history of Asgard has been further enhanced. It's really wild and historical. The Queen Angel in the comics is still charming, so why does she fall for Odin, the old man with a white beard? But none of this matters anymore. Seeing that the atmosphere has been set, Li Chengfeng nodded towards Hela. Hela raised her brows, then turned and walked out of the chamber. After a while, he came in again with another person. It was Angela. I didn't feel anything when I saw Angela alone, but when she and Frigga were in the same space, I could see it immediately. These 2 people must be related by blood. Angela is totally a younger version of Frigga? Li Chengfeng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Angela looks almost exactly like Frigga, and Hela and Loki are very similar to Odin in character and inner qualities. Only Thor looks nothing like his parents. Li Chengfeng felt that his theory that Thor was picked up from the trash can was becoming more and more true. You. Both Frigga and Odin were so shocked that they couldn't utter a complete sentence. Odin couldn't even continue sitting on the bed. He stood up in a hurry and came to Angela, constantly looking at the woman in front of him. Yes, very similar. Odin only took a look at Angela and was reminded of Gandalf, who was a magician but could also wield a sword to fight. Bah, it's Frigga? You are, my daughter. Audrey, is it really you? At the moment, Odin and Frigga are not the king and queen of Asgard, just an old couple who got lost and found their new home. Angela frowned subconsciously and wanted to step back, but the reaction from her body and blood was more real, overwhelming the hatred and distortion that Haven had deliberately instilled in her. She originally thought that although she did not have Angel's wings, she should be an abandoned child adopted by Angel. But as she grew older and stronger, she began to sense a hint of calculation and fear in Queen Angel's eyes. From that moment on, the seeds of doubt took root in her heart. She believes that she does not belong to the Angel Kingdom. It was not until this moment that her guesses about her own life experience became completely clear, and her original suspicion of Angel Queen Haven began to turn into overwhelming hatred at this moment. Queen Angel, who was high and mighty, was so despicable that she took her away from her biological parents for her own selfish desires. He even wanted to turn her into a sharp blade to swing at her biological parents. However, now the sharp blade has changed direction, ready to chop down the filthy Queen Angel at any time. She slowly stretched out her hands, spanning thousands of years, and held her father and mother's hands again. Just like when she was born, she tightly held the fingers of Odin and Frigga. The 1.5 eyes of Odin and his wife were instantly filled with tears. Kid, you're home. How lucky it is to have lost and found it again. Li Chengfeng sighed and came to Hela's side. You seem to have a lot to say. Hela looked at Li Chengfeng. Although the time she had known this man was only a small wave in her thousands of years of divine life, the ripples filled her originally empty heart. Know him as you know yourself. This man has too much emotion. Seeing this scene, Li Chengfeng appeared calm on the surface, but the anger in his heart was raging. There's really nothing much to say. It's over if the trafficker's entire family dies. Aelkith never thought that this trip to Earth would be either a life-saving journey or a life-saving journey. It's his bad luck to run into the human god in Fairy Tale Town. But why did he encounter a red humanoid monster just after he landed? And he could feel contempt and scrutiny in the monster's eyes. This shows that he is not a violent beast, but an intelligent creature with reason. Malekith clenched his teeth tightly, completely ignoring the blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. As the monarch of the Dark Elves, he is a cunning and despicable villain. But he is not a wimp. It is human nature to run away when faced with Elsa. After all, only those nice guys, those so-called superheroes would rush to their deaths without hesitation. At the beginning, he did not run away while spitting blood like he is doing now, but he rushed forward with a long sword in his right hand and black magic in his left hand. But the ending is not very pretty. Although Red Hulk does not have as high an upper limit as Hulk, as a relatively powerful member of the Hulk family, there is no problem for his basic attributes to be comparable to the normal Savage Hulk. And the normal Hulk versus the normal Malekith. That is one-sided abuse. His black magic hit Red Hulk, but apart from leaving some scars, it was unable to stop Red Hulk's steps. After Malekith slashed the sword at Red Hulk turned around and smiled. My friend, your attack is like a spoiled child to me. This sentence completely broke Malekith's defense, and he started the game of him escaping and him chasing again. But Red Hulk, also known as General Ross, could have killed Malekith directly, but he deliberately left him a way out. A lifeline leading to the Air Force Base. As the nominal commander of this military base, General Ross originally did not want to have anything to do with the FBI, but the reality is that the FBI took over all perimeter defense within a few minutes. Even though he can transform into huge amounts of gamma monsters, he has to obey the orders of a man named Nick Fury. General Ross, who was originally maintaining the Hulk form and venting his emotions by swimming in the surrounding wild lakes, also heard Nick Fury's orders on the communicator. Dear General Ross, how are you doing recently? Nick Fury, what do you want? I regret to inform you that the external defense of Area 51 is temporarily taken over by the FBI. I won't ask why you are not sitting in your office during working hours. Now I will give you a task. Guard the perimeter of Area 51 and look for a pale-skinned dark elf leader. Nick Fury's words made General Ross pause. What the hell? Defense taken over? Still looking for a pale-skinned dark elf leader? What are you doing? What evil things have you done? What are dark elves? Ha ha ha. As for the adjective harmful to nature and morality, I think it's more appropriate to use it on Amanda Waller. Nick Fury smiled. Although you were captured by Hydra for quite a long time and brainwashed, it was a blessing in disguise that you became Red Hulk. It's just that you don't know much about what happened to the ARE and Area 51 in the past 2 years. The unknown entity that you dug out that year, we call it Ether, which is the treasure of the Dark Elves. They came here for this treasure. I heard from Amanda Waller that the Storybrooke incident was caused by Ether, but wasn't Ether already taken in by the one from your FBI, Li Chengfeng? Yes, that's right. Wasn't he taken in by him? That's true, but the Dark Elves are looking for the remaining aura of the Ether, and this base is the place with the thickest aura of the Ether. Okay, I get it. Now we are the bait, right? Come on, find this big fish as soon as possible. Nick Fury smiled and suddenly lowered his voice and said, after all, you don't want to be suppressed by Amanda Waller all the time, right? After many hints from Nick Fury, General Ross finally took the bait. After all, compared to Nick Fury, who has nothing to do with him, he hates Amanda Waller, a vicious and unscrupulous person, more. And most importantly, the two of them have the same rank, but she is the commander-in-chief of the Sky Eye Society, and everyone has to obey her. But with the merit of capturing this alien invader, combined with his own power as Red Hulk, he will surely be able to demonstrate his value in front of the American government. Huh? Amanda Waller? By then she will be just a black lady who poses no threat at all? That's why there's that scene where Red Hulk smiles at Malekith's butt. At the moment, Red Hulk was also extremely excited, laughing, and chasing Malekith. Ha ha ha, Dark Elf, why don't you just stop running away and surrender? Psycho? You Earthlings are all psycho. Malekith finally couldn't bear it anymore and turned around to curse. It's okay that there is a god in Storybrooke. But what the hell are you, a monster? After Red Hulk discovered that he could communicate with the Dark Elves, he did not stop chasing them. The common language is very important, at least you can get more information out of them. Nick Fury didn't say anything either, so he has to be caught, right? At least I can be considered to be delivering the goods to your door now, right? So Red Hulk stopped and let Malekith run farther and farther. Malekith was still wondering in his heart, why did Red Hulk suddenly stop? The next moment, ice, fire, storm, and thunder all fell on him like crazy. In a hurry, Malekith used the black magic shield to protect his whole body. But under the powerful elemental attack, the black magic shield that Malekith had used all his life's skills to maintain was shattered. Then, he fell completely in this endless attack. Ceasefire. Nick Fury, who had been observing the outer defense, waved his hand, signaling the X-Men to cease fire. Iceman, Fireman, and Storm stopped immediately. I originally thought it was a difficult mission, but it turns out that I'm just here to serve as a ranged weapon. Iceman shrugged at the fireman, but this creature called the Dark Elves is quite tough. After such an attack, it hasn't died completely yet. You think it's easy, but that's because we have the right time, right place, and right people. If you encounter this Dark Elf without support, you will most likely be killed. Storm Aurora rolled his eyes. Iceman was good in every way except that he was too proud due to his status as Omega Mutant. Judging from the combat capability alone, it is indeed good, but the combat experience is just a bunch of shit. But what Storm said is indeed correct. Malekith's miser ability is mainly due to playing away from home and his unintentional actions. If the environment is basically fair, most of the X-Men will be killed by Malekith. Okay, stop discussing this. As the leader of the X-Men this time, White Queen glared at Iceman with her charming eyes. I'm not saying anything bad about you, Drake, but can you be more steady in your actions? That's what I said. Why is it still education? Iceman's head dropped, and he complained quietly. White Queen Emma Frost's originally bohemian temperament has completely changed since she took on the role of Dean of Academic Affairs at the F.B.I. Academy. His clothing, appearance, and daily conversation have all changed drastically. If you don't know, you would think she is the sister of Bai Yadan. But after all, he is a master of telepathy who is on par with Professor X among all the X-Men. Iceman just complained a few words, but his body was very honest and he followed the White Queen closely. Nick Fury did not intervene in this episode, but waved to the X-Men he brought with him, and then took the lead and walked towards Malekith, who looked half dead. This guy, is he still alive? The fireman who had been silent all this time suddenly muttered, it shouldn't be like the situation in horror movies, where the boss looks dead, but when the protagonists and supporting actors gather together, he will suddenly open his eyes, then wave his weapon and start killing people. But as soon as the fireman finished speaking, Malekith's eyes really opened. AFK, are you serious? Malekith was seen grinning and inserting his hand into the ground. Then a strange black sword was pulled out. Malekith greedily absorbed the power from the sword, and his physical condition recovered instantly. Then with the first strike, the black-skinned one-eyed leader was chopped into 2 pieces and could only lie on the ground struggling and screaming. The following scene was extremely bloody, with severed limbs flying everywhere, and all the people who had just ambushed Malekith, including Red Hulk, had their heads chopped off. The cruelty and brutality of the Dark Elves were fully displayed at this moment. Then Malekith threw the head away and walked deep into the military base. The strange red light kept luring him forward, and soon, he saw the true face of the red light. These are particles. Ha ha ha, ether. I finally got TIE particles. Asgard? The 9 realms? They will all be interstellar dust that will perish in my hands. Ha 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 ha. Malekith laughed and pocketed the TIE particles. The Legend of Malekith. A great series? Bullshit. The White Queen raised a brow and removed her hand from Malekith's forehead. There was no such thing as an extreme counter-kill or TIE particles. It was just that the White Queen helped to weave a perfect dream for the Dark Elf monarch before he died. Alas, when people get older, they can't bear to see things that make them die in vain. White Queen stood up and sighed. Black Braised Egg wiped the cold sweat from his head. Wow, he just used the telepathy ability to kill this Dark Elf who was obviously of a very respected status, and he still couldn't bear to watch him die in peace? You are forcing someone to close their eyes before they even intend to close them. This dream was indeed perfect, but it also consumed the last of his life. A generation of Dark Elf monarch, just like that after being beaten twice. Drowned in a dream by the White Queen. If Li Chengfeng saw this, he would probably give Malekith a thumbs up. What good luck? At least it's more dramatic than the death of Old Man Lauf, isn't it? Buzz, buzz. Nick Fury's dedicated director's personal terminal buzzed twice, and a message came. When I opened it, I saw that it was the field agent from Fairy Tale Town, who had already finished washing the floor. Okay, we've finished our work in Fairy Tale Town, and this invasion is over. Nick Fury nodded to White Queen, then muttered to himself, Li Chengfeng told me to be careful, but this is it. Nick Fury looked at the X-Men around him and thought of Team All-Stars who were far away in Asgard. I suddenly felt my waist was particularly stiff. At this moment, Li Chengfeng, who didn't know that Malekith was completely dead, was still staying in Asgard. To be precise, it is waiting for Odin to find a way to reconnect the 10th realm with the World Tree. After all, the 9 realms integration phenomenon appears randomly. For example, only a very small channel appears in the Angel Kingdom. Therefore, the main force of the coalition forces that invaded Asgard this time was still the Dark Elves and the Giants of Jotunheim, while the Angels accounted for less than 1/20th of the number. But this did not prevent Odin from preparing for revenge against the Angel Kingdom. Do you really think Lao Ao is a weakling? Not only did he kidnap the girl, but he also wanted to use brainwashing to make the father and daughter kill each other? If he doesn't kill Queen Angel, old Ao will be unworthy of the throne of the King of God. Well, father-in-law, I don't know if I should say something. Who the hell is your father-in-law? Odin, who was angry, finally regained his temper and glared at Li Chengfeng unhappily. If you have something to say it now. Hey, it's like this. Li Chengfeng was so shameless that he didn't take Odin's cold face seriously. He put his arm around the old man's shoulders and said, in fact, the best solution at this time is to let Angela take us back to the Angel Kingdom. I definitely know. I've fought for thousands of years. Do I need you to teach me? Odin rolled his eyes and replied, but what I want is not just to get rid of that whole woman haven, but to bring the entire Angel Kingdom back into the 9 realms. Li Chengfeng agreed in his heart. He is truly an old fox who has lived for thousands of years. In such a family recognition situation, he can ensure that his rationality is not affected by emotions, thus giving up maximizing his interests. What is valuable in Angel Kingdom? Isn't it just an entire dimensional space with an extremely low level of development and a group of angels who are almost all soldiers? Needless to say, the former represents the resources of the entire world. The latter, Old Dang probably feels sorry for the Valkyrie who were killed by Hela back then, and plans to fill the gap left by the Valkyrie by making those angels surrender. In this way, killing Angel Queen Haven would be a matter of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It can be used for both revenge and profit. Otherwise, he would be the #1 warmongerer in the 9 realms, and our own Lord God King would have to be second. Great? Laodang, it's really great. If you call me Laodang again, I will definitely stab you with Gungnir. Ever since Odin decided to counterattack the Angel Kingdom, Li Chengfeng has witnessed how efficient Asgard, the divine realm that once swept the entire universe with war, is. Especially after Odin reached a consensus with Hela, they once worked closely together, becoming the king and commander, both father and daughter and comrades in arms. Tell me the truth, do you have a nickname, Horus? Why do you think that as a god, there is such a thing as a nickname? As gods, our real names are related to divinity and divine power. Hela looked at Li Chengfeng with pity. You didn't inherit the old god status of Zithorn, and your IQ was affected by that stupid guy, right? Does Zithorn look like someone with low IQ in your eyes? Li Chengfeng did not comment on this. But if you think about it carefully, every one of these old gods of the earth is extremely cowardly. It does seem stupid to look 100 steps ahead before taking 1 step and eventually die of indecision. All we can say is that the god Idaritum was so murderous back then that he scared all of his relatives. As the first god to die at your hands, I don't think he can be called smart. Hela shrugged, then went out of the bedroom with Li Chengfeng. The members of the star team were bored and watched the giant wolf Fenris and Li Chengfeng's demon cat Doug playing around. Although there was a huge difference in their physiques, Li Chengfeng was not surprised that the 2 of them could get along well. One is a divine creature, the other is a magical energy creature. Okay, dear team members, does anyone want to go to heaven? Oh, Pudding, your tone and expression right now give me a sense of the laughing killer. So sexy. Harley Quinn looked like a gangster who saw a stripper. She leaned her arm on Li Chengfeng's shoulder and raised his chin. It would be even better if there were some splashes of blood on your face. Hey, Harley, your XP system is really unique. Color embryos are not scary. Perverted perverts are scary. But what exactly do you mean by heaven? King Ada frowned. We have seen a few so-called angels along the way. Are you planning to attack their lair? This is not my decision, but the decision made by the great king of God inside. Li Chengfeng pointed to the palace gate and said with a smile, our star team is just here to watch the fun. We mainly want you to experience an interdimensional war. After all, in the future, the star team will not only cross dimensions, but also cross time to carry out missions. Li Chengfeng was not talking nonsense. Although Li Chengfeng has not mentioned the existence of the legendary squad to anyone except Harley Quinn, with whom he had met the legendary squad. And Captain Carter never mentioned to other teammates how she came here from another timeline. But Li Chengfeng had a feeling that the problem with the timeline would begin to emerge in the near future. Otherwise, he would not be able to gather team members from various nodes of the timeline in the future to form a legendary team. Just like Sarah Lance, who originally secretly went out to sea with Oliver Queen, was supposed to be stranded on Purgatory Island and then picked up by the League of Assassins. And it was at this point in time that my future self took Sarah Lance away. Originally, Sarah Lance was dispensable to the League of Assassins, but to Oliver Queen, it was the same whether Sarah was rescued by himself or the League of Assassins. The same goes for Howard Stark. I just don't know at what point in the future I will decide to form a legendary team. Moreover, what Sarah Lance said at the beginning made Li Chengfeng inexplicably entangled. She said that as the acting director, she disappeared after forming the legendary squad. What happened to my future self? It was 2 hours later when Odin, Frigga, and others appeared in front of everyone again. Angela seemed to have completely understood her identity and accepted the name that originally belonged to her. Auditrifus Odinstadaya. As Hela said, the name of a god is closely connected to divinity and godhead. Angela was indeed very strong before, but she was only slightly stronger than Thor. The reason why she was able to beat Thor and Loki into such a miserable state was mainly because of her group fight. But now that Angela had accepted her real name, her power immediately began to rise. If she fought with Thor and Loki again at this time, I'm afraid she would be enough to defeat the two brothers alone. Li Chengfeng patted Loki's shoulder sympathetically. He got into all kinds of trouble, jumped around, but in the end he was still at the bottom of the family's food chain. Miserable, Loki, miserable. Can you please stop looking at me like a poor creature like that? Loki was completely disappointed with Li Chengfeng's unconventional thinking. He definitely doesn't have any good thoughts about himself in his mind. But what to do? He can't beat him, he can't scold him, and after he had an affair with the eldest sister Hela, he was suppressed in terms of seniority. The more I think about this 250-year contract, the more I feel like I lost out. At this moment, huge amounts of Asgard's army had assembled on the square. Li Chengfeng was at the forefront of the army and saw many familiar faces. The first is Sif, who has a close relationship with Thor. The female warrior of Asgard's generation is second only to Angela, and in the comics she is Thor's biological wife. However, in the movie, Thor's emotional line focuses on Jane Foster. But this does not affect Sif's position in Thor's heart. What's more, in this universe, Thor has not yet met Jane Foster. Then there are the three warriors of Asgard, the guys who came down to Earth with Sif to support Thor in Thor, Ragnarok, and they were also the cannon fodder who were killed instantly by Hela in Thor, Ragnarok. However, in reality, these three are still very strong, but in the eyes of Hela, who is at the peak of the Heavenly Father, they are not good enough. As mentioned earlier, Volstagg, one of the three warriors of Asgard, is even qualified to pick up the ultimate universe Mjolnir. Finally, Li Chengfeng saw an acquaintance. Bald Skolchini, nicknamed the Executioner. That's right, it's the one who was born in a cowardly way and died in a miserable way in Thor, Ragnarok. In fact, the movie still makes this character comedic and clown-like. In fact, Skolchini the Executioner, as the child of an unknown giants of Jotunheim and an unknown Asgard goddess, is more powerful than most Asgard people. Otherwise, she wouldn't be hanging out with Enchantress and Lorelei in the comics. But now he was standing in the first position behind Heimdall. Don't think that Heimdall was mocked by Hela as a gatekeeper, but on the battlefield, he should be called by another name. God of the Dawn. In Asgard, he is definitely the #1 person below level godfather. In addition to these familiar faces, there are also many guys with strong faces, probably the strong men in the Asgard Legion. But Li Chengfeng really didn't recognize him. At this moment, everyone is waiting for Odin's order. It has been too long since they had a true full-scale attack. Ever since Odin decided to treat the 9 realms with kindness and friendliness, they have only occasionally faced minor frictions within the 9 realms. Who can tolerate being transformed from a large and powerful army into a group of local police officers who have to mediate everywhere? And Odin is obviously not a useless leader, otherwise the Asgard army would have no chance of setting off today. Odin and Frigga passed through the Asgard army and came to the altar. He said nothing, but raised the invincible Gungnir with one hand, and a divine light shone in his one eye. Having just experienced Odin's sleep, Odin's power and his body are at their absolute peak. Angel Kingdom is indeed a bit unlucky. If they had not reached a deal with Malekith to invade Asgard this time, or even if they had used the time of Odin's sleep to prepare to kill Odin, they would not have been counterattacked. All I can say is, it's fate. Li Chengfeng also witnessed the power of Odin. If we simply talk about the strength of combat power, the current Odin is slightly inferior to the Orange Lantern Hela or the Three Lantern Li Chengfeng. But the power of Odin not only has powerful combat capability, it also brings Odin nearly omniscient knowledge and special abilities, as well as a link with the World Tree. The small hammer dug into the gap, cutting off the connection between the Angel Kingdom and other realms. Then the sledgehammer was used to take over, and the power of Odin was used to exile the isolated Angel Kingdom. This is also the reason why Odin was able to separate the Angel Kingdom from the World Tree. Aodachewi said, if you can dismantle, you can rebuild, if you can break, you can erect, I can also do bricklaying. After Odin re-established the connection with the World Tree, he used the power of Odin to pull the Angel Kingdom again, allowing this dimension to take root and sprout on the World Tree again. As this process continued, all the divine creatures present felt the throbbing from the depths of the universe. That was a long-awaited thank you after the World Tree was complete. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The World Tree was also unlucky. It met Odin, the old man, and split into another dimension because of a disagreement. For the World Tree, this is like partially peeling off a person's organs and putting them aside, but the main blood vessels are still connected. Hiss, the World Tree is really generous. If he is the World Tree, he must reduce his dimension to a human form and give Odin a good beating. The 10th world has returned, and the World Tree is complete again. Odin turned around, and his magnificent armor reflected dazzling golden light. Asgard army, prepare to attack. Let the Angel Kingdom see the power of Asgard once again. As soon as the king of God Odin finished speaking, Heimdall was the first to move. Then, the Asgard army followed closely behind, crossing the long bridge and arriving at the gate of Bifrost. Heimdall inserted the Sword of Dawn into its base, and Bifrost immediately began to operate. Ever since Heimdall took over the authority of Bifrost from the previous generation of gatekeepers, he was destined to no longer be able to gallop on the battlefield under the name of the God of Dawn. When Hela looked at Heimdall, besides the constant confrontation, there was also a hint of pity. For true warriors like Hela, they can no longer step onto the battlefield. What a pity. But Heimdall had already gotten used to all this over the past few thousand years. He turned the Sword of Dawn and found the 10th realm, which was originally a blank, on the star disk representing the coordinates of the world tree. Then, Bifrost, on. Odin and Frigga stepped into the Bifrost without any hesitation. Then came Hela, Angela, Thor and Loki. Li Chengfeng and the Star Squad were not in a hurry to go in, but followed at the end of the Asgard army. This scene is about the revenge of the King of God and Asgard. Those of you who are just here for show should not be too interested in the scene and should keep a low profile. As they were about to walk on to Bifrost, Heimdall suddenly spoke up and said to Li Chengfeng, "Old god from Midgard, how did you convince the King of God Odin to agree to bring the 10th world back to the world tree? Although I have the status of an old god, I am indeed a human being." Li Chengfeng shrugged at Heimdall, "Your question is very simple. I brought back another daughter of Odin and gave Odin another goal. How many years have you not seen such a heroic Odin Bolson?" After saying that, Li Chengfeng called the members of the Star Team and entered Bifrost. The second time they rode Bifrost, the Star Team was obviously much calmer than the first time. After all, once the novelty of Bifrost wears off, it will be just like riding any familiar means of transportation. The entire journey took about the same time as the journey from Earth to Asgard, but because I chatted with Heimdall for a few more words, when the Star Team set foot on the land of the Angel Kingdom, Odin and his family had already led a large force to rush towards the Angel Kingdom's base camp. So urgent. Li Chengfeng muttered something, but he could understand it. The culprit who kidnapped their daughter for more than 2,000 years was waiting for them in the Angel Palace in the distance. Not to mention Odin, even the seemingly gentle and kind Frigga looked bloodthirsty when she went out to fight. Li Chengfeng has no interest in getting involved in the feud between this family. No matter how powerful Queen Angel is, she is not as powerful as this family of gods. Well, dear team members, it's time for us to take care of our own affairs. After seeing that everyone had gotten used to the environment of Angel Kingdom, Li Chengfeng gave instructions to everyone. Just like Odin, in addition to resolving the long-standing feud with the Angel Queen Haven, he also wanted to gain benefits from the almost undeveloped dimension of the Angel Kingdom. Li Chengfeng will definitely have to get involved. He had no interest in the Angel clan, as they were just divine creatures whose female members could reproduce asexually. Judging from their habit of stabbing Asgard in the back for no reason, this clan is not a group of good guys and girls. Li Chengfeng doesn't want to have this kind of time bomb under his command. On the contrary, Li Chengfeng is more interested in the many resources in this dimension. So after saying that, he summoned the orange lantern furnace. Yemengard, who was dozing off, immediately woke up. Dad. Li Chengfeng felt very good about having a new daughter who was a lamp beast. After all, strictly speaking, Yemengard is the product of the spiritual connection between him and Hela, so there is nothing wrong with the word dad. Yemengard, can you do dad a favor? What? Help? Sure. Yemengard loves helping his dad the most. The little girl's voice reached Li Chengfeng's ears, and he couldn't help but smile like an old father. This cuteness is so reassuring that it is much better than the shark with kidney deficiency and the bull with a clamp. After cricketing the other two lantern beasts, Li Chengfeng reached out and touched the Yemengard jumping on his shoulder. Help dad check if there is anything valuable in this dimension. The lamp beast symbolizes greed and has a natural perception of valuables. Although there is suspicion of employing child labor, but if you don't pay them, it doesn't count as employment. So the shameless Li Chengfeng decided to let his daughter, the lamp beast, play a guest role in the legendary treasure hunting mouse. Although Li Chengfeng didn't know how big the angel dimension was, he was afraid it wouldn't be much smaller than Asgard. Yemengard let out a cheer and went underground. Then he traveled throughout the angel dimension at an astonishing speed. Moreover, his originally small body has grown longer and longer over time, and he really lives up to the name Hela that his mother gave him. Yemengard, the giant python. As for the reason for the enlargement, Li Chengfeng could guess it by using the dead skin on his toes. It's nothing but greed at work. On the way to treasure hunting, he unconsciously devoured the natural forces of this dimension. When he appeared in front of Li Chengfeng again, Yemengard had become extremely huge, and his head alone was much taller than Hulk. No, this is the little thing that just got into the ground. Harley Quinn stretched out her slender little finger and gestured, "It's a little nose that's not much longer than my finger. Calling someone a little nose, is that polite of you?" Ada Wong rolled her eyes at Harley Quinn. "It's obviously a big long worm. Is this what they call a lantern beast?" Captain Carter looked at Yemengard with interest. Spectral energy creatures, they are truly magical. Hulk likes snake? They're friends. Hulk is the only member of the lantern group in the FBI besides Li Chengfeng and Hela. Although he is a red lantern, he has a natural liking for the lantern beasts formed by pure spectral energy. Don't worry if he's a little snake or a big worm. You're all uncles and aunts. Why are you picking on my little snake? Be careful or I'll sue you for racial discrimination. As Li Chengfeng stepped forward, Yemengard immediately came up to him happily and dived into the lamp. The huge amounts of its body seemed to be siphoned away, and in the blink of an eye, the huge amounts of the earthly python disappeared, leaving only Yemengard, belly up, digesting the food in the stove. How's it going? Did you find anything? Report to Dad? There are so many good things in this place. Hearing Li Chengfeng's voice, Yemengard immediately turned around and said happily, I will mark the locations of the mineral deposits in the entire dimension now, and then share them with Dad through the orange lantern ring. Then Li Chengfeng felt the orange light ring on his ring finger was slightly hot, and the next moment, the underground view of the entire angel dimension came into his mind, with all kinds of precious resources marked by Yemengard on it. The snake team has made great contributions? Yemengard blinked his cute big eyes, with an expression of please praise me on his face. Yemengard is awesome, he's really Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket. Compared to the Ion Shark and the Blood Bowl, Yemengard asked expectantly, is Yemengard better than them? Li Chengfeng was not surprised that Yemengard knew the existence of the other two lamp beasts. It would be strange if he couldn't sense it. However, the tone of competing for favor is actually asking Li Chengfeng, am I your most beloved child? Is this newborn child jealous of other lamp beasts? It seems that Yemengard is not only greedy for energy, but also for emotions. Ahem, how can kidney deficiency shark and clip bull compare with us Yemengard? Daddy definitely loves you the most. After giving Yemengard a satisfactory answer, Li Chengfeng began to focus on sorting out the coordinates of these precious resources. Although Yemengard knew how valuable these resources were, he was unable to identify what they were specifically due to his limited knowledge. Li Chengfeng looked at words such as like home, metal that sings with me, stone that is too hard to chew, and this thing looks like it can be eaten. With all these labels, even if Li Chengfeng had great ability, he couldn't guess what his daughter had found. At this time, the role of the Green Lantern Ring becomes apparent. As the universe's official encyclopedia, as long as Li Chengfeng lets the green light of his will come into contact with these things, he can learn their names and functions through the green light's database. So under the surprised gaze of everyone in the star team, Li Chengfeng opened 4 portals. The first portal. Li Chengfeng didn't even need the Green Lantern Ring to tell what it was. No wonder it's like home, isn't this URU metal? There was only a small mountain of URU metal left in Odin's treasure house, and in the underground of Angel's dimension. It actually contains nearly 100 times the total amount, and there is no trace of excavation at all. From this we can see that the civilization process in the Angel dimension is really too backward, and their minds are full of fighting and killing. No wonder Angel's scientific name is War Angel. This name is really not wrong at all. If they had developed other industries a little bit, with their united fighting power, they would not have been beaten by Asgard to the point where they had to kidnap other people's girls to threaten them. This may be the disadvantage of a purely matriarchal society. It is a tragedy to have a treasure mountain but not know it. After determining the location of the huge amounts of URU metal or veins, Li Chengfeng came to the second portal. It's what's called Sing Along With Me metal. This time, Li Chengfeng's blind spot in knowledge was indeed touched upon. But it doesn't matter, the Great Green Lantern Encyclopedia is here to help. Li Chengfeng materialized a scanner with green light of will, aimed it at the metal cross-section and began to scan it. Drip, drop. Scanning completed. Analyzing. Analysis completed. Identified as Yaka metal. Under the watchful eyes of Team Star, the scanner gave the answer. Only after hearing the name did Li Chengfeng understand. So this is it. Yaka metal is indeed a precious metal in the Marvel universe, but it is not particularly famous. In the movie, Star-Lord's dad definitely is his good blue-skinned dad. Yonta's arrow is made of Akka metal. Although its hardness is not as good as top-grade metals such as vibranium and adamantium, it is quite sufficient. It is extremely sensitive to sound and can produce resonance and resonance. With the help of a special frequency amplifier, it can accurately manipulate Yaka metal creations. Although this metal doesn't have any high performance, in the movie it is just used to efficiently clear out the mobs. But that was with only one arrow. The total amount of Yaka metal in front of us is even several times that of the URU metal vein just now. Compared to URU metal, Yaka metal is more suitable for arming elite agents who are ordinary people. The mineral content of this vein is enough to arm all the elite agents, with more than half left. Well, let's just send the extra part back to the general administration of the Republic. After all, it's my hometown. How could I forget such a good thing that I could get for free? Even if you are in the Angel dimension, you should not forget to contribute to the construction of the Republic. At this moment, Li Chengfeng felt that the red lantern ring on his hand was brighter. Ah, Buzz. Oh, you're really responsive. The members of Team Star were like bumpkins who had never seen the world. They gathered in front of the second portal and took turns making sounds to trigger resonance in the Yaka metal. Especially Hulk, his shout almost made a large piece of Yaka metal resonate and break away from the vein directly. The result was that they were covered with broken stones. Li Chengfeng looked with disdain at this group of guys whose mental age had dropped suddenly, and walked to the third portal on his own. This place is marked by Yemengard as rock too hard to chew. Neither URU metal nor Yaka metal received this evaluation, which shows that at least in terms of hardness, it far exceeds these two metals. But it is obviously not vibranium or adamantium, let alone adamantium. The reserve of this stone is not large, about the same as the URU metal in Odin's treasure house. Try to attach the green light of will to your hand and touch it, and then you will clearly feel the kinetic energy and some energy of the green light of will being absorbed by this stone. And it was at the moment when the energy was absorbed that Li Chengfeng, relying on the perception of dark magic and origin magic power, sensed a strange aura. Dark, mysterious, scary. Even Sithon's old god status resonated with it. It's the dark dimension. Li Chengfeng frowned, then picked up the scanner to scan. But after a period of analysis, the conclusion he reached made Li Chengfeng's eyes widen. Dagon stone. This thing can be regarded as the most powerful metal in the entire Marvel universe, and also the rarest metal. The biggest reason is that it comes from the dark dimension. It is formed by combining special substances from the dark dimension with vibranium, and possesses the advantages of both. Not only can it absorb and release kinetic energy like vibranium, it can also absorb and release antimatter energy. It is no exaggeration to say that it is indestructible. Moreover, Dagon stone has the power to resist magic attacks and mental attacks within a certain range, and also has the function of self-repair. Perfect and flawless are definitely not boasting when applied to Dagon stone, but rather realistic. Even in Avengers 4, some people speculated that Thanos' large sword was made of Dagon stone. But this claim has never been confirmed. Li Chengfeng was surprised, but also a little worried. After all, Dagon stone is a metal that is deeply bound to the dark dimension. Since it appears in the Angel Kingdom, it can only mean that the dark dimension once had a connection with the Angel Kingdom. But even if there is, it is probably a dimensional loophole similar to the Nine Realms integration phenomenon, which accidentally connects two dimensions. The Angel Kingdom may have originally had vibranium, and then it happened to come into contact with the special matter of the dark dimension, which accidentally formed Dagon stone. Why are you so sure? Because if it is really Dormammu that invades, the angels in the Angel Kingdom will definitely not be their match. And the fourth portal is finally not a metal section. It was a ball of liquid metal the size of a human head, suspended in the void. This thing, Li Chengfeng actually recognizes it. Galaxy glaze is the layer that covers the body of the silver glider. The liquid metal in front of us is actually the raw material of galactic glaze. The real galactic glaze is formed by combining the power of the planet devourer with it. But let's just call it galaxy glaze to save the trouble of thinking of another name. No wonder Yemengard thinks this thing is edible, because galactic glaze can absorb and integrate any energy, even the power of the universe. As an energy creature, this is something that can be eaten. Although without the power of Galactus, it is not possible to make someone a silver glider through the galactic glaze. However, the power of the original galaxy glaze is also quite strong, and it can even stimulate human potential and strength. At this moment, Li Chengfeng had already thought about who would be the best choice to hand over galaxy glaze to. After putting the galaxy glaze directly into the pocket space, Li Chengfeng called on everyone to start the excavation work. Isn't it a bit too much trouble to just hollow out the rocks around the ore vein and dig out the powerful metal originally? Everyone looked at Li Chengfeng with a sad look as if to say, you are using a group of elite agents as miners. Except Hulk. Hulk is such a good boy. Li Chengfeng was so moved that he almost cried. Puff. Angel Queen Haven held the sword across her chest, but ultimately failed to withstand the fierce blow from Gungnir, and the sword broke instantly. At the same time, all her ribs were broken. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the Queen Angel, who was originally majestic and charming, now roared like a hysterical trapped beast. But instead of attacking Odin who knocked her to the ground, he roared at the other man. Damn it, Fernande, you traitor! How dare you betray me? The Fernande she mentioned is a high-level angel from the Angel Kingdom and a military and political commander under her. When the Asgard army was approaching the city, she opened the energy shield protecting the city without hesitation, then turned against them and led the Asgard gods into the palace of Queen Angel. Without her, even if all of Asgard's high-end combat forces were deployed, it would be impossible to capture the war fortress with a powerful energy shield in such a short time. It's all because of her? Angel Queen Haven's eyes were bloodshot. The revenge she had planned for many years fell through because of her own people's betrayal. It was like a joke? She hated this traitor more than Odin. But the traitor Ferdinand looked directly into the eyes of the former queen, without any shame or regret, and was extremely frank, as if he had never done anything treacherous. Hearing the roar of Angel Queen Haven, Fernande snorted coldly. Betrayal? You actually told me betrayal? As your right-hand man, I carry out every one of your tasks perfectly. But you actually sacrificed an angel's life just to cooperate with that beast Malekith. Just because he told you that he had never experienced the feeling of killing an angel. You asked all the angels to draw lots, but the one who won the lottery was Anamuni. That's my love. Fernande's eyes were red with anger. Finally, driven by anger, he drew out his long sword, leaped towards Haven, stabbed the sword into his heart, twisted it, crushed the heart and pulled it out. The last sword beheads. From the moment you gave up the life of an ordinary angel for your own selfish desires, you have already betrayed the entire tribe. Haven, you are the traitor. After saying that, Fernande picked up Haven's head, turned around, and knelt on one knee. Great is the King of God. This is the sincerity of the angel family. Odin never thought that this time the battle would be resolved so easily by sending out the entire army. It can even be said that there was no resistance along the way. All the angels witnessed that Malekith killed the angel Anamn, who had drawn the lot, in an extremely cruel way in front of them. So, Queen Angel has lost the support of the people, and every angel is afraid that they will become the next Anamuni. If we want to completely eliminate this panic, then there is only one way, to make Queen Angel disappear. After talking with Ferdinand, Odin learned that even if the Asgard army had not arrived at the city today, she would lead most of the angels to revolt and fight a decisive battle with the Angel Queen's most elite War Angel regiment. Definitely, the so-called most elite army was like paper under Hela's hands. However, Fernande did not feel the slightest bit of regret for their deaths. They are Queen Angel's sharpest killing tools, and each of them has angel's blood on their hands. Fortunately, the Asgard army arrived, so that the angels who were originally preparing to participate in the revolution did not suffer any casualties. After offering Haven's head, Ferdinand stood up and said to Odin in a dignified manner, "Let us free ourselves from the hands of the tyrant." Odin calmly looked at the military and political leader with his one eye. His expression was indifferent but his eyes were full of determination. After a long time, under the gaze of the Asgard gods, Odin suddenly showed a kind and benevolent smile. Just as he has maintained the image of a benevolent emperor for thousands of years. "Child, are the angels willing to move to Asgard?" What? Fernande was stunned and asked in disbelief, "What you just said is, let the angels move to Asgard." To be honest, after killing Queen Angel, Ferdinand was already prepared to pay the price for defeat. For example, the whole tribe was enslaved. But the King of God, who once washed the world tree with blood and tears, actually let them move into Asgard? Wouldn't that make them true Asgardians? That's right, move to Asgard. Odin repeated again without getting tired of it. From now on, there will no longer be the angels in the Angel Kingdom, only the winged people in Asgard. All of them will be under the command of the winged Queen Angela. How about that? How? It's such a bargain. For the Angel Kingdom, a relatively wild dimension among the 10 realms, Asgard is an unattainable dream and the promised land in people's minds. And the one who manages them is none other than Angela, with whom they used to live day and night. It is equivalent to a township in Kong province collectively obtaining a household registration in the imperial capital, and then the direct leaders remain the original leadership team. Is this the treatment for the defeated? Then they are willing to be defeated 100 times again. Definitely, this is not without cost. Please go ahead. Fernande, as a veteran of the Angel Kingdom, you have fought with Asgard before. You should remember that Asgard once had a powerful army called Valkyrie, right? Yes, I once faced off against Brunhild. I remember she was called Valkyrie among the Valkyries. They have all died in the battle. I hope that the Winged Clan will rebuild the Valkyrie army. As he spoke, Odin lifted Gungnir and motioned for Fernando to kneel on one knee. Fernande did so and felt the body of Gungnir's gun lightly touch her shoulders. Then, a great power from Odin suddenly appeared in his body. Fernande of the Feathered People, in the name of Odin and the World Tree, I grant you the title of Valkyrie. Valkyrie, the title of the Valkyrie leader, has existed for many generations. Even Lorelei, who is now half dead in prison, once served as a Valkyrie for a period of time. And now, Odin bestowed Fernande with this name that represents ability and glory, which made the angel military and political leader who surrendered with his entire clan burst into tears of gratitude. Hela, who was watching all this happening, suddenly felt, your father is always your father. This old Deng's method of killing one group and then winning over another is really ingrained in his bones. Directly make the Angel Clan disappear in name only and become the living force of Asgard. If she were allowed to choose, maybe on a whim, there would be no angels left in the world. It's just that then it will not be in the nominal sense, but in the physical sense. Hela couldn't help but start to reflect. As a conqueror, must you fight to the end of the universe? And Angela, who had been standing by from beginning to end, finally breathed a sigh of relief at the moment. She is not an emotionless monster. The Angel Kingdom is where she grew up, and she cannot bear to watch the Angel Clan perish. But she really didn't expect that Odin would actually lift it high and put it down gently. Not only did he allow himself to lead the angels, who were renamed the Winged People, but he also allowed them to migrate to Asgard. I don't actually have much affection for the father I just met, but that doesn't stop me from having a little more respect for him in my heart. But letting you move to Asgard does not mean giving up this former Angel Kingdom. Odin changed the subject and continued, except for war, the Angel Kingdom is very backward in all other aspects, and the level of resource development is extremely low. I understand what you mean. Fernande nodded. I have detected the rare mineral veins in the Angel dimension, but Queen Angel has never given me the manpower to dig. I can give you the coordinate map of the entire dimension. Exchange the old house in your hometown for a new one in the city, it's a sure win. Odin was very satisfied. Fernande had very high IQ and EQ, much higher than Haven, whose mind was filled with war, plunder, and revenge. But when Odin and the Asgard army dug tunnels leading to various mineral veins and walked down with great interest, they found a huge amount of irregular holes instead of the mineral veins that were supposed to be hidden there. And not just one, but all the precious mineral deposits disappeared. On the contrary, common minerals such as gold, silver, copper, and iron were not even touched. As a level godfather, Odin actually felt his blood pressure rising. What's going on? How come there is nothing valuable left? There was a hint of confusion in Odin's single eye. As the god with the highest attainments in magic and witchcraft present, Frigga discovered the highlight at this moment. There are many auras emanating from these holes. Frigga closed her eyes and perceived carefully. Dark magic, origin magic power, teleportation magic, and the familiar breath of the old gods and the energy of the emotional spectrum. Before Frigga finished speaking, a soft laugh suddenly sounded in the huge amounts of space. The sound was not loud, but it echoed in the space and was exceptionally clear. Everyone looked at the person who was laughing, only to find that it was Hela, who was the most serious. Seeing this, Odin couldn't help but ask, "My son, why are you laughing?" Hela didn't bother to hide the slight curl of her lips. "I think of happy things." "What's the happy news?" "My queen of gods has given birth to a child. In an upscale bar in Los Angeles. Is it really okay for us to just run away like this?" Harley Quinn sat next to Li Chengfeng, blowing bubbles into the soda water in her cup out of boredom. "It's not working time anymore. Why are you only drinking soda water? When did you change your personality?" Li Chengfeng frowned, a little confused. "With your personality, you should at least drink a beer, right?" "Oh, pudding. Although I am a lunatic, I am also a doctor. Drinking during my period? Do I look like someone who likes to make trouble for myself?" "I really can't say that." Li Chengfeng shrugged, which resulted in a barrage of punches. "It's like a cat scratch, it doesn't hurt at all, but it's a little itchy." Taking a look at the bar that they had booked, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but stretch. After all, with the presence of Hulk, the other guests would have fled long ago. This could cause trouble for the American government. But it won't be too troublesome. After all, his brothers and sisters from Team Star had just served as minors for him, so it was only right for him to take them on a short vacation. Who made Li Chengfeng in such a good mood now? While Odin and the Asgard gods were still confronting the Angel Kingdom, Li Chengfeng directly took away all the undeveloped rare metals. Especially the huge amount of URU metal, which filled all his pockets at that time, and he even had to rub it several times before he could take it all away. Li Chengfeng felt refreshed when he thought about how upset Odin would be when he saw the devastated angel dimension, even if he can't see it. After all, as a potential son-in-law, it would be fine for him to deal with the invasion in Asgard, but it was not within his obligation to march to the kingdom of Angel. The star team simply went to a dimension rich in minerals to mine resources. Who can find fault with him? Li Chengfeng did not take away Odin's treasure house, which was considered to be giving enough face to his future father-in-law. Bloody hell! I don't remember my bar being booked out today. Just then, a white man in a sexy suit and with a British accent walked in from the door and claimed to be the owner of the bar. Behind him was a hot, wheat-skinned beauty, but from her expression and movements, it was clear that this beauty was definitely a tough character. When Li Chengfeng turned around and looked at the two people, he felt dizzy. He ignored the person who came and waved to King Ada instead. "Ada, I forgot to check just now, what is the name of this bar?" "Lux, the best bar around here." "FK, really?" Li Chengfeng drank the remaining whiskey in the glass expressionlessly, then changed his expression without any hesitation, walked up to the bar owner with a smile and shook hands with him. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lucifer Morningstar." Wow, you know me." Lucifer raised his eyebrows, and his slight complaints were instantly replaced by curiosity. "It seems, you also want to get help, right?" "Help? No, you think too much." Li Chengfeng smiled. "We just came here to drink, but it's all because of our big guy that we scared away the other guests in the bar." As he said this, he pointed at Hulk who was jumping awkwardly on the dance floor. "This is such a big guy." Lucifer looked at Hulk in surprise, but quickly brought the topic back to Li Chengfeng. "But I'm more interested in you. Tell me, what do you want most in this life?" In an instant, Li Chengfeng felt an unrivaled power that made him want to reveal his deepest desires. But it was only for a moment, and the next moment, the feeling disappeared. Li Chengfeng understood that because of the protection of the old god's status and emotional spectrum, Lucifer's ability could not affect him. At least for now, Lucifer, who had given up all his powers just to live a carefree life in the world, could not be influenced. "About this, you really can't influence me, dear Lucifer Morningstar, or?" Li Chengfeng leaned forward slightly and whispered in the other's ear, "Samael." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chengfeng felt a burst of tearing air sounds suddenly passing by his ears, so he turned on the green light without hesitation and transformed into a shark head as big as a fist, biting the strangely shaped dagger. "Be careful, Mazekin. A dagger made of hell metal can really hurt me." Looking at the expressions of the master and servant in front of him, Li Chengfeng felt a little proud. "Very good, that will calm them both down for now. I know you may have a lot to ask me." Li Chengfeng walked towards the booth in the corner of the bar, "But you have to believe that we really just want to find a bar to drink today." After sitting down, Li Chengfeng looked at Lucifer leisurely. "I can't help but sigh in my heart. Among the strongest people under existence such as Almighty God and OA, the complete Lucifer can definitely be ranked among the top 5. He possesses half of God's power and the power to shape all things. This is no joke. But the guy in front of him with doubts in his eyes is just a street urchin with endless life and regenerative healing factor. Definitely, taking back the power that belongs to him is just a matter of his own thought. However, since Lucifer hasn't had enough fun in the human world, he will definitely not return in his complete form." Lucifer stared at Li Chengfeng for a long time, then suddenly relaxed all over, leaned back on the sofa, and spoke in a lazy tone. "Okay, tell me quickly, what medium did my father use to create you? Is it willpower? Did he ask you to pass on a message to me or to urge me to return to hell?" "Lucifer, I would just kill him." "Hey, Maze, you are too impatient, and most importantly," Lucifer pressed Mazekin's shoulders, "you are no match for him." Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. This guy really only lives in his own world. Listening to people talking is so stupid. "I have nothing to do with God. It's Amenadiel's job to urge you back to hell. But now that I'm here, I really want to ask for your help on something. Really? You're not angel or something. I am a Republican. It seems that the Almighty God cannot reach out to us Republicans, right? That's true. Lucifer nodded. In that case, let's put aside all the unlucky topics and talk about what you want me to do for you. Lucifer quickly accepted Li Chengfeng's statement, or rather, he was not interested in the specific situation. He just enjoys the thrill of playing with the world. So Li Chengfeng did not hesitate and took out the dark book from his pocket space. I want to know, who is the soul in this book? Lucifer reached out and took the dark book, then opened it with some curiosity. Ever since Sithorn's soul dissipated and absorbed the TIE particles, the original property of the dark book that tempted humans to fall has disappeared completely. Definitely, even if that characteristic still exists, can it still be used to trouble the king of hell? Even the word fall came into being because of him. Isn't this the dark book of the old god Zisong? Oh, and there are TIE particles? You are quite capable. Wait, what's your name? Li Chengfeng. Oh, Li Chengfeng, what an easy to remember name for a republic. But I remember that there shouldn't be any souls in the dark god book at the beginning. That's why I want the all-knowing angel to help me solve my confusion because I have no clue at all. All right. As Lucifer spoke, he spread out the dark book on the table. Then he stretched out a hand, and black ripples appeared on the surface of the dark book. Lucifer directly inserted his hand into the dark book. It's like reaching into a box and feeling around. After a moment, it was pulled out with a sudden force, and a human-shaped soul was pulled out. There is just a black line that closely connects it to the dark book. But there was only a vague outline and it was impossible to see what his face looked like. Not only Li Chengfeng showed a puzzled expression when he saw the soul in the dark book, even Lucifer was also a little confused. It's strange that even I can't see his identity clearly. All his soul information has been erased, but there are still some clues left. Clue. Yes, this soul comes from the future, Lucifer said firmly. Hearing this, Li Chengfeng felt even more confused. From the future? Then why did he enter the dark book of the present? The soul that had been sleeping was forcibly dug out from the deepest part of the dark book by Lucifer, and its body shook violently, as if it had just woken up. What the hell is this for? Dark God Book, you are finally awake. Li Chengfeng thought about it and decided to call him Dark God Book. Then he smiled and said, look at who this person is in front of you. Who is that guy? Damn it! Why is it Lucifer? UBD. Lucifer narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had a high tolerance for unintentional offenses from mortals, no one could just laugh off such named insults. Meza beside him jumped up and was about to use the hell dagger to give the dark book a fierce blow. Seeing that the situation was not good, the dark book floated directly behind Li Chengfeng. Brother Feng? Father Feng? Please save my life. He didn't need to say anything. When Meza saw that the person blocking his way was Li Chengfeng, who could have easily stopped him just now, he frowned and withdrew his attack. If he was just a little stronger, she would definitely try her hand with Li Chengfeng. But Lucifer said that he was no match for his opponent, which meant that the gap between them was extremely large. Can you keep your mouth shut, UBD? Li Chengfeng glared at the Book of Darkness. Lucifer didn't take it seriously. If he really wanted to crush a soul, Lucifer would treat it like a game even now. Ahem, I was really scared. As soon as awakening came, there was a huge amount of devil faces in front of me. Who wouldn't be scared? The tone of the dark book also clearly revealed its guilty conscience. But Lucifer was a little surprised when he heard this. You can actually see my devil face. As Lucifer spoke, he revealed his true appearance as a devil. Fiery red skin, no hair, and eyes that look like endless hell. Even Li Chengfeng, a time traveler, felt a little uncomfortable when he saw this scene. Too weird and grotesque. But it only appeared for a moment before turning back into its original sexy handsome face. Then he stood up and walked upstairs to his residence. There is definitely something wrong with his identity. If you want to know who he is, you have to go to the future. A trip to the future. Yes, it's probably around the 31st century. After leaving Lux Bar, Li Chengfeng and his teammates played on the beach in Los Angeles for 2 more days. On the 3rd day, when they were lying on the private beach they rented and looking at the stars, a rainbow suddenly streaked across the sky and got closer and closer. It's Bifrost. After waiting for all people and things to land, it dissipated. What caught my eye were the long-lost 3 Asgard siblings. And Airbus. To be precise, it should be called Kaze. My queen of gods, you are really amazing. You didn't even care about the Kaze and just ran away with your men. Hey, isn't this too much trouble? Li Chengfeng stood up and came to Hela. Take her hand and give her a gentle kiss. Welcome back to your kingdom, my honorable lord of Midgard, Hela. Li Chengfeng knew that Hela always fell for this trick. But their behavior was despised by Thor and Loki on the side. How shameless to pull and tug in public. Li Chengfeng, I don't care if you flirt with my eldest sister, but can you not do it in front of us? It's really as embarrassing as waking up in the middle of the night and catching my parents being intimate. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. These 2 brothers-in-law are becoming more and more annoying to me. By the way, why did you guys come back after so many days? Hearing Li Chengfeng's question, Loki rolled his eyes. Good fellow, you still dare to ask? Don't you know what a good deed you have done? What did I do? I just followed your Asgard army to the Angel Kingdom, and then I found it boring and left. Li Chengfeng smiled maliciously. You don't want us to be free thugs for Asgard, do you? That's a different price. You didn't act as thugs, but you got all the benefits. Stop, just tell me if Odin is unhappy. Not only is he unhappy, his face has been darker than the bottom of a pot these days. Then you feel refreshed. Loki was choked by Li Chengfeng's words. TNND, it's true. Every time I see Odin's black face these days, I feel unexpectedly relieved. That's right. You are now in cahoots with the FBI. Li Chengfeng put his arm around Loki's shoulders and tempted him with benefits. How about getting you a pair of daggers with the good stuff we got from the angel dimension this time? URU metal and Gadagon stone, supplemented with Yaka metal. Bribing my brother-in-law is a professional. If you mention something else, Loki might not take it to heart. But if you say, use all kinds of precious materials to make him a pair of daggers, then he is not sleepy anymore. 3 days later, FBI headquarters. War meeting room. Nick Fury and Professor X's black and white eggs are combined to receive a visit from Area 51, also known as the Sky Eye Society. Sitting opposite the black and white eggs was Amanda Waller, who had just met Nick Fury not long ago. Behind her, there are still her 2 capable men, Deathstroke and Punisher. Okay Waller, I've already explained to you clearly what happened at Area 51 last time. You don't have the authority. Nick Fury, I'm not here for that damn alien outside Area 51. Nick Fury was interrupted by Amanda Waller just as he was speaking. He couldn't help but frown. If it wasn't for Malekith, the Dark Elf, then what was it for? Although Nick Fury never liked Amanda Waller's style of doing things, he had to admit that Amanda Waller was an absolute doer and would never do anything meaningless. Is there a problem that you, Sky Eye, can't solve on your own? Why are you asking the FBI to solve it? Nick Fury let out a long breath, and then his one eye revealed a scrutinizing look. Could it be that you have a problem similar to the TIE particles? No, TIE particles are the only ones. Amanda Waller shook her head. I came to the FBI to seek cooperation for the safety of the entire America. Amanda Waller had already said this, and Nick Fury could only suppress his doubts and listen to what was going on. Please tell me in detail. Nick Fury, do you remember the Raccoon City incident? Amanda Waller's words brought Nick Fury's thoughts back to 7 years ago. That was his 3rd year as director of the America Bureau. This is also the 1st year that the biochemical crisis broke out in Raccoon City. At first, the local police station received reports that there were beast attacks around Raccoon City. Since there are indeed a lot of pristine forests around Raccoon City, it is not surprising that there is beast. But they all know the consequences. That was actually the spread of the T-virus and zombies everywhere. By the time the local police and American authorities realized something was wrong and called the FBI for emergency help, it was already too late. In the end, despite the FBI's best efforts, they were able to save only a dozen survivors. That's a whole city, and King Ada was one of the survivors who were rescued. At that time, Ada Wong was not yet a level 4 elite agent of the FBI, but a mercenary who could be employed by any party. Nick Fury saw her potential from the beginning, so he offered to recruit her after she recovered from her injury. I thought there would be some tug of war, but unexpectedly, the beautiful and mysterious Ada Wong accepted the recruitment without any hesitation. He then became an expert in dealing with biological and chemical terrorist incidents in the FBI. It was not until he became Li Chengfeng's adjutant that he stopped dealing with biological and chemical incidents with large and small file sizes. Definitely, Raccoon City is a city with a population of over 100,000. Nick Fury shook his head, but after all these years, Raccoon City has been rebuilt. Although the population is not as large as before, it is still thriving. If I had listened to you and used nuclear weapons to raise Raccoon City, it would be a dead place now. Once upon a time, Nick Fury and Amanda Waller often collaborated with each other, and were even considered good friends because of their same skin color. But the two had huge amounts of differences on how to deal with the follow-up issues of Raccoon City. Amanda Waller believes that it should be razed to the ground with nuclear bombs. Nick Fury, on the other hand, believes that a mopping-up operation should be carried out by an organized military force after taking protective measures. In the end, Nick Fury suppressed and rejected Amanda Waller's proposal because of the special nature of the FBI. But precisely because this proposal was rejected, the American Army entered Raccoon City with the cooperation of FBI agents and actually successfully rescued hundreds of survivors throughout the city. This result also caused Amanda Waller, who proposed the nuclear bomb-raising method, to suffer the consequences, resulting in Amanda Waller being abandoned and transferred to Area 51. I'm not here to argue with you about who was right and who was wrong between us. Amanda Waller shook her head calmly, not wanting to suffer any loss because of this matter. Ever since I was transferred to Area 51 and established the Eye of the Sky, I have been paying attention to Raccoon City. Now, some new situations have emerged in Raccoon City. Nick Fury's breathing hitched when he heard this. Another bioterror incident in Raccoon City. If there are no accidents, yes, but it should not be the T-virus, because after preliminary investigation, no zombies or bows mutated by the T-virus have appeared. The implication is, it could be a new virus. What exactly is going on? Nick Fury asked in a deep voice. Right now, the people in Raccoon City are in a very strange state. They are no different from ordinary people during the day, but at night, their personalities begin to become manic and irritable, and they are extremely eager for love and family affection. If they cannot get emotional satisfaction, they will start to kill each other in a bloody way. But no matter how badly they are injured, they will not die. They will still recover in the daytime and forget what happened at night. Since I said they are desperate for love and family affection, they will warmly invite strangers to join their families. Amanda Waller frowned, then took out a statistical data. About 20,000 outsiders are trapped in Raccoon City. Professor X said nothing, but after seeing Nick Fury's embarrassed expression, he could only pat him on the shoulder. Fury, it's time to mobilize the team. It seems that we have to ask them to take action now. Who is on standby at the special team station now? Phil Coulson's team, Deadpool, Green Arrow, and Phil Coulson are on standby. The All-Stars team, Li Chengfeng, Ada Wong, and Harley Quinn are on standby. Nick Fury nodded. In fact, he just wanted to know whether Li Chengfeng was free. Then he took out the director's special personal terminal and played a video to Li Chengfeng. Yo, what's up, bro? How do you have time to play videos for me? Do you have a mission? Harley, believe me, your legs are almost as long as Ada's, you can really handle her boots. What the hell are you doing at the base, BD? Can you give some guidance on how the team members dress? AFK it. Never mind. I have something urgent to deal with. Let's go to the operations meeting room with everyone on standby at the base. After saying that, he hung up the video. 5 minutes later, facing Amanda Waller's look as if she had seen a ghost, a portal appeared out of nowhere in the operations conference room. Li Chengfeng and Phil Coulson brought all the standby members into the operations meeting room. After taking a look at Amanda Waller who couldn't even close her mouth, Li Chengfeng smiled at Nick Fury. Are there visitors today? It looks like something serious is going on. What the hell is this? Is teleportation magic rare? Nonsense. I've only seen this kind of portal in those bullshit sci-fi TV series. Actually, science fiction dramas aren't completely nonsense. Li Chengfeng shrugged. The most ridiculous ones are actually romance dramas. Amanda Waller naturally had no intention of saying anything more to Li Chengfeng, but looked at Nick Fury again. There is another most important piece of information. The bioterrorists led by Umbrella Corporation founder Oswell Spencer have all left Romania and are suspected to have entered the country via a transnational trade fleet. The situation in Raccoon City is likely related to them. What? They all left Romania? Nick Fury frowned and his face darkened. Although the biochemical crisis incident is not a high-difficulty incident among the various incidents faced by the Joint Investigation Bureau, however, it is this type of low-difficulty event that is most likely to cause civilian casualties. Just like the number of people who die in car accidents every year is far greater than the number of people who die from murder. Wait a minute, are you talking about the remnants of the Umbrella hiding in Eastern Europe? What happened? Li Chengfeng finally found an opportunity to speak. Li Chengfeng looked around and then looked at Amanda Waller. Tell me what happened in detail. Amanda Waller frowned. Li Chengfeng's tone was very casual, but when she thought that Li Chengfeng was a person with super abilities whom she could not understand at all, she could only suppress her anger. But in her heart, she began to think about it. If the Sky Eye Club could also get such a team. After listening to Amanda Waller's story, Li Chengfeng raised his hand without hesitation, and a green light of will flashed, and it materialized into a communicator. Ahem, this is Li Chengfeng calling Dr. Doom. This is Li Chengfeng calling Dr. Doom. If you hear me, please reply. Afterwards, Li Chengfeng's green light ring flickered several times, and then a low voice came from the communicator. Dr. Doom received. Li, you can actually call me Victor. Okay Victor, how are you doing lately? How is the governance of the country? How many people are there in your family? How many acres of land per person? How many cows are there in the land? Li, just tell me what's going on. The captain of the famous star team couldn't have contacted me just to reminisce, right? Haha, the relationship between us two brothers. By the way, did those biochemical lunatics who have been living next door to you run away? Them? That's right. The so-called mother goddess Miranda came to say goodbye to me and expressed her unbreakable friendship with Latveria. Then I sent them away on the cruise ship. Oh, and they also took away something called Fungus Master. Everyone in the operations meeting room looked at Li Chengfeng with an expression that said, this is related to you again. Li Chengfeng chuckled, left a message I'll discuss something with you when I have time, and then hung up the phone. The Green Lantern ring has this effect. Phil Coulson lowered his voice and said to Li Chengfeng, why don't you give it a try? I think I might have the ability to become a Green Lantern. Give it up. It's been more than 2 years since you broke up with your ex. You've been running to the company toilet to be alone when you think of your ex-girlfriend. You'd better give up on this idea. After squeezing Phil Coulson, Li Chengfeng coughed a few times in a pretentious manner and then walked to the long table. Well, it seems that the current situation is completely clear. It seems that the new virus that appeared in Raccoon City this time is related to this fungus owner. When Li Chengfeng first heard Amanda Waller's description, his first reaction was that it was the family of Evelyn and the protagonist's wife in Resident Evil 7. The infection from the E-mold caused mutations, and this situation arose because Evelyn was extremely eager for affection and family. But that was only the effect of the E-mold spread by Evelyn personally, not the gift spread by the mother goddess Miranda in the village. The current E-mold has obviously mutated compared to the original, and Evelyn alone cannot infect the entire Raccoon City. You should have heard what Dr. Doom mentioned just now. This is the source of the E-mold, a super strain with self-awareness. Spencer and his team took this thing away. It should be in Raccoon City now. But the good news is that as long as the E-mold is not deeply infected and completely transformed into a fungus beast, it can be cured. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he prepared to open the portal and lead the team members to set off. This should be done sooner rather than later. But at this critical moment, a hot black-haired beauty rushed in rashly, reporting to Director Nick Fury. New situation has occurred outside Raccoon City. Li Chengfeng looked up and saw that the person coming was Max. What's going on? Well, you may not believe it. Max steadied himself and said in a joking tone, although the Sky Eye Society blocked Raccoon City, guess what? 2 military jeeps broke in by force. Based on drones, satellites and surveillance along the way, the identities of several people in the car were confirmed. They are System Engineer Ethan Winters, BSAA Commander Chris Redfield, BSAA Special Response Team Leader Jill Valentine, CIA Agent Leon S. Kennedy, Antibiochemical Virus Expert Rebecca Chambers, International Humanitarian Aid Organization Claire Redfield, and an FBI Reserve Agent Shirley Platinum. When Li Chengfeng heard this, his eyes turned dark immediately. Bridge bean sack? What the hell are these protagonists trying to do? Why did they suddenly launch a collective charge? Especially Shirley Platinum, how come she is still a reserve agent of the FBI? Li Chengfeng couldn't help but look at Nick Fury. This damn Lolita control. It's none of my business. I don't have to choose every candidate agent recruited by the FBI. Nick Fury felt Li Chengfeng's look of rubbish. Now the point is, what on earth are these people going to do? You're asking even though you already know the answer. You know what the BSAA does, don't you? It specializes in handling biological and chemical incidents, okay? Several major countries have the FBI to handle them, but other countries around the world rely on the BSAA. But this guy rushed in with just a few people. Was he planning to commit suicide? Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. Suicide? They dare to let the vehicle killer bite your brother into the car. What else can't they do? However, if these talented people rely on themselves alone, it will be difficult for them to clear this hell mode Raccoon City. Ding, the mission New Raccoon City incident has been released. Mission Introduction. The great old god of the earth and the captain of the star team, Raccoon City has once again fallen into a biochemical crisis after 7 years, and a group of righteous people have entered Raccoon City in an attempt to eliminate this crisis. You need to completely purify the entire Raccoon City while ensuring their safety, because all this is for love. Raccoon City is actually a good place to live, with a beautiful environment, fresh air, and no heavy industry. Definitely, provided you can accept that this place has suffered the worst biohazard incident in history. In fact, there are indeed many people who don't care about this matter. Even in America, many people believe that the biochemical crisis does not actually exist, but is a conspiracy of the federal government and a means of controlling the people. At least that's what the Rising Tide conspiracy theory says. That's right, it was the hacker organization that Sky belonged to at the beginning, but under the severe crackdown by the FBI, the hackers in the Rising Tide organization who had no criminal records were recruited by the FBI, while those who used hacking skills to commit murder and robbery were sent to prison as they wished. Today's Rising Tide organization is a conspiracy theory marketing account. Definitely these are not the main reasons. The most important thing is actually, land prices, housing prices, and commodity prices are all low enough. These are all the preferential policies of the American government towards Raccoon City. With this, they have earned enough fame and votes from the relatives of the victims of Raccoon City. Against this background, although Raccoon City has not truly recovered to its previous level of over 100,000 people, it still has a population of 40,000 to 50,000 people. The city that used to be peaceful now, it's completely changed. Longing for family, longing for love. All the originally rational humans were transformed into beasts that followed their desires at night. Young men and women were biting each other, blood and flesh were flying everywhere, and they were not even aware of biting off each other's tongues. It doesn't matter, they will all be back to normal the next day. The couple who lost their son tied up the young and strong boys into their home and cooked them a good meal. The ingredients were unknown but very fresh. It doesn't matter, they will all be back to normal the next day. Everyone is sinking in such a hell without knowing it, allowing their desires to expand without limits. It doesn't matter, they will be back to normal the next day, except for the purple ripples in their eyes. On a street outside Raccoon City, a portal suddenly opened. Li Chengfeng led all the team members on standby into Raccoon City. I'll emphasize again that the focus of this mission is to find those reckless intruders and ensure their safety. Conventional lethal force is allowed against the infected. So Harley, there's a reason why I didn't let you bring those light pulse blasters and individual heat ray rifles on the Airbus. Light pulse blaster? Heat ray rifle. Phil Carlson looked at Li Chengfeng in confusion. Aren't these all experimental products produced by Sandbox? Where did you get them from? In the past, Nick Fury insisted that I, an old man, should go on a mission with me, so he placed a group of them on the Kaze. Li, are we good brothers? If you, a middle-aged man with a bald forehead, have the nerve to call me a 25-year-old young man, I have no problem with that. After you go back, give me some of these weapons. With the configuration of your team, these are completely useless. They are not worth it for small things, and they are useless for big things. Your abacus beads are about to jump on my face, but when have you ever seen me spit out what I put in my mouth? Even Thor's father Odin couldn't do it. Li Chengfeng smiled confidently, but we can ask Nick Fury for another batch. After the two team leaders decided on a cooperative plan to cheat the black braised egg, they finally got back on track. Although it was night, everything could be seen clearly under the bright street lights. Not far away, a military jeep was burning. Sure enough, when Li Chengfeng, Phil Coulson, and their men approached, they discovered that this was one of the two jeeps that broke through the blockade and entered Raccoon City. The corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. He was 100% sure that this was definitely the car Leon was riding in. Holy crap! This vehicle killer feature is really effective? TMD, after completing this mission, if I draw the reward, I won't get something like this, right? Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but feel conflicted. This group of people are good at both teammates and vehicles. Is that good? This jeep should be the intruder vehicle, right? That's right, Phil Coulson, but we didn't find another jeep. Wang Ada walked around the jeep twice, then said, after all, this is a jeep, not a troop carrier. It's too difficult to fit 7 or 8 people, not to mention that they brought a lot of weapons and equipment. So they probably split up. You mean, one team sneaks in from the periphery on foot, and the other team goes directly into the central area of the city. From what I know about Leon S. Kennedy and Claire, they will do that. Li Chengfeng was listening to Ada Wang's analysis, and the face with the side-parted hair kept popping up in his mind for unknown reasons. Li Chengfeng saw it clearly, especially the look in King Ada's eyes when he mentioned them. It's interesting. Well, Ada, what happened between you, Leon, and Claire? Oh, Li, are you jealous? Stop it, I'm not stupid. That look you just gave me is clearly the look a little girl would give when she mentions a fun toy she once played with. After 7 years, I set foot on the land of Raccoon City again. I can't help but think of that female devil who plays with people's hearts. Leon S. Kennedy said so. In the underground sewers of Raccoon City, Leon, Claire, and Shirley Platinum were dressed in military combat uniforms, equipped with long and short weapons and ammunition, and moved forward with the help of tactical flashlights in their hands. The speed was not slow, but the footsteps were kept as quiet as possible. Although I don't know if there is any danger in the underground sewers, it's always better to be careful. After hearing what Leon said, Claire couldn't help but let her thoughts drift back to 7 years ago. Then I felt a chill all over my body. That's right, that girl called Ada Wang, I will never forget her in my life. Although Shirley Platinum experienced the Raccoon City incident with the two of them 7 years ago, Shirley Platinum was only 12 years old at that time, and she was imprisoned by the perverted police chief most of the time. So we don't know what happened between them and the female devil they were talking about. But she was very familiar with the name Ada Wang. That's the adjutant of the FBI's Star Squad. He is the idol of countless female agents. She is definitely no exception. But in the eyes of Leon and Claire, who are like parents and brothers and sisters-in-law to him, his idol is actually a female devil? And judging from the tone, it's definitely not a good thing. Just when he was about to say a few words for his idol, Leon, who was marching in the front, suddenly made a tactical gesture to stop. There is something ahead. The three men immediately held their breath, raised their HK-416 assault rifles, and aimed at the corner ahead. Then, Kara. The sound of a bolt being pulled out was heard ahead, and it was particularly clear in this silent underground sewer. Grenade? Take cover. After saying that, he immediately ran to the corner behind. But the other party had no intention of letting them go. He directly released the safety lever in his hand and threw it into the air after a delay of 1 second. It bounced onto the dome of the underground sewer and was catapulted in front of the three people. At this moment, the flash bomb just exploded. A bright light came on, bright enough to temporarily blind a person. Even the battle-hardened Leon didn't have time to completely avoid it. He only had time to push Claire and Shirley away, but he was still slightly affected. If you are struck by a flash at close range without protection, it will take at least a day or two for your visual system to fully return to normal. Now it takes about 10 seconds. Damn it, it's a flash bomb. Claire? Shirley? How are you guys? Pfft. Before Leon could finish his words of subconscious care for the two of them, he was forcibly pressed onto the cold ground of the underground sewer. Hey, Leon S. Kennedy, we meet again. Shit, why are you the devil again? Leon S. Kennedy's hair is almost in a mess at this moment. So what if it's me? You guys came back to Raccoon City in a group this time. Do you think you can handle this incident by yourselves? There is no comment on this matter. You woman who works for Umbrella. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Then you better hurry up, you fake FBI. I'm definitely not from the FBI. Ada Wang turned Leon over and placed her FBI ID in front of him, who had almost regained his vision. But I'm now a level 4 elite agent at the America's headquarters. After the quarterly headquarters reconciliation, I estimate that I will skip the original level 5 agent and be promoted directly to level 6 based on the completion of the tasks during this period. Leon struggled to sit up, coughed a few times and then continued. Who knows where you got this fake ID from? No, Leon, she is indeed a level 4 agent of the FBI. I can guarantee that. Shirley, who was pushed away by Leon, hurriedly stepped forward and saluted Ada Wang, then said, FBI Reserve Agent Shirley Bai Jin reports to you, sir. King Ada looked up at the young girl with short platinum hair. 7 years ago, she had caught a glimpse of this girl from afar, but at that time Shirley Platinum was just a weak little girl of 12 years old, which was completely different from the girl in front of her with a determined look in her eyes. Ada Wang, you have turned into an FBI agent now. Claire was a little bit unbelievable. Judging from the final results, the evil woman was indeed helping her and Leon and did not regard them as a burden at all, but they were not considered human beings. Claire, why do you and Leon sound so resentful when you see me? King Ada stepped forward and lifted Claire's chin with Li Chengfeng's magnum. In fact, it's not too much for you two to call me teacher, right? When Leon and Claire heard the word teacher, they were already in tears. Sound the alarm to attract zombies and let them practice shooting. She moved the tyrant in front of them in a coquettish way to let them build up their courage. The most outrageous thing is that after encountering William Platinum, who was infected with the G virus, he asked them to use a steel pipe to poke the big eye bubble on his shoulder? Which good person would teach like this? However, during these 7 years, the two people cursed Ada Wong 10,000 times in their hearts, but they had to admit that in that urgent and dangerous situation at that time, she did allow them to gain the ability to protect themselves and even solve the problem in the fastest time. Especially Claire, who was originally just a motorcycle girl. After nearly 2 days of devilish training, she evolved into an expert in headshots. Human potential. It's really amazing. Can you please stop reminiscing about the past? The most reliable person is the 19-year-old Shirley Platinum. Since Agent Ada Wong is here, it means that the star team has been dispatched. And the star team's dispatch means, this matter seems to be a bit big. The little girl is right. You are in big trouble this time. Follow me. Ada Wong put away his gun, turned around and went back the same way. He continued as he walked, every one of you is basically someone with an official identity. You are either high-ranking officials of the BSAA, or direct agents of the American government, and there are even reserve agents of the FBI. What on earth is wrong with your brains that you would choose to force your way through the blockade of the Sky Eye Society and enter Raccoon City? This is a bit of a long story. Leon sighed, and just as he was about to start explaining, he came to the corner where King Ada appeared. I saw dozens of fungus beasts piled here motionless, and several people in strange uniforms were standing here. Maybe this is what they call a vigilante? Or a superhero? Fortunately, there were still 2 people dressed normally, a bald middle-aged man in a suit, and a Republican in a black combat uniform. The Republican raised his head and smiled kindly and benevolently. Since it's a long story, just make it short. Shirley Platinum excitedly poked Leon's lower back, then whispered, this is the captain of the star team, FBI Level 7 Agent Li Chengfeng. An absolute authority on supernatural events. So young, okay, sir, here's the thing. Not to mention that the guys in front of him were obviously very powerful. The authority of a Level 7 FBI agent alone was much higher than that of a CIA agent like him. There is nothing wrong with calling him sir. His level is high enough to command himself across agencies, and his leader, even the president, cannot find fault with him. So Leon was very single and chose to tell the truth. We all started investigating biological and chemical incidents separately, but in the end, the different incidents we handled all pointed to the same place, a village in Romania. But before we could get there, they entered America via a cruise ship from Latvia. Then, when we were analyzing intelligence together, we met a man named Ethan Winters. He was an acquaintance of Chris, and he asked us, save his wife and children from those biochemical lunatics. But the Sky Eye has already notified all organizations of the ban on the blockade of Raccoon City. There's no other way. We can only do it ourselves. Stop. I'm old and my hearing isn't very good. What you just said was that Ethan Winters had a child. Are you here to rescue the child? In fact, we just follow the trend. At the moment, Leon no longer felt nervous. After all, he had been a government agent for many years. Our original goal was to eliminate the remnants of these protective umbrellas. After saying that, Leon walked forward, looked at the fungus beasts of various shapes, then folded his hands and muttered something. Although this thing is not as bloody as zombies and lickers, it is even more twisted than them. This thing is called E-mold. The infected will gradually be assimilated into fungus beasts of different forms. Unless all the E-mold in the fungus beasts are removed or burned to ashes, they will still recover. Li Chengfeng patted Lion's shoulder with a sigh in his tone. These fungus beasts were the first group of Raccoon City residents to be infected. Their bodies had been completely mutated and there was no way to save them. And Li Chengfeng actually felt a strong purple light of love from the fungus beasts that were mutated from these molds. But this purple light was not born from the souls of the fungus beasts, but from their blood. That's the flowing mold. In Li Chengfeng's eyes, these gray-white fungus beasts all had blood vessels and nerves that glowed purple. Even though Li Chengfeng has mastered the power of the 3 emotional spectra, this is the first time he has seen such a situation. This is even more absurd than the original. By the way, didn't you enter Raccoon City with the people in another car? Where are the others? Leon's breathing stagnated, and he said a little depressed. We were originally planning to act separately, but I crashed my car while trying to avoid a wild boar that suddenly ran onto the street. So we simply headed forward from where the jeep crashed. As for them, they should be planning to go directly to the Raccoon City Police Department first. The reason we entered the underground sewer is because it leads to the Raccoon City Police Department, and we originally agreed to meet there. Have you never noticed that any vehicle you take will end badly? Li Chengfeng was too exhausted to complain. This law-level bad luck was really weird. If I were your leader, I would never let you board an aircraft carrier or battleship in my life. Leon was asked by Li Chengfeng's words. He couldn't help but question himself. Could it be that he really is an unlucky vehicle killer? From the police cars and helicopters in Raccoon City, to the jeeps and armed helicopters in Spain, and then to the jeeps this time. It seems that no one is spared. Moreover, my favorite motorcycle in daily life needs a minor repair every 3 days and a major repair every 5 days, and it has to be replaced with a new one during the holidays. Most of my salary is spent on this. The more he thought about it, the more Leon felt that he had discovered the truth. But don't be too self-deprecating. You are only good at defeating vehicles, and there is also a god who can defeat teammates. As soon as Li Chengfeng finished complaining, he slapped himself on the forehead. Yes, there is also Chris who is good at beating his teammates. Alright, without further ado, let's hurry up and head to the Raccoon City Police Department from the underground sewers. In addition to solving the biochemical incident, my other mission this time is to prevent you guys from dying here. The former Umbrella Corporation underground facility. This place, which had been abandoned for 7 years, has now been completely transformed. Oswell Spencer was sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by a man in a black priest robe with 10 pairs of wings on his back and a halo similar to that of a god growing on his spine, and he came to the huge amounts of observation windows. Teacher, every time I see you I feel so magical. I am already very old, but you are no different from the past. Spencer, all of this is a gift from the Fungus Master. Such a primitive mold is actually more powerful and effective than the virus that the Umbrella Corporation has been researching and deriving for many years using advanced technology. It seems that I should have stayed with my teacher and continued to study the master of the fungus. The woman pushing Spencer's wheelchair is called teacher by him. That is Miranda, the mother goddess who currently possesses the highest authority among fungi and can manipulate all those infected by mold. This woman, who has lived for more than 100 years relying on the fungus master but whose appearance remains unchanged, has even dealt with Dr. Doom due to geopolitical issues. Compared to the viruses in the major Resident Evil series, E-mold is more ancient and has a more fantasy style. In order to increase the infection ability of E-mold, the goddess Miranda created a parasite called Gift based on E-mold. Those who accept the gift will gain some special power through mutation. As the person with the highest authority chosen by the Lord of Fungi, the mother goddess Miranda herself can transform into the appearance of another person by assimilating his or her DNA. It was under these circumstances that Ethan Winters lived with the mother goddess Miranda for a week. The woman's purpose was to successfully kidnap Ethan Winters' daughter, because his daughter is the best vessel for the mother goddess Miranda to resurrect her daughter Eva. Teacher, I have sent out the 4 nobles to deal with those old friends who broke into Raccoon City. After Spencer finished speaking, he and the mother goddess Miranda looked down from the high observation window. The master of fungi that originally existed deep in the cave was now lying at the bottom of the facility, constantly producing E-mold. But there is a huge difference between this mushroom owner and the one he met that year. If the original host is a huge amounts of black fungus, so now the mushroom master looks more like a purple-colored creature with a purple glow. Cocoon. Raccoon City Police Department. The West Office is normal. The East Office is normal. The Archives Room and the Command Room are normal. The Press Room and Lounge are normal. Okay, let's meet in the lobby. Soon, 4 people gathered in the center of the lobby on the first floor of the police station. It was Ethan, Chris, Jill, and Rebecca who were also fully armed. After working in the field of bioterrorism for so many years, this is the first time I've encountered a situation without zombies and lickers. Jill shook her blonde hair, which could no longer return to its original color, and her tone was filled with unprecedented curiosity. She and Chris were chasing Wesker a few years ago, and they both died and fell off a cliff. But he was taken away by Wesker and transformed by the virus. However, because the T-virus mutated in his body, he gained powerful strength and blonde hair. It was not until Wesker died inexplicably in Westchester County, America some time ago that she was rescued by the BSAA. Although she had endured many inhuman tortures and the BSAA's mental evaluation team believed that she should continue to rest, she still forced herself to follow Chris here. This was the beginning of her nightmare. She wanted to personally eliminate the source of the nightmare. And her reason for convincing Chris was simple. Now she is the most powerful person in the entire BSAA, no doubt about it. Jill, who has transformed the powers of multiple viruses, is now a human-shaped tyrant. She can probably destroy the tracker who chased her like a dog with her bare hands now. So, you really have been resting for a long time. Rebecca patted Jill's shoulder. I really envy your hair color now. If I want to dye it like this, I'll probably have to bleach it until it's as dry as straw. If I had a choice, I still prefer the original look. Jill shrugged and looked at Ethan Winters, who still had a sad face. Ethan, as a system engineer of the BSAA, we are old acquaintances. Just relax. We will definitely be able to rescue Mia and Rose. Thank you for your kind words. Ethan forced a smile. How long do we have to wait here? Leon and the others will come directly from the underground sewer. If there is no obstruction, they should be able to arrive soon. Chris shook the communicator in his hand, which had turned into a brick. The communicator is out of order. I think there is something fishy going on with Umbrella this time. As expected, they have teamed up with those guys in the village. They also saw many fungus beasts along the way. Although it wasn't very strong, the unique distortion still left a deep impression on Chris. Did you encounter this kind of thing at the baker's 3 years ago? Yes, fungus beasts, the product of E-mold. Ethan shook his head. But we have received intelligence that these fungus beasts and the infected people who have not yet transformed into fungus beasts, no matter how badly they are injured, will recover as before the next day. I have never heard of this. Ethan was very sure that there was definitely something wrong with the fungus beast this time. The biggest problem in the nightmare night I experienced at the baker's house was actually the lack of firepower. Whether it was the fungus beast or his father-in-law Jack Baker, they were just chasing him when he was unarmed. Not killed yet. If he had a complete set of standard Delta Force individual equipment at that time, how could he have looked so miserable? When Ethan mentioned the fungus beast, Chris's eyes turned complicated. Because after BSAA rescued Ethan, they had already conducted a comprehensive examination and research on him. The conclusion is, Ethan is dead. Now he is just a humanoid fungus beast born from Ethan's corpse, possessing all of Ethan's memories and emotions. Only he, Rebecca, and Barry Burton, who was in charge of the BSAA and was in charge of the overall situation on his behalf, knew about this. Even Jill was unaware of the situation. At the moment, Rebecca also had a look of regret and pity in her eyes and let out a silent sigh. But in such a huge police station, at the moment, several footsteps were suddenly heard. Okay, that's enough of your reminiscing about the past. From now on, you just need to act like a group of silent lambs and wait for your necks to be slaughtered. A lady's voice full of charm and cruelty came from the passage at the end of the hall. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a noble lady in a simple long dress bending down and passing through the 2-meter-long door edge. And when she straightened up, what was more eye-catching than her beautiful face was her height of nearly 3 meters. Hey, whether it's the tyrant I met in the mansion or the goddess of vengeance I met, their heights are not this outrageous, right? Jill stood up from the table in shock, then looked at herself subconsciously. Exaggerate? Akina Dimitrescu can be confirmed to be one of the 4 nobles under Mother Goddess Miranda. What about us? What followed was a swarm of flies, which then split into 3 parts and gradually condensed into 3 girls who were as pale but beautiful as Mrs. Dimitrescu. Jill looked down again and straightened her back proudly. How can a girl always lose? Although Jill at the moment successfully gained a morale boost, Chris and Ethan showed an indescribable look. Just by looking at her body shape, you can tell that this noble lady is much more powerful than those tyrants. And most importantly, the intelligence of various tyrants is actually not very high, but the one in front of him obviously possesses complete human intelligence. If the tyrants were just biological weapons, then Mrs. Dimitrescu was a truly strengthening human being. I am ordered by the Mother Goddess Miranda to come and exterminate all of you, the descendants of the exiles. Mrs. Dimitrescu's words still carried the arrogance of the old European aristocracy. In their eyes, America was nothing more than a place of exile. Most of the pioneers in America at that time were people who could not make it in their hometowns. Even though America is now one of the most powerful countries in the world, it will not change their minds. At best, the exiles became nouveau riche. Come on, daughters, capture them all for me. Mrs. Dimitrescu licked her sexy, unusually scarlet lips. I want to taste their blood one by one, especially Ethan Winters. Yes, mother. The 3 beautiful girls formed by mimicking flies once again transformed into 3 streams of flies and rushed towards the 4 people. Chris and others immediately raised their rifles and started firing forward. But for the swarm of flies, superficial. Damn it, I can't hit it. Jill launched a fierce whip kick at the girl who had half of her body condensed in front of him, but it seemed to have missed the target and he almost fell out. What's the use of having great strength? If you can't hit the target, it's the same as having nothing. Chris, Jill, and Rebecca were at least once members of the STARS team. Even if they can't find a way to fight the enemy for a while, they won't reveal any flaws. But the weakest Ethan Winters was already confused and was captured by one of the fly girls and brought to Mrs. Dimitrescu. Mrs. Dimitrescu easily grasped Ethan with one hand and held him in front of her. Ah, damn it, what are you doing? You monsters. Definitely, I'm going to taste your saltiness, the fly girl said, and the curved sickle in her hand directly cut his wrist. Your destiny is to become your mother's blood food. Thank you for your hard work, my daughter. Mrs. Dimitrescu smiled elegantly at the fly girl, then took Ethan's cut hand with her other hand and pressed her sexy red lips against the bleeding wound. As her throat began to swallow, Mrs. Dimitrescu's expression became strange. Your blood isn't fresh anymore. And you still call us monsters. When Jill saw his civilian colleague being sucked blood, he became even more anxious. He simply lifted up a table and waved away all the flies around it. He took advantage of this opportunity to rush directly towards Mrs. Dimitrescu. I can't hit your daughter, but I can always hit you, right? Jill's superhuman speed surprised Mrs. Dimitrescu. She had no choice but to throw Ethan away, and then sharp and slender claws instantly grew out of the 10 fingers of her hands. What the hell? There's a weapon hidden in your hand, right? Jill twisted her body to avoid the fierce claw attack, and deep claw marks instantly appeared on the ground and walls. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jill kicked the lady in the chest, forcing her to take a few steps back. But at the same time, Mrs. Dimitrescu grabbed Jill's slender legs with her backhand and threw him away. Jill. Suddenly, a voice that Jill was very familiar with sounded. It's that little girl Claire? She had already tensed all her muscles, preparing for a hard collision with the stone wall. But the next moment, she was caught in midair by something soft. Turning around, I found that it was a baseball glove formed by green light. The baseball glove dropped her to the ground and then dissipated. At the same time, several crimson energies passed by the crowd, and the three annoying fly girls were instantly trapped in midair, unable to move. Chris and Rebecca only had time to look in Claire's direction at this time, only to find that there were a few unfamiliar people around Claire. Thanks for your help. We are from the BSAA, and we are here to solve the biological incident in Raccoon City. Chris said so, but the Republican man in the lead seemed not to see him and walked straight ahead. The bald middle-aged man in a black suit next to him smiled at him in a friendly manner, then raised his FBI ID and said, "What a coincidence. We are here to solve the problem as well, but we are from the FBI. We will communicate with you later about the 7 of you forcing your way into Raccoon City." Chris's expression froze instantly. Got caught? Li Chengfeng was not very interested in the reactions of Chris and others. Instead, he looked eagerly at the pale and beautiful lady not far away. "My beautiful lady, someone reported you for possessing controlled knives and large-scale lethal weapons. Please disarm all your weapons so I can check them. Put your hair up, by the way. Put your hair up." "Spencer, when you brought Umbrella Corporation to me, I was a little confused." Mother Goddess Miranda stood beside the disciple she had taught so carefully. "Although the progenitor virus you are studying has a completely different evolutionary path from the bacteria master, I am very pleased that you have developed to this point on your own. Although the Mother Goddess Miranda has obtained the memories and abilities of thousands of fungus masters, and although there are some influences, Miranda's own personality is still dominant in general. As for Spencer, she was her former student. Although she never said it explicitly, Mother Goddess Miranda also regarded him as her own child. Because during the initial period of research on the fungus, young Spencer filled the position of children, allowing her turbulent and morbid maternal love to have an outlet. On the contrary, the 4 nobles who were given the gift to call her mother were nothing more than defective products and slaves in her eyes. This is why the Mother Goddess Miranda directly gave Spencer the authority of the master of the fungus second only to herself. "But I failed at the beginning and could only serve as a dog for the organization called Hydra." Spencer shook his head. "Then I thought I could make a comeback with Hydra, but Hydra was completely crippled. I had no choice but to transfer all the remaining forces to Romania. There is a limit to human power. Not everyone can be the ruler of Latveria. Let's not talk about this, teacher." Spencer shook his head. "Do you need me to do anything to resurrect Eva? The container has been obtained. Once the 4 nobles have dealt with the invaders, we can perform the crystallization surgery on the baby named Ross." When talking about the resurrection of Eva, even the Mother Goddess Miranda, who had not shown any emotional fluctuations for a long time, couldn't help but show joy. "But can the 4 nobles really do it?" Spencer asked a fatal question. The various variants of the progenitor virus were destroyed by those people. Especially Chris and Leon, the 2 most important nodes of Umbrella Corporation, the Mansion, and Raccoon City. The T virus and the G virus were solved by the 2 of them. If I had to say who I hate, I definitely hate these 2 the most. But what he is most worried about now is not those 2 bastards Chris and Leon. It was the America headquarters that has been in the limelight recently. Even an organization as large and ancient as Hydra was dismembered by it until only its debris remained. I wonder if the American General Administration has noticed their current actions? Spencer's old heart couldn't help but beat a little faster at this thought. "Are you the legendary 8-foot-tall, Mrs. Dimitrescu? Humph? Man, you can kill me or chop me up as you please, but I am a noble count from Romania, and I have the right to demand a dignified death." Mrs. Dimitrescu was tied into the shape of a tortoise shell by a rope formed by the green light of will, but the shame of this action had already been suppressed by the shock in her heart. After being enhanced by the gift, his physical strength is definitely the strongest among the 4 nobles. But the man in front of him still easily caught his attack. The claws that grew on her hands were sharp enough to cut through rocks, but they could not hurt the man at all. Instead, he seemed to just throw a punch and sent his body flying. What a terrifying power this is! She couldn't resist. If Li Chengfeng knew what this beautiful, giant mature woman was thinking, he would definitely laugh at her without any hesitation. Romanian nobility? Isn't that the country bumpkin from an Eastern European village? Don't be fooled by her impressive height and chest circumference. There are many people in the FBI Academy who can easily surpass her in strength. And that's just talking about strength. If the conditions were relaxed to defeat her or even kill her, the number would increase significantly. Biological viruses are still inferior. Dear Mrs. Dimitrescu, you and your 3 daughters may look beautiful, but in reality, you are nothing but a stinking lump of meat and flies that think they are human. Li Chengfeng looked up at Mrs. Dimitrescu who was kneeling on the ground, his smile more villain-like than a villain's. "Ever since you were transformed by the E-mold, I no longer regard you as human beings. And since they are not human, human rights, naturally no longer exist." Mrs. Dimitrescu looked at Li Chengfeng's villain smile, and then thought of his powerful strength. She couldn't help but shudder. Even the clothes were wet. Li Chengfeng certainly didn't mean to scare her. Although he was not a cruel man, he did not treat Mrs. Dimitrescu as a human being. "Next, I will send you and your daughters to the FBI's Research Institute. Using your blood and E. coli, we will develop a vaccine against E. coli. You won't be able to escape blood draws and biopsies, but don't worry, we won't taste your saltiness. So, welcome to America, my precious little baby."